Elon like came up with the whole election thing, got on the Elon train, and he's trying to do some changes in the world that definitely need change in terms of regulations on trying to get the technology more innovative and more progressive. And that's really the only thing I care about politically is innovation. It doesn't matter if it's left or right. I just want my robots. But anyhow, when it comes to Grok, I think Grok is a great AI, and he's put a lot of money in trying to develop that. And there's a lot of breakthroughs and things of that nature with it. So when it comes to my liking of Elon and Grok, it's the same as Larry Page when he started Google and all the different developments Google has brought to the world, even though they're highly demonized right now. Um, I'm not going to defend a lot of things. There's been a lot of individuals throughout history that have done maybe not so positive things to some people, and then it spills into like their love life or blah blah blah. I don't care about any of that. I just want the innovation. I can decouple the innovation from the people that they are or anything else they got their hands into. You know what I mean? But I do like the aspirations that Elon is bringing in terms of space travel and innovation. I think it's beautiful. I also support his 14 babies. I find that to be fantastic. I haven't had one. Have you? Do you have any children? Or you want any children?
I have a baby.
How old?
Yes, he's 2.
Aw,
I support
that's
all of
fantastic.
Elon's children as well. I tried to bring Elon to Christ over Twitter before he owned it, but who am I? It's a lot of kids later. That was like right before or after the one named X.
Oh, okay.
I have a question.
I'm not sure about names yet when I start, but I'm probably gonna discuss it with the daddy if he ever pops up. Or I'm just gonna have an AI choose the name, or just have a pending name and they can choose it themselves on their own. You know, figure it out when we get there.
Holly,
But that would be cute.
you use the term black pilled, and I don't know why you are using
Yes.
that word as opposed to red pilled. If I may ask, can you clarify?
I'm using black pill because when I said I was black pilled, I was in the human rights protests with the BLM and Antifa and the terrorism and All Lives Matter and everything just unrest and terrorism and more unrest and terrorism and more crimes against children. That's what I mean by black pilled. That means you're in a black hole of despair and you're doom scrolling and you get sucked into not being positive anymore.
Okay,
Red pilled would be the Elon thing. You
yeah,
know what I mean? Or like the trifecta of the Republican Party. So
right.
prior to Elon, I was very black pilled.
Oh, okay,
And
okay,
I
I
actually
got
said
you.
if Trump wins the election, I'm getting off of birth control, which I
Okay,
did do. I just kind of delayed and then went back on it.
welcome,
Hi, Kings and Coins. How are you?
welcome. How are you, Kings and Coins? How did you find out about me, Kings and Coin? If I may ask, how did you find out about me?
Through me. He's mine.
Oh, okay, great. Welcome. Well, thank you for bringing him in, and thank you for
He was
clarifying.
in here before.
Yeah, I thought so. I meet a lot of people though. Um, and thank you for clarifying what you meant by black pilled. Okay, so are you more on a red pilled trajectory now? Would you say, Holly?
Well, I don't want to make it into like a weird. I'm kind of on a transparent pill or no pill at all.
Okay,
You know what I mean? Like I'm in a neutral position of just trying to process the world for what it is and find balance. You know what I mean? Like one post I'm posting about terroristic things that happen to a child of yours, and the next I'm posting something about how the world would be a better place. It's a
okay,
Dolly Parton song or something. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
I'm just everywhere right now. I'm just trying to kind of balance out the colors for a nice little rainbow. Um, no drugs, no pills.
Okay.
But yeah. So what you doing, Kings and Coins? I won't call you by your real name, but go ahead. What you doing?
I was about to play a game.
A game you off right now?
Oh, you don't play games, do you? Oh, by the way,
Not really.
I did just download The Sims 4.
Oh, amazing, dude.
Really? Okay.
It was free on Steam, and I was like, you know what? I don't know if I've ever actually played The Sims, but I was gonna actually see what it was like.
Oh, it's so much fun.
Let me know what it's like playing me, then.
I'll let you know.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't believe I'm related to any of those family members, and they didn't name it off my name anyways. It's just like Simulation or Sin City is a playoff or something. I actually know
Yeah, like
surnames of
SimCity for
Sims
sure.
that have family. Yeah, but it is funny. Um, I do sometimes feel like I'm an avatar in one of those games, and someone just got me remote controlled. Yeah,
Nah, girl, you're Overwatch.
but yeah, I give up on X. I may go back eventually, but I think I need to give it a few months, and I guess I need a new device or something because they keep figuring out that I'm making other accounts and they don't like it very much. So I give up.
It's weird that that's not allowed.
It isn't allowed.
Yeah, like you can have multiple accounts. It's just after your original one or if one of them gets banned, it will use the device you were on or any IPs to associate you with the original thing. And I was just about to type this long message, and I hit send, and it deactivated me. So it was just timing. But anyways, what game are you
It does
actually
that to me
playing
and
right
it
now?
just logs me out.
It logs you out. I'm surprised it hasn't been some of the things you post or repost, I should say. But yeah, I kind of just need to. I'm defaulting back to a Facebook and a Discord for now, and I'm just gonna kind of like give up. Just let you know I didn't ghost you. So what are your plans for the rest of the night? Just gaming?
Yeah, just gonna chill. I'm gonna come look at this rabbi's fine ass.
There you go, big dog. I've got it from 16 different angles if you want to check it out.
Damn, son, the ham's on this one, you know.
There you go. Oh,
You have an angle from above?
yeah, I have a ceiling cam.
Oh
Really?
God.
Yeah, it's right there.
Wow.
Damn.
How about the one for your internal workings, like an internal Fitbit, so we know your heart rate and everything,
Well, people will study that in
hormone
the future.
levels, your hydration,
People,
your temperature.
I get what you're saying. People will study that in the future, likely using
Yeah, I
um,
can't wait.
yeah, likely using some type of augmented reality, and you'll be able to know the humidity, the dew point, my blinks per minute, my heartbeats per minute, and then I think eventually you'll be able to remove my clothing, see my skin layers, my epidermis layer, epidermal layer, my skeletal layer, and then eventually be able to map my cranium and see actually what I'm thinking before I actually say it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, some of that stuff we could already do with uh, just extrapolating from image.
You're right. You're 100% right.
For instance, I'm pretty sure you have the same amount of bones as I do, so I could have a program that can kind of see what your skeletal structure would be like
Correct.
if I have, you know, just an image of you.
Exactly. Yeah, you'd be able
So
to
it'd
see.
be the same thing for your epidermal level. Excuse me.
Exactly. You'd be able to see all 206 bones in my body and basically using like different imaging, be able to see my internal organs, and all of that will improve with time.
Okay. The only question is why would I need to do that? An image of you is just fine, right?
Well, you would think so, but in the future, we're going to want to study more
Rabbi,
about.
that just sounds like an X-ray.
I don't know if that would be like an in the future sort of thing, because like even if that was a possibility, no one would purchase the equipment to do so. Most likely, you'd just be extrapolating based on the information that you put forward. So if you have a video interface like this, you would just know how the body functions and be able to extrapolate from there. Because there's no reason to be as specific as being able to see into your under your skin.
I
But
disagree.
what about seeing the neurons? What about
Exactly.
seeing
What
the
if you could?
neurons being developed in the womb? I
Well,
want
that's
that
interesting.
technology.
That's the
Yeah.
you would well you can you
It's
just
limited in
always have to
ultrasound, but
well I guess you to that would be very detailed, and I guess you could be in like a what is it called? Is it an EKG? What is or MRI?
well,
If you were just
the
always in an
sonograms
MRI, you would
expect
be able to.
different lighting,
If
right?
the pregnant
Because
woman was
it's
always in the
EKG.
which one is it? What the big magnet where you
Yeah,
can
the EKG
see
is different.
layers
There's
of
an
the
The
brain?
ultrasound.
CAT scan is the
MRI.
CT
There's
scan.
an the ultrasound sticker that MIT made
MRI.
can actually be put on put on the tummy to see within. And there's also sonogram stickers already with apps where you can basically do the heartbeat and you can kind of see, but it is like not very good. But in terms of like the neurology and more development than just a basic like sonogram at the hospital, like we can bring the hospital to us instead of having to go to them. Is basically what I want to do. But yeah, and
Let's say
I don't. What did you say, Audie? Which thing is that? Is it a CAT scan? Is that what you said?
I think I said several different scans,
Yeah,
didn't
which
I?
one
it
was
is an
it?
MRI.
Is it?
What? What are you asking?
It was a magnetic something imaging.
Resonance.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, magnetic resonance imaging. So I'm pretty sure it's the MRI, the one that's like the tube that you would lay down in. So if you were pregnant and you for some reason couldn't like move, let's say you were like paralyzed, but somehow you got pregnant, but you were still able to have a baby to full term, then if she was in an MRI that was on the entire pregnancy, you'd be able to see the brain development of that baby from the moment of conception all the way on to birth, technically.
That's right.
I don't not to be paralyzed, but
Well, I was
um,
a reason that she would be in the tube for 9 months, you know.
yeah,
Yeah,
I would hope I'd be still capable of doing yoga. You know.
there. Well, then you every time you were doing yoga, you wouldn't be able to see the brain development of the baby. And would you want to see the
Unless
brain development while you're doing yoga?
un, un, unless it's like one of those like you know how like some people wear back braces all like a wearable. You know what I mean? Like over the tummy. You can still do yoga with like a tummy vest or whatever. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
A tummy brace. You know, like some women actually wear it as like support, so almost like a bra, so to speak. When it gets too heavy for
For
their neck
after
or
you
something.
give birth.
Yeah, or yeah, like what is it? What do they call those? Contortion? Not contortion. Contort. Contouring. Those contouring type of garments, right? I think some of those are to get back into shape though. You could,
Any of
just
those?
um, it might be a little thicker than pantyhose, considering that there's like you know a radar in it or something. But I'm thinking in terms of like they have these flexible skin things that you can put on you from MIT. It's a sonogram sticker basically. So you would be able. It's 72-hour wireless. So it's not something I need a machine on me all the time, or a person doesn't need a machine on them all the time. I forget why they developed it, but it's an ultrasound sticker. So it's just like you stick it onto an area that you need to see imaging from, and it goes to an app on the phone. And it's like nobody is like knowing about it or happy about it. It's been out for like 4 years, or I mean, they've
Yeah,
had it
how
in
expensive is
development
it?
for like 4 years. Oh, so
Oh,
it's not a market product to buy yet. It's just MIT created it, and no manufacturer really like grabbed onto it to do anything cool with it because of the medical industry and regulations and our manufacturing debacle here in the States. China probably has something like that already, but over here it's kind of like crickets.
I would think it would
But yeah,
grow
there's
around
a
the
bunch of
world.
things for prenatal care and
They're
pregnancy
like
that would
super
just be awesome
advanced
to
when it
have.
comes to.
Yeah, yeah, they are. Yeah. But like your baby, um, did you want to share your experience with pregnancy or anything? Did you have any difficulties or did you plan to get pregnant? What was your journey like?
At some point in life, I did. What do you mean? It was so fun.
Did you say it was fun or it's not fun?
Yeah, so fun. Right after I gave birth, I was like, I want 10 more.
Really? Okay. But was that
Yeah,
sarcasm?
I was like, that's it?
Okay.
No, not at all.
I'm learning you now.
He was
So
like
yeah.
smaller than he was supposed to be, so that probably didn't like wasn't probably the entirety of the experience that it could have been, but it wasn't bad. Although when they what is it when they put that needle in your back, there's fentanyl
Yeah,
in
I
it,
won't
and
be
I
doing
think they
that.
put it too far up.
The
So
the epidural.
yeah,
Are
yeah.
you in the States?
If they put it too far up, you might be numb, like on your mouth.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of I've heard a lot of bad stories about the epidural. I will be attempting to do water birth though. I don't even want to go to the
Yeah, that
hospital.
would be the best
I'm
for you.
hoping I can find a decent midwifery or something, you know, set up in my bathtub. So but yeah, that's probably the way I'll end up doing it. And that's just because of the horror stories in these hospitals that I'm hearing about. It's very sad. Um,
Yeah,
it should be treated a little bit differently, It's more like a cattle clinic, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like a factory farming feel than it is, like a celebration. But yeah, I'm sorry you went through that. If you were to do it again, do you think you would try to go to the hospital? Was that
you
something you
just
had
said
to
I'm
go?
sorry. Oh,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
no,
I don't know
I
your
would never
age,
do
but
that again.
you know, hmm? You would never do it again.
Not if I could not go to a hospital, that would be cool. But I don't. I think I was just in shock by what was happening, and then I was like, "This is not supposed to be happening now." But I think I have to go to the hospital. Yeah, so it was just fine. I think that the midwife idea is probably great, especially because you get to build that relationship prior, and
Yeah, they'll
you
probably be with
know,
you for a while after. Yeah.
yeah, that's true. I didn't think of that.
If we could like develop relationships with that individual, like some people use therapists instead of doctors, you know what I mean? But like if we could have, Canada had it for the longest time. Um, I was always looking into what they were doing, and for some reason, it just fizzled out. It seems like they're just crickets, and the regular gynecology and our family planning organizations and things have taken everything over. So it just seems like not many choices. Although like we have all these women in places of power, they're more concentrated on other things. You know what I mean? So I always thought like women in science and technology need to start pushing for this instead of a robot putting on fake eyelashes. You know what I mean? Like, really, girl? Really, this is what girls are telling us? This is what we're gonna do? Okay, honey. But yeah, it just kind of feels like instead of going to the guys and expecting them to do it for us, you know what I mean? I was gonna try to inspire women to start doing things like this, but I got a lot of pushback every time I tried to. there's not much interest, to be honest. A lot of people see technology as invasive and trying to replace them, or you know what I mean, and they just don't trust it. So I got a lot of pushback. I'm glad to hear that you will be open to it.
Are you trans? Because you sound like a boy with that
Me?
opinion.
No, no, I'm not trans. I definitely have ovaries and a uterus.
All right, I'm sorry about that. Okay, cool.
That's okay.
Mm.
It's probably just I woke up several hours ago and I'm just in a state of blah. But no, I'm not a guy. There was another individual speaking as a guy. He's playing a video game.
Holly,
You can chime in at any time if you like.
I'm gonna chime in here, Holly. You sound
I'm
like
pretty sure he doesn't have a uterus.
a
Go
Holly.
ahead.
You sound like hundred
Do I
percent.
sound like a guy?
No, you sound like 100% woman to me.
Okay. Are
I'm
you a
so
voice fan?
sorry about that.
No, you're good. I'm not offended actually. If I was a dude, I'd be trying to do what Elon's doing right now. Actually, well, Adam's apple. No, I'm not like I don't know. It's a really girly voice. I do customer service. Usually, um, my voice is usually a little bit more customer service oriented for like call centers and tech support. I've been out of work for a minute though.
You have a very feminine voice, so
I've been hosting on Spaces. I can barely hear you, Rabbi.
I said you have a very feminine voice.
Do I? Okay.
Yes, you do. Don't you worry.
Hmm. What else is going on in the world?
Well, there's a UFC tonight. I don't know if you guys probably aren't big UFC fans, but I might watch that. I was watching some stand up comedy, which I can turn on if you want, if you want to watch that. Um, do you guys, what, are you guys into any sports? Holly, are you a fan of any sports?
Well, my first degree is sports
Oh,
management,
that's right. Oh,
and I
of
am
course.
in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I am in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, everything black and gold should be my thing. Um, I am really fascinated with this new cricket thing that Trump just announced yesterday. I guess we're going to be doing FIFA,
No, that's
so that
that's
should be pretty interesting.
that's soccer.
Yeah, that's soccer.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that entails. If we're just doing like a tournament for them and hosting it or something, like the Olympics usually bounces around different places, or if we're actually going to develop our own United States team or something.
well,
Do
the
we even have one? I don't know.
yeah, we have them. So we have the MLS, which is Major League Soccer. That's in the United States, and then there are the FIFA club teams, which are generally in Europe. He showed the trophy of it. It was the one that you needed a key, and it's like really big and circular. But then there's the World Cup that's going to be hosted in North America in starting in 2026, which will be in um, it'll be in North America, beating Canada, United States, and Mexico in different cities, including well LA, but I believe in New York City as well. So I think he was just meeting in that, and then I think that they're going to be able to have that trophy at the White House until I think they said like June 13th or something like that. So there's that. Um, I I mean, well, Holly, do you watch any UFC or combat sports? It's okay if you don't.
I used to try, and every time I do, I just get so disinterested from. I'd rather just watch a Hong Kong movie or some Chinese movie with subtitles than
Okay,
watch any of that, because it's sometimes they fake some, stunts and things like that. And I'm like, I have yet to get into it myself.
okay.
No, um, just not my thing.
Okay. Well,
So you get into it though.
yeah. I mean,
Are people winning that you like, or
oh, I don't know it that well. I don't know it that well. I just basically watch the. There are like undercards. Sometimes I watch those, but I usually just watch the main event or so. But I'm not someone who orders a pay per view. They get really expensive. I will just usually watch them like on some type of like bootleg site or something. Um, I have been watching. I've been doing a marathon of Kill Tony, which is the world's largest live um, podcast. It airs every Monday, and has for like 12 straight years. It used to be in the Comedy Store in LA, and now it airs from the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas, from Joe Rogan's club. And it's basically people who come up and they have 60 seconds to be able to make a panel laugh. It's very much like I kind of think of it like you would have a jester who would come up and try to make the king laugh, and then they give them just like uh, they give them recommendations of what they could do. And they have some big comedians on it. They've had like Bill Burr, and they've had like, well, even like non-comedians like Post Malone, who just go up and just give, they critique them. So I can turn that on if we'd like. I mean, it's on right now. If there's something else you want to watch, we certainly can. Um, I'll warn you that they don't hold any punches, and they can sometimes be very sexist and very racist. But if if you want to see stand-up comedy, we've got it. So I can certainly turn that on, and we can talk over it or just have it on. Um, so I can do that, and you can just tell me if you don't want to watch it. Let me know. In terms of other sports, um, there's nothing like. I mean, it's really the UFC. If you want to watch it, so the thing is, I would love to watch like a movie.
I like ice skating?
Okay. Um, is there ice skating on? So
There is a young individual that did this beautiful show. He did a song called Hope, and he's changing the landscape of how they're doing like ice skating. Like he does backflips. He did this like really awesome like ninja move. Um, it's almost like a little bit of a rap song that he skated to kind of honor the victims of that plane crash because they lost a whole bunch of ice skaters that day.
right,
Um, he's young, and I call him Pedigree because both his parents were ice skaters also. And because I don't have X, I forget his name. It sounds a little Russian, but he's actually I think he's in West Virginia or Virginia. But anyway, um, but I do get into the Olympics usually, and I also get into ice skating. Um, I can get into talks about hockey. I do like that a little bit, but I don't follow the players very much. And the Penguins are actually doing really shitty this year, which doesn't matter because they have enough Stanley Cups and they're always going to have their money. But they do give back to the community in Pittsburgh a lot. And they do a lot of events for like Children's Hospital and things like that. Or I guess all sports usually do. But the aspect of like health and fitness is why I was like interested in the sports and athleticism. I notice a lot of toxicity and fakeness in the sport as well. you know,
right.
a lot of toxicity because they need to work out. But
Do you like stand-up comedy?
anyway, there's some French guy that I used to like, Marcel Louponce. He would do jokes like women in France have to stand, they have to do handstands to make sure their breasts are curvy. There was one Jew that I liked, and I can't remember his name either, but he did some joke about he was renting a car in Arizona and they wouldn't let him do it because he wasn't 25 or something. And he was like, um, Jews in the desert don't really do well. And something about vegan cupcakes and whether or not it had water in New York. Like they wouldn't New York wouldn't give him a glass of water. If you remember those jokes, then you would probably remember him. I'm not very good at remembering. There was a Peter Russell or something like that. I think he's like Hindi.
Russell
He was
Peters.
like a new.
Yeah, he's on here.
Yeah, that guy. I used to listen to him, but
You,
some of these stand-up comedies, it gets too. I don't know. It's just not funny. You know what I mean? I mean, I could watch the whole thing and tell it's gonna be a blank stare, but you know what I mean. Some of them,
yeah,
it has to be like a certain thing for me.
Russell Peters is really big.
You
Um,
like him?
I don't know if I like him, but I mean he's okay. I don't dislike him, but he's one of the most he's one of the wealthiest stand-up comedians, and he's very popular globally because he is Indian, so he has a huge um, fan base. So yeah, he's on here. Um, I don't know, like basically,
I like the international comics and not necessarily like the little niche issues in America.
yeah,
Like seeing America or the world on a global stage and someone being educated enough to actually make fun of certain things that are irony. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That's kind of like my sense of humor.
I understand.
Um,
Uh,
but
the
yeah,
the kind of humor that I like puns. I like smart humor. I don't like racial humor. I don't like religious humor. I don't like gender humor. I mean, I watch them because they have. To me, that's low hanging fruit. I don't like if you make fun of someone physically or something they can't control. I don't like that kind of humor because it just seems too easy and the person can't control it. But I do like I like really, I like, of course, I like witty comedy, but I like comedy that makes you think. I like some, I mean, there's some political humor that I think is good, but generally, I like things like that are really simple. I like minutia kind of comedy that's like something that we all go through on a daily basis, but you just don't really think about it. You don't hear anybody talk about it. Um, so Well, I fear if I turn this. The reason why I don't turn on a comedy special or anything like a movie, I could just be like, hey, let's just watch a movie, is because I'm live streaming and I'll get a copyright strike. Like, I was singing the other day and I got copyright strikes just from singing. And, I want to avoid that.
yeah,
At,
certain lyrics and songs, yeah, it's copyright.
exactly.
Some people play music just so they won't get recorded.
And I do
Yeah, your
that.
stalker can still record you, they just can't stream it.
I do that, but it's still like I've got 16 streams going, so sometimes they'll still get or they'll still get copyright strikes. So the one thing that I can watch that generally doesn't get me a copyright strike is podcasts, and so I watch Joe Rogan, I watch Lex Friedman, I watch like interviews of like certain diplomats. But then this one, it's called Kill Tony, does not get me copyright strike, so that's why I watch it. Um, because generally, like I watch the Super Bowl and some other things, and I'll just get a copyright strike for doing it, and that means that there's several things. You can lose your account for doing it, but also it can take the it can cause it so that the video doesn't stay up. But because I'm on 16 different streams, they can't get me on a copyright strike, or generally they don't on all of them at once. So they might get me on two of them, but I still have another 14 going. Um, well, we can just, I mean, just to kind of give us something to do, I'll turn on this stand up comedy. Feel free to turn it on and listen or whatever you may want to do. I can advise that, oh, we have a friend here. Oh, this person is mean to me. Hello, Blair. How are you?
Oh, hi, Blair. Okay,
Guys,
they were in here yesterday. Hello.
Yeah,
what's up?
yeah, why are you so mature?
Those noises. Is that like a soundboard, or are you making them with your
Oh,
lips?
my nose is just a bit stuffed up. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, we thought you were.
I like your seal.
It sounds like you're drinking from a straw, not blowing it out.
Oh, no, my nose is just stuffed up. Sorry, I'm just trying to breathe.
Okay, how's your day going, Blair?
I'd rather not talk. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. We're gonna watch some stand-up comedy, so feel free to listen.
You know, we can mute individual people on here, right?
Yeah, you can. So just do that. And Blair, why don't you just
I think I'm gonna do that for
stop
the first
doing
one.
that into the
I
microphone?
think you need a neti pot.
Yeah, you need a neti pot for
Yeah.
sure. All right, here we go.
Some Vic Vapor Rub and also a mute button. I'm muting that first.
Exactly. Good on you.
My ears still hurt.
Very well.
I no longer hear that voice.
There you are.
I think I so often just forget that I don't think X is vapor.
No, it
It
doesn't.
does sound like sometimes when someone's talking, one person is talking at the same time, so it sounds like we're interrupting each other. But
Right.
we don't mean to. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Um, but yeah. So, Adi, you seem like you're a little bit into Rabbi, right? Like you met on Twitter some little robot that he made. Are you in line with the transhumanist agenda, or like where do you stand on a lot of this stuff? It sounds like you're interested, or you learning, or you're already interested in that stuff before.
I don't know if Audie and I have had that
Oh,
conversation.
okay.
Oh yeah, we have a little bit, a little bit. Yeah, we talked about if her grandma, basically, if we're able to keep preserve her grandma, and she's like 1,000 or 1,000,000 years old, would I would we be friends? Basically, something along those lines. So we've talked about it a little bit, but Audie, what are your thoughts on transhumanism?
Rabbi said that he would have sex with every woman on earth if they consented.
That's true.
He said that he doesn't have a preference on um, weight, height, appearance. He loves all women and he wants to experiment once. That's what he
Hold on,
told
hold on.
me.
Let me be specific here. Let me be specific here. If we are 12 billion years into a universe that is approximately 60 billion years, and I have 48 billion years to reproduce, then any woman who is willing to take the journey with me over the course of billions of years, I would like to have an entire relationship with, perhaps for an entire lifetime, generally a lifetime of 50, 100 years. But that doesn't mean that I want to impregnate every single woman on Earth within the next, 100 years or something like that. We're talking transhumanist
Oh,
ideas.
wow. You just want to have sex with them. You don't even want to make it real.
No, I'd like to
That's
have a.
even
I'd like
worse.
to have a mean.
Yeah,
I
but
would
you
like.
want to breed.
I would like to have a meaningful relationship with every woman who would consent with me in the future. I would see it as
Well,
a
every guy probably thinks that.
yeah, exactly.
Every guy
Thank you,
probably thinks that.
Holly. Thank you.
Come on,
Exactly.
come on, Mike.
That's why we grow them. Yes, that's why we grow them to go out and go be fruitful and things of that nature,
Thank
and
you,
to
Holly.
I guess protect us. And for some odd reason, it turned into a huge competition. Like the eggs are probably important to us, right? Um, but yeah, it's a natural thing to feel that way too. Um, I didn't really expect that, but okay. At least you admitting it. A lot of dudes be like, no, I'm just one girl. Right. You wouldn't want to have relationships with all of them, though, right?
If the idea
Would
was
it just
that
be
we could be
one to three nights,
no
or
transhumanist. Generally, the way I would actually probably do it is, at least traditionally, humans have something called the 7 year itch, which essentially means that after 7 years, the eye starts to wander. So I would ideally probably want to fall in love, but not have a lifetime marriage contract, because if my life never ends, then that's essentially a punishment. But I would say to the person, let's get married for 7 years. And if we're still in love after 7 years, let's renew it for another 7 years and another 7 years and another 7 years, etc., etc. But eventually we may want to part ways, but let's re fall in love in 100 years
Only
or 1,000 years or a
only
million years.
seven
That's psychologically, yeah, it's called the
at
7 year.
least 10?
Every 7 years, you could say you were getting lucky again.
4 years, 24-year contract. 7 years is fucking trash.
Well, if you want to do,
That's like saying for the next. That's not even a full lifetime. At the very least, you can't even raise a kid in 7 years.
you could just keep
You
renewing.
can't
You no one
halfway
says
through the not even halfway through the childbearing process of from 0 to 18, you're going to say that I have to renew my vows with that person? No, no, no,
You should be
no.
able to.
24 years.
Whatever you want to make it. If you want to make it 24 years, then just renew it 3 times with the person. But it shouldn't be seen as something that is forced on anyone, especially in a transhumanist world where you don't die, and that means till death do you part never occurs.
Yeah, then you would still need a longer time frame than 7 years. That 7 years is no, that's no bueno. 12 years. If you want to, since you brought up 12, but seven, no way.
I'm just
How
telling
about
you.
we all make our own contracts with people?
I'm telling you what
You know
psychologically
what? 12 might be the
occurs.
right number. Then the child's basically an adult.
Oh, all right, let me spoil it for you. How about not only no death do you part, but also in the upload, the afterlife, the digi afterlife. You stuck with me for eternity.
That's a punishment, then.
I like that.
But that's a punishment.
Oh, thank you. It would be a punishment. I
Not
think I'd
just.
be endless joy.
What if
I know you
every
would,
time
Holly.
Be
that
with
you
my phone in my
died,
pocket.
you forgot who you were, and then you came in a new body,
Fun forever.
and technically every man was the same man, and every woman was the same woman, just simultaneously.
But you mean that you don't get bored of that person? It is true that our immune systems can sync up to the point, and also identity crisis does kind of set in after a while, to where if you don't hover and smother one another, you'll never get to that point of being sick of each other in the first place. You know what I mean? Like in different cultures, they actually have like different bedrooms and things of that nature. But in a lot of the marriages in like the West, keep together. You know what I mean? You share absolutely everything all the time. It becomes like a trust issue, just like extension of your nervous system to the point to where you don't have your own. And a lot of people want to break through the way they see it. It is a prison. Like, no matter how much you love that prison, you know what I mean? It's like something to escape from. So actually having breaks from one another, not the, you know what I mean? Like it is technically what Rabbi is saying. It's like there is like a biological thing where it's like may not be to everybody. Some people can't commit at all, or they can't bond to a partner. It's very difficult to even find someone to bond with, biologically, because the immune system thing, and then the intellect and the emotion and the spiritual, like all the chakras line up. It's probably never going to happen for most people. So they take what they can get. They, preferences and all that. But like, if you found somebody that you definitely think you can spend the rest of your life with and eternity with, then go for it. You know what I mean? Um, you don't want to force somebody into doing that. You also don't want to, use them as being reliable if they could wind up dead one day, right? Um, so yeah, a lot of things can happen. So having a backup plan would be nice. You could just reprince the bitch. You know what I mean? Like, hey, honey, how was your trip? They get reprinted. You know what I mean? Um, but a lot of people don't want to see that as like, death should be final, and whether you go to heaven, and there's a lot of issues with that too. But the synthetic life form suits would be, I think, fun. And you could also modify yourself. You know what I mean? So it's like if you get bored with yourself, change yourself, but your partner may or may not agree with those modifications. You know what I mean? Now it's like you have an admin. You know what I mean? Like, hey, can I do this? Yes or no? Like, sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a
Like they have to sign off on it or something.
that's a good point, and that's why I think that lifetime marriage contracts are a punishment in a transhumanist world. Not that I don't love love, I really do. I just feel as if it should be consensual, and in any relationship, people will grow old of each other, especially when perhaps there are new kinds of bodies that people can have, and new types of mates and new types of beings. People may want to experiment. What I think is, frankly, more beautiful than people who would be married for, say, pardon me, a million years are people who got married, had a wonderful life together, eventually were transhumanists, found other love, and then came back and re fell in love later on. I think that's a beautiful, even as beautiful or more beautiful.
Rekindle it.
I think it's a beautiful story, and we've never thought of love in those types of terms. But I'm an advocate for all kinds of love, and I
Yeah.
and I especially
It's not absolutes. It's not like we're going to write the laws for everybody else. Each
exactly
their
it should be consensual exactly. And I'm someone who does not like people who cheat. I never have. It's just not. I don't know. I don't want to say it's not in my character, but I I just don't like that, and I feel as if you don't like someone, instead of cheating on them and playing around or whatever, just be honest with them and tell them I want to find someone else and go do it. And I want to give people that freedom, and especially if we're living in a transhumanist world, there are going to be times when let's say we had two little old people who were 500 years old. They're going to be sick of each other after 500 years, especially when all their friends have either
Not necessarily,
that.
because people change over time. But what I am saying, you're saying like people get sick of each other as if it's going to be an absolute thing. I don't believe that, and I wish it would leave
Now,
little
why do you
room
keep
for those that
saying
may
that?
not get.
I am
Yeah, it's
saying
kind of like you're saying it absolutely, like it has to be. Like if you eat something, you're eventually going to have to shit. We understand that, but in terms of these types of things, it's not an absolute thing,
okay.
right?
Let's take it in those terms.
Um,
Let's take it in those terms. If you keep
okay.
eating the same food all the time, you're gonna be tempted to try other foods eventually. And
Not
so,
necessarily. There's a lot of people, even with autism, on different types of spectrums, whether it's the Asperger's or not. There's a lot of people that do actually adhere to a certain diet, but they'll make certain menu choices
hold on.
and
Here,
not
well,
actually, they're really not tempted by
hold
healthy
on.
things.
No, no choices. One food for the rest of your life.
Well, you make the point, Rabbi, that if you have to, or maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was Holly. I think it was Holly. That in Western society, couples spend like all their time together, and that can be suffocating. But not necessarily so, because people are different. Some people are not capable of. Um, some people need that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not talking
Yeah,
in
So,
normal
just like
terms.
some people don't need that too. So when I'm
right.
saying it, it's not saying I'm telling you what to do with your body and your contract, but I think maybe somehow you're personalizing it. And it's like if you don't want to adhere to that, then don't adhere. You know what I mean? Like you do you type of thing. It's not like I'm judging you morally at all because I'm a Sagittarius. I need freedom. You know what I mean? It's just my type of freedom and independence is within also like a Capricorn thing where things are stable and I have a plan. You know, like the most essential things have to be foundationally together, and then within that, I need my freedom. You know what I mean? Um, other like I don't like it's hard to be free, feel free in certain situations. But I get what you're saying, but also there needs to be room for like the individuals that may actually want to stay together forever. It's not like we're going to make them break up after 7 years. You know what
No,
I mean?
no, but I'm
But
saying
like
that
the marriage contracts, I think that's a great idea for it to
excellent,
be able to have contracts with each other.
excellent. Well,
In
what
terms of like what they expect with one another and things like that, just to like renew, each other, not necessarily as an ultimatum to, go your separate ways. But if you're going to be with somebody, if it's not for breeding or creating something together, you know what I mean? Just enjoying each other's time. Let's say you went through every tantra position, every role playing possible, and you still like feel like if you're with somebody else, you're cheating on them, and it's just very difficult to connect with somebody else,
what
and you just want to go back to that person.
and
A lot of people feel that way,
I'm not
and I
saying
think even in the future with transhumanism, they may still feel that way. Some of them.
and I'm not saying that you can't have a wonderful relationship with someone for 50 years or 100 years. But we're looking at things in terms of thousands, millions, or billions of years. And when you look at things in that kind of term, I know that people will get sick of each other.
Oh my God.
It's just something that
Hypothetically, probably. Hypothetically, people may not be people after that long.
exactly.
I'm not even sure the Earth will, any type of Earth or server will sustain us that long.
Well, I mean, it won't.
It
But
would be nice.
we
It
know
would
that
be nice if that glow. if
Wait,
that were a possibility. But at that point, we might even have alien species.
This
wait,
is counterintuitive
wait.
to your
That will,
entire little experiment of I'm gonna videotape myself for the rest of my life.
No, because that information can be transferred. No, but I mean, like I
No,
look at
I do understand. But you're saying like I believe that someone will become bored of me,
yes,
but you but you don't feel bored of yourself.
Nah, bro. You'll change. That's why that's why it stays exciting your entire life. If you lose motivation.
What was that last part?
If you want to do it that way.
If you wanted what? Sarah, I'm gonna need you to repeat your entire statement.
I didn't pick that up.
Sorry, I'm only not paying attention, but it sounded like you were saying that someone will get bored of you. I guarantee that that's not the case. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying after
Right, I was saying that.
10
Yeah,
million, 10
but
million years of someone, you'll get bored of the other person.
he
You'll.
was saying he was saying that he doesn't believe someone would be bored of you because people change throughout their lives.
I'm
That's what he's
saying,
trying to say.
I'm saying
People
that if
move,
you're with
adapt,
someone,
and change.
I'm saying that if you're with someone for 10 million years, you will know them internally and externally. You'll know all their
Yeah, but we're
stories.
thinking about the length of time it is to have children and things like that type of context. I think that's how we're taking it, is what our lifespan is now. Like like we keep talking about the future as if it's already here, and I do like that frame of mind, and I do go there a lot. But in terms of like maybe 200 years is probably what we're looking. Our like everybody in this room might be looking at maybe pushing 200 years with some of the developments coming out.
That's
That's
just
pushing
with
it, and
that's
that's to
just
say there's no war or like
that's
unrest or you know what I mean,
that's
domestic
just with
violence or something. You know
that's
what I mean?
just with life extension technology. Then we move to mind uploading technology when you must have a viewpoint of thousands of years, millions of years, or billions of years, because that's the reality of that type of future.
When I see that technology, I will then reevaluate my positions. But if I have children and a husband at that point, I'm probably gonna just stick with what I have. I'm not gonna up and say, all right, kids and husband, now you know what I mean. Like it's not like I'm gonna if they want to leave me, then fucking leave. You know what I mean? But with like a contingency and some sort of warning.
What I
You
what
know what I
I'm
mean?
saying to you
I don't know,
is that
like a 2 weeks notice or some shit.
given enough time, they will leave you. They may come back, but they will leave you. It's just an inevitability. Unless you literally change the psyche of a human so that you don't give them free choice of who they love, eventually their eye will wander or
Right.
they will get curious about exploring things with another person. I mean, we could say that let's just take a person, just a hypothetical couple,
But
man
let's
A and woman A, and we put them
I think
together.
you're coming at it from the male's perspective.
I'm coming at it from
Most
a
that's
women,
silly.
the ones that
I'm
wander,
coming at it from a person's
no,
perspective.
okay, because women wander too.
Absolutely, everyone wanders. Given enough time,
Okay.
everyone wanders. I'm not saying that there are not people who've been together for 50 years or 60 or 70. And let's take a couple like that. A couple here on Earth, they've been married for 100 years. Okay, and life extension gets them to 200 years, and they've been married for 200 years. But then eventually we have mind uploading technology, and they're able to put their essentially their neurons into another being, and they find out that we've created some kind of cyborg that can bring them pleasure better than their partner could have ever brought them. They may want to experience that. If I'm able to
We
say that,
already had that, and no. What the hell?
if I'm able to say that there is a being out there that can essentially make you more intelligent and have harder orgasms and be able to pleasure you in ways that your traditional spouse would never ever be able to pleasure you, well, you might want to try that. You might want to explore that. And I'm saying this is after 10,000 years perhaps of being married to your spouse. You will eventually get bored, man or woman.
Okay, well, in that context, you know what I would want to do?
What's
I
that?
would just want to put the man in the android. I think it's like it's almost like a people are like algorithms, and you can fall in love with that algorithm, even long after they're dead. bring him back to life. Remember our first conversation? It was like
Absolutely.
days after I
Revivification
got new
technology. I
information about
remember.
a certain thing.
I remember.
I would still want to do that, but the same context, I want me back to life, and I think they would actually continue what we were going to continue. It's just it's kind of like I don't know what exactly may happen. His body's in a box in the ground, you know, and that happens for lots of people. And they're just like stuck in a box in the ground, you know what I mean? But if there is any type of essence or soul, it might have already reincarnated. It might be one of Elon's 15th babies or some shit. So, you know what I mean? Who the fuck knows? Is it really up to me to try to like sync back some sort of like DNA that would like summon them back? Would it be like a split to life type of thing? There's so many questions to um like the spiritual realm if you even believe in it. Like some people are so atheist they can't see past it, and that's fine. But I do think there are some things that are unquestionable to where I would want to bring them back to life, but at the same time, I need their consent to do that. Like if they would have given prior consent, you know what I mean? They would have remembered doing so, you know what I mean? And then we're just going to gank them for whatever they're doing then, or maybe like you know like a, in the dream world they're living a different life. You know what I mean?
There's a
Who knows how that really works? If
there's
it can work at all,
there's a
right?
there's
If there's
a
such a thing as a self at all.
there's a simple phrase that I would use to describe this, or at least my belief in this, and that is variety is the spice of life. If you want life to continue to be exciting for you, you will want different opportunities. And maybe on in today's day, with traditional partners, a marriage of say 80 years or whatever you want to make it is is fine. But after 800 or 8,000 or 80,000 or 800,000 or 8 million years, eventually someone is going to want some variety. That's all. And I think that they should be allowed that
No.
way.
Do you plan on having children
God willing.
or being in a long-term committed relationship
I would absolutely like
for
to
that purpose?
have children. Yeah, I want to have a traditional family.
You have to stop talking like this.
I don't have to stop doing anything.
You're right about that.
There you go.
You don't need to get defensive though.
Okay. What I would possibly say, at least in my world, is that if I am going to have a life with a woman, I would like to have that traditional life of a 40-year marriage. But eventually, if especially if we're transhumanists, I know that she may fall in love with someone else, or I may fall in love with someone else, or maybe we don't even fall in love, but we just want to know what it's like to re-fall in love. And you're not able to do that unless you have that variety in your life. And we may experiment with other people. But do I want a
Let me
traditional
ask this question.
family? Yeah, the answer is yes. Go
Did
ahead.
Jacob love Leah?
Can you repeat that?
Uh oh.
Again,
Yeah,
did
he
Jacob
said
love
hold on.
Leah?
What are you saying? Jacob Lovelace?
Did Jacob love Leah? Yeah, you're hard to understand a little bit. It's just your microphone. There's like a little bit of a back thing.
My bad.
It's not robotic. It's just um maybe too close.
How is it now?
It sounds good.
Kind of better, and don't mute so quickly because there might be a lag as you mute. Go ahead. He was asking if Jacob loved Leah.
Oh, if Jacob loved Leah. Oh, yeah, I would say so.
Why?
Did you hear him? He asked why. Why did he love her?
I mean, I think I would say probably for most of the reasons why a man loves a woman, but he had multiple wives. He had Rachel, so he fell in love with multiple wives. He also had Bilhah and Zilpha. So I mean, he needed variety in his world.
He needed it, or he was stuck doing it to get the woman that he really wanted.
No, I'm not in his role, but at least
Right, right. But just as an example,
I mean, at least it had to do with the ability to reproduce and um,
yeah.
essentially. So at least in those times, not everyone was necessarily monogamous.
Let me ask you a different question. Was Leah and Rachel, were they both monogamous, even though Jacob technically was not?
We have no reason to think that they weren't.
Interesting. And in the New Age, if there is a situation where a man marries two women, those women marry the other woman as well. But biblically, it doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be that there's a central figure, and then you can monogamously marry that person even if they're not monogamously attached to you. So you can have multiple relationships at the same time in your exploration of relationships. But if the other person decides that they want to dedicate themselves to you, and after a while you still don't, you still dedicate yourself to multiple people, that could be damaging to the relationship. There was a lot of infighting in those relationships with Jacob, Rachel, and Leah.
I'm not denying that. I'm in agreement.
It might be better to just find a companion and dedicate yourself to that one person. But it comes with its own problems. But I'd still say it's better because having multiple relationships is still not going to be that great. Either go it alone or dedicate yourself to the person you're with. But don't try to do multiple people at the same time because it's maybe the guy named Deception it'll work out for, but everybody else probably not.
And we're talking about once you commit, right? Not necessarily when you're passing your head.
Yeah, I would say that commitment is a form of love.
Yeah, Rabbi, I'm not saying you can't go astray. You know what I mean? Like you and your partners agree to all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
It's not like I'm like anti-divorce or something. You know what I mean? Or anti whatchamacallit. I just think everybody needs to come up with their own contract and then like figure it out from there. But if there was a woman that were like like let's say you do the vows, express yourself to be like, hey, I'm gonna go look for other things in 40 years. You know what I mean? She could make plans, which is very good. Capricorns would actually adore that. Like, okay, so in 40 years, I'm gonna make sure that I have all my all my things worked out to where I'm gonna have a dude ready for when this man leaves me or whatever. Um, so it's gonna be like she knows you have an expiration date, right? Which is actually kind of interesting. It kind of leaves all those 40 years like this meaningless thing and not necessarily I want to have to compete for other bitches. I'm just going through shit half-assed with this guy. You know what I mean? It just makes it feel like she's an escort and then like everybody has an expiration date. But then again, to not know, like usually divorces or breaking up happens after so many signs, and then like all of a sudden it's like finally like okay, you say you want to break up or get a divorce, right? And then sometimes that hits people and that can be shattering as well. You know what I mean? So I guess it all depends upon the people. And maybe in the future people might be different, but we can't exactly. I think people might actually double down on a lot of these traditional things in the way we see them just because of the technological advances. They want to hold on to something human, and we see that already. We see a lot of it already, to where people are holding on, trying to hold on to like in-person meetings and things like that. Like the more robotic and AI things get, we want to, yeah, still have that technology, but at the same time, they're trying to actually grab onto something human at the same time. You know what I mean? So it may be in the future we actually have the exact a little bit opposite where more people want to be, study the spiritual aspects of bonding, or want to they like that person so much that they're going to make AI copies, or have the robot self of that person. You know what I mean? But it's very possible, like, you might not ever get to think of their same thing. It's very possible. There's people like that. They want normacy. They hate change. Like a Taurus, right? We're moving into Taurus season soon, and they
Hey,
hate
beautiful.
change. They're very
I gotta get
cool.
going. I just want to say goodbye.
Hey, take care, King.
Okay. Good night.
King
I
and Coin.
appreciate you guys.
Take care,
I'm
my
gonna
friend.
go play some more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
enjoy your game, my man. Hey, tell us how it went. I'm serious, King and Coin. I want to know all about your
Yours what?
Sims. I want to know all about their lives. I get into that, so let me know. Oh, take care. Um,
Whose lives?
the
That's
Sims.
that's the dude from My Spaces on Twitter.
That's
He's
that.
been
I want to know all about the
he's
Sims
been in My
lives.
Spaces since December.
I want to know all about his Sims lives. I love that stuff.
Oh, the Sims lives.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah, I'll message him and tell him.
Very cool.
He may or may not even get into that, but yeah.
Well,
Um,
I'm in the Sims 4 subreddit, and I love it. It's such a fun game. I mean, I haven't played it in 25 years, but um, it's a really fun game. It's like it's all the stuff that we're talking
what
about.
yeah, what I was trying to get into is normally his topic, which is actually the pair bonding with AI, or the pair bonding with robotics. And I guess it's a sensitive topic because I don't see it the same way that, like, I pushed back a little bit on sentience and AI and whether or not they would consent to humans at all. Um, I guess it felt like an argument to him, but on Twitter, but I didn't mean it that way. But anyway, um, he's more open sometimes to talk about certain things, and sometimes he's not. So he had to go.
It's okay.
But that's where I was trying to get the conversation going.
You gave
But
a
yeah,
very good
some people are on the thing, huh?
you gave a very good analogy. Let's just play it out. Let's say instead of having
Okay,
marriages or relationships, we analogize it to foods. There are some people who like
okay.
pizza a lot, or steak a lot, or fruit a lot. And they may have fruit or pizza or steak almost every single day. They like it so much. And let's take each day as being one lifetime, okay? So you may say that, oh man, today I can't wait to have pizza all day. And I'm going to eat pizza all day, and I'm going to eat leftover pizza tomorrow, and maybe even the next day. But there isn't a single person on earth who eats just one food. Even you were saying they have limited menus that they use. That's fine. A menu is still variety. There even like indigenous people.
I'm not going to use. Yeah, I get the analogy, but I'm not going to use the partner that I have created a bond with, or cuddle with, or have sex with, or anything that I want to share those parts of myself with. I'm not going to limit them to a food group. I just don't see. It's a very hard analogy because it's like you will eventually need some water, and it's not 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I get the suffering feeling that you're trying to relate to, but at the
Exactly.
same time, that's not the same thing.
I think it's a beautiful
Like
analogy.
that's
I
not
think it's I think it's very apt. No matter how much you love a certain thing, eventually you will want to have some variety if given enough time.
but some people are not going to do that sexually is what I'm trying to fucking say.
I wait,
And
wait,
it's
wait,
like
wait.
to keep
I'm in the
pushing
I
back
wait.
on it is almost like you want nobody to actually, you know what I mean? Like, it's
I'm
being
saying
unrealistic.
I'm
I'm
saying
giving you your, like, go ahead and go fuck everything every 5 minutes, okay?
not what I'm
But
saying.
like in terms of some people may not actually want to do that, it's not okay.
Not what
And
I'm
so you
saying.
keep
Why
pushing
don't
back
you
on it. I don't know
compare
why.
it to like every other animal relationship?
I
We're not the only ones who like mainly are
wait.
monogamous.
We haven't. No one even
Yeah,
says
there's
that we are
penguins,
monogamous. This
penguins
is
and eagles.
hold on. No one even says that we are necessarily monogamous. Most primates are not, and really, it's only monogamy has been something that's much more. socialized with us in recent uh,
We're
rotation.
not. I'm not even forcing that on
Well,
anybody. But it's
that's
not that
really
you're arguing. It's
unfortunate.
that you're anti. You're anti pair
I
bonding
think
for
most
life.
people have sex with one person at a time and don't have multiple partners at
I'm
once.
I'm in agreement with
I'm
you
pretty
generally.
sure that most
Generally,
people don't do that.
but some
Or
people
if
do.
they do, it's for a short period of time before they mature and at least want to appear that they're in a monogamous relationship, which I understand where your point is there, but like it's
I think our differences of
I
opinion
think it's like a
are
survival
you're looking
mechanism.
you're looking at this in terms of a traditional human life, and I get that. I'm looking at this in terms of a million years, or 10 million years, or a
Number
hundred
one,
million
yeah,
years.
that's number one. It's hypothetical.
What
Number two,
makes you
I'm
think
still going to
there's
disagree with
enough
you because
to
even
do
in a
for a
million
million years that
years,
you're not going to kill yourself? I mean,
um,
you seem like really strong-headed, and that's awesome. And I would never want you to do something like that, but I mean, I'm just saying, me, I'm hanging out, and I am doing great. You know, a
Right.
million years,
Wait, hold on. Let's take that
a
point.
thousand.
Let's take that point. I think that actually living forever is a punishment. You should have the opportunity to essentially wipe your slate clean and either restart or end it. So I say that we should be able to be transhumanist within reason, and digital immortality or immortality within reason. But eventually, if you want, you should be able to stop it. That is part of human choice. I feel if you are forced to continue your life without your own consent forever, that is a punishment, and I don't want anyone to have that. So when I talk about transhuman,
Rabbi, but then we could have people that.
go ahead.
Hmm?
I was going to say, so when I talk about immortality, I mean within reason. So that if you want to stop it, you can stop it. You should have that ability.
Right. So
just an update. Just an update. The dude from X,
Yeah,
which is not the same dude that was in here.
right.
Two different dudes.
Yeah,
Um, the the blood type dude got my
good.
message Twitter from the other backup
Excellent.
account.
Excellent.
So I don't know. We're in two different time zones anyway.
All right,
But
well,
they did get it.
did you
They
send?
they liked it or whatever. So
Oh, that's
no.
perfect. That's perfect. That they got it and they understand that you're not ghosting them. Um, did you give them your Discord? Your just the Discord name. Say, hey, message me here.
I did it in the other platforms they got it.
Oh, okay, well, perfect.
They just have to check the message in there, and then you know.
Then you'll be all set.
My night got kind of derailed, and I think it's cute that Kings got in here. He's so weird though. Um. Anyway,
Well,
um,
that's great. That's
he's a
great.
good dude.
That's cool. Excellent. Well, okay, so to to the point we were discussing, I'm in agreement with you guys in terms of love. That I'd like there to be people who are in love for even longer than what we've currently had. I think love is great, but I just think that if given really, really long periods of time and many, many different choices and varieties, that essentially being with one person is in fact a punishment forever. If you're forced to be with that person forever, I just think that's a
You're
punishment.
entitled to feel that way.
Perfect.
Um, I do think that like I'm probably going to express to anybody that I go forward with if like it turns out that this one guy is alive and just in witness protection or some shit and pops up one day, it's going to be very difficult for me not to go for him if that's where I left off. But I'm just putting it out there.
Right. Okay. So
And that's probably, you know what I mean? For me,
absolutely.
that would be my forever person. You
Okay.
know what I mean? And if life so happens to give me another twin flame, then don't go. So be it. You know what I mean? Um,
Absolutely.
I would think I was lucky, and then like life happened, and shit just happened. But I think once you meet somebody to where they are kind of like a twin flame for you, you may change your mind. Who knows? I just don't think I have like the same. appetite that I would for anybody else besides that person.
I
It
understand that.
still maybe a appetite, and they might, you know what I mean?
I
But
understand that.
different people work differently.
I
Like some
understand that.
people are reproductively, you know, how can I put it? Like the only thing that would turn me on about a man would be the whole ovulation and the pregnancy and growing part that's inside me and him giving that motherfucking touch. I mean, like some people are into the kinky shit and you know what I mean, just the orgasm or whatever. But I like those initial buttons for some people are just there. And I do think even in the future there will be people like that, and they are allowed to exist. And people that are just their buttons can get off on text messages and you know pictures pictures and things like that. Those people exist as well, and I'm not going to go after them knocking on the door saying, "Hey, you're not allowed to do that" or some shit. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. Now,
So I just think it's
this person who was your flame,
yeah.
let's say they were just in witness protection and they're able to come and be with you. If I say to them, look, you're going to be able to be with Holly for 100 years, but then her body's going to start to break down and may not be as attractive to you, or maybe it still is, but I can say that you can be with this entire harem of supermodels, and they're very intelligent and they're perfect in every single way. And not only
He
that,
would choose me every time.
okay, that
He would choose me every time.
okay, all right. Uh, then we will have to.
He would.
Okay, okay. But I'm saying that if
I mean, your brain and dick might work differently, but he would choose me every time.
I'm saying his brain and dick work exactly the same way mine does, and that if given a million years of this, or a billion years of this, eventually he's going to want to explore. That's all. And you will too.
Even suggesting that is like a there's I don't even know what to say to that. Even suggesting that there's no capability of a man having a different brain and dick algorithm is just ridiculous.
No, I'm
Like
saying
body over here,
I'm saying humans. I'm saying
her buttons
humans.
work
I'm
much differently than mine does.
I'm saying
And King that was just in here, he has a different algorithm than what you do,
no. I
and
disagree. I
so does
disagree.
like
I disagree.
five different dudes trying to get brain to me.
I disagree. I think we're all man, woman. We're all
Why are some
programmed the
men gay
same.
then and some not?
We're all programmed the same. Given enough time, we will all want variety. No one eats the same food every single day. We like variety.
I disagree with you.
Okay, you're allowed to.
What was that?
I said you're allowed to. You're allowed to disagree with me.
Yeah, because like, what if because you're a guy that's your opinion, and what if a woman is programmed to like not get bored of their partner unless they know that their partner is bored of them?
I'm saying with enough time, you both, or any woman, or any man, or any gay woman or gay man, will get sick of their partner. It's the same idea of food. Actually, Holly brought up the perfect example. No matter how much there's a certain
People
food
are
that you like,
people are dynamic.
so are
You
foods.
talk to them. So are foods. What?
So are food. It's a perfect example. If we take every single day to be a lifetime of transhumanism, and you can say, I love pizza so much, I'm gonna have pizza
So
tonight.
basically, you're a broccoli.
No, I'm saying that if you can have any food that you want, eventually,
I'm gonna be a cookie. I'm sorry.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm
What
looking
kind
at
of cookie you gonna be? Is it oatmeal, chocolate chip, sprinkles? What kind of cookie? Sugar cookie?
I'm looking at this in terms of
I think
scientific.
I'm gonna be a potato.
Sci-
Potato's very healthy, and you can live on them in Mars. I mean, very easy to grow. I ain't gonna give no one no fuss.
I'm looking at this
Who would love
scientifically.
potatoes? I'd be.
I'm looking at this scientifically, and right now we don't have a really
You can
great
make
way.
me French fries, chips. You could turn me into flour. You can make tortillas. You can make all kind of things with potatoes. I'm gonna be a potato.
Eventually, you'll get sick of
Go
potatoes,
ahead.
though. I'm looking at this scientifically.
No, I'm not.
You don't eat potatoes every single day.
Actually, I do because I'm what do you
You
call it?
you don't
So
just
potatoes
eat
is a
you
staple of my
don't just
diet.
eat potatoes every single day. You eat other stuff.
Sometimes, depending upon my budget, but actually, right now, I've been living off of potatoes
Do
and
you
maybe a
have?
little bit of fruit.
Oh wait, so you've got potatoes
But
and fruit.
my main thing has been potatoes.
That's fine, but you do two things. You don't just do one. You need
But
you
if
need
I'm a potato, if my lover is going to be just a potato, all right, and I'm not going to be able to eat anything else, then I'm stuck with potatoes. You understand? Then I will just eat nothing else.
for 1,000,000 years,
I'm
even
Think
if
fine with
about
that. Maybe
all
you're
the
not,
ways
and
you
that's
could
okay.
enjoy a potato, mashed potato, fried. You
Exactly.
know,
That's
come
wait,
on.
okay, so look at it in these terms. If I said to you, you can only eat potatoes, or you can eat anything that you want, for 1,000,000 years, you're just going to be stubborn and just keep eating potatoes just because that's it.
right now I'm thinking of Matt Damon on Mars eating potatoes.
What if the potato has
Chopsticks.
feelings?
Then I do apologize, but that's just the circle of life. Yeah. Let's think about. Do you believe robots have an essence of sentience or soul, and do people have a soul?
Define soul.
Do you think an individual, like, are you just your body and that's it, or do you believe you have an essence that can carry on with something else? Like, do you have an essence beyond just your body
Yeah.
that could reincarnate, go to heaven or hell, or go to like limbo, or travel outside your body in an out of body experience or anything?
Look, we have to define soul. If I were going to define it, it would be.
That's what I just tried to do.
I understand, but it
It's
you
not measurable right now, but
wait. Hold on.
that is the
So
idea of a soul.
so I think it can be measured.
It's the whole vibe and aura of a person.
Okay, I think it can be measured. At least this is how I define it. This is my own scientific way of defining
Okay,
it.
yes.
It's essentially that which we would upload using mind uploading. So it's your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, everything aside from your body. Your body is basically the container of your soul. So, um, what are you asking? Are we going to be able to transfer that data to other beings? Yes, that's the idea of mind uploading technology. Do I think it goes to another realm if we die? That's really a philosophical question that I don't think anyone knows to which anyone knows the answer. Anyone who does, who says they do, I feel is being perhaps either they're misinformed or they are purposefully deceiving people because no one knows. But if we were to define as the soul as the neurons or the information stored within our neurons that could be transferred with mind uploading technology, then does that is that our soul? Yeah, okay. Do computers have that? Arguably, yes.
Okay.
So does
If
that
a
mean
person wanted to fall in love with a computer or a robotic being,
okay?
an AI, or even biological, because now we have a bunch of neurons on chips that are being developed into all kinds of different things, including they're trying to push it into a life form, maybe even humanoid one day, because I don't think we have laws exactly for that yet. Just the embryo germ cell issue, right?
Okay.
Anyways, if someone wanted to fall in love with such a being
Yes.
that was humanoid-ish, but also had compute and things of that nature,
Okay.
do you think it? Do you think that that being would end up getting sick of another being that could be anything he wanted to be? The other thing he wanted to be.
I mean, it really depends on how it's
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying. It really depends on how it's programmed. But if it's programmed the way that
Like if
human,
I was Mystique, or not, yeah, if I was Mystique from X Men,
yeah,
and there was another Mystique from X Men,
okay,
and me and Mystique hooked up together. been two. How could we get sick of each other when we could be anybody we ever really wanted to be? But
because
I have a unique thing, and so do them.
okay, so that's that blue being from X-Men, right?
Yeah, they're bluish green. They're kind of bluish green. I mean, that's their default mode. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay,
and
so
they're a shapeshifter basically.
okay, so um, well, why not have multiple Mystiques? So you could have one, but eventually Mystique has to sleep. So why wouldn't you have another one that you could be with
I'm
while?
saying Mystiques need two fucking each other. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like
but
whether they're lesbian at that point or they want to be a dude at this point. You know what I mean? Like they morph for each other. They'll never get sick of each other,
what?
right?
No, not necessarily.
It's
They.
variety. It's variety in one body. Yes, it's variety in one body.
What if
I could
they?
be Pamela Anderson or I could be Brad Pitt the next minute.
Okay,
Like,
but
oh baby, who do you
hold
want to
on,
be today?
hold on. But what if?
You'll never get sick of each other.
I mean, it depends on how it's programmed. But doesn't it have to rest at a certain point, or no? Meaning, maybe you, maybe Mystique one falls
What
in
do you
love with.
mean rest?
Meaning it has to sleep or hibernate.
Yeah, what do you want to be doing fucking 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? You know your erections don't work that way, man.
Perhaps
If
with
you wanted to, then there's something wrong with your heart.
no, no. I
Like
understand.
everybody needs a break. You can't be eating potatoes all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think you want to argue just to argue at this point.
No, no, no. Actually, I don't want to argue. I think that we have agreed to disagree on this
Okay.
topic.
You're yeah, I just think it's pushback that just seems like it's a circle jerk now. So we can change the subject if you like.
Feel free to mention any other subject you wish.
Have Adi juice.
What's your favorite juice? Mine's orange.
Pineapple and then pear. Pineapple because the acidity, and pear because pear helps with any type of heartburn.
What What up, Zoot? Zoot is my friend from Australia. Zoot, we have Holly and Audie here. Audie, Holly, this is Zoot.
Well,
Hi, Zoot. Rabbi, what's your favorite juice? And Zoot, what's your favorite juice?
I love all juices.
I like black apple and blackcurrant.
I probably have a surprising one though. I really like tomato juice.
Well,
Yeah,
Oh,
I know
I
it.
like orange juice.
Okay, how's everybody feel about cranberry? Good.
It
That's my favorite.
it's kind of tart, but it's okay.
So good news, Rabbi.
What's that, big dog?
I don't have any good news actually. I'm still waiting to get paid from my job, but they haven't paid me yet.
You haven't even gotten one paycheck from them?
Nope.
Oh, that's unfortunate, Zoo. You worked hard for them and you got a lot of sales for them.
Yeah, I did 42 hours of work and I didn't get anything. They just fired me for 42 hours of work without any evidence.
Right. Let's explain. Zoot really didn't do anything wrong. He was doing. I mean, Zoot, you tell him what happened. I back you on this. I don't think he did anything wrong.
Someone reported me for going around starting fights when I never got into a fight.
Hold on. Let's explain what happened. Zoot was a salesperson for solar, and he would have to go door to door, and he made a lot of sales within a week. And someone accused him of starting a fight when he went to someone's door. Specifically, we don't know exactly what it was, but Zoot went to someone's door, knocked on their door, and didn't see that they had a sign that said basically no solicitation or no salespeople, and they may have called his boss to say that he started a fight when really it was an honest mistake. He was allowed to be knocking on people's doors. He just didn't happen to see the sign. Is that correct, Zoot?
Uh, no, I don't even think that mattered. They just someone just called me saying I was going around starting fights.
Well, but did you not have like words with one lady, the lady who had that sign?
No, she just moved on. She was just like, didn't you see the sign? And she moved on with the day.
Okay, so it's even might not have even been her, but basically somebody perhaps called Zoot's boss and said that he was starting fights when he didn't. I mean,
It was two report.
it was two reports, but yet you didn't have any fights with anybody, right?
Nope.
Like not even close, right?
Nope.
Did you contact your boss and ask when you could
I don't believe you.
Oh, all right. Audie doesn't believe
Don't
you.
believe what? Didn't believe what? That I didn't start a fight? Or that I did start a fight?
Yeah, I think you might. Well, you certainly didn't do anything to stop it.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I can't stop something.
Something seems disingenuous about you.
I didn't.
I apologize.
Yeah, Audie, you're judging. You're judging someone without any evidence. Zoot, I don't know who called your boss. It's unfortunate that it happened. You have a duty to essentially contact your employer, previous employer, and ask them on what date and what time can you expect to get your paycheck.
So, did you say there were two separate calls?
Yeah.
I'd say that's evidence enough.
It could have been the same person on multiple. Could have been the same person.
Could have. And did you hear that laugh?
Could have been the same person.
Okay, I'll stop. I'm sorry.
And we don't
Right.
necessarily.
So anyway, he, he's entitled to some sort of payment for something he didn't do.
Exactly.
And they're withholding his paycheck because of some sort of confrontation that he had with certain individuals.
Which
Shouldn't the money still come for time worked,
absolutely,
regardless of what departure occurs?
absolutely.
Right?
So Zoot,
Within so much time.
yeah. So the question is, Zoot,
Okay.
did you contact?
Australian law might be different. I don't know.
Right, but nevertheless, Zoot,
Right.
did you contact your boss and ask them when you could get paid?
I'm going to on Tuesday because tomorrow is a public holiday, so there's no point.
Perfect.
So I have to wait till Tuesday.
Perfect. So you wait till Tuesday, and then you'll find something out. You'll be able to pick up your pay stub, or they'll direct deposit to you, or whatever it is, and then you go and find something else.
Yeah, and is this a legitimate company to where your hours are actually like documented, or is it under the table type shit? It's a legitimate company.
It's meant to be a legitimate company, but they have. It feels like it's under the table right now because, like, yeah.
Is it your first paycheck from them? Have you been paid previously? And was it like, do they bank your hours, right? They adhere to legal standards of your country, right, for employment?
Yep.
Okay. So if they do not pay you on time, you can raise concerns with some sort of organizations for workers' rights or something, right?
Yep.
Okay. And you have proof of work done, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Then you're good. You will
Exactly.
eventually probably be able to get your compensation.
Exactly.
It's just a matter of timing because you probably pre-planned for budgets and shit and that stuff. So yeah, you'll be fine.
Exactly.
I mean, they owe me $1,200, maybe more.
Not maybe more. This is what you do, Zoo, is you go and document every hour that you work for them and all the commissions that you should have from your sales. That's one number. That's not like maybe more or maybe less. It's one number. And then you ask them when are you going to get paid and for how much, and they'll tell you the amount, and then you make sure that matches what you would have, And if not, then you show them your work. You say, I worked 42 hours at this rate, and I also made this amount of sales. And it's very simple. It's like, it's just math, essentially, at that point. And I kind of want to stand up for Zoot on this part. The average person who works at this company, I think Zoot, you said, is 3 days. It's not a long time. They like barely make it through training. There aren't people who are there that often. Basically, this is a company that these aren't employees; these are independent contractors, and they work people really hard, working door to door in the summertime of Australia, which can't be easy. And then when the people aren't producing for them, which they have very high expectations, they get rid of them. Is that not right, Zoot?
Yep.
So you just have to make sure that you don't let them take advantage of you. They probably take advantage of a lot of people who didn't make it as far as you made, and they just get free work out of people, and you're not going to let them do that. On Tuesday, you're going to contact them. You're going to say, "You guys owe me X amount of money. When can when can I expect my pay stub?" They'll say, "Perhaps come by and pick it up," or "How much do we owe you?" You know exactly what that number is. It can't be like they owe me at least this much or whatever. No, you need to know exactly what it is, and it's pretty easy. How many sales did you make with them?
4 sales. Only one of them showed up, and I don't know about the other one because it was a day before I got fired, so I don't know if they showed up.
Okay, how many sales did you actually make? Four?
Yep.
Okay, so you made four sales and you worked 42 hours. You had a certain rate that you had agreed to at 42 hours, and then you deserve the commission on four sales, and that'll be a nice little check for you, and then you go find something else, right?
So 300, 700, about $1,200 plus if they did the fucking base rate, which they promised it would be another 1,200. So it'd be $2,400 for the week.
So that's the number. It's exactly that number, correct?
Yeah, well, yeah, around 2,400.
Okay. So then you just make sure that they pay you that, and then you go do something else. Very well. Well, if you guys didn't know, Zoot and I play mini golf quite often together. Actually, Audie and I played some games together. Holly, do you like playing games? I think I asked you this and you said you're not really big into them. Is that correct?
Um, yeah, I've never really gotten into games. I do appreciate their existence. And I do, thank you gamers for bringing all the different aspects to different industries where we can usefully use them in different ways. And I do think gaming helps create distractions for individuals that could be doing worse things at their time of gaming. um, and they can be extremely educational. They can help distress people, or some of them can radicalize people, but let's not go there. But no, gaming is something that I tend not to like. My rabbit holes tend to be a little bit different.
We back.
So
Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay, Zoot,
academia and things like that.
excellent.
I do have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Um, and I wanted to actually get into to unpack whether or not he's guilty of misconduct or not. But I didn't hear the full story, so I do apologize. But Adi had a vibe, and I may or may not agree with it. I don't know. But anyway, you know how every time you mute in the Discord server, I turn mic off and turn it back on. There's this little doo doo sound. Okay,
You can shut that
okay, I'm
off.
sick of hearing it. So
Yeah. So you know that little
that's what I'm looking
gear
for.
in
I
the
went
low.
to voice and video.
Nope, you don't go there.
Go ahead.
It's in notifications.
The gear, right?
Yeah,
The
go to
gear
the
key.
gear and then type notifications.
Notifications there.
Okay, and then
And red badge. I want to see that.
it gives you like Discord gives you more customization than any other platform. So you go in there and you put um, turn on sound when I mute.
Oh, deafen.
Yeah, there you go. It's deafened, but then also
Disable all notification sounds. Oh my god. Okay.
yeah. So there's that one too.
Maybe that's it. Thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
let me come back. Let me
Sure.
come back over here. Try it.
Did it work?
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it did. That little doo doo doo. No, because I'm constantly muting now, and that's why I wasn't muting. You know what I mean? And I may have had background noise if I did, or if I messed anybody else's sound up from my background noise. I apologize, but that's why I wasn't muting and talking.
No, you're
But
good.
I will do so now.
You're good.
Okay. Um, but yeah, I like Zoot, and I would like to take his side in whatever disagreement may have taken place. But regardless of that, now that you've described the company as a high turnover
Oh, very high
rate
turnover.
temp corporation,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They seem like a shit company, and
Absolutely.
he may have to fight for his 1200.
I'm in agreement with you.
Let me
And
guess.
and I told him this when he told me, are you sure that you're not saying that you got into a fight with someone and you just don't think that they I mean, it's one thing for one person to say this, it's another thing for two
Was
people
it
to say it.
physical or verbal?
It would have been verbal. Um, but the other thing is, with such a
Okay.
high turnover company, they very easily could just say, "Yeah, we received two complaints against you," and they didn't receive any.
Yeah, just like call centers do that too.
Exactly.
Usually just switch you over to different supervisors because they can't manage themselves very well. If
Exactly.
you're not making sales the way they want you to, they'll find a way to disqualify you. Whether you can make all your metrics, you know what I mean, but they will find a way to disqualify you.
Exactly.
Or they don't like your politics, or they don't like your diet. I know that one time I was working for Xbox Microsoft, and because I mentioned that I don't eat meat, to just one person in a private thing, the entire chat started obsessing about bacon. They don't even understand my position on vegan. You know what I mean? Like I fight the vegans on stupid stuff, and now I got to fight the meat eaters too. Like just oh my god. Anyway,
Zoot,
but
Zoot,
yeah, but call
Zoot,
centers they tend to be some of these jobs can tend to be like mob warfare to where you just don't want to engage with anybody anymore.
Zoot's company was three people. It's not a big company, and he wasn't even necessarily an employee.
Okay.
And basically, what these companies do is they get people to come in who can make sales for them, and they get burned out, and then they let them go. And I can tell you,
Only three people?
yeah,
Did
it
he
was.
have this in writing?
Does he have it in writing? That's a question for him. But
Yeah, I hope he has that
they,
written.
they it is
Yeah.
it's a
If
pretty
it's only three people,
no,
it's just like, yo, I'm gonna
wait.
give you 1200, do such and
Let
such.
me clarify. It's a large company in Australia, but they just opened a branch in his area, and that branch only has approximately like three people. It's small still, but it's a large enough company
Oh, okay.
that he
So it's
could
like a franchise.
exactly he could complain to someone within this organization and get his money. But
Okay.
I remember asking him how long has the average person been there? And he's like, well, somebody's been there for 5 years. I'm like, oh, that's really good. I'm like, who's that? And he's like, well, that's the boss. Okay, that's a little different. What about the other salespeople? And he's like, yeah, basically none of them make it. Like very few people make it 1 to 3 days, and then if you make it that long, then he made it whatever, like a week or whatever. Um, but I can see one of two things happening. One, he said something to them and to somebody and got in a fight, quote unquote, or I could just see them not liking him and just saying, "Yeah, we received two complaints about you and you're done." I mean, it could work either way. I mean, they could literally make something up again about him. If it's anything like the United States, like an at-will state, they don't even have to give you a reason. They can fire you because they don't like the way you look.
Right, yeah. At will came adjacent. Australia works a little bit differently, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but he wasn't even an
It might
employee.
be similar to the West,
he
though. I
he
don't know.
wasn't even an employee. He's an independent contractor. So, what do I really think happened? Maybe I mean I don't I want to agree. I want to believe him, but I know after um, he had some metrics to make that were very difficult metrics. He was supposed to get 8 solar sales going door to door per week. Which
Solar?
he was selling solar.
Just like solar panels door to door. That's the listening. But go ahead.
Yeah, so that's it's very difficult to do. Basically, you have to be in shape. It's hot. You have to be personable, and um, you have to get 8 solar customers per week to be able to stay on there. And his first week he got 4, which is more than most people their first week. But then, like basically, the company could see, hey, he's not going to be a super huge producer for us. He might be average or a little below average. Let's just cut ties. And I could see them doing that as well. So what did they do? They just say, yeah, you got into a fight with 2 people.
So he didn't need a quota.
I would say,
Unrealistic quotas.
I would say the quotas were unrealistic. We did the math, and it was like nobody was going to be able to make these quotas. That's why nobody is there. You know what I mean? It would be one thing if there were like 10 people and they were really successful, and some of them make their quotas sometimes, and other times they don't. No, nobody's making these quotas. They basically bring people in, work them really hard, and then cut ties with them. And it's smart of the company. I don't want to say it's smart of the company. It's disingenuous of the company because I'm sure there are a lot of people who go and work there and don't necessarily ask for their check. But he did enough work that he should be able to get it. And if not, I'm sure that Australia has a labor board or a labor commission that he could
Um,
to which he could complain, and he'll get his money. I'll make sure to.
was it only a commission based?
No, it
Was it
was
only commission
no,
based,
it
or it was also at like an hourly
it was
based?
hourly, and it was a good hourly rate too.
Okay. So
So
bonuses would be maybe quota, but that's
yeah, he had commission. So basically,
job performance, basic job duties and job performance is probably like different sequence or okay. Anyways,
yeah. So yeah,
like
so
I'm not like a lawyer or some shit. I got an MBA in my brain just
so he
thinking about it.
he'll be able to perhaps get something. Zoot is really not. He doesn't. I don't want to say he doesn't need to work, but like he's a crypto enthusiast, and he does very very well with
Okay.
cryptocurrency, very well. And
So he does kind of like odd jobs, not necessarily a career. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
he probably just
he
gets himself into these experimental odd jobs, like gig work and things like that. Um,
he
that's pretty much what I've been trying to do, and I just keep getting forced into my face.
yeah. I mean, when the crypto market's doing well, he's doing better than perhaps all of us combined. But the crypto market, at least just in the last couple months, has been down like 25%. So I'm sure he just was getting a job to be able to make up for that to some extent. But he's doing fine. I mean, he as a crypto investor, he you'll hear him talk, and it'll his he does very well with cryptocurrency. So I'm sure he'll make some good investments in the future and either go back to not having to work or doing whatever he wants to do. But um, I don't want you to think either that like he just lost his job. He's in dire straits. It's not like that
No,
either.
I'm not. I'm not judging him on that. Yeah. I'm in a sticky situation myself. Um, we all have that ground zero where we mess up. Some of us do anyway.
Right?
So yeah, I'm not judging him on it. I think it's the way he presented it with a giggle. Is that what it was, Avi? He seemed disingenuous or something. Like there was a giggle or something. The tone of how she heard it, maybe why she felt that way. I don't know.
There's that.
I kind of was clicking on something else.
You'll get to
Yeah,
But
I have
at
trust issues
midnight,
as well. So
yeah,
could have been one.
it could be. Yeah, I got trust issues. I don't know. Um,
he
I usually just take whatever people say, and then as they get closer to me, then I'll dissect it more. And as I look closer and closer,
I wouldn't have
you know what I mean.
described it the way that he described it either. I would he said because I got into fights with people. And that makes it either sound like he got into
Oh,
physical
okay.
altercations with people or like shouting matches with people, but there was at least from his discussion there was no
Yeah,
evidence of
almost like
that.
he was also the instigator.
Well, yeah, but he that's not what happened. I wouldn't call those fights. I would say that I
It
was
was kind of a proud little giggle.
Oh, okay.
I think you're reading into it, but
Like almost like an embarrassment of admission. He was admitting he was part of the problem. Like, I kind of like, corrected somebody on something bad, or I don't know. I see what you mean. I can't replay it in my head. My mind would go crazy. I think he's realistic.
I'll say this: if he there would have been an incident, I feel that he would have been able to say, yeah, this woman and I, or this man and I, got into an altercation over X, Y, and Z. I pushed him on that. I was like, look, tell me at what point, if two people are accusing you of doing this, then you had to have done something. And he's like, the worst that happened was I went and knocked on someone's door. They had a sign that, I mean, you heard him say that not to knock, and that it wasn't that big of a deal. And I said, oh, that lady, I bet, just called and complained about you and said that you were either harassing her or whatever. And he was like, it really wasn't that big of a deal. I don't think it was her. It was either someone else, or I could just see this company, the way that it operates, saying that they just received two complaints against you so that they don't have to pay you. So I don't know. I wasn't there, but and you'll if you learn Zoot, you'll learn how do I want to put it? There are there may be underlying things here. I mean, at least he could be flat out lying. I'm not going to say that he couldn't be, but you'll just if you get to know him, and he he didn't really even. I mean, if he if, if he had an altercation with someone, it didn't really seem that way to me. The whole time it sounded like this was perhaps kind of a shady company. He even told me when he was working for them that he didn't think that it was all that legitimate because he thought they might be laundering money um, for drugs. And I said, well, what makes you think that? And he's like, they pay really well for like not that big of a payoff. Like basically, as he explained it, every time you get a solar sale, it would be like $1,000 to the company, and they would pay the salesperson like $350. So basically, the company just made like $650, but they didn't get paid that all up front. They got paid that over the course of 3 years, something like that, because the people who buy the solar don't pay it all at once. They pay it in like increments, and I'm not exactly sure how it works, but I know how he said it when he says because I got in fights or whatever. I wouldn't have phrased it that way. I would have said that the company accused me of getting into a verbal altercation with someone because when I hear fights, it makes me think, oh, he got into fist fights. When he told me, I, he was like, because I got into a fight with someone. I was, or he said that somebody said that he got into a fight with someone. I was like, you mean physically? He's like, no, they said that somebody complained and said that I got into an argument with them, but I don't know who it was. So I don't know. I hope he makes his money, and if he doesn't, then he just takes it to their labor board.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for starting that out of nothing.
Audie, you like starting
No,
shit.
no, you're good.
I know you, Audie. You like starting shit.
Yes.
You're
What else was there to do?
I know you're just accusing all my friends of stuff. That's fine.
Sorry for yelling at
Yes.
you, dude.
It's okay. Um. So yeah. My time it's now 11:30. It's gonna be midnight here in like 30 minutes. And I may mute and do some things because everything. Yeah, Rabbi. Ever since the hardware acceleration thing, and the other background thing for the background on the browser, Discord has been running a lot smoother. So I will be trying to get my normal to-do list done because I
Excellent.
had plans, but I overslept, and then that's derailed me. Um, but at midnight, I'm probably gonna like mute whatever
Absolutely.
just
You do you.
lurk, or I may have to close out.
You do you. Whatever you need to do.
But
I'm
but
gonna
thank
just
you for being the the bridge in between insanity. And I hope no one on X thinks you're part of the 6 people that I'm going after, because no one pays attention to me. No one cares.
No,
But
don't worry about that.
yeah, I'm just gonna start it for tomorrow morning, kind of, and get other things that I was trying
Hey,
to do, and I kind
hey,
of just wasted
the best thing
hours
happened.
being kind of like grieving, grieving the time X has taken away from me. Got a kid who is timeless and things of that nature, which were dwindling anyways because of toxicity. So that's fine.
Absolutely.
Um,
You do what you need to do.
but
I'm
yeah,
gonna continue programming my robots, and we're gonna be watching some stand-up comedy, and enjoy if you like it. I understand how you might not like it though, because some of the jokes that they make are just cheap jokes, and I don't agree with them. But frankly, I it's just kind of on in the background. Sometimes it makes me laugh, but sometimes somebody comes up with something really clever, and I like it. So do with that what you will.
do you rewatch the same comedians, or is it always something new?
No, it's always something. They have 700.
Okay, okay,
They have 700 of these episodes. So
700 of those episodes.
yeah,
Okay.
so basically, I watched it in the beginning, or like, I've only like they keep getting more and more popular each week, where they're selling out huge arenas. But when they first started this, they were just like pretty poor, and they're multimillionaires now. And it's like their story over the course of these like 12 years they've been doing this, of just bringing on random comedians who come up and give their best 60 seconds. The people either are really good or absolutely terrible, and then they tell them how they can improve, and they make fun of them, and they ask them about their life and their interests, and sometimes they'll have like a spouse or a significant other who comes up and does stand up, and then once they talk to them and interview them, then they bring up another group of people. But the ones that they have now,
Do you?
the the ones that they have on YouTube now, every Monday night, it's like one of the biggest. I don't know if it's the biggest live premiere weekly on YouTube, but it's one of them. It's becoming more and more popular. And
Oh
if you know who Joe Rogan is, this is kind of his Joe Rogan universe. Um,
no,
so like basically, this is
no.
from his comedy club every Monday night, and um, just like some recent people who they've had,
Okay.
they just like I don't know if like if you're into stand-up comedy, but they've had like Whitney Cummings and Bill Burr and Gabriel Iglesias. He's known as Fluffy. They've had Russell.
I'm familiar with Bill.
Okay, excellent. Russell Peters, Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan's on a lot. They've had on Tucker Carlson and Post Malone, and just like kind of not like the biggest celebrities in the world, but
Post Malone, isn't he a singer?
yes, he is. So
Okay.
there you are. So feel free to enjoy.
Do you aspire to be a comedian,
No, no,
Rabbi?
that's not what I
You
want
would
to
be
do.
good at it.
That's not what I
I was
want to
just
do.
wondering.
That's not what I want to do. I do have. Um, you want to hear my stand up? It's 1 minute. I have 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay, here we go. So this is this is not the funniest stuff in the world, but here we go. Just 1 moment. Shalom, y'all. My name's Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on social media like I am, here are some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a shawty's DMs. For that hottie in your feed, you might message, "Are you my picky toe? Because I'm going to bang you on every piece of furniture I own." "Are you a rear end collision? Because I'm going to hit it from behind." You could always use the tried and true, "Is there a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in those pants." For an international flair, you might send something like, "You remind me of the Bank of England, since you've got me interested in a pound." What about, "I lost my number. Can I have yours?" If you admire an animal lover, you might say that you hope they have pet insurance, because that pussy's getting beaten. For the thick girl in your life, you might say, "Do you keep a phone in your back pocket? Because that ass be calling me." You might message, "Are you sure you aren't a parking ticket? Because baby, I want to tear you up." For that future boo, you might send, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside." And finally, for that person you may never to message you again, all you need to ask is, "Are you a pinata? Because I'm going to need a blindfold to hit that." My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you. So these are just like little jokes that they're not
Okay.
all mine, but basically, I just thought were a
And you
cute.
didn't do that with an AI. You did that from you, or
Uh, I did three of them
that's
myself.
from your soul and not an AI.
No, it's not AI. If anything, I took some from Reddit.
Okay, that's your soul.
Yeah, the international for the Bank of England one is mine. The pet insurance I developed, and my favorite one, which is not mine, but is the haunted house one. So what would happen is the way that
Yeah.
I developed these, there
Okay.
would be people on streaming platforms, and they always would have like I don't know if you know what Kick is, but they would have like I became like the most notorious spammer on Kick. Everybody knows about me on Kick. Like I, I
Okay.
am I am friends on Discord with the
That's
owner
why
of
some
Kick.
people came into my spaces warning me that you were a troll.
Oh, everybody knows about me. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so
Okay.
the owner of
Audie, I want to hear your best pickup line. King of coins, if you want to share yours. And since we're on the topic, go ahead, continue.
uh, so
You were on Reddit and Kick.
no,
Kick.
well, I was on Kick, and people would have on there, uh, "riz me up," and this is one of these phrases that is for the youngins. "Riz me up." What is that? And it's basically like, use a pick, like try to pick me up or whatever. So I like all these guys would try to use these, and they would never get laughs out of the girls. Now I wouldn't necessarily go after the girls. I would go after every single person on Kick and just spam them, spam them, spam them, spam them. But sometimes I would want to make the people laugh. And sometimes guys would say, "Give me your best Riz lines" or whatever. So I would be like, "Okay, let's see if any of these make people laugh." And some of these would make these people laugh a lot, especially the "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm gonna scream when I come inside." It would make them laugh like pretty hard. And so I started looking for the best pickup lines that I could find, and then I just like compiled them into a list. But no, this is not AI. AI isn't that good at humor yet. It will be, but it's not that good. I have another.
Audie, what's your best pickup line?
My what? Best pickup line?
Yeah.
I don't know. Can I get your number?
No.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying I actually use these on women. I'm saying that it's humor.
Oh, you couldn't use these, Rabbi. Okay, I understand. It's just for comedy. But
Absolutely
you're
no.
making
I'm
fun of
not.
people that do?
I'm not a loser.
Or
No,
are you inspiring the youth to use these?
I'm
You're
saying that.
telling other men to use it so you have more booty for yourself, but
Of
you're
course, yeah,
actually like,
exactly. So I can
okay,
impregnate
there's
all the
nothing
women on Earth, including Audie's grandma.
right because they're going to turn down the guy who uses these.
Y- These are
That's
just
It's just
probably true, Audie.
disrespectful.
these are just funny things that you can
A little
use.
bit.
These are fun, but do I would I use these to pick up women? No.
I mean, it's funny after you're with that person for a minute. You know what I mean? Like just to go up and be like, "What? Oh,
Yes,
she
I
wants that
agree.
guy."
One hundred
But if
percent.
you've been together for a while, it's different.
These aren't. If I had a
You know what I mean?
person
Yeah.
here and they were looking for relationship advice, I would say don't use these. These are things that they're jokes.
Okay.
They are funny things. Here's
Well,
another round.
I thought that was yeah, but I thought they were from your heart at the same time, so I didn't want to giggle.
I,
I didn't know what to do with it.
I mean, this is what I.
I was like, oh shit, oh no.
Okay, so no, these are not. That's not how I
You're
operate.
making fun of the dudes that do. Okay, I
Yeah, I mean,
understand.
they're just like
In that
that.
context, I guess it's a little
Some of those
insulting.
took me back to like fourth grade.
That's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And so I have another round that should take me back to fourth grade. So here's my other
Where'd
round.
you grow up, Audie? I'm gonna visit.
Does anyone remember back in the day how popular the Yo Mama joke was? Here are some of Rabbi Rothschild's traditional favorites for sharing at your next favorite holiday. Now, let me preface this by saying I don't mean this to any of your mothers. So, with that being said,
Okay, you're probably true about my mama, but go ahead.
Yo Mama's so ugly her birth certificate is an apology letter from the condom factory. Yo Mama's so sweet, a caring lady. Yo Mama is a sweet, caring lady who everyone likes. Why you gotta disappoint her so much? I don't have a single Yo Mama joke as good as the one she made when you were born. Yo Mama got more chins than Chinese phone book. What's the difference between Yo Mama and a washing machine? The washing machine doesn't follow me around town for a week and a half after I drop a load in it. Yo Mama's so fat, her car has stretch marks. Yo Mama's such a hoe that it used to be called a bounceline until she jumped on it. Yo Mama's so fat she went to McDonald's and they had to call Wendy's for backup. Yo Mama's so old, her birth certificate expired. Your mama's so fat she unlocked three. Your mama's so fat she unlocked type 3 diabetes. Your mama's so fat she got triabetes. Your mama's so fat she had a threesome and neither guy knew about it. Your mama's so slow she took 9 months to deliver a joke. Your mama's so ugly the cops pulled her over for not tinting her windows. Your mama's so ugly her portraits hang themselves. Your mama's so fat men are only attracted to her because of gravity. Your mama's so ugly, her blowjob counts as anal. Those are like
Oh
tried and
wow.
true like
You
yo
know,
mama jokes.
Rabbi, I just don't know. I think I'm getting to know you a little bit. I don't know. Oh, Kings went away. I wanted to hear Stick of Mine. They're very pretty. Pretty good. Love it. Love it. He does a good job. But okay. So who is your audience for this stand up?
It
Mothers everywhere.
mothers everywhere.
Okay.
That's an excellent joke. These are I can tell you when I've ever done these, and people have open mics on Twitter for comedy, and I have said them, and believe it or not, people think they're very funny. Do I think they're the funniest jokes in the world? No, these aren't jokes that I think are that funny. I think that they are like very quick.
Yeah.
Um, like basically, if I want to tell a funny joke, it'll be longer than a minute, but they don't give you more than a minute. So you basically pack as many jokes in there as possible and see what hits. But do I think these are the like? Is this how I?
Yeah.
Is
Like
this
for example, something funny. Something funny would be like maybe the aliens should have chosen the kangaroos to evolve instead of the monkeys because their sense of humor keeps getting in their own way. We could have totally augmented the kangaroo's arms by now. You know what I mean? That's funny to me.
What?
Zoot would have found it funny. He would have talked about kangaroos and how we should have had kangaroos evolve because the monkey's sense of humor keeps getting in his way.
I guess I would say that
For
kind of
evolution. Evolution. It's an evolutionary joke. Instead of choosing the primates or the monkeys, we should have went with the kangaroos. The aliens. The aliens that, came in and co-opted our DNA to evolve into what we are.
the kind of jokes that I like are really dad jokes, which is
Is
what
that
a lot
coming
of
from
these
the
are.
alien part of your brain?
No, that's a play on conspiracy theorists and also evolutionists. A little bit creationist.
Okay,
It's a multi-domain thing that's funny to me. Like I said, everybody has a different sense of humor. Like Rabbi has a different sense of humor.
so the
What's your best joke, Avi? Oh
Um,
no, go ahead, Rabbi. Sorry.
I was gonna say that the jokes that I really like are not those jokes. They're just themed. They're basically like I don't know, like in the early days of the internet, people would just put together like emails of just like themed jokes. So I would say I have pickup themed jokes and yo mama jokes, but those aren't my favorite jokes. Those are just ones that people are kind of used to and think. I mean, they'll think like of the ones that I say, 5 out of 10 are funny. The ones that I really like are like really simple jokes that are dad jokes, or generally known as dad jokes. Like, what do you call a nose with no body? Nobody knows. They like they're like puns. I like puns are funny to me. Let's see here. Uh, why do
I like
scuba
puns.
why why do scuba divers fall backwards into the water? Because if they fell forward, they'd still be in the boat. Is Mario and Luigi's last name Mario because they're like the Mario brothers? The answer to that is yes, it is. But I didn't know that. Um, they are called the Mario brothers, which implies Mario is a surname. Um, let's see here. I really, I mean, the ones that I use, the pickup ones and the Yo Mama ones, some of them are pretty sexual. I generally don't like those kind of jokes. I like clean dad jokes, like simple jokes, like um, even like I mean, I'm just looking through it. These are just like a list that I made. But did you hear about the kidnapping at school? It's fine. He woke up. They like make you think about him for a second. I guess they're known as like Stephen Wright jokes, or there's some other. They're just like, uh, what do you call bees? What kind of bees make milk? Uh, what kind of bees make milk? Boobies. I don't even think that's funny. I just think I took some. I wrote some of these that I don't think that. But like, here's one. What genre of music are national anthems? Country. Like that's just like a stupid like oh they like make me groan after like oh after I hear it. But I think they're kind.
What?
So what genre of music are national anthems?
Then why do you have it on the list?
I mean, these are just like some that I think are funny. What
Just
genre?
keep going.
What genre of music are national anthems? Country. It's cute. Why? Because they're like a country. They're like a nation, but they're it's also like country music is a kind of genre of music. Um, if
I don't
invented
understand the joke.
of all the inventions of the last 100 years, the dry erase board has to be the most remarkable. Why was 2019 afraid of 2020? Because they had a fight in 2021.
Oliver. Okay, I get it.
My wife, my friend told me your wife and daughter look like twins. I said, well, they are separated at birth. I get the words jacuzzi and yakuza confused. Now I'm in hot water with the Chinese mafia, with the Japanese mafia, pardon me. Personally, I don't believe in bros before hoes or hoes before bros. There needs to be a balance, a homie ho stasis, if you will. What has five toes?
Wait,
What has five toes but isn't
A
your
real
foot?
thing.
See, they're stupid. They're just stupid. I mean,
No,
where
a
did you
hobie, a
find the
ho.
2021 joke?
um,
Oh my
I
god,
either found it
frozen.
on Twitter or Reddit or something. Like sometimes I'll see something that somebody posts, and I'll put it in this list of just like stupid dad jokes that I think whatever. Um, the average person is really mean. Why? Because like mean it means average. Um,
Oh yeah, definitely needed that one explained.
yeah. How do you get a farm girl to marry you? First, a tractor, which is like, what do you mean a
Oh my
tractor?
god.
Oh, yeah, exactly. They're just like, oh, they just make you groan. But some of them are super cute. Some influencers don't have air conditioning in their house. OnlyFans. Whenever
Oh
I'm
my
at
god.
a friend's house, I always say, "What's upstairs?" and my friends remind me that stairs don't talk. When my father said he had a dad bod, I wanted to correct him and said, "No, to me, it's more like a father figure." Why does Where's Waldo wear stripes? Because he doesn't want to be spotted. Like these are just stupid jokes, but like some of them are cute. But the ones that I like most are ones that you can tell in front of children, and like I like family friendly jokes. Um, Cows kill significantly more people every year than sharks. In fact, cows don't kill any sharks at all. Like that's just a stupid joke to me, but I think is really funny. Um, it is estimated that bears kill over 2 million salmon each year. However, attacks from salmon on bears are much more rare. I saw a guy dip his junk into a bowl of glitter. Pretty nuts. Um,
Oh my
I
god,
know,
why?
I know. Some of these are just
Glitter is
they,
horrifying.
they make you just
No,
groan.
no, just for somebody to do that, even the thought of doing that glitter is just ugh.
What has five toes but isn't your foot? My foot. They're just some of these are just either like I don't know. I read them and I'm like, that's so stupid. but something about it just was creative or whatever. Um, so here are the ones that I really like. I like oxymorons. Like I made this oxymoron collection, and this is like these are like philosophic questions that I really like. All right. Um, so here we go. How do I even say this? Just one moment. Um, I mean, this isn't like I don't do skits. I'm not a stand-up comedian, and I don't want to be. But people ask me since I watch so much stand-up comedy. Well, don't you have any? And so if I have to have some, see, some these are some of the jokes that I think are cute. Um, all right. There's some phrases that are used in English that even confused me as a native speaker. They may be commonly used, but they are oxymoronic. They are logical conflicts in a phrase. Sometimes I even use these phrases and I don't even know what they mean. Like what, you may ask? New and improved. Which is it? Is it new or is it improved? Nearly exactly. It's nearly exactly midnight. Well, which is it? Is it nearly midnight or exactly midnight? What time is it? The truth is, not even I know. I I might say I might hear someone say the same for usually always. I usually always am on time for work. What time can I expect you to be there? Another is when something has completely fallen apart. Which is it? Is it complete or in parts? I don't know. I'm asking you. Is it predictably unpredictable or unpredictably predictable? Centralized decentralization or decentralized centralization?
Tentacle.
Possibly impossible or impossibly possible? Perfectly imperfect or imperfectly perfect? I don't know. You tell me. That was literally metaphorical. Well, which was it? Eclipses. Partial totality? What about total impartiality? Was there constant change or changing constantly? We have a new tradition. How can that be? Is it new or is it a tradition? That was a. I mean, like these. Right, exactly. These are that's
Ritual. It's a new ritual.
exactly.
It's a new ritual that will become tradition. Yeah.
Exactly. But those are the things that I think are funny.
That tickles my brain.
I agree.
Stuff like that.
I agree. But let me tell you, when I use that kind of joke in like a Twitter space, it doesn't go over very well. The things that go over really well are like really like easy sexual pickup lines. Like those go over really well. So it's like okay, if I'm like the ones that make you think are like tough because then people want to say to themselves, that's right. Why is it called a new tradition? And they want to like talk about it. It's like a philosophical kind of discussion that you have internally.
It's like my pickup line is I want to have your baby, and most people on Twitter would probably be like,
That's not a pickup line though. That's something that you really feel from the heart.
oh yeah, it is.
I mean, that's not like a.
Oh, it is a pickup line.
Hold on.
It is.
Hold on. Yes, yes.
I'm not asking for marriage or child support or nothing. I just want to be impregnated by your DNA.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, that.
No,
But that, in the traditional sense, I guess I mean maybe it's just from like my experience, but the term pickup line has like a humorous connotation.
Not you, Rabbi.
I understand a humorous connotation to it. It's like, oh yeah, so and so used a pickup line on me, and there's like a list of them that can be used. What you're saying is not what you're saying is the truth from your heart, and that's completely understandable. But you're not doing that to try to like woo someone by like playing to the humorous element of them. You're telling them what you really feel, and that's completely understandable as well. Um, and when it comes to yo mama jokes, those are just like jokes that people would say in school, or I would hear people say like on the playground or something like that. Just I mean, where they were just like I guess they're called street jokes.
Punchline versus pickup line. I think maybe we're confusing punchline with pickup line.
Well, I guess one would just be a humorous pickup line versus serious pickup line. Yours is a serious pickup line, which is very understanding, and another's a humorous pickup line.
Well, it's either that or a petri dish. That's would have been funny. It would have been
Um,
I feel that her showing how serious she is totally reliable, and humor isn't necessarily always reliable. So,
I mean, let me reinforce. These
yeah.
are not jokes that I would use to actually attract a woman. There's something that I use, or
Yeah, yeah. No,
that
I'm not confusing
is
that.
is is really
Just stand
different
up.
than that.
Just stand up is
Yeah,
fine.
exactly. These are, yeah.
My entire stand up would be about reproduction and procreation.
Your stand. That's not
Oh,
stand up
yours
though.
is.
That's very serious scientific
Oh
discussions
yeah.
that you want to have with people.
It's the irony of me trying to breathe. It's absolutely hilarious. It's a tragedy. It's an irony tragedy. It's hilarious.
Um,
It's sad, but it's also hilarious.
yeah. So, like the other things that I'll just read the other ones that I just think are really interesting.
People giggle at pain. They love it.
The
They love a sad story.
the things that I think are interesting. I mean, are these oxymoronic things? People may want a detailed summary. Well, which is it? Is it detailed or is it a summary? An objective opinion. Do you want to know how I objectively feel or don't you? A definite maybe. Is it definite or is it a maybe? A close distance. Meteoric rise. A responsible party. Current next generation technology.
Mm.
A civil war. Was it civil or was it a war? I mean, these are just like things that I just think are interesting that we use in society
Yeah.
that are like just they're oxymoronic that we, I mean, it's the whole jumbo shrimp kind of a deal. Exceptionally average, uh, perhaps fully semi-automatic. A chief deputy used the fully semi-automatic weapon on the assailant. What kind of weapon was it? What was the rank of the officer? Was he a chief or was he a deputy? Uh, the Great Depression. Sounds pretty good to me. Adult children. Similarly unique or uniquely similar. That was a successful failure. Was it successful or was it a failure? Vintage progressive. A large miniature. An understandable misunderstanding. A final draft. Well, was it a final or was it a draft? I mean, I get how these work, but
Yeah.
partially naked, neo-traditional, a pure hybrid. I mean, these are just like things that we use in society that I know they're not like um, they're not,
Partially clothed.
yeah, but um, these are just things that are used. So I took and I made a list of them, and but like I can't if I'm trying to make people laugh within 1 minute, I can't go into this because it's not um, you have to think about them. But the ones that are like pickup lines, everybody's like, oh yeah, okay, like they're familiar. That's a type of joke that people use, or yo mama jokes are types of jokes that people use. There are like if you go into a joke book, I guess that's what I would say. There are certain categories of jokes, and yo mama jokes are tried and true. Pickup lines are tried and true. So if you kind of keep it on that theme, I guess I get more laughs when I do it. But do I want to be a stand-up comedian? Absolutely not. No, I would have done it by now if that was at all of interest to me. Do I think I'm a funny person? I mean, yeah, but I mean, I'm not like the. I mean, what I do is funny, and but not necessarily like. Do I have zingers all the time? That's just not how I am. And I also don't live my life to make people laugh. If I did, I wouldn't be as dedicated a listener. I would always be like throwing in terrible jokes at people, and I just don't think that that's a good way to live your life either. So, long story short, in answer to your question originally, do I do I want to be a stand-up comedian? No. But do I have some stand-up? Yeah, and the reason why is because people ask me a lot about it. So there you go. That's my stand-up comedy.
Clap, 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 clap.
Thank you.
I was here to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, and even in this scenario here, I made you laugh at least once, which is hard to do as just. I mean, I could just sit here and say make me laugh, and I don't know if it's possible. If you're like waiting for someone to laugh, it's difficult. So I'll take the laughs that I got out of you guys. But also, it makes you think. That's what I want to do.
Sometimes I have dark humor where I'm not supposed to have humor.
All right. So with that, I mean, feel
Me
free.
too. Also, that's the reason why I don't want to live forever.
And you should be allowed to
Do not want to live
not.
forever.
And you should be allowed to not. It should be your choice. That's the thing. Of anything, I want people to have freedom. I'm a libertarian at heart. If you want to live forever within reason, you should be able to. And if you don't, you should be able to. I think that's important. And to our previous discussion, if you want to fall in love forever within reason, you should be able to do so. And if you want to not, you should be able to do so. It should be people's choices.
Gentlemen, I'm going to bring up your first regular tonight. You know her. Stand-up comedy is not easy. She started with us 6 months ago, shaking to death, barely able to speak a word, and now she's about to do and write and perform another 60 seconds. One of the hardest things to do in comedy. Live for you once again. Put your hands together for Melissa Esplinger.
Everything glitched for me. I'm sorry.
You okay?
If I were a cartoon character, I would be the nervous turtle from Rocko's Modern Life. Oh boy. I can't stop worrying about the Three Little Pigs story. If the wolf was able to blow the first two houses down with his breath, why couldn't he kick in the door? Oh boy. I'm nauseous. People say that I'm my own worst critic. Oh great, another thing I'm not good at. My doctor once told me that I had oppositional defiance disorder. I demanded a second opinion. Oh boy.
That's it? There she goes. There's exactly a minute right now. Melissa Esplinger. All right. Sounds like you found yourself a catchphrase. Is that I don't watch Rocko's Modern Life. That was is that something that the character says?
You can say, oh boy. No, it's an older show. Who? Oh, you were? What'd you? Oh god. I like that show. But it's a nervous turtle. The character's name.
Gotcha. Now, how many people out there know about the nervous turtle from? Let's see. Oh wow, interesting.
Never seen it.
I didn't know Phil Tony and Rocko's Modern Life had such a crossover. I wouldn't have guessed that.
But it's still probably maybe like 10 people out of this group. That's so obscure. If you're going to use something like that, you kind of have to give it a little bio with it for people like us that
Yeah,
have
you
no
have
idea
to
what
tell
you're
us
talking about.
why you're like the nervous turtle. That's what we're waiting for the whole time, not voices or quotes from it. You know what I mean?
I mean, if it was something like, say, Harrison Ford, we all know who the fuck Harrison
Right.
Ford
No,
is.
I get that.
So you have to kind of, if you're going to talk about this obscure turtle, you have to be like, it's like a turtle. He's kind of weird and nerdy. He was a cartoon during the '90s.
Inbred, insecure, always fucking up, and then you're in. You know what I mean? Then you're talking about it. Oh shit, what's about to happen here? I think Dom's about to give her a table tennis lesson.
I couldn't get it unscrewed. Oh god. Oh, there it goes. Thank you.
You have to put some of that mini lesbian strength into it, Melissa. How's life going? What's going on with you?
Oh, it's good. I'm working again. But good.
What do you think about Melissa Esplinger? You've seen her before, right?
First time.
Oh wow.
So, so the homeboy thing is in the turtle, though, right? On the show?
The what?
your hands if you know the character that we're talking about. Yeah, it's still the same people. They all raised on you.
How many of you know the character Ernie from Hey Arnold?
That was him as well. Fuck yeah, Don. And you all know the slug from Rocco's Modern Life, also Dom Irera. Boom. And the lunchbox from the movie The Toy Story, Dom Irera. There wasn't even a lunchbox, that was a lie.
People were clapping though, it's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the lunchbox.
Virus.
Was anything else cool going on? You dating anyone? Anything fun happening in life? Anything crazy happened this week?
I went to sing a bar last night.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Shit!
that was fun.
Yeah.
I went to we tried to go to the hot springs, but there were a bunch of wasps attached to the gas.
Who's we? You, a boy, a girl?
A boy.
Wow. Rabbi Rothschild to fall in love.
So you said she was a lesbian. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's wearing a choker. Which one is it?
I'm
I
guessing
found the
somewhere
comedian.
in between. She's
Name's
probably seeing
Alice
somebody with a body like
Edelman.
Jeremiah.
Okay.
Get the best of both worlds.
The one I was referring to earlier.
Little
Yeah.
A cups and.
Sent it to you if you want to look.
Thank you.
Anyway, so you went to the hot springs and then you chickened out because there were wasps.
Well, I mean, we didn't go just for that. That was just part of the date. And then,
Right, you know. The
no,
hot
like we went to.
springs.
I'm gonna have to hunt it down.
Went to the
We
hot
didn't go.
springs
Because
to
it
the
was
bed
bugging me that I
springs.
didn't
You
know
know
where
what
it
I'm
was.
talking about? Chicka wow wow. Kindergarten sex with Melissa Esslinger.
Did you smash? Welcome to Did You Smash? Peanuts.
I love that show. I would watch every episode.
I would
of
watch that show.
Yo, 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 yo.
So did you smash?
Remember, Melissa, the secret to the show is answering questions honestly or not at all. So, well, you did?
What? I didn't just meet him.
I'm like, there's no wrong answer. What the fuck?
That's my line.
I love that spring sound effect, by the way. Well, that's fun. Good for you. Is that something? Why are you exhaling like that?
I'm really uncomfortable.
You're shy to talk about your love life on the show?
Yes.
Aw, that's adorable.
Somebody's a squirter.
Whoa, whoa! How dare you? Why would you do that? That's wrong.
Damn red team. Damn red team.
Yeah. Thank you. Pat, thank you.
If she was a Pokemon, it would be Squirtle.
Alright.
Squirter, I choose you.
Oh my god. Alright, Melissa, anything else?
She's so nervous, it's hilarious.
It's actually the least nervous she's ever been on the show, times 30. I just haven't even mentioned it because it doesn't even really seem to be that much of a
She's
thing right now.
strangling that microphone.
Yeah. Other than that.
I just wanted to try doing a voice and see if it gets worse. So
There
sort
you
of
go.
did one.
Of course, when you're writing and performing a new minute every week, it's important to try new shit and have as much fun as possible and take chances. And you did it again, Melissa Esslinger, everybody. Oh, fuck yeah. Moving along. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Show is, I mean, okay. Uh, ladies and gentlemen, your other regular who writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. Very cool, very fun. Put your hands together for Vanessa Johnson, everybody. Here we go.
I know the government's watching me because I have never received a dick pic, which is fucking impossible. My face to dicks is like Florida to old Jews. It's like the beaches. Like, doesn't make any sense. Government's fucking stealing my dick pics, that's my point. Probably by a gay dude who's in the closet. Not a guy who's like in the closet being gay, but literally a dude working the CIA in a closet who's gay, who's stealing my fucking dick pics. It bothers me that the government probably reads my text, but doesn't watch my stand-up. The government is like a drunk parent. They try to tell you what to do and they say they know what's best for you when they can't even tie their shoes. And most of the time you're ashamed of them. The end. Okay.
That's a minute of Vanessa Johnston. I find it unbelievable that you've never gotten a dick pic before.
I know, it's weird.
I've sent you 3 myself.
Exactly. I've never.
Where's the horse that you sold?
She thought somebody was just sending her a picture of a baby's pinky finger. She didn't think it was a dick.
Daddy's dick, don't you, Tony?
Yeah,
You're just
sure. Please tell me the first Google image you find of big white cock.
Say the real thing. You being creepy and calling it daddy's dick.
Yeah, exactly. That's when you know you're about to see a pic of the real thing. I love it. Vanessa, let's talk about it. Florida's Jews.
Which I found relatable.
I mean, a lot of Jews go to Florida,
Yeah.
and it sort of can be confused, like you're saying, like a lot of dicks go to your face.
Yeah, no, I know. My original thing was like schools to shooters, and I was like, oh, that's like mean. Anyway.
Brian, I know you haven't acted like it for the last hour and a half, but there's a live show going on over here.
I'm gonna put my dick on the back of your neck.
Very good. Very funny. Very funny. Listen to him cackle at himself, everyone. The straight market must be funny if I'm laughing this hard laugh. Brian Redband, who always fail safe.
Yo, I think it's funny you put his dick on your neck.
You're right. I just got AT&T bag. See? That's what can happen when we focus on the comedy on the show. Jokes like that.
I T-Mobile there, actually.
Nope, mine was better.
Brian, you better sprint out of here.
So that we cannot hear you now.
I'm sorry for giving you cricket.
I love that. There you go. Very good. You've redeemed yourself. Every time he redeems himself somehow.
All right.
When I least expect it. Vanessa. It's so fucking hard to write and perform a new minute every single week. You win for it this week with this dick pic thing. Initial impressions, guys. Ian Edwards, Dom, I read on.
I just liked her ending when she went, oh, you guys, and turned around.
Yeah.
I'd love to give up like that in the middle of the set somewhere, you know. Performing in Australia somewhere, 11 something. Oh, you guys. I've seen her before, though. I know she can write.
What?
I've seen her before. I know she can write. I mean, her stage presence got better. I mean, the fuck is a minute, huh?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one. And tonight's especially hard because, it's like, when you're trying to write, guys, oh, Jesus, Brian.
It's like.
Oh, really on a roll here.
Why just to send her my dick pic so she's now anti-joking?
Well, make verbal jokes on a live podcast, Brian, so we all know what's going on instead of all right. Wow, act outs on a live podcast, ladies and gentlemen, from the founder of the Death Squad. Here he is.
That's why you have to watch the video version live on Ustream comparison.
Exactly. So for the hundreds of thousands of you that listen to the audio version and not the video version, you know exactly what's going on right now because Big Daddy is here with you, guiding you along all the way verbally. All right.
So,
yeah.
I guess say one of the things about this business. She's so fucking pretty. When she gets 2 minutes, she can have a series. You know what I mean? So it's so unpredictable. But it doesn't hurt if you have that fun.
Right.
All due respect.
Thank you.
How old are you?
24.
Oh, too old for me, but so what?
I mean.
I think it's a huge disadvantage, probably going in as good looking as you are. I think women hate you from the get, and men are like, I'll send her a dick pic. You know what I mean? And,
Tony, I feel the same way about my body. Like, men envy this body, and women just,
to attract so many dicks, you know?
That's still right.
And I also still think that you should be more on it with that. Like, for example, I don't even think Beacon's the thing that it would be. I don't think a Beacon draws Jews to Florida. Like, I think, you know, you need to flesh it out a little bit more. Like, it's just a...
Yeah, I thought a beacon was a dog.
But you get it. Another new minute from Vanessa Johnson, everybody.
Thank
There she
you.
goes. That Vanessa Johnson and Melissa Esslinger. They're the two regulars on the show. The live one tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I should have known when Dom Irera came out dressed like John Lovitz that tonight was going to get crazy. Don't tell him I made that joke about him, guys. All right.
What joke? Where are we?
I pulled another name out of the bucket, you lucky motherfuckers. Put your hands together for Steve Breeze. Here we go. And I have pulled another name out of the bucket, and that name is Katrina Davis. Put your hands together for Katrina Davis.
Hi guys. I think that dating really mean people has a certain place in relationships because it desensitizes you to normal people. Like I was talking to this guy the other week and he was like, "Oh, like sometimes I'm really bad at texting people back and it's been problems in my past relationships." And all I could think is, yeah, but how many people have you threatened to set on fire? I have I have a black Honda, and there's this guy in my apartment that has the same car as me, but his is way nicer and like it's clean all the time. And I hate it because every day I go to work, there's like this visual representation in my parking lot that are people like me, but they do a little better because they try a little bit harder. But it doesn't make me want to do any better. Like I just wish that asshole would move. Oh, my dad has a gold tooth, and in high school everyone thought that was really cool. But gold teeth were just the shit in the 70s. Like everybody in my family has gold teeth. So I feel like in like 10 years, like two dudes will be playing video games at their friend's house, and the mom will bend over and have a tramp stamp, and the other kid will just be like, "Dude, your mom's a G."
There she is, everybody. Ann Edwards. Ann Edwards, everyone. No, that's okay. That didn't fit at all. Ann Edwards. Katrina Davis. I'm just kidding.
God, that was terrible.
That was so bad. It's unbelievable.
Oh,
Katrina.
taste your own medicine, Mr. Hinchcliffe.
Oh, thank you, Jeremiah. Yeah. And by the looks of your body, you're going to need a whole different medicine in a few years. Diabetes medication.
Or maybe a stretcher, like that joke.
Oh, bitch. You got me. Speaking of stretches, how about that ribcage stretch, Jeremiah? It's about to go down, people. That's really going to leave a stretch mark. All right. Katrina
I'll leave
Davis.
a mark on some foot.
All right. Katrina, what the fuck is up? This is your first time on the show.
Only second.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, how long ago was that?
Like last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're fine. You have an interesting likability.
Yeah, like so.
Extremely. Like you could be a star at any given point. What do you do for work?
I write copy, like emails and social media and stuff.
Huh. For what?
For makeup, like beauty lines.
Oh, so you just leave cues.
Huh. Sounds like you're sort of beating around the bush. Like maybe it's Maybelline.
No, no, no. I
You go, Golden
I got
Boy.
one in. You know.
it's
That
kind
joke
of
gonna need a stretcher too, you son of a bitch. There you go.
it is so intense.
Katrina, how long have you lived in Los Angeles?
Since October.
Since October. I was just about to guess 6 months because my prediction about you. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like a year and a half.
Year and a half. What else? Acting, improv, anything like that? Anything else at all? Singing, instruments?
I sang the Seed song to C Lab once as a joke, but that's it.
Sea Lab?
Fucking nobody knows what I'm talking about. C Lab 2021. It's this show that came on Adult
so real. But keep that somewhere in the back of your head that you feel like that sometimes. Because the crowd's looking and they know you're gullible and you and stutter like I'm doing.
You got here in October. How do you like living in Los Angeles? What's different than Jacksonville?
Fucking everyone's like super nice. I like being able to like walk places.
Shut the fuck up.
It is. It is really nice.
Kidding you.
What part of town do you live in?
Where do you live?
Huh?
Where do you live?
Yeah,
Oh, Westwood.
Westwood. Yeah, you said it like you're still not sure.
I
The
don't
name
know.
of the city.
I
Westwood.
don't. Yeah, I don't know where anything is.
Westwood adjacent, Koreatown?
I don't know. There's a lot of Persian people.
I'm everywhere.
Wow.
Oh.
Someone lives in Westwood over there.
Whoop, whoop. My best friend is like a Persian lady that doesn't speak English. She just like speaks Urdu.
That's your best friend?
In my in my apartment complex, she's 90. She's pretty cool. She brings me food.
Really?
Yeah. Zari's the shit, man.
How about
90
you,
years
Dollar?
old. What do you guys
I
talk
hang out with her
about?
family. Like our family comes over and they like translate for us, and I like we leave notes. Like she'll leave me like food and just say God bless you, sorry. Like in the like in our like I love her.
Wow. That's something else. Katrina, what's like your big goal? Like just to be a full-time stand-up comedian and make specials and stuff, or what is it for you?
I like writing, but I don't know. I I get excited if I like get on my like flyers for my
Yeah.
I get pretty amped about that.
Well,
That's
good.
where I'm at right now.
I think you have a little bit too much. I think you have too good of a firecracker personality to be stuck in a writer's room. So some advice along that line would be like write for yourself and think of some crazy show that you could host or something like that. You know, think crazy because people like you can get it done. Right, Ann?
Yeah.
Put your hands together for Katrina Davis, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. You guys want one last one, or do we end this show?
Oh, yeah! Yeah!
You motherfuckers. You guys talk so hard. You would have thought I asked who knows the turtle from Rocco's Modern Life. Okay, it's fun. I'm glad I did this. This is definitely a new name. There's a lot written down here. I'm just gonna say what's on the line that says name. Put your hands together for Sid Williams, everybody.
Hello. Hey, thanks guys. How are you? Okay, only got a minute. So I swim a lot. I was at the gym and a Japanese lady ran away from me. It's a tsunami joke. Just let it wash over you. It's fine. You'll get it. When I pee, I like to push extra hard to let everybody know I swing dong. I came up with my porn alias name. It's Chiz Khalifa. I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to fuck a Scientologist. Probably tell them anything. Just believe it. I think it's weird that we call our significant others baby. You know, hey baby, I love you baby. How are you baby? I'm gonna promote my girlfriend from baby to child. Hey child. Let me see those titties, child. Suck that dick, child. Cats, let's go. Blah, 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 blah. When I go down on my girlfriend, I turn into the Tasmanian devil.
All right, there you go, Sid Williams.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hey,
That's fun. Yeah, hi Sid, how's
hey,
it going?
I'm good. How are you?
You haven't been on the show before, right?
Never ever.
Where are you from? You look like a cartoon.
Mostly off.
Why mostly off? What do you got going on?
No excuse really. I just like
Yo,
I would
I'm
just
lazy. What up?
yeah. I would get I don't know. I would discourage myself.
I don't ever do that in LA. You never say nothing. You go, I got a lot of irons in the fire. I'm
Yeah.
gonna kick some.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what you do.
Web series is coming.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. So what have you been doing? What do you do for work?
I Uber now.
You Uber. Oh my god.
City waiting tables.
What kind of car are you driving?
Nissan Sentra.
What year?
06.
Sick. I would have loved it. On that one, but Hardy. How long you been Ubering for?
3 months.
You ever heard anybody get in the back seat of your car and like it's a couple and you hear one of them whispering to the other, so you're like, you know, this guy's eyes are really close together. I don't know. Anybody ever done that?
Only once.
What did you do before Uber driving 3 months ago?
I bartended for almost 8 years.
Wow, where at?
The last place was Dave & Buster's Hollywood.
Damn.
Worked there.
So where were you born and raised?
Texas.
I love that you told everybody not to work at Dave and Buster's.
I could just imagine this apartment all decorated by like everything to buy with the tokens or the tickets, like it's
My
Bud
Bud
Lights on.
Giant Pikachu at the zoo.
You know he's probably like really good at like darts or something like that because it's just like one singular focus. Like he can put his eyes together and just really let it rip. If you had to pick your favorite,
Damn.
I love that the jokes aren't affecting him at all. It is your guys' reaction to it that is crushing his soul. It's like he doesn't even hear the jokes. He's like, are you guys fucking kidding me? Like nobody's ever told you before about what's going on up there? Nothing?
Literally never, no.
Never.
Never ever.
You mean like, let me ask you something. Are you on Tinder?
No.
You seem like you could like set a record on that or something like that. Like,
For nose.
I get this. All right. Sid, tell us something cool about you.
After all that. Yeah. Yeah, let me sell myself.
Where are you from again?
Texas.
What part of Texas?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite category of porn?
POV.
Yeah.
I bet. When you see that hit the peach steady cam on top of your neck, so.
Any porn you watch is POV.
Oh man. Sid, tell us something cool about yourself.
God. I'm learning Kung Fu.
You're learning Kung Fu?
Yeah.
Holy shit. I
Yeah.
gotta stop making fun of you right now.
5 months.
5 months?
Yeah, so I'm pretty early.
I'm gonna stop making fun of you. I feel like you could kick me in the head so hard I'll end up looking like you afterwards. Sid, how's it going with the ladies?
Maybe that's what happened to you.
You guys.
Sid, you might be like the most fun person to roast that I've ever roasted in 9 years.
Oh.
You don't realize you're playing into it by doing this
I know.
WWE heel thing you're doing. Just like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? Don't you realize who I am? So funny.
He's got animal eyes.
We need to get the Comedy Central roast of Sid Williams. You're going to be the first person to make his debut as the guest of honor at a roast. Comedy Central, you got to get on this shit. They love listening to me for advice. Sid, coolest thing about you other than you're doing Kung Fu? You have any, you ever jump out of an airplane or something like that? Off a building? You ever get your head crushed by a semi-truck? Answer the question, Sid, or I'm going to keep going. You wear sweatpants out? That's cool. That takes confidence.
Tuxedo sweatpants. Don't forget the stripe. It's a gentleman's sweatpants.
Yo, it helps me. Yo,
Get him back, Sid. Get him back. Get him back, Sid. Clearly you have to
that man like, why did I say this?
There you go.
It's actually Dick because my name starts with a C, so it's Dick.
That's true.
Little known
True.
fact. Yeah.
So,
Hey, get him, Sid.
what ethnicity are you, Sid?
I'm half I'm half Caucasian and half Puerto Rican.
Half what?
Puerto Rican.
Half Caucasian, half Puerto Rican. We've got two eyes, very close to one another. Look at him, Sid. Sid, look at him. Look at the best part. I want you to look at them. Look at this guy laugh. I feel like we're looking at an actual like television reaction shot with these two faces right here just dying.
I'm gonna be the first ski mask comedian. I'm just gonna wear a ski mask on stage
I love it.
for your approval.
No,
I think
don't do that. That'd be way too Puerto Rican of you, Sid. Dude, even in comedy.
I think you're Tony used one of the many voices he can do.
Oh, thank you. Sid, what does your dad do for work in Texas? Is he the Puerto Rican or the Caucasian?
He's the Caucasian.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What does he do?
He used to be a restaurant manager, and now he does clothing plans for the city, and he has a licensed business. So he like runs lots of businesses.
Oh, that's cool.
It's okay. It's okay.
Maybe I gotta do the language sentence.
It's weird that your dad mows lawns and you don't talk.
Oh, because she's Puerto Rican.
What happened to this show? It got so mean.
It's so fun. No, Sid's new in town, right, Sid?
3 years.
3 years in Los Angeles. How many times have you come to the Comedy Store before?
I've come a lot of times, but never performed. Tonight was my first time performing in the original room, so that'll be fun.
And your first time on Kill Tony. So this is it. How'd the original room go for you?
Thank you.
Yeah, Sid,
Even though I hate all of you, I appreciate you at the same time. It went okay. There was like 12 people that came to actually see comedy, and there was like 30 comedians. So I had the 12 people kind of on my side. You know, so my friend said I bombed, but I thought it was.
Your friend,
but I've done better. I've done better. Definitely, I've done better. My delivery is kind of hard.
Huh. Well, Sid, I mean,
your friend Wilbur is next. And hang him.
what are you gonna do after this tonight?
Probably just go home and chill.
Other than try to squeeze your head as much as you can to talk about it. Try to even
I have a really tall brain, so it works out.
I love that.
Yeah.
You really do, Sid.
Thank you.
Do you perform a lot? Do you get up a lot at night, or do you Uber during the day and like try to do stand up at night? How hard are you going this? Because you're the one that said off and on for 2.5 years. Like, why do you think you're going off? Is it because of the bartending?
I've been on since I quit my
3
bartending
months
job.
ago.
Yeah,
right.
Because I was having to work 5 nights a week, but now I can Uber before stand up, Uber after stand up.
Like when you're doing Uber, do you do what you do on stage and like look at a paper map every 20 seconds? Like, just hold on 1 second. I had to go back, old school style.
Rifting.
All right. Well, I feel like there's something that we didn't quite cover. I feel like there's more with you, Sid, but I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know what the fucking question is. What is the love life situation? What's it like for a guy with an '06 Nissan Sentra? His face every time people laugh is the funniest thing. He's great. He's like he's being like a great sidekick. Do you know how to do sound effects and upload podcasts? Oh. Sid. What's your love life like? Last time you went on a date, what was that like?
I have a girlfriend, so we kind of do stuff all the time.
What kind of stuff?
How long you?
Sex stuff.
Oh yeah. That's why you've been on and off in town. With your new girl.
No, I've been on the last 3 months, at least a few times.
How long you been with her?
6 months.
Oh. Interesting. She's a distributor at Dave and Buster's.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You guys were drunk at Dave and Buster's the first time you met her?
Please tell me she's over 30.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
She's like, I could give you a lot with these tickets, lady.
I gave her my kazoo.
Whoa, and then you Dave and busted a load?
Oh wow. Yeah, I would have thought about it for another 10 seconds and gotten the punchline just right. But you thought of it. rush to it, and I like that. I know how that.
There's a lot of punch.
Craziest thing you ever saw at Dave and Buster's? I mean, 8 years at fucking Dave and Buster's. That sounds.
No, 8 years bartending, only like a year and a half at Dave and Buster's. Craziest thing, I saw my manager kick a guy in the chest.
Whoa! Wow.
It was so fucking intense.
Yeah, those Dance Dance Revolution games get crazy once in a while. You know, all of a sudden. Why? What happened?
Just some guys were starting a fight, and security jumped in, and it was kind of an even match, and then out of nowhere, my manager came in, just like, bah! Just kicked the guy in the chest, and he went to the ground. It was so intense. Because he was a big, fat dude.
Did you ever get involved?
He started with a chest kick. Like, that's so stylish.
Yeah, it really is.
That's some good kung fu.
Have you ever gotten into a fight and headbutted somebody and split them into two?
It's like
retarded. These are all jokes, by the way, that would work on me if anybody was smart enough to ever do them. Write them down, haters. I have a long face too, Sid.
I know. I was kind of like, how
Thank
does
you,
this?
son of a bitch. How dare you respond like that? Wait, I didn't notice until the response.
Tony, do you know how I feel like he's responding to these jokes? Like, he was voted prom king, but then everybody just turned on him right after they voted for him.
They're like,
you guys like me.
I feel like whatever you were just describing with that joke happened to you during that joke. Sid, welcome to the Comedy Store. Congratulations. You know, take tonight as a fun new beginning. You got lucky as fuck. You got up in both rooms, got your balls busted, you had fun. Oh, I see what you're doing. You want advice from the actual pros. He's pointing to Dominion. Guys, what do you have for Sid?
I was just going to ask you, how much do Uber drivers make? How do they make money if they don't get tipped?
Can't be a lot, I mean.
No, I make 20 to 30 an hour minimum.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
Good.
Yeah. $20 to $30 an hour minimum.
You got to
Did I
get.
say? Sorry, my bad. No, $20 to $30 an hour at least. Sometimes it's more. Good riding.
At least means minimum.
Anybody ever tip you?
Yeah. Turn around and just kick those motherfuckers.
Right in control.
Will you love to see him go all kung fu in a fucking battle?
Yeah. Oh! Pat and Jeremiah are ready for it.
My car's too old to drive.
You drive.
What's that?
Where you just drive to people's houses.
Yeah.
So you get more tips.
According to Tony, I probably eat the food on the way there.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I've run out of energy. How about you guys?
This comedy wise, keep doing it. Not get lost. Focus and just keep doing it. See what happens. Tell everybody that. Why don't you say, why don't you just fucking quit? Quit now. Don't cause yourself any more pain. No, I'm not saying that to you. I don't want to fuck with you. I'm just saying that as a joke in general.
I got it.
Yeah, Sid, you know, have fun with it, man. You know, enjoy the process and, you know, pretend like that first 2.5, whatever the fuck that on and off thing is. I wouldn't answer that question that way anymore. Not only because it's misleading if you didn't do that many spots in 2.5 years, but I also think that it fucks people up mentally, considering that doing stand-up comedy. It's a fucking, you know, it's a full-time, like, every night or, like, every other night at the minimum type of gig. So I would say from now on, just say that you've only been doing it 3 months and roll with that, and then it'll be a fresher start for you. You know, you won't have that old shit pressure behind you. Does that make sense?
Yep.
There you go.
You just got to keep doing it, man. There's animals out here. They're getting on stage every
Animals. Animals.
Animals. Savages.
They're animals. I mean, and you're one of them. Clearly, you have the head of a parrot, so you are one of those animals. Sid Williams, ladies and gentlemen, you met him here on Kill Tony. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Fuck yeah, Sid. Sid is on Twitter. He's at Sid with AC on Twitter. He's also on Instagram. Normally I wouldn't say people's Instagrams, but I'm going to give his out. Sid with AC. No. All right. AC, goddammit, AC. All right, I shouldn't have read it. Wow, look at that. That's insane, because I just made a joke about a headbutt splitting
I have an ethnic show and a TV show in Montreal.
That is so fun.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a blast.
Denver Comedy Works, Matt Domerare, Twitter, or Tweeter, Twit, whatever the fuck it is. And that's it.
Ian Edwards.
Just follow me on Twitter at Ian Edwards Comic, on our website IanEdwardsComedian.com. Got shows there. It's everything.
Oh, I also have a podcast that these motherfuckers put on.
That's right. Listen to Dom Irera's podcast live at the Laugh Factory with Dom Irera.
By the way, thank you so much for being such a great crowd. It's so fucking miserable out today. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, we really did do something crazy today. I mean, it is literally, I was in the valley all day shooting a movie, no big deal, and it was 105 fucking degrees out there for a continuous 12 hours. It was insane. Reagan and Watkins, dressed for the occasion.
Yeah. At Jeremiah's Stand Up on Twitter and Instagram, at Patty Reagan, and Joel Jimenez is at Mostly Sorry.
Yes, yes, I want to start saying that. That was a note that I had for myself. At Mostly Sorry, we love Joel Jimenez. Reagan and Watkins, check out all their stuff. Check out Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins on everything.
Yeah. ReaganandWatkins.com, JeremiahWatkins.tv, you know, whatever
Yeah,
you want, you know.
shirtlesspigs.org. Brian Redman, Josh Martin Comics, Jamie Vernon in the back. Check out his website. He has a really sweet poster for sale. I'm doing Seattle. I'm headlining Seattle this upcoming weekend. Right now, the Parlor Live in Seattle, and featuring for me for his very first time featuring on the road all weekend. The one and only Josh Martin Comic, ladies and gentlemen. One of the silent killers here at the store. One of the funniest fucking people, and a guy who's paid his dues for years. One of our favorite people. That's tonight's show, Red Band. We did it. Live audience. Thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody. Everything's down. Every single thing's down except for your microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, everybody. Hi, everyone. My goodness, look at that. You can hear me like it's a show with speakers. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another fun episode. Are you guys ready for a crazy night or what? Fuck yeah, you are. How's it going, everybody? Keep it going for Pat Reagan and the Baby Boys. It's fun. Playing some music. Hello to everybody on Ustream and Periscope and so many other great things. To those of you that are on those things, I'm just going to tell you that I have some fun stuff coming up. Tulsa, Oklahoma, St. Louis, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, and Boston's Wilbur Theater. So if you live in any of those cities, get tickets for that at my website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. Hi, live audience. Welcome to the show, everybody. It's a live show. Keep that applause going. We have Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. Ryan J. Eagle drawing tonight's episode from scratch, the house artist. Brian Redband, founder of Death Squad, king of sound effects, so many other great things. And the producer, Josh Martin, that runs around making sure that the sound works at the very start of the show, because it's both a live show and a live podcast, so the sound is extra important on a show like this. For those of you just joining show business, fuck yeah, now you know.
show Saturday night on Vine, so please come.
Vine's still alive. Where'd Tad go? Watch some catch up out of his mouth?
Wash up.
Fuck yeah. I love that. Well, shall we meet tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen?
We always keep our guests secret.
We always keep our guests secret. Hopefully the train will stay on its tracks tonight. Two diabolical guests for you, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Josh Wolf and Stephen Brody Stevens. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Wolf joining us for the very first time on the show.
What's up, man?
And Brody Stevens, one of our favorite guests, one of our favorite comedians, is here. And not only is he here, but he's also chosen to use this moment to advance his own numbers on Periscope. 170 viewers enjoying the show.
Enjoying
watching streaming live at DeathSquad.tv on a better feed. And be helping the actual shows at the show that you're on.
He's filming the show.
Yeah.
Well, I'm being filmed.
Yeah.
I'll do it for a little more. I got to laugh. I'm happy about
I
it.
love it. That's a great entrance. You're one of the only people that's taken the opportunity to stream an already streaming show. When the Ghostbusters say don't cross the streams, I'm pretty sure this is what they mean, Brody.
Well, we crossed them, and I'm excited to be on the other side.
Fuck yeah. It's amazing how well you use technology since you dress like a 30s paper boy.
I'm an LA Weekly fan. I get it. Well, you know what? I'm wearing the Cleveland shirt, Cardiac Kids, because you and Redman are both from Ohio, and the Cavaliers won the championship, so it's kind of an homage to Cleveland sports.
Fuck yeah, Brian Redman.
Orange cross negative. This guy on cross negative. What did I do wrong?
Oh, okay, Brody, skipping a beat there for a second. That part's going to be edited out.
Oh, look at this, the number one. Okay, let me take it here. Steven, are you here?
Are you talking to yourself?
Are you?
Stephen Brody Stevens, are you here?
I have a selfie stick.
Jeez, that's like your holder, yeah.
Holder, right. I have a selfie stick holder.
Brody.
Yes.
You're consistent? Do you pay that guy?
There's a finder's fee, there's commissions.
What do you mean a fine? He found you?
No, he's a good guy. He's from Pasadena. We're both Southern California raised. We, A1A till we die. Yeah, no, things are good. You need help. I know that I need help from people. And this guy, Steven, I found him here. We've reached out, and I need some male energy in my life.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like to me. I feel like that selfie stick has been in dirty places before. So you guys know how the show works. Welcome back to it, everybody. We got Reagan and Watkins, Josh Wolf, and Brody Stevens, Brian Redman. Everybody's here. You guys ready to start the fucking show or what? We have a fucking rule.
Yes!
Over 40 comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket here tonight. Comedians, you know you're 60.
Wait. We can have two drummers
Brody.
on the show, Brody.
Brody, you brought a drum set with you?
You're denying already?
Yeah, I said we can't have two drummers on the show.
Why not? The Grateful Dead do. You got it. Thank you.
You can have a drum.
And so do the Doobie Brothers.
I think we should just have a drum off.
Have a drum off and
for
end
you, Josh.
Let's just keep it positive.
Let's just say that Joel Jimenez won the drum off, and let's keep moving. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sweet little sound of a kitty. Oh, you can barely hear that. Come on, kitty, you can do a little louder than that. There you go. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Oh, no. Fuck yeah. Another day at the Cincinnati Zoo. So, are you guys ready to start the fucking show or what? Let's get into this. Here we go. I can feel it. Feels good in here. I like the mojo in here already. I already like it.
Yeah.
Put your hands together for, what is this? Zenjiro. Zenjiro. Zenjiro? Oh, poor Zenjiro. How about Dan Nolan?
I'm a recovering heroin addict. I'm 15 months clean and sober now. Cool, thanks. Thank you. Saturdays are my cheat day. People are always like, how'd you do that, man? I could never do heroin. I hate needles. And I'm like, that's because the needles you've been using aren't filled with sweet, delicious heroin. If that were the case, we'd all be getting vaccinated until we had severe autism. I never had to suck a dick for heroin, though. The guys I got it from just wanted money. I was lucky. I probably would have sucked a dick, though. Not even just because heroin's that good, but is sucking a dick really that bad? A lot of people sucking dicks out there. Clap your hands if you ever sucked that. No, never mind. Please don't laugh. There's worse things that you could do than sucking a dick. Morally speaking, sucking a dick's still better than cooking crystal meth. But it would have been interesting if that was the direction they chose to take Breaking Bad. I'm doing this for my family. Fuck yeah, Dan Nolan. Thank you. Dan Nolan.
Wow.
Thanks, man.
May I just say though, I love how they run down like it's The Price is Right.
Yeah. Dan Nolan was running like somebody had a hot black rock of heroin up here.
Is that what I get if I win?
Fuck yeah. Dan, so you're clean and sober?
Yeah, 15, almost 16 months.
It seems like, do you still get urges sometimes? Like a heroin addiction seems
I was
sort of
thinking
hard.
about it today. I mean, it just pops into my head.
Like, when did it pop in your head? When
I was at a coffee shop and just saw the black drip.
Happens quick.
No, I was sitting at the coffee shop. I just thought about it. I thought about when's the next time I go home going to be. And a friend of mine got into the Hudson Valley Comedy Festival, and I was thinking about all the places that she should go visit. And then I started thinking of all the corners that I used to buy heroin.
Yeah.
And so it just pops in my head, and then I think about it.
When you did do heroin, how long did you do it for?
I was shooting it for like 7 or 8 months, but like I was
Sounds like a movie. I was shooting for like 7 or 8 months. They wrapped us at the end of 8 months. It was a good shoot. I had 2 deals per diem every day.
That's so fun. 7, 8 months. So what city were you in during that?
Mostly, well, I was in like Manhattan a lot. And,
what was your aroma like during those 7 when you were shooting?
Oh, it was like gross. Like, yeah, I was. I mean, not really. Like, I used to work in television. I made a lot of money, and I was doing good.
That when you were doing heroin, you were working in television.
Yeah, for most.
And look where you are now after you quit, dummy.
Yeah, dude, I know that's the funny thing.
Do heroin, kids. You're successful. Look right. He's an open micer.
No, seriously, yeah.
You went all the way from a big showbiz job to fucking.
Right. I know. I didn't become half homeless until I started doing comedy.
Right.
Yeah.
Where were you living? So you had a nice place in Manhattan when you were shooting.
I lived in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. I worked in Manhattan. I used to work on Law and Order and some other shitty shows.
Law and Order. Little did they know you were coming in fucking.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
You were like, I recognize that story.
Yeah, no, I worked in the locations department. They'd be like, oh, we need like a sketchy street corner. Can you find that? I'd be like, oh yeah, I got you.
Oh yeah, I'm there right now.
Anybody need any heroin over here? Wait, so where was your favorite place to shoot up? Were you an arm between the toes?
Oh yeah, I did the arm. I liked the hand. I started out with the hand, and then because it was like it felt cleaner to me. But then the arm is just so juicy. It's just so like I used to do like straight right in the crux of the elbow, and then I found some
jerk off with your elbow.
Yeah. What?
Oh, there you go. Another episode.
Yeah. That literally sounds like the beginning of an episode. What?
And then they just find me behind a dumpster can.
I love it. Oh, that's pretty dark. So,
Never between the toes or anything?
No, that's what they say. Between the toes, nobody knows. But I didn't. job on another show, making twice as much money, and then I just went fucking
What
crazy.
show was that?
That was a show called Deception on NBC. The
You have that show for Deception? Bum bum. Bum bum bum.
And so, why did you go to jail?
I went to jail for driving without a license.
Little did they know.
Right. Yeah, that's the funniest thing. I was on probation. I did 6 months in county jail for driving without a license because I got caught 3 times. I was working on a movie in the city of Newburgh, New York, and the cops kept pulling me over because I was buying heroin, and they knew I was buying heroin, but I kept saying, "Oh, I'm the location manager. That's why I'm just looking at corners." And I had all this stuff in my car, like permits and shit, and I got away with it a bunch of times. One time I fucking threw heroin under the seat, and I got pulled over by the city of Newburgh police department, and if they had looked in the car, I had no license or anything. But I knew the Newburgh police because I worked on a movie.
You know what they say. You know what they say. Under the seat. Be discreet.
Beat the heat.
Stephen Brody Stevens,
Yes.
you self-medicate. What do you think about Dan Nolan?
I thought you did a great job. I thought I like the Pete Holmes thing. You know, people are gonna
You're like Pete Homeless. Thank you, Joel Jimenez.
That's what people are looking for. They say they want different in this town. I don't think so. They want to be able to say, you know what? Yep, that's Pete Holmes. Get him. That's what they want. So.
Is that a compliment? I can't tell if that.
Yeah, Pete Holmes is doing stuff with Judd Apatow. Judd Apatow cut me out of Funny People, so I remember that.
Wow.
Is Apatow here tonight? Find him. Oh God.
So Dan, what else is exciting in your life? Anything in real life? You've been doing it a year. Any big breakthroughs lately? How do you make your money now?
We're gonna start up. It's a dog walking company. It's like an iPhone app.
You work at a Starbucks?
You work at a Starbucks?
Some good old dog walking music live here in the belly room. So when you're walking these dogs,
no, I don't walk the dogs. I do the dispatch and I book walks.
Dispatch.
Service.
10-4, I need a half-retarded person to walk a dog. Can I get anybody at the absolute bottom of the barrel to walk a dog?
I have Mr. Nolan. He's on his way.
Somebody that is sub-retarded that we could get that's a professional dog walker.
It's so funny. Some of the dog walkers are people that really care about dogs, or they're artists and musicians that need a steady income. And then I can tell that some of them are just fucking junkies.
Right.
And they just because anybody can do it.
All of a sudden they have the dog leash just tied around their arm.
Does it pay okay walking the dog? Yeah, it's I think it's $18 for a half-hour walk, and I think it's a 60-40 split, so it's 25 for a half hour, and I think 35.
Damn, you're like pimping dog walkers over there. Jesus.
Yeah, dude. Right,
yeah. 60-40 split, bitch. You ever slap one?
It's like an Uber
dog walker, bro?
I never even met him.
Like an Uber dog walker?
Yeah, it is. It's like Uber for dogs. Like,
thank you.
Press the button and you get a
for Uber, except you don't have to know how to drive.
Yeah, you just have to walk.
Yeah. And not let go of the leash. Did you pick up after the dog?
No, I don't deal with the dogs at all. I leave dogs in the office. We're in an office over here.
If something goes wrong with the dog walk, do they call you?
Yeah, that's my problem.
Give us some examples of some shit that's happened.
Like, fucking dog walk. Like, the biggest thing is that we're going into people's houses. We're sending the dog walkers into the houses of complete strangers. Like, if you request an on-demand walk, we'll just send you whoever we got, and they'll go into your house. And so people are, like, claiming that they're getting robbed. One lady is just
claiming.
Yeah, right.
You mean there's people that
I don't know.
Either shit is still there or it's not.
Right. These people are making bold claims.
Yeah.
What do you mean the cash is missing off your dress, huh?
Yeah.
Why would a dog walker do something so pathetic? Do you think they would leave the security of their dog walking shop? Okay, that shit loaded up. I can't fucking remember.
Wait, so what's the weirdest thing that you've ever heard besides the stealing? Has happened on a walk.
No, I mean, it's mostly goofy shit. Like, somebody will bring their friend for the dog walk. And it's just, like, really creepy.
The dog doesn't like it?
No, you're bringing your friend into somebody's house. Your friend is
the dog ever called you?
I don't want two people walking me.
Who are you sending into here?
Yeah, no, some people are like, one lady was like, we were like, oh, we're going to send you our excellent walker, Carol. She's blah, blah, blah. And then the lady was like, I'll show her to Mittens. And, like, wanted to show the dog the picture. We have, like, pictures and videos, and she wanted to consult with the dog about
so that you sent over a picture and the woman printed the picture?
No, there's a database.
Oh,
Like,
a database
you look
online.
in your phone and you can play a video, and they're like, "Hey, my name's Steve. I like Gucci."
How humiliating. My name's Steve. Jesus
If
Christ.
someone's like, "You're gonna make a dog walking video," I'm like, "Fuck
Yeah.
you." For the dog, fuck you. I'm not auditioning for a fucking dog.
Have you seen these videos?
Yeah, no, it's really. Some of them are so. Those dudes are just like, "Hey, my name is Darnell. I had dogs ever since I was a kid. My dad had dogs." Like, you're just like, "Oh, just Darnell." I don't think you're getting any walks from. All right, was that racist? Was that why you got turned on me?
No, that was great. All right, Dan. Well, it was nice meeting you, man.
Meeting?
Yeah,
We
good
know
stuff.
we know each other.
Any other questions for Dan or anything? Anything you want to know about a heroin addict, Brody?
What's the difference of heroin and meth?
Oh, meth picks
Right.
you up, heroin brings you down.
Is that a serious question?
That's more of a question for Google, Brody. Not an actual human being. That's something that sort of everybody.
I thought that was a fair question.
There's a lot of differences there.
Okay.
So how long were you in jail?
6 months.
6
6
months?
months for no license?
Yeah, well, I got caught doing it 3 times. I was on probation for a DUI, so I had no license, and they caught me 3 times.
Jesus, in New York City.
No, this was a little bit outside.
Newburgh.
Do you have a great jail story? I mean, one that we would think was great.
I got thrown in solitary confinement one time.
For not having a license?
No. I used to work in the kitchen. I went in one morning and they took our coffee maker away in the kitchen, and I was like, "You guys can't take our coffee maker away," and they were like, "Yeah, no, dude, we can. It's jail. Fuck you." And I was like, "Well, I'm not working until you guys bring back the coffee maker," and they fucking threw me in solitary confinement.
Wow. For how long?
For a week.
A week?
Yeah, well, 5 days.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Yeah, no, all solitary confinement is just 14 hours a day. It's just dudes kicking their door and calling the CO a faggot. That's 100% of what you hear. It's just, "Yo, CO! You know you a bitch, right?" All night.
Wow. Well, Dan, and congratulations on
On everything.
congratulations on getting out of that life. And do you have a license now?
No, I can get it. I just gotta go back to New York.
Do you ever drive out here?
No, I'm on a bicycle right now. I had a moped and the cops took it.
Man,
Yeah.
your life is out of control.
Yeah.
I mean, why would they take your moped?
It's like the law is if it's 49 cc's and under, then it's fine. You don't need a license. But I had a 50 cc.
Leave it to you to overdose on CCs. There he goes, Dan Nolan, everybody. There he goes. He's on Twitter, Dan Nolan Comedy.
I have a question.
Stop cooking.
Tony, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
What's the difference between a moped and a Vespa?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
There you go. Hey, what's the difference between Vespa and meth?
Hey, Holly.
Why did that get a laugh and mine didn't? Why is the audience stacked against me? Where we Sacramento yesterday? All I see is a bunch of people in dark t-shirts being hard on me.
Okie dokie.
You know what? I'm right.
All right. I pulled another name out of the bucket.
I said one word that whole time. Right? Be nice to me.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very, very excited about this. This is a first. Put your hands together for Joel Jimenez.
Right there.
Guys, no good tattoo ever started with the phrase, "Hey, my homie did this for free." Actually, I'll open up to you guys. I got called faggot until the age of, I get called faggot a lot. Like every day. Please stop. I've been getting called that since kids in my age group realized they could use that word on someone and hurt them. They looked at me, they were like, "That's the fucking guy." And I just thought it meant having a bowl haircut and loving your mom. Like, yeah, where are the rest of us? We need to hang out. My mom's in a wheelchair. She has rheumatoid arthritis. It's like one of the most painful types of arthritis you can have. And it's hard. I get depressed a lot about my own things. I go talk to her like, "Mom, I'm sad. I don't feel good." She's like, "Joel, I'm in a fucking wheelchair. I haven't stood up in a while. But I get it. You don't like your haircut." Fuck yes. Exactly 60 seconds. Joel Jimenez. Joel Jimenez, welcome to this part of the show.
All right.
You're the only person to ever play drums and be pulled out of the bucket.
That's exciting. I like that.
How's it going, Joel? We really don't know that much about you, the public Pro Tony. We've just heard you through the sticks.
Yeah, you're right. I try to. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
What do you do for work?
I work at a skate park. I'm getting laid off. June 30th is my last day.
Wow. Man. Oh. Why are they? What do you have to do to get laid off at a skate park?
Well, no, I've been there 9 years, and they're switching to an unsupervised model. So they figure they use the money they're paying me.
Like the skaters too.
The skaters win.
You've been there 9 years, and they were probably like, "He's not to be fucking gone by now, dude."
I did too.
So you're gonna have to leave now.
Yeah.
You're right.
Joel, we're really ramping up for something big here.
Okay.
Skate park joke, everybody.
Everybody took me a while.
Okay, keep going.
Wow. Way to kick flip the script.
Has anybody ever showed up at the skate park in like rollerblades or anything?
Yeah,
like that?
rollerblades, rollerblades, bikes, scooters.
Anything wind powered?
Any?
Could be.
You're right. Anybody ever show up at the skate park and like a heroin addict on a Vespa?
No, I don't think so. No,
How long have you been working at the skate park?
9 years.
Oh my God, you're like a baby boy. I love it.
I know.
Have you ever had a different job?
I worked at Target before that. It was awful.
Wow.
Because you have to deal with those people all day, every day.
Yeah.
What's the most ridiculous thing you? Because Target stores have got to be.
Target's like the skateboarders' moms.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, and.
Yeah.
Moving on.
So tell us some crazy shit you've seen at the skate park. It's mostly like 12 to 21-year-olds.
Yeah, I think the 12 through like 21, they're the worst. They're just
Punks.
Yeah, they're angry.
You're like the mean grandpa that like takes the ball.
Yeah. No, it's great when I was 20 and like 21, and then as I had more responsibility, I got a little more like anal about the rules, and then the kids turned on me.
Anal? You shouldn't get anal with kids. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
That was a problem. So
I don't get the laugh, but Josh did. Thanks again, guys. Setting everybody up. Jeremiah, when he said I did the show, made a movie, just beat me to it. I thought about that before Jeremiah. He just spoke quicker.
All right. Well, then,
Treat me like a guest.
in that case, what is that a setup for?
Forgot what I said, but I'll tell you. I grew up in Reseda at the world famous Skater Cross. Have you heard of that? That's where Dogtown and Z-Boys started out. And then I used that energy when I auditioned to be on Ridiculousness with Rob Dyrdek, and I helped create that show. So keep skating. You're a good guy. If you want to come down to the Fantasy Factory, I'll set it up.
I'd love to.
And I like how you did your act, like you set it up, like you did a tight minute. You did a callback at the end to the haircut. Right? You did that, the full thing, so it was good. Yeah.
Brody, I was gonna invite him to the Fantasy Factory, but you beat me to it.
Joel, tell us more about your real life.
My real life?
Other than your job, and we know that you play drums for.
No, I'm awake.
Reagan Watkins, you're the drummer for the
Can you hear me?
band. Reagan
Yeah, go ahead.
Version, which we love. Tell us more about you. Single?
No, I've been with my girlfriend for 11
Chicky
years.
left.
Wow.
Yeah.
So longer than the skate park.
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
She hooked up with you when you were in your Target days.
Yeah.
She fell in love with you while you were wearing a red polo.
And that's why
Really?
I commit.
Love right there. Yeah, that's love. That's how.
Whoa. There you go. Brody having
Glendale Galleria.
pure. Wow. He's having acid flashbacks on Prozac, ladies and gentlemen. Brody, Brody, this is a live podcast, and you're talking with
Well, you said I was going to get edited out earlier. Am I right? He said that. So once you said edit, I can throw the mic down in aggression.
Oh my goodness.
You got it.
There it is. Little positive pepper on that. Fuck yeah. Joel, any crazy talents that you have or anything? You ever yo-yo or skydive or?
No, just drums. I skated for a while, and then I've been doing comedy for a little over.
Horror shorts. He makes horror shorts. He makes
Horror shorts?
horror.
Like really, like a lot of
Scary, short, scary movies.
a little fucked up, weird.
Ooh, I like that.
Kind of horror. See, Pat, this is my time. Shut up.
I don't think I ever realized how close the word horror is to horror.
fucking 0 to 60.
I love it.
Way to go!
You're good at that.
I'm gonna let my mom bolt cut.
Fuck yeah! Bolt? That's my Pat impression. Ah! Shit!
Alright, moving on.
That's like him.
What are you talking about?
That sounds like me, actually. But
Well, Joel, how
maybe
long
it
you
is
been
somehow.
A little over 4 years. It'll be December 21st.
Very cool.
That's
Very
the
cool.
first day of winter.
Wait, were you expecting
Guys,
to put the
mark
clock
your
on
calendar.
December
December 21st.
They did. They did.
Off and on this year.
December 21st.
There you go.
Joel
Audience.
Minute,
All right.
ladies and gentlemen. Back on the drums he goes. He's on Twitter at Mostly Sorry, all one word. Mostly Sorry. Joel Jimenez. That's the sound. That's fun. How about that? Joel. The jokes, folks. All right, another name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name, I do believe. Put your hands together for Ryan Clark. Oh, wow, Ryan Clark. Blew it. How about, oh, I like this. This guy circled his name after he signed it. Put your fucking hands together. This looks like a new name. Vinny Ward, everybody.
Yeah!
I sort of like it when they don't show up.
Holy shit.
Pulled another name out. This guy's here. Put your hands together for Matthew Maloney, everybody. You know him, you love him. There he is, Matthew Maloney.
Alright, everybody, here's the deal. I know I look like a serial killer, alright? You can all go ahead and stop screaming it at my face. But to be fair, some of you were kind enough to lie to me. You say, no, man, you don't look like a murderer. You look more like a mugger. Maybe a rapist. Just want to say I appreciate the sentiment, but I have to face the fact that if I'm in public and I look bored, people around me are going to get nervous. The other day, I just walk up to a guy at work. That's all I do is walk up to a guy. And he says, Matthew, if you wanted to, you could kill somebody. What kind of manager are you? There's no way that's company policy. Thank you very much.
Fuck yeah, 59 seconds, 0.8 by Matthew Maloney.
Can I,
Yeah, Josh Wolf.
I have one quick thing to say. I would say, I would never say that when people call you a rapist that you appreciate the sentiment. Because there's, I don't know exactly what the sentiment behind it is, except the fact that they're calling you a
That's true.
fucking
That's a good
rapist.
point.
I wonder if there's any humor behind that. I didn't, that's why I asked you the question. Yes, it's supposed to be a joke. Okay, you got it, yeah. No, I got mine out of played off.
Do a lot of people tell you look like a serial killer, or do you just think that?
No.
Is that what you ask for when you go to the barber? Because, I mean, it sort of seems like you're playing into it a little bit.
More like a murr. I got it a lot more in high school. This is kind of from that area of my life when I killed all those people.
Yeah. Looks like you've definitely killed some cereal in your day, that's for sure.
James and the giant plum over here.
It is true. You look like a gallon of grape drink. Oh, Brody, really taking a moment to alleviate all the laughs in the room. Good job, Brody. Let him know when you want him to stop.
Fringe and the purple weight gain.
Oh, okie dokie. Yeah. Matthew, see, there's a lot of things that you look like.
Purple weight gain.
All right, I don't know. I thought we were keeping it positive. Matthew, I'm here for you. I'm a good guy. Where are you from?
The Palm Springs area?
That's where my mother lives.
Fuck yeah.
There you go. You can check up on her. She's down there. She lives in Palm Desert. You can. She's an Uber driver down there. She's 85.
Does she really drive Uber? Your mom drives Uber?
Yes.
Really?
She's still driving. My mom went to Fairfax High School. She lives in Palm Desert.
Do you think that when people get in the back seat, and they're like, "Oh shit."
Funny. Brian Redband.
Hey, Redband on it.
Yeah. On it, baby. There.
She did great during Coachella.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god. Do they have shows down there in Palm Springs? I go down there a lot at the casinos.
Not that I go to.
Matthew, how do you make your money?
I Uber.
You Uber too.
Yeah,
Wait, you already
I
said that?
partnered with his grandma.
Oh,
It's my mother, not my grandmother. How dare you?
How dare you? Just because she's 85 doesn't mean she's a...
She should have a grandkid, but we adopted a dog. I love dogs.
Matthew,
This
how's
is the cutest ever podcast going on at the same
Yeah.
time.
Matthew, how's Uber been going for you?
It's going all right. Don't know what to say. You could always get a job as, like, going back to the Game of Thrones, you could get a job as Hodor's stand-in.
Yeah.
I think honestly, you got a good look for commercials. Keep doing the stand-up if you want. You can go a lot of different ways.
Anybody know a casting director for pudding commercials or something like that?
What's your name again?
Matthew.
Matthew. Keep doing what you're doing.
There you go, Brody.
Hold on.
Brody with some good advice. Don't quit.
Okay, hold on. Where do you work?
Using selfie sticks, start periscoping.
Let me tell you, I take a selfie stick defense course. If I see somebody with a selfie stick, I spray him with mace. Did I get a laugh? Did I get a laugh? I don't know.
Nope, it didn't. Matthew.
Attack a guest, a good guy.
Matthew, you single? You dating at all?
Yeah, I'm dating right now.
What's that situation?
It's going fine.
Matthew,
You got-
I know, I'm
instead
sorry.
of panicking, why don't you think of the actual answer? How long you been dating this girl?
On and off since high school, probably like 3 years now.
Wow.
You've been out of high school for 3 years?
No, but like I'm only counting the times we were together.
Oh, putting it all together.
I'm 57 years old. Well, she's still in high school, so she doesn't know that we're dating yet. But if she looks out her window, she'll know.
So what's that like? How often on is it? Like, when's the last time you saw her?
Wednesday?
And so what's that like?
Alive or dead?
We dated right after high school, then I went away to college, and then I came back, and
Yeah, we got
What
that.
college you go to?
it's a community, Citrus College.
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's in the San Gabriel Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's off the 210 freeway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
Did you pick Citrus College because it's the only university that sounds delicious?
That is so mean, Tony.
Thank you, Brody. Matthew, so like, what was Wednesday like? Just a booty call? Oh, who's a big shy little serial killer? Huh? Who's a shy little rapist baby? Would you big rapist babies? Yes, Susie. Yes, Susie, you're the one with the silver now. Is it a booty call? Did you guys fuck or what?
No, we just hang.
Did she leave her purple pillow over your head? Alright, I'm not getting any answers out of you. That was a really good set, Matthew. You're always funny on this show. Anything else for Matthew, guys?
I think you covered it.
Yeah, that's it. Matthew Maloney, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Always funny. He's on Twitter.
Keep going.
Matthew Maloney.
For Matthew Baloney. Baloney?
Yeah.
Baloney.
Did you say Matthew Baloney? No, it's Matthew Maloney.
I think you said Matthew Baloney. Okay. I came out of nowhere. I'll attack.
Alright. In the show where every third comedian is actually here, how about this? Bradless Velocitate?
Huh?
Speaking of being employed, I think white people need to stop telling black people who they look like. Just because, even if you're right, what you're doing is wrong, you know? It's terrible. That went well. I went to my parents' house recently. Have you ever looked around your parents' house and thought, I don't want any of this shit, you know? Because you get all of it, you know? Like, some parents, you know, they have cool stuff to pass down to their kids. My mom, all she collects is cats and unemployment, you know? That's pretty much it.
Fuck yeah, 48 seconds from Bo Laughman. Bo, you've been on the show a few times before, always with the short one-liner style. I love it. You sort of look like Keanu Reeves in between movies.
Yeah.
In between movies.
That's what I'm going for.
Bo, what's your story? How long have you been on stand-up?
A while, like 8 years or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
From LA?
No.
Where are you from?
Texas.
What part?
Moved here from Austin.
Very cool.
I love Austin 6th Street. What's the name of that the pond where people swim naked? Hippie Hollow?
Hippie Hollow, yeah.
Guadalupe River, where they go in the
Skin pound.
Yeah.
You can get the Zika virus there.
How long have you been?
You're lucky.
No, I heard they have a mosquito issue.
How long have you been in LA?
Almost a year.
What do you do for work?
Uber.
No, I wish.
Uh-oh.
I've been interning.
I wish on an Uber's never a good sign.
I can't wait to see. Wouldn't that be nice? No, I've been interning at a place and then I do extra work.
Yeah,
Whoa,
you almost threw up when you said
extra work. Extra work.
Extra. It's that bad.
Offer or something like that? What is it exactly?
Or is this like a Craigslist job?
Yeah.
Working at extra work.
What's the shadiest Craigslist gig that you've had to do since being in LA?
Like background extra work.
Sure, what's the worst one that you've done?
Cuckolding.
It's all the same stuff. Yeah.
Would you do that if they offered you some money? Would you do a cuckold video and pretend like the girl that's being made love to is your girlfriend? How much would it cost for you to do that?
Wait, those are pretend?
So what happened? Sorry to spoiler alert. Spoiler alert for Josh Wolf.
Yeah, bummer, right?
You know what? I think you just broke the rule.
Yeah, I'm in.
That's fun, Bo. What else do you do for fun?
You know.
No, I don't. Nobody does.
No, you do.
No, I promise you I don't.
No, I skate.
What kind of skate?
Skateboarding.
Do you ever go out to his car?
Yeah.
What's that?
Do you ever go out to his car?
Which part?
Joel's.
Were you in here for a Joel set? You ever go to the skate park?
Yeah.
Dude, where are we right now? Dude, I had a seizure and blacked out after the extra thing.
Do you like ridiculousness?
Love it.
Wow.
And it's back.
Yeah.
Oh, ridiculousness?
Love it. I do. Favorite show.
So what's the craziest kind of porn that you've ever watched?
Watched or finished it?
Ooh, I like that.
Totally different question.
Totally different question.
Finished too, sure. I don't think he has an answer for anything. We barely got where he's from out of him, so.
You know what I want to know about Bo?
Huh.
He's a good lover.
Do you consider yourself a good lover, Bo?
Tender, harsh, strong.
Yeah, you know, I'm okay.
Like in bed?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah. He just said he's okay.
Oh no. Brody?
I did see you're talking about pornography, and I did see a bestiality video. Yes, and well, the guy finished on an insect. He finished. Yes, he finished on an insect. It was the movie was called Charlotte's Web Eye.
Wow.
That was a long way to go.
Yeah.
It's a big laugh. Get to laugh in the main room. The ticket you can't afford.
Wow.
How dare you not laugh at that joke? Clearly Sacramento, they're going to hit me with a 2x4.
Wow, Brody.
All I see is dark colors.
Oh my goodness.
It was much better than my set, so.
All right.
Brody, did they laugh as Just sort of like
No, nothing interesting.
Welcome to Do You Have a Personality?
Yeah, we're really reaching here, Bo. We're trying our best.
No, I know. What would be the one thing you would tell us about yourself?
Like water.
Water's good.
I have to eat every day.
I like water. I sleep somewhere between 8 and 9 hours a night. Under one blanket.
I use these two things to walk. I breathe in a substance called oxygen.
We have a lot in common. Other than that, that's pretty much it.
Make a connection.
Anything else interesting, Bo?
Yeah, no.
All right, you're really rolling with this thing. Okay.
He's really nailing Keanu Reeves right there.
Like, what? I don't know. What's interesting?
What is your writing process? What's interesting?
He's somewhere
Hold on,
between
he asked me a question.
somewhere between Keanu Reeves and Christopher Reeves right now.
Oh my God, Tony, that is so uncalled for.
Take a moment and realize you almost cut that joke off, Brody.
I didn't cut it off. It got a laugh.
No, I said you almost.
It was great. I would never do that. I'm a good guy.
Thank you. I know it got a laugh umpire. Thank you. Brody, go ahead.
Oh, you're asking me what do I find?
What do you?
I just put out energy. You got to put out energy.
Wait, no.
Your arms crossed negative. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. That's a start. Arms crossed negative. What are you holding back?
What's your normal writing process? What do you do to write?
I mean, with the one-liners, it's like usually just cutting stuff down and trying to get.
I mean, do you sit there and go, hey, I'm gonna write a joke, or do you just
Where do you write at? How does it
phone,
happen?
Just.
you just stare at the wall and blink?
That helps. No, I write like. If I'm actually writing, I do like screenplays and stuff, and then I try and do like joke writing is usually.
I bet you the characters in your screenplays just jump off the page.
Oh yeah. They're pretty interesting.
Were you an extra in Dazed and Confused?
No.
Okay. He's from Texas. That's a callback. Thank you.
They write what you know, so his script's like, and he walks down the street.
They jump off.
So I'm wrong. I got no laughs on
Did
that.
I use that?
They're trying to kill themselves.
Can you use my joke? Sure.
Brody just firing off every thought at this point.
I'm seeing arms crossed negative, and I read energies.
Brody, what's the difference between Claritin and Klonopin?
I don't Claritin? What are you saying?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Hold on. Give me a chance, Tony.
I did give you a chance.
Stop being aggressive towards me. I'm thinking.
Let me think of a funny answer.
Go ahead. Keep going. You're good.
That's Brody's inner monologue.
Oh, really? Did you play baseball at Arizona State? You didn't, Jeremiah.
For those of you counting on your Kill Tony bingo card, that is his second Arizona State reference tonight. Bo, anything else? Have a good night, buddy. There he goes, Bo Laffman. He's on Twitter at Bo Laffman. There he goes. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We're keeping it moving, baby. I'm going to get right into it. This looks like a new name. We're in together for Brett Heavy. Here he comes.
Hello. So, I like to watch Vice News because I like to stay informed on things happening in the world. Which, by the way,
You're listening.
don't do that. Stay ignorant as long as you can. You'll be a much happier person. But they were talking to Edward Snowden about how the government can hack everything that we have with us all the time. And it's such a big deal. It's so important and it's so scary that the government can do that. Like, if somebody's working at the FBI watching me jerk off, talking about how I want to fuck Lisa Ann super bad, whatever, I don't care. My life is not that interesting. So go ahead. Look at my text messages that say, I think J.R. Smith should be on Hillary Clinton's ballot for president this year. Because we need people like J.R. Smith in the White House to make our lives better. And, it's going really well, right? Yeah. So, I'm just waiting for that West Hollywood bear to come out and eat me. Because that would feel way better than how this feels.
No need for him to eat you. You already ate it yourself. Brett, you are without a doubt, one of the funniest evil dolls that have come to life that I have ever had on this show before. I mean, of all the dolls that ever came alive been in LA?
About a year.
Yeah, you have Starhead. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin.
Yeah, I was gonna guess Minnesota. That's so funny.
Also kind of grinchy.
Yeah, totally.
I do hate Christmas.
You okay?
So it fits.
Absolutely, you do. Man, that's fun. So how you've been out here a year?
Yep.
Did you do like theater and acting and stuff, or anything on stage in Wisconsin?
Nope.
So you just came out here, and how long have you been doing stand-up?
6 months.
Really?
Yeah.
How often are you getting up in that 6-month span?
Probably like 4 times a week.
Pretty good.
At least.
Yeah.
I gotta mix it in with the alcoholism too. Sometimes
Oh boy. No, I don't know why you gotta separate that.
Yeah, you have Starhead, dude. You're like Zac Efron on meth or something like that. Something really interesting going on. Have you tried any acting or done anything like that?
a little bit. I'm like starting to get into it. Like I got my membership to LA Casting now, so
That's cool.
it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, right? Dude, $14.95 a month on my credit card.
Exactly.
Welcome to the exclusive club. Anyone can join.
Yeah, right?
Wow, that's the funniest thing ever. That is what Central Casting
Next
is.
stop,
Exactly.
Actors Access.
And then you're on your way to the top of show business, my friend.
That I
I
am.
like that. Make me 40.
Hey, you're $10 a month and you will make it to the top. Brett, how do you say that last name? E-B-Y?
Evie.
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 Huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Do you ever just go up in people's windows in the middle of the night and scare the life out of them?
Yeah, Evie's.
You have like a really scary face.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah.
know this? Do you know
Well,
this?
it's scary and it's
No.
handsome. It's like
It
That's what I get. I either get, hey, you look like the Chucky doll,
Right.
or I get, are you Ray Liotta's kid?
Right.
Like, it could go either way.
And who knows if the Chucky doll isn't actually Ray Liotta's kid?
Right. Exactly.
Could be.
Yeah, this guy's giving me the EBGB.
He's pretty creepy.
Very good,
Yeah.
Jeremiah. Brett, tell us something about you. What do you do with a face like that? I mean, what do you do for work? I mean, you definitely don't do Uber because you looking back at somebody in the rearview mirror.
No way. Yeah.
Instant 1 star.
Yeah.
Instant 1 star. Like people just jump out of your car from the back seat. They just roll into fucking Beverly Boulevard. Just like, oh no.
They were not having it. No, I'm actually a preschool teacher.
No. Holy shit. This is why I love this show, ladies and gentlemen. You never know when shit's about to get real. You look like one of your students' evil. You're a preschool teacher?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you know, if I walked into that parent teacher conference, I'd walk in and be like, we're not staying. We're not staying. I'm not staying. No, we're not staying.
My jokes kill in
So
preschool. They're
these
not worth
kids,
so much.
not only do these kids see you during the day, they also see you under their bed at night.
Have you finished your homework yet?
Your paper's due in the morning.
I started collecting children's bodies at the ripe age of 27. I was a preschool teacher. The parents wondered, where are my children? And I said, shh, don't worry about it.
I would shove them in their own backpacks. Brett, how long have you been teaching preschool?
I like how the killer got out of that one by saying, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Oh, okay. I might be wrong. Sorry. Sorry to bother you. Sorry about the creepy music, too. Sorry about it.
Brett. All right. We have to have some e-break at some point, and I get the full just... Brett,
Yes.
how long have you been teaching preschool?
A year, and I taught English in South America before that.
Any hot single moms?
Oh.
Wait a second. When thing that all of this could happen on your chest is crazy.
Yeah. The crazy thing, I told them to do it.
Live next to each other, children.
Now wipe it on his face.
What do you mean by you're in the middle of
You're
the
listening
classroom?
to
I
an
know you're in the
Airwave
middle of the
Media
classroom.
Podcast.
Don't worry about the camera.
Go back to back and move next to each other. Lean against each other's backs.
Nobody has time for that. I'm busy typing, editing feeds,
The old back-to-back number 2.
problem
Right.
solving. So I know you are
We're taking a field trip to Brown
you
Town.
just need answers. I'm part of it.
So you're in
Want to
preschool.
increase
Do you
trust
guys
as
ever
a
shit
leader?
the
I
pants
talk to
though?
Whole Foods
Stuff like
Quick
that.
Fighters all
Yep.
night.
What
Want
do
to
you mean
manage
you
your
did?
time better?
Yep.
I talk to
Tell us
Google's
about
in-house
that.
Private
productivity
school,
expert.
ballet.
Search
It was
point,
called
30 minutes
Charlotte's
or less.
Rabbi.
Just search for problem solvers.
I didn't like it in
As a
private
leader
school.
in foreign
I went to
correspondence,
Valley
I've worked in
Private
lots
School
of
for one
places, but
semester,
nowhere
first
as
grade,
important
with
to the
their
world
pets and
as China.
horses. I didn't
I'm
like it.
Jane
The kids,
Torres from the
I didn't
Beijing
like the
Bureau
rich
Chief for
kids.
the New York Times.
And I was
In
embarrassed
Face
to
Off,
raise my hand
the
to go to
U.S.
the bathroom
versus
one
China,
day, and I
we
took a
explore
dump
what's
in my
critical
pants.
to this important
God.
And then my
global
mom picked me
relationship.
up, and those kids
Trump,
never saw
Xi
me again.
Jinping,
Oh,
AI, TikTok,
jeez, wow.
and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get
Bet
your
you
podcasts.
affected them more than it affected me.
Man.
I bet you. I bet you not. I bet you they've never told the story before. Changed my life. Like maybe the 50th time you're like, right? Nobody's taking a dump in their pants in first grade. Okay, fine.
First grade, Brody?
Nobody's still talking about it though. So it's weird.
Whoa, even.
Oh! Well, you know, I talked about it last in the main room. How dare you attack me, kid? I sub-teach. Thank you.
Brett, how old are you?
Quiznos. 25.
There you go, dude. Winner.
That gets a laugh every time I do it.
Sub-teach.
Want to manage your
Quiznos.
time better? I talk to Google
Oh, you know what?
in-house
My
productivity
audience
expert.
would laugh
Straight
at
to the
it.
point, 30 minutes or less.
This
Just
audience
search for
doesn't.
problem solvers.
And I don't care.
You mean, wait, when you
I
say,
do care.
As a
when you say
long-time
my
foreign
audience, are you
correspondent,
talking
I've
about,
worked in
I'm talking
lots
about
of
Jewish
places,
people and
but nowhere as important to the
non-dark
world as China.
shirt-wearing crowds.
I'm Jane
My crowds
Torres
wear
from the
polo
Beijing
shirts and
Bureau
blue.
Chief for the New York Times. In Face Off, the U.S. versus China,
Brody, where do
we
you see
explore
these
what's
crowds?
I
critical
went
to
to
this
Reseda
important
High
global
School.
relationship.
I know you
Trump,
guys.
Xi
You want to come
Jinping,
at me? I read your
AI,
energy. I'm here every
TikTok,
night. I know I'm
and
getting
even
hated
Hollywood.
on.
New
Brody, where do you
episodes of Face
perform
Off
where these,
are
I don't
available
want to
now,
fight for every
wherever you
laugh.
get your
Brody,
podcasts.
where do you perform when you see these blue polos? Best Buy?
Democratic. I like Best Buy, actually. I get a lot of, that's where I get my magazine subscriptions.
We haven't been
Yeah, the Charlotte's Rabbi. Yes. We're having fun. Polos in blue.
Brett, any of the preschoolers' moms ever hit on you? Like, you get any cougar action, anything like that? You get any DNA at the PTA?
Unfortunately, no. Not yet. I mean, I'm down with it. I'm looking for those people.
What district are you in?
Sherman Oaks.
Sherman Oaks, Brody.
That's why
Don't ramble.
ramble. Ramble? You know what? I ramble in the main room with Johnny Depp. Thank you. Now, look it up. I like that you started talking on the side of your mouth. I think, no, I think you should go with the Zac Efron. If you're gonna, you gotta like get the audience on your side. If you look like the Adam, do that. The Adam Levine, you're doing fine.
Yeah, just talk about what you look like. You can have an hour special.
Yeah, right.
Fucking do it the whole time. And do it on, just go out on public.
Oh, Chuck E. Cheese. Be like, I gotta get home tonight so I can go back to my original packaging.
Pat Reagan.
Yeah. Oh, my boy, Pat Reagan.
Beautiful. Brett, anything else interesting about you? Any cool hobbies, anything like that? How's the love life?
Love life is, I don't know, it is what it is. Let's just say batteries aren't included. I did one of those Jewish dating services. I hooked up with my sister. I know that joke. Got a big laugh the other night, but apparently at a family reunion. Oh, Jeremiah, how dare you attack me? I'm from the valley. It would ain't till I die. I'll choke you on Ventura. I got Sherman Oaks here. I'll drown you with
the coffee bean. Like your chef.
You got it. I'll give you a chill cold. All right, Brett. What do you mean by it is what it is? You hooked up with any girls being in LA a year ago?
Yeah, I have, but dating in LA is it's different because they'll say they're very interested, and then
What do you
here's
think?
the thought after
What
that.
are you picking them up?
Where am I picking them up at?
Yeah, what are you picking them up?
What am I picking up?
My guess is.
That's probably the problem.
My guess is a like a smart car version of a hearse.
No, it's a bicycle. They don't like to ride on my pegs.
Brett, stop trying to be funny. We've seen how that's gone for you so far. Just answer the questions honestly. When you go on a date with a girl and you pick her up, what are you driving?
That's the thing. I don't have a car.
Perfect. So that's it.
Yeah.
There you go. You
Just
got it.
answer your question. When you said I don't know who I'm dating, are you Snapchatting?
I have it.
You gotta get into that. You gotta get into Snapchatting.
That's the key.
You're in LA. That's why I say to all you guys, you're in LA. It's a major league. I grew up here. I went to Seattle for 3 years. I didn't come back. Then I went to New York for 3 years. Then I came back. 6 years and 30. I left. Get out of here, guys.
Yeah. There you go.
Flipping. I don't know. I'm sorry. I was still a little aggressive. But I didn't eat to that cashews all day.
Well, Brett, it was nice to meet you, man. Come back anytime. Welcome to the show. There he goes. Brett Eby, everybody. He's on Twitter at Eby Speaks. Bo Last Man with Bo Last Man. Eby Speaks. EBY Speaks. All one word. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's go to the regulars now, and then we'll go to the bucket a couple times at the end. Your first regular to go up. Now, this performer writes and performs a brand new minute every single week, unlike the people that got picked out of the bucket. So it's a little bit tougher of a job, a little bit, we get to watch highs and lows. Who knows how it's going to go? We do know this. When she first started, she was shaking, convulsing uncontrollably, and things have gotten better since then. Put your hands together for the always nervous stylings of Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
I used to think that fire hydrants were noble, but now every time I come up to a fire hydrant, it's just a parking inconvenience. And I get pissed off because I'm like, why does this fire hydrant need 2 spaces the size of a truck? Well, it's a truck, fire truck, I guess. Go there. But you don't need the whole space to get a hose to a fire hydrant. I just don't understand why it's gotta be like that and then cost $73. Every time I park somewhere, the red pisses me off, and I used to look at fire hydrants and think of like Dalmatian puppies with the hats on, and now I immediately think parking tickets, and that sucks. Ready to ruin my coloring book. That's it.
Fuck yeah, 56 seconds. New parking fire hydrant material. That's one of my favorite sets from you, all on one topic, nothing too crazy, and you got it all out there without anything terrible happening. Melissa, that was very, very impressive.
Thanks.
Really cool. Fun to see. Real shit.
Yeah, and you know what? A crazy combination of nerves and confidence.
Yeah.
Like you look nervous, but I was like, oh, she never felt out of control nervous. You know what I mean?
Yep. And we've walked that line. That's a fun developing story. Brody Stevens, you like Melissa have serious psychological problems? What do you think about her
I don't have. I don't have. That's my point. Once I cut off my mom and all that stuff from forcing me, I'm the happiest guy ever. I got railroaded. Let's be honest. Never had a problem in Arizona State. Haven't had a problem. Why am I the Prince of Periscope? 12 million hearts.
Brody,
All on my own. Nobody helps me. There's Steven right there.
Brody, does anybody call you the Prince of Periscope other than Drew?
Yeah, my 142,000 followers do.
Did you just completely make up that number?
Pull up my Periscope account.
142.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing things. Yeah, 142,000, 12 million hearts. I mean,
Art Center.
describing a situation in which
Really?
reactionary military
Yeah.
officers
Is that
seized
what
power
you do
from the
when you're not
revolutionary
selling
government
balloons at the park?
and co-opted ideals of the revolution.
Oh, really? Balloon at the theater
You
head.
fuckers.
Generation
Fun.
before Marx, right-wing
No, I
conservatives and
just I'm having a
reactionaries
good
were
time
also
tonight, so I want to say
reasonable
thank you. And
popular
Melissa,
citizens.
you're doing good. I know
They
it's
saw
hard each and every week to
embodied
come
in
up with jokes and all that. I know you're like you're
To
nervous.
them, he was an avatar of
Do you
disruptive
walk? What do you do
chaos
to
and
alleviate
believed
your
in his
nerves?
Not enough.
inevitable
I'm like,
end
I'm
to
doing
all
more.
democratic
Like, what do you do to try and
ideas.
alleviate your
I
nerves?
walk really
Both
fast
versions
when I
of the
go
poem
places.
were
So if I'm
circular,
not going
which
anywhere,
was
that's a problem.
symbolic
But
of
I'm
his
working again.
You just walk up against the
like,
wall like a
that
video
is
game.
harder to
it's
say
like
with
those,
direct
it's
proof.
like those wind up little, like a
Holding
Yoshi
his own
doll
words
that you
with
get
much
at Burger
help
King.
at various times he said,
But keep
though
the I
always
see
humbly,
growth. I do see growth in
I want to
confidence
find the
because I
revolution,
see you
or I
here
am the revolution.
every so often. And I keep doing it.
This is
And
the
I
same
mean,
phenomenon across
it's
decades,
interesting.
across ideologies,
Do you
all over
self
the world.
mutilate at all?
You read
Yeah,
about it in
I
writings
understand.
and things like
I just got back from
movies,
guys. I'm gonna be
but I'm
honest with you. I
secondly a
just got back
portrayal
from my
that
AA
seeks to
meeting,
produce
Asperger's Anonymous.
remake history for singular purposes.
That's
As
so
time
like
Anything
passes, the myths
anonymous
around
about
the
your
problem
Asperger's,
gradually
Brad?
fade,
you know what, Tone?
and at some point fade further away. As
Welcome.
You're
many
doing
years of
good. Keep
repetition
doing
of that
it. And
process have
How are you?
left
How'd you
today.
find out about me?
Most people are familiar with at least elements of some of these
What
myths,
up,
but
Morph?
the historical record is comparatively
Hello.
obscure. That's
How
why I
did you
wanted to
find out
oversee this
about me?
revolution to try to get beyond some of those stale corpus of
Greetings,
contemporary
fellow life
thought
formists.
and reacquaint you with the
Hey,
historical person.
this is your other
Thanks for
account.
calling.
And we won't
Yeah,
just
I
be
was
talking
just
about
gonna say this is
events
your other.
Yeah, I
years
got back
before
into
the
it.
storming of the Bastille
So I have all my
at Waterloo,
transhumanists and my
or
gender free
tumultuous
TV and
times that
all the rest of
brought
the stuff.
many other fascinating stories.
So I added you over here.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent. Okay, I will.
Your link.
Let,
When
let's.
I clicked your link today, it let in this account. So I just made a new one, and then like I still get back into this one. So now I'm back in it, and I have all my little channels that I normally go to if I even have this open. And then I also have my little Asian guy or Indian guy and a couple other people that probably don't even use this anymore. I created like a little voice channel and I'm adding links.
Okay.
Won't lose track of people. So hi.
Hello. I just sent you a friend request.
Oh, okay. Is that the little peanut? Is that a peanut? What is that?
What? Go
Oh,
to
that's your. Is that your bot? Welcomer. Oh, welcomer. That's your bot. One of your bots. Play this for me.
go to
Um.
you all the way at the top. Go to
I see.
direct messages. Here, actually, the easiest way to do it, I'll just join this call and just follow the account that just joined. This one.
What?
See this account that I just that just joined?
Okay.
Click it.
You got real loud for a second.
Yeah, it's because I have a different device. And
No shit.
yeah, so there's like a mothership with alien craft.
Okay.
So it's like my take on it. It's a mothership.
Yeah. You ever have a girlfriend?
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, let me put it this way.
How long has it been?
um, well, before I started streaming on here, so 3.5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had multiple.
I don't know how long is too long for a dude if they think they're all the same. I would disagree that they're all the same. And I have to believe that otherwise, then I'm a monster. You know what I mean?
Wait, repeat that.
I have to believe some men are different because I've met a lot of monsters. You understand? So
What?
yeah.
Repeat that. What did you say? What did you say? Can you repeat that, please?
I don't know how too long for certain dudes. You think they're all the same.
I don't think men are all the same.
Hang on. Let me things we did before.
Yeah.
That's what you said earlier.
Hey,
You said every
hold on. I think I know what you're talking about.
all
But you have to
all
go
men
on the account that you're currently using. You have to make the settings like your other one. Hallie, Hallie, I can't hear you.
give me 2 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you change your
I
setting,
stepped out.
Hallie? Did you change your settings on that account? Hallie, Hallie, did you change your settings on that account? Can you hear me? Did you change your settings on that device, on that account?
The settings were already where they should be.
Um.
The settings were fine.
Okay.
I
Hold,
when I first got into this.
hold on.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hold on. Yeah, just 1 second. So you're saying on your new account you have hardware acceleration disabled?
Yeah. No, this isn't new.
Yes, it
What's
is.
old?
Yeah, but you have to change your settings like you did with your Holly A
No, I
Sims one.
don't because the settings were already. No, I don't.
You,
Settings were already fine. I set this up with the India guy.
would you just please humor me and go to your
I
settings
had it, but
and go to your settings and voice and
I did, motherfucker. Do you want a screenshot? Jesus Christ, I did. See that?
then why didn't you do it
I
the
did, and the hard acceleration is off.
okay, then why
I
didn't you
did just do it.
oh you just did it?
I went in to check, and it's already turned off.
Okay. Why didn't you do it with your other account?
It was not activated to be turned on.
Okay. I believe you.
The other account that I had did not have it. The other account that I had was off acceleration. One, it was already turned off because I had Mo Gambit tell me to turn it off because we had issues with streaming to one another. We were sharing desktops and everything. Because
Okay.
he teaches me crypto
Okay.
and helping me get monetized on X.
Okay.
Um, I had Mo Gambit help me with a whole bunch of stuff in this account.
Okay.
The other account was new, and I didn't have any settings.
That
Does that
makes
make sense?
sense. That makes sense. Okay.
That other account I'm probably getting rid of. If that dude isn't going to message me in there, um, which he's probably on the bedtime. He seems very longevity. um, he seems to be very interesting in aging, which he doesn't need to be because he's a no negative. We all are late bloomers, uh, compared to you RH pluses in terms of like sexuality and shit. And we age very slowly. But anyway, I'm sure he looks fine for his age.
Oh,
But I think he's like
you've never
terribly
seen a
heavy.
picture of him?
He keeps posting things about it.
Wait, you've never seen a picture of
Huh?
him? You've never seen a picture of this guy?
Yeah, I have like one picture. I have one picture. I just met him.
Okay. Is he a good looking dude?
He's gonna be good looking. He's an O negative. Blonde hair, blue eyes. It's standard. We all got the ear point thing going on. It's a standard thing. We all have a certain muscle type thing going on. Normally get fat. uh, Unless it's an RH plus situation or like a mammogram. If you're a female and you got the mammogram shot, then your whole immune system, thyroid and cancers and all kind of issues happen to you. But for the most part, most of us negatives are very just have certain characteristics about us.
Okay, great.
Going hunting for O negatives, unless they've gotten the mammogram shot for pregnancy, the majority of them all have a certain type of um, what do you call that? Build, you know what I mean? Frame,
What is
metabolism.
What's a
We don't
ramagram?
got that extra stuff on our blood cells.
What's a
Huh?
ramagram? What's a ramagram shot?
The mammogram shot. You don't even need to know about it.
Well, enlighten
You'll
me.
never need to know about it when RH person. And point.
Enlighten me.
Hmm?
Is this some kind of vaccine or something?
Technically, if an RH if an RH negative female um has intercourse, the RH plus male can have allergic reactions to him. She can also have an immune system issue, including anaphylactic shock, which is kind of rare for that to happen, but it happens. If she gets pregnant, her immune system may identify the baby as being a foreign the immune system will recognize the baby if the baby is Rh plus. Like it develops its own blood cells at a certain time during pregnancy. If the immune if the her immune figures out that baby is Rh plus, which typically won't occur until like the third pregnancy. But anyway, then her body may take care. Now, um, if when a pregnant woman with blue eyes, blonde hair, or green eyes and red hair goes to the doctor and she's pregnant, doctors try to push this shot on her called anti-D, and it's called RHOGAM shot, and it's given to her twice during pregnancy and sometimes after pregnancy if there's blood mixing.
Okay.
Sometimes they even give it to the baby. They don't. They no longer ask about the father's blood type, nor are they testing the baby's blood type. They're just poking everybody with it, and they're causing a whole bunch of miscarriages, thyroid issues, and immunity problems. So it's like they're targeting people.
Okay.
Anyways, there's thoriums on it. There's background on it. My sister dealt with it. The whole big thing, and that's why I'm obsessed with finding the right blood type.
Okay. Uh, who?
Most of these women end up miscarrying by the second baby that they try for. They usually end up miscarrying, and some of them can't have any more children at all because of the defective issues. But because we're such a small demographic, kind of like the Jews are, right? But it's like, oh, we're being persecuted, blah blah blah. That's the way it seems from the medical community. So basically, it sounds like a conspiracy, but there's all kind of forums where people are like not really paying attention because they don't need to. But the same thing happens during blood transfusions and things like that. They
Okay.
make it seem like it's a defect, as if like because I have O negative blood, there's some sort of disease I live with, and that's not true. If I breed with another O negative, I will not have those fucking issues.
Right.
Neither will my babies.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Issue because like 90% of the population has Rh blood, Rh positive blood, and nobody pays attention because they don't want to be like, oh, you have to check your weight, but that's eugenics, or you know what I mean? It's kind of like being diabetic and like the wrong insulin or something. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, now you're gonna date my blood type. You're a racist. No, because even like Africans and Chinese have these immune system conflictions in their cultures as well. It's just highly studied in our own. That's all. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of I try to talk to African American women about it, and of course they don't trust science. I wouldn't either because it's all guinea pigs. But they did the medical establishment did the same shit to white people. You know what I mean? And tried to figure this shit out, whether it was against our will or not. I mean, so
Oh.
they did run some tests on the African community. Of course, they don't want to believe any of it, but if they get somebody of their own culture and they did these studies themselves, they might be able to rule out a lot of defects that they have within their own, clusters. You know what I mean? Like the I guess the race clusters. The Chinese have it. It's called Duffy or Kale. There's blood types like Bombay and things like that. Anyhow, it's just depending upon how sensitive a woman is to the Rh plus, which I'm extremely sensitive. Um, I can barely be around people. That's how sensitive I am. So it's kind of like it doesn't matter how much you would like somebody, their blood type would come first. Like I ain't touching that person. You know what I mean? It's like that.
Okay. When you
It's
say
almost like you want to eat peanuts, but you can't because you're gonna die.
when you say you're really sensitive to people with Rh negative blood, um, and you can't even be around them.
No, Rh positive is who I'm sensitive to.
Oh, okay.
So the positive people,
Okay, those people.
yeah.
What happens around them that you can't even be around them?
I just start feeling sick. Like I instantly start feeling sick. Like you know how you get around pollen and molds and things like that.
Yeah.
Like I instantly start feeling sick. I've tried dating individuals. Like that first guy I was talking about, he was actually an A negative. Um, I would have been able to get out at least. It would probably be the six kids he wanted to have. Probably would have been three O negatives and then three A negatives. But anyway, Because usually by the third pregnancy, um, the man thing usually kicks in. Like his attributes usually dominate over in a lot of those cases, or at least according to the forums and shit. But anyway,
You said according
I've looked at this for years. Like
according to the, did you say forums or
I said,
formulas?
it's something you don't really need to know about. I just know a lot about, and a lot of dudes don't really, you know what I mean?
Okay,
Like
calm
you don't
down,
really need
calm
to
down.
worry.
One thing at a time.
But
I'm asking you questions, and you keep running through past me. So
yeah, I
did
know, but it's at the same. I almost feel like it's setting me up for some sort of like I don't know, like rebuttal
I
because
I'm just
I've
asking
talked
you,
about this before, and
Holly. You need to
yeah, I
calm
know,
down. Okay, I'm just trying
yeah.
to ask a clarification question, and you keep just yapping. Just hold on a second. Did you say
That no, I
forums?
can barely hear you. You sound really far away.
Did you say forums, or did you say what was it? I can't even remember because you kept talking. And I really like you, but just when I ask a clarification question, just please settle down because I don't always
I can
understand what you're
barely
saying.
hear you. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, I mean,
Keep talking because I can barely hear you. You sound really far away. I don't know why.
okay, can you go to my sound and turn it up?
My little sound thingy fixed.
So you click on my
Almost
name,
sounds like you're like muffled.
okay? Is it different than it sounded previously?
Yeah, like in my other account, you sounded fine.
Okay, so maybe it might be this account that you have. You said something like in all
Well,
of the,
it's you have two videos up, right?
yes,
Maybe I have the wrong video mic thing.
that could be.
You
So,
do. You sound like extremely far away.
okay, so turn down.
Actually, hold on. There's a. Oh, okay. Okay, talk now.
Okay, can you hear me? Testing, 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 test,
Okay.
testing, test,
Okay, that's better.
testing.
Okay.
Okay,
There's another volume thing within here.
yes.
Okay. Anyway,
Okay,
sorry.
you're okay. No,
So anyway,
so
Foriums as in FORUM.
okay,
Foriums.
forums. Okay, so you are on a lot of reproduction forums, and this is what they say. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and we go to scientific studies and things like that, and it's being done on RH negative too.
Okay, if I may ask, so you are looking for an O positive carrier, correct?
Yeah, and I've already found some.
Okay, I know that. So what is,
It's really difficult to find
hold
because
on,
most
hold
people
on,
don't give a
hold
shit
on,
about their blood
hold on,
types.
hold on,
But,
hold on,
okay.
hold on. So why are you interested in Rh negative people or Rh positive? What does that have to do with it? Can you please clarify that?
I just did.
No, I get all the stuff that you're talking. Shouldn't you only care about O positive and you shouldn't care at all about Rh negative people?
Okay, no, RH negative. Okay. There are eight blood groups.
Yes, I know that.
Eight main blood groups. There's actually thousands of them. But eight main blood groups.
Okay,
Okay. Now there's O, A, B, and AB.
right,
Okay. Now within this blood group, there are things in the blood. Okay. One is RH factor. Okay.
right.
This determines the individual's immune system to be compatible with another individual, and it seeks out certain things in the body for a defense mechanism,
I get
and
that.
then it sends out the white blood cells to go attack that shit if
I
it's bad.
I get
You know
that.
what I mean?
Oh, hold on.
The
Let me
bacteria, all kinds of things.
let me clarify. Isn't Rh negative just a blood type, just like O negative is a blood type?
Yes.
Okay, so then why aren't you just communicating with?
The RH fact. Okay, the plus and the minus. The plus is H. Like when they say O negative, that's ORH negative. they say plus, that's ORH positive.
Okay, so RH.
That's what the plus and minus stand for.
Okay, so RH is not a blood type. It's a subgroup of a blood type.
It's genes within your blood type.
Okay, so are you not only looking for O negative people, but O negative?
Let me send you a wiki on it.
I mean, I could just look it up, but
So
um,
what I need, yeah, yeah, that's what, because I don't think you're believing what I'm saying or not understanding.
no, I believe it. I'm just asking for clarifications. I'm not an expert in blood. So essentially, here, what are the 8 blood types?
You know, have you ever donated blood?
Yeah, many times.
Okay. Well, do they ever tell you what your blood type is?
Yeah, it's O negative. It's universal donor. Okay, now
You told
please
us
tell me
before. You
with
told
the.
O before.
I know I'm
Have your
O.
card.
I know I'm O negative.
You don't understand what any of that is.
All I know is that I'm O negative. That's all I know.
Your card. I've had at least 6 guys, and none of them are. You're all O pluses.
No, I'm not O plus. Don't
Everybody
tell me what.
confused the
Listen,
universal
Holly.
donor.
Don't tell me what I am.
Okay.
I've given blood more than a dozen times. I know what my card says.
Okay.
Okay, so here we go. Now, please let me know if this is consistent. Uh,
When I'm at, you have your driver's thing.
The Rh factor plays a crucial role in determining whether a person's blood type is positive or negative. The Rh factor is a protein that can either be present or absent in the surface of red blood cells. Here's how it works with the ABO blood types. If the Rh protein is present on the red blood cells, the blood type is Rh positive, for instance, A plus, B plus, AB plus, or O plus. Or if the Rh protein is absent, the blood type is Rh negative, for instance, A minus, B minus, AB minus, or O minus. So each of the ABO blood types, A, B, ABO, can either be positive or negative depending on whether the person has the Rh factor, making them positive, or does not have it, making them negative. Okay, so I understand now. So Rh is a factor that that determines the minus part.
That derived from them testing on monkeys, rhesus monkeys.
Right.
They tested on rhesus
I
monkeys,
understand that
and a
now.
lot of people think it's a racist thing.
Well, now I understand much more why you go on a forum and find O negative, and then the negative part of that is determined. RH negative plays a crucial role in the negative part of it. Now I understand. Okay, so and now I understand. I get it what you're saying now. I didn't make the connection of the RH part within O negative. Now I get it. That Rh negative is not a separate blood type, it's part of
You
O
can
negative.
be, yes, but there's also something called O null, NULL,
Okay,
which
what
is
is
O
that?
negative, but we deleted even more things from our blood. So
Okay,
we're even pickier than the normal O negative. And that's the part a lot of people don't get as well. So, like, there's A negatives, there's B negatives, and there's AB negatives. Okay.
okay,
I can have kids with any of those. Any RH positive, I cannot. So I don't want to gamble with the others. You know what I mean? Like the RH negatives. I don't really want to gamble, and I'm just going for my O's because I'm NA, which they say is only 50 in the world, but nobody actually gets these tests.
yeah,
They just put you as negative.
yeah,
You have to
exactly. I've
actually
never,
push the lad to do your homework.
I've never heard that test. So so you're like an even more specific kind of
It's
O
a
negative.
blood grouping test. usually done when you're a baby, or if you give blood, or you need a transfusion, or it's supposed to be done when you're pregnant. They used to push for these blood typing tests from both parties before you get married.
Interesting. When
They
did
did
they
it
do
for a
that?
long time, and they pushed back, considering it to be racist
Oh, okay, interesting.
and eugenics.
When did they do that?
It was like in the 1960s.
Oh, very interesting.
It was considered. They also tested for syphilis and things like that. The church actually was okay with it. Um, you could look up pre-marriage license blood test. It's like a physical before marriage license. They did that for a long time in the 19. I think it was 50s too. But after the whole war thing about the master race, everything we do is now racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it nobody really knows a lot about anything. Um, so it turned into that. If you see in the news, there was a guy in Australia. There's about 200 in the world that they found that had something called anti-D, and that's what they put in the ram shots that they give the pregnant women. So one dude was like 88 and he died, and he would donate all of his anti-D from his blood. All these women are getting poked by this guy's DNA, basically, and their immune systems are being fried, and they're getting sick and miscarriages, and no one cares because we're white people, right? The majority of us are white, basically. But actually, Israel is very high in Rh negative now,
Right.
and Zimbabwe, like the South African farmers, went to Zimbabwe, and there's a lot of blue-eyed, blonde-hair men that are Rh plus, and there's certain attributes. Normally, you can tell, but there's a lot of Israel has it, a lot of Germans. Swedish has a high amount, but most of them are A, the A blood groups. China has a lot of B blood groups.
And
Yeah,
don't you want
like COVID, for example, I can't get HIV.
and don't you want
But
RH
the
negative?
B positive immune to it.
And don't you want RH
Yeah,
negative though?
like it's all it is. What is it?
But you're looking for RH negative, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and I have at least six lined up.
Very well.
Um, and if I don't hit it off with any of them, then I'm gonna do the sperm donor.
Very well.
So, but yeah. So the immune system thing is basically like the Japanese did a blood type diet, right? But basically for immune system to the point where I will attack my own body, like autoimmune immune diseases, right? Other blood types will allow foreign bodies into it because it doesn't recognize it as bad and not attack it. They get sick from it, like certain bacterias and things like that. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah.
So it's interesting for us to learn about these things for precision and not just a race. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that help you?
Yeah, it does a lot, and it also
But my
explains.
pushback is because,
It
yeah,
it
and
also
I
explains.
apologize, but my pushback is basically trying to explain this to people that don't understand biology and just want to call me a racist, imply that I am. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah. No, I get it, and I get why as well. You can't just say. I mean, like to me, like my parents are O negative, and I'm O negative. So, and I've always known that to be the universal donor, and I never have thought like, oh, okay, well, this might be something that I necessarily or that people necessarily are concerned with, because it's just kind of always been like I know that I could basically give to anyone. That's why whenever I give blood, they always call me to give blood because I'm a universal donor, especially when they have shortages and such. But I didn't recognize that the subgroup of that is also very important, Rh negative, and why it's not so easy for you to just go on Tinder or Bumble or something and say, "Hey, I need an
the
O negative match." It's much more specific than that.
the no the plus and the minus is the RH factor.
I
That's
get
what I'm.
I get what you're saying. So like the O negative aspect of it,
Okay.
the thing that gives it the negative is the RH negative, correct?
You're negative for RH.
Yes.
Um, and my additional thing with the gnaw has nothing to do with anybody else or baby. That's just additional issues on why I probably couldn't digest meat most of my life. Like I just have a unique circumstance. Like I was born, they grew me under a light, and I went straight to formula. Like I was never breastfed, and it's just like I have a unique thing because I was always a picky and a fussy eater. So like I didn't eat meat most of my life because I couldn't digest it. I thought it was enzymes and things like that, which it technically is. Um, Now like I've tried steaks, I've tried all kind of stuff, right? I can do produce meat is what I have a hyper immune system to where things just flip out, and like my body will just flip out.
And you're like one of
Um,
50 people
but
on
I'm not
Earth.
a sick person. I'm not a hypochondriac, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
100% ninja mode and everything as long as I'm not exposed to certain things or
And you're
certain people.
and this other thing that you have is O negative or O negative NLL.
What's the other part? What?
NLL null or something you said? O negative null?
No, yeah. Yeah, type in null. NULL.
Oh,
It's called
null.
null.
Oh,
They claim there's only 50, but there's a lot more than that. That just means I deleted more protein and it's associated with some sort of anemic thing, which I don't have. I've been in and out of like doctors to try to figure stuff out, but I'm remarkably healthy. You know what I mean? There's also something called sperm allergy. If you want to look that up, if you really want to learn biology of a woman, and why she's so picky with men, it's usually because something in her immune system and her bones are telling her to stay away from you. um, well, it may not be you, but just you know what I mean. Like certain dudes will keep trying to get at certain women that they don't need to be with. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
a lot of them get sick, their metabolism get ruined, and things of that nature.
So it does say that they're only
And
like 50,
most of the population don't care. They just have lust. You know what I mean? They don't care.
and it does say that like only 50 people have this um, null, and you're, I mean, like you said, there it's more than that, but you're one of those people.
Yeah. On my baby records, it has no.
Very,
Like
very
a
interesting.
you or a woman can go in and get additional lab work done. It's called what's it called? Prototyping. It's additional typing of the blood groups. Um, but they have to do like extra tests, which they used to do back in 1980s. Don't really do that stuff anymore.
Isn't that
You know what I mean?
interesting
Like
that we
they
used
still
to
do
do it
blood
more?
typing, but
Isn't it interesting that we used to do
mm,
it more in the past, but we don't now? You would
and
think
what we do today, yeah, I know.
it's very interesting. Well, this is enlightening. I recognized, I mean, just that I was O negative, but I didn't really ever take into play that with whom I could reproduce because I was always like, oh well, universal donor. That must mean
You
I
can reproduce with anybody.
right, but
No, no, no. It's just the woman. The females have the problem.
oh okay,
You go to like any state, you fucking black whatsoever. You probably don't have any issues with protein if you are no negative. Um, and like there's a Mormon and he's 50 and he had twin boys on his first try, and he showed me his records of the twin boys and how they're O negative, and he is not giving up on me. I swear to God. The Mormon very persistent. He's going to church. Hi. He's on Facebook. But this other dude that I'm talking to he seems to be more less religious. Um, and my whole thing about wanting to have a man in my life is kind of I don't want to have to be put in a box under some religion. I kind of want to implement AI and have my own parenting plan. This whole church thing I don't want to do. You know what I mean? So
sure,
this guy I met, the other guy that I'm kind of more interested in. seems like they would have a different parenting plan that I'd be interested in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the guy who you met
Um,
on that
and the
website.
another guy is yeah, yeah. They're pretty much all sites, but some of them I found through Facebook groups.
Okay, the guy
Um,
who you met on that website, who you met on X, who you've been communicating with, who wrote you a book and you were
yeah,
writing a book back. That guy. Is he on board for transhumanism and that?
he seems so. Yeah, like we've only shared a couple interactions. He works for government. The other dude is well, the foreman is a farmer, I guess, and then like there's a Navy. He's only had one relationship. Most of these dudes don't have a lot of relationships because you're usually late bloomers. You're trying to do spiritual things. If you look into our blood group, you're going to come across a lot of people claiming we're in hybrids and the fallen angels and we got magic powers, but really it's just we have a different bioelectrical thing going on with us, where we don't have that extra thing. Like we don't have extra things on our blood cells. So we have a higher circulation, like a faster circulation thing going on. So there is some evidence to support higher and better better reflexes that nature to where we're able to have a higher cognitive thinking and more mastery over our impulses. That's all.
Very interesting.
So a lot of people, it's kind of like being athletic. You know what I mean? Like some people are really good runners. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Some people are really good, like Hercules. You know,
yeah,
there's attributes related to it. It's not necessarily everybody, but so I look at it in terms of biology and neurology, and not necessarily like I'm an ancient bloodline from the gods and I have domain over everything. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It doesn't make me better or worse. It just makes me complicated in a different way.
Okay.
So like I said, like the dudes don't have to worry about it. And why I was military men usually know because they have dog tags, or at
Right,
least they used to have the blood type on their dog tags.
right,
But when I was in spaces and I started hosting back in December, I would ask, "What's your blood type and your zodiac sign?" And I was basically doing it to actually see if there's any O negatives out there. At least three dudes said, "I'm the universal donor," and they said, um, they said O negative, and then like they change it again the next time you talk to them, O plus the universal, and I'm like, are you sure? So is it O plus or O negative? Because that matters. And then we got into that O plus was the universal donor, which is not true.
right,
Now there's AB. AB has a lot of plasma, which you and I don't need.
right,
AB is the highest donation of blood plasma called on for blood plasma. That is their particular thing with them. So they think they're special and the universal donor too, but they're the universal donor for plasma. Do they have issues breeding? Not unless they're negative, H negative.
okay.
Now, if you're AB plus, you can breed with you've won. That's what some people think Jesus was, I guess. Jesus was AB negative, and Elon Musk is O negative, and Trump is A negative, I believe. No, O plus. And they think he's O plus. I don't know.
Well,
But there's a lot of speculation around celebrities,
we're only
a lot of
7%.
that stuff. And to me, I just don't care.
We're only
Yeah.
7% of the population. Because I just figured that we were much larger than that. At least in the United States. 7%. I mean, I remember learning about this in school. We certainly didn't go
Well,
into as much
if
deep.
you go to if you go to the wiki on blood types, okay, it has every country. It's from 2012. There is more updated spreadsheets out there, but the one in wiki is blood groups by country.
Okay,
Country is Zimbabwe, which is in Africa,
right,
and this I believe is I just looked at this like yesterday. But United States is in there. Of course, Ireland's in there. Um, but Mongolia is up there too. Believe it or not, Mongolia has a and it's passed on through the mother. You understand, which is in line with some of the myths of the Jews. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In terms of like, the mother passes on the Jewishness or whatever. I mean, y'all do it by converting, and also if you had a king, the king must have come from a Jewish mother, right? Since you say it is, you know what I mean? Like there's confliction a little bit in that. I always thought, but anyway,
You're
I'm not dissecting your religion.
you're correct on that.
Yeah. So there is a complex, but I see the overall analogy on how you're trying, like it was a way to try to get people to get along and to adhere to some sort of conduct and management plan, and
Well, it was
you
generally because
your beliefs are made use of beliefs or whatever at the time.
you can't prove who the father is, but you always know who the mother is. Wow, Mongolia is very high, 13%. They're just like much higher than everybody else.
Yeah, isn't that awesome? They got some awesome music over there. But
They do have interesting
so
music.
we kind of like ran and scattered among the earth, and everybody's against the art. Yeah, everybody's against the gods. And I'd say this in terms of not sounding racist, but it's genocide. So what they're doing with this shot over here, because they make you feel like you're a defect. I'm absolutely healthy. It's just if I would have known certain things about proteins in my diet, and what I mean, being around certain individuals, like the like a negative can breed with a positive out the mammogram shot. Sometimes when she does, she still has miscarriages after that. Um, but she usually has some sort of like uterus issue, um, whether it's PID, or some people like excuse it for an STD or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's all kind of menstruation issues that pop up. Endometriosis might actually be something related to it. I don't know, but
Well,
that's actually something a little different, but
well
it
now it
doesn't help the situation.
now it makes sense why they
So it's just all kind of gynecological issues surrounding them,
now it makes
and it's being ignored because of the racism thing. It's just like I'm not being racist, but if you look at China, they have the Duff blood and the Kell blood. They do have the same issue between mixing blood types with pregnancy. So it's not just a white people thing making excuses to grade around among one another, and it's pickier than just blonde hair and blue eyes. It's not a master race. It's just different. Traits in O negatives are more internal or spiritual, it seems, or emotional, whereas the plus people seem to be more physical. You know what I mean?
yeah.
In terms of interior and things like that. Um, my muscles are extremely elastic. I'm double jointed everywhere. The muscles are elastic in terms of strength within the degrees of freedom. But lifting heavy things, I have to use physics. You know what I mean? But I do have muscles. Um, it's just like different muscle groups and things like that associated with it too. A lot of Africans, they have something called U negative, and they are RH negative, but the U is transferred over to O, but it shouldn't be. And the negative that they're looking for is a different part of the RH factor. Within that RH factor, there's 5 different gene groups. I know we talked about proteins. I just call it genes because it is a protein, but within the protein, there's these gene thingies. And the gene thingy they're talking about is the genes. There's C, C, E, and D. Okay.
Okay.
So the gene within that factor is D. So when I say anti-D, it means the body will now try to identify the D gene as okay and do not attack it if it's okay. Kind of like a vaccine to dead viruses in our, you know what I mean? We poke each other, or we get poked with the vaccines to identify like live virus. They poke us with this gram shot to be okay with this, with, and that is the R. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, Things like that. In the old days of day, you hunt albinos, so that's probably where the racism started. But I'm not saying that we're descended from the albinos because albinism is everywhere. But there's some myth that the O negatives used to live in the high mount, the hand called the hand ponds. Heard of before in the mountains. Um, but they were like blonde hair, blue eyes, and they seem to want to claim that the O negatives originated in China, like everything. You know how they do. Um, but either way, it's nature's immune system saying we're deleting this from our code or haven't been introduced to it enough, and we're going to consider it to be a threat. I mean,
Yeah.
and that's where the incompatibility issues from. So it's just nature being diverse, and because we all were compatible with each other, we wouldn't have diversity in the first place. We would just be clones. We're clones. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, that's my spill.
Well, you
Does that
certainly.
make sense, or I sound like I'm gonna?
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. I'm glad that you referenced me to that chart and on Wikipedia, and yeah, it's fascinating. So I understand why you're so picky on the blood type and with whom you can mate, and now it's much clearer to me why you were so specific on that. I really think that this should be something that's more publicized.
Yeah, they don't care. They're not gonna care because the majority of people are RH plus, including those who can, and anything that's said, you know what I mean. I would like the African American community and especially the females to maybe get into these immune system issues with your own groups or mating with us white people. I'm not saying you can't mix. You know what I mean? I am saying there's high rates of autism and things like that that may not only be just the vaccines. You know what I mean? Like the vaccines overload is way too much. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I don't think they should be messing with our. They're overriding our defense mechanisms, and I know there's proven, it reduced all kind of different outbreaks and saved lives and things like that. But the, we should have precision immune system um, guidance. You know what I mean? They're just treating us like cattle in a herd. They're just hurting us. You know what I mean?
Well, in fact,
We have diversity for a reason in our immune
in the
systems.
fact the term vaccine is its etymology comes from the term cow.
Oh, does it? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's so funny.
it's Latin,
Is it still true that they're you know how the Jews don't want to eat pig?
correct?
There's something related to the protein in that.
So
But anyway,
the term vaccine
um,
originates from the
Jews and
Latin
cows
word.
are all close.
The term vaccine originates from the Latin term vacca, meaning cow. This is because the first vaccine, developed by Edward Jenner in the late 18th century, was material from cowpox sores to prevent against smallpox. So when I hear that term vaccine and the term herd, it just reminds me that the root is vacca, meaning cow.
Yeah. So that's my spill.
Have you had these
We'll
discussions?
go deeper into like as you being a man. Like if you want to learn about you with your, you can learn about your diet, maybe how to exercise. So yeah. Oh,
Welcome, Zoot. How are you,
they're
big dog?
who is I can't see their names. So the
It's Zoot.
person. What is that?
It is Zoot.
Oh, okay, the Australian. Hi,
Yeah.
Ozzy.
Well, um, um, uh, Audie was just here as well. They both came in like right at the same time.
Yeah.
surprised
And
me.
I'm sorry if I got weird with you. I apologize if I got weird. It's just I've re-explained this like 50 different times. Even my own O negative people barely know a lot about it. So
Yeah, and
um,
I'm one of them. So I appreciate
just
the
it got
enlightenment.
frustrating.
Yeah, and then the other thing is you weren't
Yeah.
able to hear
I mean,
me,
with you being a guy, you don't even have to worry about it.
right? When I was trying to talk with you and you hadn't, the sound was distorted or whatever on your end, so you couldn't hear when I was trying to ask questions, and so no issue at all. Zoot, how are you? Zoot, how are you?
Yeah, we're good. What's your blood type, Zoot?
O positive.
Zoot.
O
Oh,
positive.
positive. All right, honey. What's your zodiac sign?
Capricorn.
Oh, hi, Kathy. I'm a Sag cat. And I
You're a
think
Sagittarius.
Zoot Pisces. I'm Sagittarian Capricorn, which means I'm on the cusp. Yeah, I'm the cusp of the.
What? What's your Chinese zodiac? What's your Chinese zodiac? You don't know?
I don't mind. I think I'll be off.
Rabbi, what's your sign?
I'm
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm a Capricorn
Sorry, what?
ox.
So, Rabbi, what's your Chinese?
Ox.
Ox?
Yep.
You're the bull.
Word dog. And
Chinese zodiac.
and I'm a Capricorn, and I am a I am O negative.
I really thought you said Pisces and O plus when I asked you your face.
No, I definitely did not. Look, I know what I am. My birthday is December 26th.
Okay. Right.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm
you're on the cusp then. You're Sagittarian. No, no, that's a Capricorn. That's Sagittarian. The the week between the Sagittarius and the Capricorn is considered to be the cusp. So you have Sagittarian traits and Capricorn traits. Consider that to be the cusp of prophecy.
Okay, and
So if you're in the middle, then you are like a full-blooded or a true Capricorn.
and
I'm in the
So
15th.
you got Saggy, and it's not bad.
I'm in the 15th. I'm on the 15th. That's at the end, right? Towards the end last week. I'm a pig as zodiac sign as well. I'm a pig as zodiac sign as well. I know pigs must be bad, yeah.
Yeah, okay, 85 then.
I'm
Sorry?
85. Yeah.
No, not really.
Holly, when you and I spoke,
Pigs are actually a good year. I belong to a zodiac guy years ago.
Holly, when you and I spoke, I don't recall you
90,
asking me what my blood type was or my sign. I would have thought that was weird.
No, I did. I did it for every single person.
oh, by the way, I'm giving blood this week. Pretty sure I'm O positive. I might be O negative. I think I'm O positive. I can check.
Okay.
Well, I have it recorded.
I've got the text message. Yeah,
Yeah, you can check.
I'm O positive.
Okay.
What's your blood
You
type?
have the O positive, the A positive, and the B O negative.
Oh, no, I am also.
You're O negative?
Everybody wants me, but I can't have anybody else.
I am also O negative.
I'm O positive.
All right.
Everyone wants me, and I can have everybody. So. I felt like I used to think having a
Like the
red blood.
words are A plus is my favorite.
I used to think having a red blood type would be cool, but like, no, a red blood type would be cool, and then I realized it's not so cool having a red blood type.
No, it's not cool. Learn more about it. You figure out a lot of your health issues stem from it, and you feel a resentment towards the world that you should have figured it out sooner, and it limits the pool of things you have to make ultimatums basically. Um, Everyone should actually bank their own blood. Um, besides transfusions and organ donations and probably in your own health, like learning what allergies you may or may not have, it really, it probably doesn't matter.
You can beat allergies. You
Hmm?
can beat allergies, and most people don't know it. You can actually beat allergies.
Did you say beet allergies?
Yeah, you can beat allergies. You can get rid of allergies.
Some of them with exposure therapy, yeah. Some of them are more deadly, but some of them you can beat probably.
I beat a
It'd be
bee. I
risky.
used to have a bee allergy. I used to have a bee allergy, and I just kept on getting stung by bees. And I beat my bee allergy, but I just kept on getting stung by bees. And I grew an immunity to getting stung by bees.
Yeah, I never heard that one. Might be an interesting way to do it. It's risky if you're deadly allergic.
Exactly.
Do you
It's a
have an
good point.
EpiPen or anything to help you?
No, I,
It just sounds dangerous. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like your body has an immune reaction to try to save you from a threat. It's actually a
yeah,
good thing. It's called self-preservation. So when it overreacts like that, it's trying to save you from the bee, what's it, bee venom thingy, right?
bee venom.
There's a protein in that too. I think it's venom. Is there little venom things in the stingers? With it a little bit, and it pops up in the thing, and then if it gets blood, that's what causes the adverse reaction to shock or, like hyperventilation and shit. Pretty sure that's what it is.
I wasn't
Similar
that.
to like, yeah, like that.
I,
Yes.
I, I wasn't that. Like my allergy wasn't never that strong to begin with. It was just that I would get that my skin would like bubble up after I got stung by it. I don't know if you
Okay,
ever
so it was
like Crash
just
Bandicoot,
like
but my skin was like Crash Bandicoot after I got stung.
yeah.
Difference is
So
Crash Bandicoot dies after he gets
it's
stung.
okay. It's kind of like how some people like that one religion, it's Christianity, the snake bite thing. It's like that. They try to Jesus Christ blood save snake bite or something. Um, I looked into it and I forget what it is, but there might be something to it. So I think it's actually like a trick they do, whatever. But there are people that probably have attempted to get um, immune to certain type of venomous things. You know what I mean? Humanity, we're just crazy and we do a ton of experiments, right? Then we die. So yeah. So weather like down here, Ozzy, how's my kangaroos?
Kangaroos. I
How's
actually
my
just sent
kangaroos?
someone.
They doing all right?
I didn't. Yeah, I actually just sent someone in California some kangaroo jerky because they wanted to try it. I just shipped over some kangaroo jerky today.
Okay. I didn't think you were allowed to hunt them. Considered
Kangaroos?
endangered. Like I do know people eat ostriches and things of that nature, but I didn't
Kangaroos are
think
pet.
anything that was legally allowed. You know what I mean? Like aren't
Kangaroos are pets.
they're pets,
There's
but
more
aren't
kangaroos in Australia than
they?
there are people.
Yes. we're on the endangered list or something. Oh,
No, there's more kangaroos
okay, so
in
there's
Australia than
here
there are people.
for
Yeah, there's more kangaroos in Australia than
I
there
could
are
go
people. Yeah,
look at
yeah.
deer
Like
buck.
if kangaroo meat over here is the equivalent to deer meat. Yes. Although I would argue that eating kangaroos is more humane than eating deer.
I disagree. They limit.
I'd argue that eating kangaroo meat is slightly more humane eating deer meat because deers aren't pests like kangaroos are. If we didn't kill kangaroos, they would overpopulate the population. So I would argue it's more humane to kill them than it is to kill deers.
Welcome, Audie. How are you?
What are you doing this weekend?
Kangaroo jerky.
Rabbit and deer meat before. My tummy didn't also like that. Been other factors that play in. Everything is technically edible. It's just how the body's going to actually, You going to bed,
I'm just
Rabbi?
I'm just listening.
Not everything is ever edible. Metal is not edible.
Yeah, it is.
How do you eat metal?
Microparticles. It's part of our diet.
Yeah.
I guess.
We ingest more DNA from other things than we would like to admit.
You know, you,
Skin
you know
mites and
that
all that stuff.
you know that the average person has like a spoon size worth of microplastics in their brain.
Yes, I had seen that statistic.
I heard that, but I also some of them have higher content than others, and a lot of times, like even some of the chemicals that we eat get like we ingest, it's filtered out through the body through fiber and things like that. You end up just shitting that out once it gets stuck in your wounds somewhere. Um, I do understand they say it's in the blood that and maybe in certain organs, but a lot of the studies on that is a little shaky to me. I mean, I don't disbelieve it, but I do think there's a lot of hype on it right now. Um, how are we going to get it out? Maybe the bodies, maybe some bodies of the future, because that's how we learn. Our immune systems, like certain traits of adaptability after so many generations of exposure, our bodies may end up starting to break down that plastic or be able to co-opt it for something. You know what I mean? Of course, it'd be really sad if it causes instant death and suffering. That's not cool. We need to do something about it. After so many generations of exposure, it could be that there's some sort of level of adaptability with that. You know what I mean? Because it's not instant death, not like certain other poisons or you know what I mean, or like bad blood transfusions. You know what I mean? So, or like a gunshot. Anyway, I'm putting everybody to sleep. But I basically Adi, I'm Holly from earlier. I don't know if you knew that. And Toot, I'm Holly from earlier. This is my more thread drill account that I was able to get back into. Just to let y'all know, I'm the same person. So I saw you earlier. Nice to meet you again.
Who's
If you care. Was that? Did you say something, Adi?
I couldn't tell by your voice.
Oh, you could tell.
Zoot, did you watch a UFC fight?
You're from the Google.
No.
Audie, do you like sports?
I don't really watch any.
All right.
I kind of like watching curling.
Oh, very interesting sport to choose. Have you ever played it?
No, no. But it looks like something that I would be good at because it's easy and doesn't require a lot of athletic skill or training.
Guess who responded to my comment today, Rabbi?
Who's that, Zoot?
Bonnie Blue responded to my comment today.
Tony Blair?
Bonnie Blue.
Oh, Bonnie Blue, your girlfriend. What did you say?
Responded to my comment.
What did you say to her?
I'm praying that I was saying, I commented her on our post that I'm praying that my net worth gets as big as your body count.
And what did she say?
It probably,
Wow. She responded?
yeah.
Was this on Instagram? Sorry, disconnected. Zoot, was this on Instagram?
Oh, Rabbi, I sent you a message with the meeting. Did you get it earlier?
Yeah, I did.
Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, thank you for sending that.
That's
Zoot,
the guy. I hunted him down because I couldn't.
I appreciate that. Zoot, was it on Instagram that she responded to you?
Yeah, on Instagram.
There you go, big dog. Zoot, who are your
Is she
favorite?
like a model or she's a fighter? Is that what you're referring to?
Bonnie Blue? I guess you could say she's a model.
Yeah, she's a model, all right. She is the recent newsmaker who had sex with over 1,000 men
Oh, oh, okay.
in 24
Yeah,
hours.
that would kill me. I'm sure she used protection, right?
Nope.
Okay.
She didn't use protection?
But they're all tested before.
Ah, she did.
No,
You're
they're
telling me
all
that she
tested.
had that many. They probably use condoms, is what I mean.
I thought that she found out she had like 2 or 3 different STDs and died of it. I'm pretty sure that happened.
Really?
Yeah.
There was a rumor that she was pregnant, but I've met her in person before. She was just this famous.
she has yet worked for that fame.
She worked hard for that thing. I mean, most people don't put in that much effort yet. I mean, most girls just sucked off Harvey Weinstein to get famous. But she did it. It was like 112,000.
I get her name, but
What?
I want to think about it.
Who?
Yeah.
Rabbi, you there?
I am. Holly, what are your thoughts on aliens?
My thoughts on aliens is all hail tardigrades.
All right.
I think almost every planet has the building blocks of life, and there's a Goldilocks zone, and it is possible there's other life forms, but I just don't think it's probably the most um, humanoid or intelligence. You know what I mean? Is what we want it to be like in Star Trek. I mean, it could be possible, but I do believe if we're looking for other creatures, just to kind of experiment more with our own oceans and maybe tunnels being in the mountains, there's probably breakaway civilizations from, the primates to the humanoids, like Neanderthals before that. There's probably breakaways. We probably hunted or raped each other. You know what I mean? On our journey to be what we are. And that is if you believe in evolution and how they, you know, the theory of, the migration of the human development. Um, but tardigrades are the aliens, if you ask me, because they're everywhere. And they're the smallest little mammal, and they're like immortal. So I'm not against it, but at the same time, I do not believe that we are actually being interfered with a bunch of aliens. We have to define what a human is. Um, we're just all stardust anyway, right?
Do you believe in other like galaxies and other solar systems that there's life that are intelligent as humans?
I believe the theory is feasible. I've never went to the pyramids in Egypt, but I would like to believe that a bunch of history and pictures and other people's accounts, something. You know what I mean? I've never seen the towers on 9/11, and God forbid if I say anything like maybe they didn't exist. I watched them fall, on TV when they fell. But at the same time, I've never been to New York. I never saw them before they fell. You know what I mean? So I don't know, no, but all I can do is believe to some degree of, you know what I mean?
Well,
I can't agree full heartedly, but if you put me in a rocket and try to send me to Mars, let's go. I would get on a rocket. That's how much I believe Mars might exist.
I, I, I've never been to space, but I've seen people that have claimed that they've been to space, that have visited space.
Yeah. It could be just VR and psychedelics. What do you think?
VR on psychedelic.
Some people claim they've been abducted by aliens and like gray aliens. I don't know. It could be a
Well,
coping mechanism because the brain is very clever, you know. Um,
well,
may not exist. Would you trust going to space in a rocket like Elon sending us to space?
well, people die all the time going to space, so fuck that.
Who dies going to space recently?
It's possible. There's a high risk of death with many things. What's that?
When to Zoot's point, the last people to die going to space, it was like 2003. Who's died in space since then? I mean,
Yeah.
that's 22 years. That's a
I actually do not know, but I do know if you want to consider tardigrades to have some sort of level of awareness and personhood, the Israelis sent up tardigrades to the moon, and some of them were dead. Not how they killed them because they're little immortal, but they did send some up to the moon, and they were, no longer living specimens. I'm sure we had some sort of organic life that had, no longer lived. There's all kind of science experiments up there at the space station.
Well, all we know, there's creatures in the moon. Could be people in the moon for all we know.
It could be. The moon might not even exist, and that's just a huge spotlight server farm. We don't know. Maybe it's actually the what do you call that thing? The laser beam thing that's supposed to destroy Earth? Death Star, Death Rayers. Who knows? China's doing really good in the space arena, and they try to plan on meeting Musk's Mars.
Well, actually,
like by a few weeks.
We've actually explored more of space than we have our own ocean. We've actually explored more of space than we have our own ocean.
Yeah, probably. The ocean has its own difficulties.
I'm big on underwater civilization being a future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you heard about? I think it's off the coast of South America that they're planning to dig up a whole bunch of resources. Some guy in Australia, he's a rich guy, and he plans on digging up a whole bunch of the ocean for a bunch of resources down there. And a lot of environmentalists are flipping out about it. Have you heard about that?
Oh, that happens all the time over here.
It's probably not. Okay. The thing is, the ecosystem that they're trying to disturb is.
Don't get me started on how much the mining companies are fucking dicks in Australia. Don't get me started. Like the mining companies.
Do you think they may be okay with us rearranging resources? Like that's what we're here for?
I mean, the mining companies over here.
Things for their little habitats.
I mean, the mining companies over here have rigged elections. Rigged elections.
Okay. News media. Understood.
Yeah, they own. The mining corporates over here. Yeah, they own all the media as well, and they influence a lot over here.
Can I ask you a question, Ozzy? I don't know how much you get into it, but there were myths back in the day where the true royal king and queen family actually ran away to Australia, and who is on the throne right now are illegitimate.
I've seen that documentary.
By royal blood.
I've seen that documentary. It's fascinating.
Have you? Yeah.
Yeah, I have, and I actually.
It's like a blood thing. It is.
Yeah.
And let me ask you a question.
And just one moment, Zoot.
Do you know any Australian TV shows? No, this is from my question yesterday. Do you know any
Okay, just one moment, Zoot. And I actually know someone who is related to that guy. It's his great uncle. Um, one of my friends in here. He's from Perth. So, but that is a fascinating documentary. Okay, now for Zoot's question. To either of you, to Holly or to Audie, can you name one Australian television show?
That's actually a YouTube channel. I think I'm allowed to claim.
No.
Juice Media is a
No.
satire news
No.
reporter that is Australian.
No.
I'm allowed to claim that.
No, you're not. No, I mean something that shows on television in Australia.
On my TV.
No, that doesn't count. Something that is on Australian television.
On my TV when I watch it.
Okay, that's fine. So could I, and I'm not on Australian television.
Use my TV as a monitor. It's on my TV.
Wait. So Audie, Audie said the only thing that any American knows is the Crocodile Hunter, but that was actually a dual television show with American media as well. Aside from that, can you name anything that is Australian television?
Oh, was it? I wouldn't even thought of that either. Um, Hollyoaks? Is that Australian?
What is it?
Hollyoaks.
How do you spell it?
Um, no, it was like a chick flick thing about Hannah. That was a movie anyway. It was like
That's Brit-
episodes, but I don't think it was like TV. TV.
that's
Never mind.
British.
I don't watch TV, so I don't know. Oh, is it? Okay. Thank you.
So, Zoot, it proves my theory, or
Sometimes I
not,
do mix up y'all's accents, including South Africa.
not just my theory, but the theory of Reddit that like Americans don't know any Australian television. I mean, like none.
Well, maybe they don't have anything, and Australia just watches everybody else's.
No, they do. We went through the top 20 Australian television shows, but then we like pulled Reddit. No one on in America knows any Australian television shows. And I said to Zoot, if anything, we would know British shows, and then if it weren't British shows, we might know a couple Canadian shows. But it's like
Hey,
Australia's pretty low on
hey,
the list.
hang on. The most popular TV show in Australian TV show is actually pretty recent. It's called Bluey.
Louis,
Bluey.
boy, Boy.
Bluey. Bluey.
Yeah, as I told you, Zoot, no one in the
Okay, so
United
that's the
States
game,
over
the water
age
thing, right?
5 knows what that is.
No one over the age of 5
I
knows
mean,
what that is.
unless you're the parent of young children, that's just not something that you would know. What was the one? The Wiggles. The Wiggles was like somewhat known a little bit in the United States, but again, that's really just
The Wiggles
yeah,
are Australian?
yeah,
Who said
allegedly.
koala? Huh? Ow.
Koala?
Fruit salad, one of their popular songs, The Wiggles.
Blanky Bill?
Koalas, are they in Australia?
Yeah,
Koalas are in Australia.
no. Audie's asking, are the Wiggles from Australia? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, I thought you said yes already. No.
Audie, when you were a kid, what did you watch on television?
I watched a little bit of everything. Damn.
But I mean, like children's shows.
Um, Looked. Let's see. I'm thinking of like baby shows.
That's what I mean. Like, what baby shows did you watch?
Oh shit, Teletubbies is my top show ever. Or fucking, what's his name?
Tinky
The
Winky?
vacuum? The vacuum. What's his name? Is he dead? Well, anyways, I always liked
What
him.
topic?
The
Teletubbies.
vacuum.
Teletubbies are shown over here. What was that show with the bear that sings?
Bear in the Woodland.
Yeah, that was a good show.
That one was actually probably my favorite.
watch that now.
Holly, what did you watch as a kid? Holly, are you there? Holly.
She's muted.
Okay. Did you guys watch Sesame Street? Audie, did you watch Sesame
Sesame
Street?
Street was Sesame Street's my favorite show.
Well, there you go. Audie, did you watch Sesame Street?
Yeah, how do you feel about Oscar the Grouch?
I like him. I think he's amazing.
Oh no!
Never liked him. I wanted him to be happier all the time,
Well, of
but I
course.
still liked him like as part of the block.
Absolutely. You know he was originally orange?
You know Earl's originally orange?
I wouldn't doubt it. And they have done
I think
episodes of
all people are technically orange. That's rude.
aren't we pink?
I I read orange.
Okay. They did an episode of what it's like inside of Oscar's trash can, and it's huge. He has like a huge little apartment in there.
Ew.
I like the episode of Sesame Street where they bleep out all the swears. And it's a tutorial. It's like a tutorial on why you shouldn't swear.
That sounds kind of unbelievable.
Well,
That was really. They did that?
yeah.
Maybe in Australia. Well, do you have Australian Sesame Street?
What do you mean?
Like they make Sesame Street around the world. Like in South Africa, they have one. Israel has one. Do they have a Do they have an Australian one?
No, we just get the American one.
Oh, okay.
I mean, do you have an American version of the Wiggles?
No, no. That's because it's in syndication. But like the reason why they do South Africa and Israel, they have like specific issues that affect those people. Like I remember there was a big one. They had like an HIV positive Sesame Street character because AIDS is so prevalent on the African continent, and um, so I think it's like they focus it on some
Yeah.
countries.
I've only ever met one person with HIV in Australia,
I have
and
never
they got it in Indonesia.
I have never met anybody who has ever had HIV or AIDS. I mean, or if they do, they
They took a bullet.
they didn't know it or they didn't say anything to me, but I have never known anybody with HIV of AIDS. I've never known anyone to die of HIV of AIDS or known anybody who knew anyone who died of HIV or AIDS. Maybe I'm sure someone I know has met somebody who died of AIDS, but I never have said it. Like I don't know. That's like not a. I mean, I know it affects people certainly, but it's just not something that I've ever known anybody to have.
HIV is treatable. AIDS is not. Regardless, I don't want HIV or AIDS. There's nothing like on top.
No, it does not.
think the worst part about that is you have to tell people that you have.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like as big of a deal as it used to be. I mean, I remember the day that Magic Johnson had to stop playing in the NBA because he came out as HIV positive. It was such a big deal. Everybody thought he was going to die within the next like 6 months. He's still alive.
HIV medicine's getting better and better. Charlie Sheen has HIV and he's still he's popping pills. But HIV doesn't. Pig. What's your favorite song right now, Rabbi?
Um, well, if you want to know like recent songs, I mean, I
Yeah.
don't really listen to music that much on this stream because I get copyright strikes.
DMZ.
But the last song that I probably so I was singing karaoke a lot with people from the Philippines, and they love two people. They love Sabrina Carpenter and Chapel Roan. They're like super popular, and
Well,
um
they're me.
and
It sounds like me.
yeah, it sounds like a lot of people in 2024 and 2025. It's just those two women kind of had really big years, and um,
Oh, yeah.
Chapel
100%.
Roan had a song. What's her big song? Like, is it something like? What's her big
She
song?
has two big songs called one's called Good Luck.
Yeah, Good Luck.
Good Luck Babe, and then Pink Pony Club.
Yeah,
Pink Pony Club, I think, is a little bit. I think Pink Pony Club is bigger.
Good Luck, Babe. Like that was a
Hello.
that was
Sorry,
sung
he's correct.
that was sung a lot, and but I don't because I'm always streaming. It's difficult for me to listen to modern music because I get copyright strikes. So if I am going to take a risk, it's usually with older music, and
Why
uh,
didn't you put on headphones?
I do that. I do that, and when I sing karaoke, I do that. But I would say, what have I been listening to recently? Um, I mean, really, I listen to old music. So, like, sing. I got copyright strikes yesterday for singing George Michael's "Careless Whisper" and um, George Michael's "Freedom '90." I think. Um, I I really like those songs though.
Baby?
Or maybe it was Father Figure. What'd you say, Zoot?
Oh, yeah. Good.
Um, I got one the other day. Oh, for like if you play like 10 seconds worth of copyrighted songs, they come after you. I mean, they send you an email that it's a copyright strike. Sometimes you have to take a little quiz on how to like not get copyright strikes and um, but yeah, I I like that new. I mean, it's not new, but that "Not Like Us" or whatever by Kendrick Lamar. That was an okay song. Um,
Oh, it came out this time last year. It's not new. It came out like this time last year.
I know that's what I'm saying. It's not that new. Um,
I mean, relatively. I mean, it's new. It's newer than a fucking Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. So
I played that yesterday. Yeah, we played that. Well, we did karaoke in Twitter Spaces, and we sang. I sang Billie Jean earlier in the day. We sang "Twist and Shout" by the Beatles. We sang "All Star" by Smash Mouth. We sang "In the End" by Linkin Park. We sang, I think, and we sang "Nookie" by Limp Bizkit and "All About the Benjamins" by Puff Daddy and
I'm,
Notorious B.I.G.
I'm gonna be real with you. 2024 was such a big year in music. I don't think like we're gonna get that many good songs this year. Like 2024 was a phenomenal year in music.
I mean, just music to me isn't what it once was. And I don't know if you recognize, but like, music is just not like anybody can do music. You can take any pretty face and um with auto tune make it work. Like they don't have big bands anymore. I mean, not big bands, but like like giant rock bands. Like name a popular rock band, like a really popular rock band right now. I mean, like Coldplay, I guess, like Imagine Dragons. Those are big, and I'm not saying they're not good. They're really good, but they just don't have like.
I mean, like, what
Well,
you mean like someone like you mean like the era of like people like bands blowing up? Like I don't know, there's a lot of more K-pop bands you could say these
yeah.
days than
So
there are like rock bands.
that's an excellent
Like
point.
I can't name you like rock band.
Exactly. I mean, that's an excellent point. Things have shifted to K-pop, a lot of things, and there's only one. I'm not a K-pop fan. Not that I don't like it. Actually, on one of my streams, I say I'm the world's biggest K-pop fan. But I mean, I only know like one K-pop song, or maybe no, like two maybe. I know a BTS and Coldplay song called um, that song is like My Universe, and then there's like I think they were called Stars or something like that, and they have a song that I like. Not that I don't think they're talented, it's just it hasn't caught on in my world.
You,
What?
do you want to know why I think like music isn't as big?
Yes, dude, that's what I want to know. Why don't you think music is as big as it should be?
Because most people aren't listening to the artist because of the music. They're listening to the artist because the person is being sexualized.
I'm in agreement with you
The
on that.
market and image.
I'm in agreement with you on that. Right now, because the way that the artist makes money, I mean, they basically make money through concerts and merchandise. They don't make a lot of money on streaming. I was surprised to learn that Snoop Dogg, with all his music, only makes like $40,000, I think, annually. It could be monthly, but I think it's annually from Spotify. It's not that much, and so they have to ensure that ticket sales are really high in order to continue the luxuries that they're able
I'm
to
looking.
enjoy.
I'm looking. I'm looking forward to Justin Bieber's new album this year. If Justin Bieber does an album this year,
Is it gonna?
I want to hear what he has to say about the P Diddy party. I want to see what he has to say about the P Diddy parties.
That'll be interesting. One, just one moment. Somebody's talking to me in my Twitter space. Yo, what's going on, pimp? How you living? Shalom. How? What's good in your neck of the woods? I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. I have more data online than any uh 3.5 years. 20 2021 on YouTube. I'm live on 16 different YouTube streams right now. I stream off like 33 different devices. So you can watch my life essentially 24. Yeah, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Are you into cryptocurrency? Hey, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Takes money to make money, big dog. Well, there you go. So you don't use you don't use Twitter much? Okay, so you're just getting into spaces. All right. Well, uh, not everybody does a video space like I do, so you can watch my live 24 hours a day on Twitter Spaces, but also on YouTube and Twitch and Rumble and all the other ones. Um, but if you are looking for a great community, Twitter Spaces is where it's at. It's not that big. It's like basically 10,000 people. I mean, it can get up to 100, hundreds of thousands in some spaces, but generally, you'll find people who have consistent spaces on anything from cryptocurrency to karaoke to trivia to global events. You'll get politicians who announce their candidacies on Twitter Spaces. It's really a nice platform. It's my last name. Yep, we're all related. People are allowed to say whatever they want. I told you, we're all related. With what? Well, the banking system has been really around for thousands of years, going back to ancient Babylon. Well, we were essentially gold merchants and worked for certain houses within Germany from essentially the 15th century until the 17th century. And from there, we started being uh, what many call usury, but essentially granting loans to individuals and then to royal houses. And from there, the modern banking system evolved. But I mean, really, if you want to get into bankers prior to German bankers, it would be Italian bankers. The Medici family is really prominent within that. Yeah, I think he should be allowed to say whatever he wants. That's part of the beauty of free speech. So, uh, well, you can feel any way that you want. I personally feel that if it's something that you don't like, then you can just ignore it. You just cut out there. Can you repeat that, please? Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you on that. I think shadow banning should be a banned practice.
So have fun, but
I'm in agreement with you. I think that shadow banning is a uh, should be a prohibited practice, and there's there's perhaps some legislation that may help uh, to uh, I don't know if it'll end the practice, but at least when it comes to artificially inflating your followers, there's something in Congress that may get passed that may make it illegal. Essentially, it's an unfair trade practice, and I feel shadow banning is an unfair trade practice as well. So, how do we get it to the court? You said. Well, it doesn't necessarily go through the court in the United States; it'll go through Congress, and so the legislation has been written. Do I know Mardine? No, I'm not sure who that is on TikTok, but at least in the United States, the way that it works is you have Congress people, a lower house. So, like in England, it would be the House of. Um, it's essentially elected representatives. So it starts generally in the House of Representatives, and if it gets a majority vote there, then it goes to the Senate, which is so the House of Representatives is similar to the House of Commons, and then the Senate is similar to the House of Lords, and then from there, if it passes there with the majority vote, then it goes to the president to sign into law. Do I think I could get Sonic? Oh, do I like Sonic? No, that's the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. So that's the thing that's worth tens of millions of dollars. Um, it's known as it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and this is just their logo. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. You can look. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Enough. Yeah. I make money by streaming, but also through cryptocurrency. Yeah, I've been live on Twitter, at least most recently, live 24 hours a day since February 14th. I've been live streaming on YouTube 24 hours a day since 2001. I've been doing it. I have more data online than any person in global history. No, it's not. You can look. I'm live on 16 different YouTube channels simultaneously right now. No, I'm not. Look at my profile. Click the link in my profile. Go to YouTube. All you have to do is click the link in my profile. If you don't want to do that, then just type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. Correct. Okay. Uh, it's my last name. I just live my life. Where there are thousands of us. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. So it's a very big family. Again, it's a large family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. I'm top dog, big dog. Well, there's an argument to be made because in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, so more valuable than the entire banking industry, more valuable than all the gold on Earth, more valuable than all the petroleum on Earth, and I have more data online than any person ever. Oh, way more. Absolutely. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I all of those I've handmade, except the Kick accounts. The Kick accounts I made bots. We do have castles, but no, I'm just in a normal house. It's it's just a it's very very normal. How much do I make from it? Enough to be able to survive. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
And there you go, the ultimate keep doing it. You can get the Kill Tony Dirty Stevens Keep Doing It t-shirt at
Well, you know, she came up with the joke, the fire hydrant joke. That's great. You know, I like fire hydrants.
I'll put you in a chokehold at the Orange Julius on Rosewood. Yes, mother went to Fairfax. Look it up. Melrose Avenue Elementary. I have roots in this town. Get out if you're not from here.
Hey, I hope that plays on the podcast.
Melissa, there you go. You did it. Another new minute. There she goes. Melissa, have a plan. Lock it in. Lock it in. Add to it. Cut it down again. Another new minute from at Melissa Eslinger. You're one another regular, and then we're going to get back to the bucket. You know her from Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, writing and performing a brand new minute every single week. One of the hardest jobs in all of comedy. Put your hands together for Vanessa Johnston.
I've been trying to figure out if I'm a good person or a bad person. And I think I'm a good person because I always write notes on people's cars to let them know that they parked wrong. However, I know that I'm a bad person because if I had a baby and it didn't look like me, I'd assume that it wasn't mine. And I'd give it away. Whatever ingredients we put in this cake did not work. Time to start over. I don't think that babies should have rights. The First Amendment is freedom of speech, and babies can't even talk. If you can't do the First
Oh,
Amendment,
did
you'll
everybody
get the
leave?
others. All the
Only two left.
Republicans in the room are like, well,
Oh,
pretty sure
okay.
these ones own guns.
Oh, Audie's back. Okay.
Fuck yeah, this is great. Double regular is fun.
Yeah,
I
when
like
there's
that.
more than like
Very
what
cool.
here, everything's
Again,
really glitchy.
like Melissa, pretty much all
I know
on
I
one
did change
topic,
some
which is
settings.
really cool. That's crazy that you both did that this week.
Yeah, I had to reboot several times.
What was the
Did you look at that link I gave you, Rabbi?
I think it
I
was the
haven't had a chance to
person
watch it yet,
because
but I will.
I write notes on people's
Yeah,
comments.
I almost want to hear
No,
more about
you don't
that. You
have
know
to
what I
watch
mean?
that.
Like, I don't
I
know.
was
It
just
almost
giving you
seems like two
reference
different
this
things.
media
Like, I
if you
feel
want
like
to look into it.
there's like
Right. No,
something
I
I.
mean the
about
other
you
link
writing
with
notes
the
on
with
people's
the donor
cars.
link.
Yeah.
I
Oh, I
never have. I've
responded to you.
wanted to
No,
figure
that
that
is
all
not
out
me.
lately too. Some fucking people.
I didn't look at that.
Okay.
Unbelievable. Street
Yeah,
parking
it's
is
just interesting
street
because
parking. How many
I
people have
did
street
that back when
parking
I
here
was
in
on board
Montana?
retro.
Like actually,
I
where
was
you
looking
live,
for
you have to
donors
park on the
and I
street because you
narrowed
live
it
in a
down to about
crazy
three.
populated area. Anybody?
Like a few
Yeah,
Jews and a few
that
Christians,
must be nice to
and
find.
we
Anyway,
show the
I have
zodiac
sub
signs and everything
I have
to make
sub
it easier
Mediterranean
to
parking.
guide.
I
Yeah,
live beneath this
But it's just
Andrew
interesting.
chicken.
it is.
oh, there you go.
But you can do
Just a
that
lab. There's a good
digitally.
lab. I'll
And
get
if
that.
you look down, there's right. It's like
You
three
know,
thousand dollars.
when you
There's
call
a
up some of
difference
your
between if
punchlines,
it's been
you
washed
sound
or
like you were from
unwashed.
New York.
Yeah,
There's like a
geez.
different
So you
figure,
got a little bit. So you got a little bit on
and
these punchlines.
it's
You
just
sort
it's
of get a little bit
interesting.
Rosie Perez from
Yeah,
the
from Puerto Rican.
from White Man
Um,
Can't Jump.
Yeah,
What do you
man.
mean you lost the money, Billy?
yeah.
The character, right? When you do the
How did
voice.
you lose that money? That was that
Howdy.
Jeopardy
How
money,
you
Billy.
doing? What are you
It's a
doing
good
for
character.
today? I know what I'm doing. I'm
It's good.
drinking.
Okay, then yeah, the
Um,
twankster. It
I like
explains
it.
it.
I was gonna try to say I'm
What's
gonna
the fruit?
hurt people to
Perfume.
wake up
Oh, it
because
smells good.
I'm
Oh,
learning
there's
their
my phone.
bedtime
I
schedule
like
now.
it.
Yeah.
The cologne that Brody
I
wears
get
is
myself in
great.
sync. Hi,
Well, you know
DJ, get
what?
on here.
Smooth stick.
Wow, joke of the night right there.
Oh, really? At my
Yeah.
expense?
Yeah. Totally. Perfect timing. Holy shit. Jeremiah
I
Watkins
had a speed
African.
stick.
Fun episode. Oh my
Oh,
god.
delete everything.
Oh my god. Brody, that really, I mean, you really set yourself up for that one, as did with the perfume. I mean, I do know that it's hard for you with the perfume because your nose is almost touching Vanessa from where you're sitting.
My nose is more down and not that way. But,
Yeah, you're right. It is.
oh, now it's nose jokes.
It is.
We're gonna talk. We're gonna judge physical appearances. I'll take a dump in my quicksilver shorts.
How dare you?
I'll walk
Dare
out
you
of
do
here.
that to me? I just milked the front of the cereal box for Fruit Loops.
Cereal is so expensive at John's. I didn't. That's why I bought cashew. Yeah, it's like expensive.
It is.
It's a scam there. I don't know.
What'd you say, John?
At John's, I went there with the unshowered. Nothing. Okay.
All right. This is my favorite sound effect. Studio laughter for Brody. Give it to him. He needs it. Vanessa, that was really fun. I love that you stuck it on one subject. It felt real. It felt like your real opinion. You know what I mean? So,
I don't know about
yeah,
you
you getting a
guys,
lot of
but I feel
spots
like
in?
today's
You doing
gonna
all?
be a
You working at night?
powerful day.
I hope so.
You trying to do spots?
I kind of like that she sounds like a young Joey Lawrence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was his catchphrase?
Whoa, whoa, yeah. Joey Lawrence.
Thurston in the
Well, we got a millennial coming in here.
Albert
Blossom.
I did 100 crowd warm-ups for Blossom. How do you not know him?
Should know.
They call me Joey Lawrence of Arabia. You got it.
Yes, Persian profession.
Here's gonna be a great Vanessa Johnston, ladies and gentlemen. Another 2 minutes from our two regulars. They came in swagger. Swagger from the regulars tonight, and I love that. You guys ready to get back to this fucking bucket or what? Anything can
Let's
happen.
get in the bucket.
Here we go. It's a part of the show we
I
like to
did a
call Bucket or
gender-free TV
Bucket.
server, and they
Put your
absolutely
hands
amazing.
together for Victor Martinez Jr.
They had a makeover, you said?
Before I never did it. Yeah, they had like this whole onboarding process
Put your hands together for
for
Preacher
bots,
Lawson.
like the whole where you can talk to your better.
Right.
Like it used to be like very bot heavy. It used to be a lot of infighting,
Good plan.
listeners
Yeah, let's go.
for this
I don't work
that
yet.
whole
Oh,
hunter.
okay.
Before I
I'm
would never
starting
go
the
back
job. I
in
just
there.
got back.
Very cool.
He's a breaking news fan. Are you familiar with him?
I'm not, but I respect those people.
I was like, $40 a month? I could do it. That's not a bad deal for a 7 bedroom. And man, bad idea. A lot of folks are gangsters, okay? I'm not a gangster, okay? I'm trying to be. I just can't be one because I'm checklist. Okay, you can't. And I love kitties. You can't be a gangster and love. I love kitties, okay? People think I'm
But
joking. I'm not
where
joking
I
at
don't
all.
need to go to Twitter, I
My
need to
mom
be on
brought like
YouTube.
3 kitties to my house the other day. Because
Exactly.
her house, I live with her. And
They've done
I
that
was
for a long
flipping
time.
out like, good. Oh, good. I love
It's
this. I
basically
was like, I'm gonna love you
collaborations
back.
with different
Two
individuals to
kitties.
post
No, sorry. Oh,
things that are actually
that
legitimate.
was class.
It
It's
doesn't
so
usually
awesome.
go into,
Get on the show 4 or 5 times now, every
well,
single
sometimes it
time.
goes into fight,
Absolute
they cut
annihilation.
it
You
into
did it
something.
again tonight.
I want to work with them.
There you go, Brody. What?
Since you like the
It
boys,
seemed
I
like
want
a
to
nice
work with them.
community for a while, and sometimes it gets
Job
toxic.
you're doing. That was great energy.
Right now, it's
Brody
very
wants to work with
clean.
you, preacher. Can you get Brody some work at the gym that you
I'm
work at?
very, very
Son of a
impressed.
bastard, Tony.
Anyhow, it
You
looks like
don't
you're
see
going to
that you
bed.
have a
If
debit
nothing else
card
is
in an
doing,
Amazon account.
I'm going to get off here and
Please check out my
starting
please check out my wish list.
tomorrow
No,
night.
great
I'm
stuff, great
the
energy.
sleep
Keep doing what
schedule
you're
for
doing.
Sneaky Movement to have a normal
Good.
bedtime
You getting in a lot of
and get
salsa
up at a
nights?
certain time.
Not really.
How
Certainly.
long
So
you
I'm
been
going
on
to
there,
start
dude?
doing that again.
I understand. Holly, don't forget
I'm brand new
tomorrow.
live.
Right.
Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Pacific,
Tell every time
9 p.m.
You got
Eastern. We're gonna do trivia, or we're planning on it. So if you can make it, please do. And I hope that today, or
Like if I can, I absolutely will.
absolutely, when you awake, I hope you have a very powerful day.
Yeah.
That's 7.
I'm like, no, the mouth moving. That's weird.
And I hope, and I really do. I hope that all your dreams come true. You have a good heart, and you've got an excellent plan, and you know what you want. So I hope it all comes together for you.
L.A. casting. No, you did. Okay, well, you got a
It's
good
definitely
voice.
another
You got
couple
good
days.
energy. Keep
That's
doing
what I
it.
like to
I
hear,
think.
bro. Good on you.
Well, thank you for
No,
goodwill
I like it.
wishes,
I know what's going on.
Absolutely.
also to the
So,
servers.
Positive
I
vibes
see,
to
I
you, my
see
The
friend.
server
your 4
assistant.
months, and
Absolutely. My
are
pleasure.
you on the clock right now, by the way? I live in King
Bye
Street,
bye.
unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Are you one of the guys in blue polos that Brody performs in front of every Sunday?
I don't want the protection plan.
Preacher, you are without a doubt one of the energy that you have. Every week I'm waiting. Every time I pulled you out of the bucket since the first time, I've been waiting for it to fall off and for it to be less than that. But again tonight, like when you hit the 7 bedroom line, I mean the dates in this room, it was a very impressive
That
laugh.
was good.
The only people that really ever get laughs like that is me on this show, and you know, no, but preacher, it's incredible. How do we get this guy a job here like immediately? How do we just hire him for something? Preacher, we got.
Audie, are you there?
You'll get it. He's only been here 4 months. Just keep being positive.
Audie, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, you should know. Like, I didn't know what your Twitter account was. Um, because I get so many messages, I didn't really know, but I know what it is now. Like, you sent a message to me as um, you said, like, momentarily or something, and I went through your Twitter, and you you are a very, very attractive woman, and you should know that. So I just wanted to tell you that. Absolutely.
See what you're doing.
What'd you say?
Hey, that's all I made it. So I believe in my.
Oh, really thick ones. I'm legally blind. What is it? It's like negative 12 and a half or something. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, like I have karaoke. I have cataracts as well. I have very bad vision. Yeah.
But you still like you can see, right?
No.
I mean, no.
No,
I'm so sorry for laughing.
no, it's okay. I know when this goes viral, I'll be able to get all the eye surgeries I want. Pardon me. So I'm not too worried about it. We're we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Meaning,
Meaning, I mean, I'm getting more and more people who are finding out about me, and it could be any day. I could go viral, and when I do, I'm gonna have the best cataract surgery and best LASIK, and I'll never have to worry about glasses again. But in the meantime,
you
I've got
don't like glasses? Well,
oh, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. People have no idea what people with glasses have to go through. It's really bad. You got to always keep them clean. You can't lay on your face. When you're making love, it's very difficult because you got. I mean, like that's why I go with contacts generally. Um, but contacts are
so
rough
you
on the.
have to basically keep the glasses on the whole time.
Well, not when I have contacts.
Oh, okay. I
But
thought your vision was too bad for contacts.
no, I can still have contacts. But like, if you kiss someone, they get in the way. So, um, if you like, if you're
I'm blind too.
all right, well, then you know what it's like.
Yeah.
Well, you should
Yeah,
know.
I was just interested in how blind you are. I mean, you are
Very blind. Like to give you an idea,
a lot more blind.
I'm very nearsighted. In order to read my phone, I have to have it like here.
Wait, no, I'm not looking. Where do you have to have it?
Like within like 3 inches of my face.
Oh,
And it's even worse because I have cataracts. So that's why I keep the light so dark in here. Because if it's really bright, it bothers me.
hmm.
Yeah, you're learning all my
This
secrets.
is very interesting. So, explain the cataracts. Like, when did they first start to develop, and what issues did they give you?
Yeah, they run in my family. Um, but I think I accelerated them because I used to go tanning um, without um, eye protection.
With your foot?
I would say that I would have eye protection, but I wouldn't wear it. And um, then additionally, I took a um, a a not a substance, but a supplement that also accelerated cataracts. So, um, and the um, I had the cataract surgery scheduled in 2021 or 2020, but it was right around. It was during the middle of COVID, and they, at least in California, they said if it wasn't a like medically necessary, they pushed everything back. And then I started live streaming, and I've just been focused on this, and um, I didn't want to give up. I've been to the eye doctor on the stream, but I didn't want to have to give up. Like, you can't. Like, I need somebody to like drive me home, and I need somebody to like kind of take care of me for a few days. And at least as I'm doing this stream, I don't want to have to do that. So, um, my eyes are good enough that I can at least be able to manage my life currently, and Um, I've also thought that it would be cool to do on the stream as well to have that surgery done and just give people, no pun intended, but like an uh, first-hand eyewitness account of what it's like to have some of the problems that people have with poor vision, and hopefully be an advocate to get these things covered by all insurances. And I really think just I really dream of a day where they just do these types of surgeries on children or on babies so that they don't ever have to have glasses. And I would really like to hope that in the future we won't need glasses on anyone because um, people will realize the severe impact that a lack of proper vision can have on a person. I mean, people will just see on the stream that I'm always having to clean my glasses and things like that. But there is a benefit to the stream, believe it or not. Because my glasses are so thick, I think in the future people will be able to see what I'm seeing, like reading, like off my like they'd be able to see the reflection. I mean, I can even see the reflection sometimes while I'm watching the stream on what I'm doing, and so I think that'll help. Um, Perhaps.
Do you ever see what's going on behind you from like a glare?
Like here?
Like in your glasses, like does the light ever like hit it?
Yeah.
To where you can like, or like it, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you see stuff that's like not in your field of vision.
Yeah, and um, I also get like weird things that happen with the light going through it. It's not like I can see behind myself, but I can see like the in the peripheral of my eyes. Do you wear glasses?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll make it so that you don't have to wear glasses in the future if you don't want to.
Cool.
Cool is right. All right. Well, you should know that I, in addition to listening to like stand-up comedy, I like to listen to podcasts. Just a lot of times I'm listening to multiple things at once, and so I'll keep the stand-up comedy going, but usually they're pretty lame. So I'm listening to a podcast on Napoleon. You know who Napoleon is? He was a French general, and so feel free to listen and just know I appreciate who you are and want the best for you in life.
All right, thanks. I'm going to sleep, but I'm going to listen to your little thing.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan. That's exactly what I want you to do. I think there's something special about the connectivity of just people in general having um, in a digital world where we're all connected and just basically knowing that you're not alone is always a nice feeling. And I think it helps with the egregore, the collective consciousness of people in general to just know that you can connect with someone at any time. So I appreciate you being here. And if you need anything, let me know, okay?
Okay, I was going to say something, but then you started saying for a while, and I was trying to concentrate. I think my brain's just tired.
I'm
Like,
a,
good night.
I imagine it is. Well, sweet dreams to you, Audie, and I hope you have a nice sleep.
I hope you
For
have
myself. Winter with Howie Fitness.
Oh, okay. I hope I don't.
Yeah, I hope you have crazy dreams where like stuff from like really
Well,
like weird shit can happen.
something that happens to me uh, is right when I awake. A lot of times, I will say what my dream was on the stream. I say a quick prayer immediately upon awaking, but then I'll say what the dream was to make it as like vivid as possible, so that I remember it. Because if I don't talk about my dream immediately on the stream, I forget what it was. So you perhaps might be able to enjoy that. So enjoy.
Sorry. Who do you work at?
I work at the one on Miracle Mile.
Miracle Mile.
Yeah, Miracle Mile.
To places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez from the Beijing Bureau Chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Preacher, man, that is so cool. Anything? I mean, you were on last week in the main room, right?
Yeah, I was just my car.
Anything fun happened in the past week of your life? Anything interesting?
Remember that girl I was talking about? You ever get dumped by someone you're not dating? Okay, that happened. Sure enough. no one's out of school. I'm not banging it up. I want to smack that in school.
You have an extreme amount of energy. Like I almost feel like you were like born somewhere crazy, like in a black church or something like that.
Wasn't a lot of churches growing up, but yeah, I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, waterboarded, basically. Yeah. I lived in 15 different cities.
Why?
I don't know, my mom, she moved a lot. I never went to a school the full year. I always moved.
She was a criminal.
I think so, man. Yo, she was a criminal. Yeah.
Mommy, I was right. Don't worry about it, baby. Get the car.
So preacher, I mean, you're a...
Is that your real name, preacher?
What are you going by? Preacher Lawson?
Sounds like a TV show.
What's your legal? I know, because here's the deal.
Nobody.
Here's the deal. Preacher Lawson.
Saturday night. I'm a real guy, Stephen Brody Stevens. I like preacher, but I like Joe Vaughn. I like Joe Vaughn. Why not?
Brody, you're the one that... Brody, aren't you the one...
You changed your name?
Yeah. Brody, isn't your real name Stephen Brody?
Stephen James Brody, yeah, it is. Okay, but you just told him not to change his name.
Because I made a mistake.
I'm like John Silver Mellencamp.
3 years ago for the future, Preacher Lawson, everybody. He's going to be a huge star one day. There's nothing that can stop him. He's on Twitter at Preacher Lawson. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean, while you are here, from the start of the episode, tonight's drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt. All the prints are available at RyanJEbelt.com, along with the...
That's all. Am I in the center? That's awesome.
Yeah, Brody looks like Wario.
Yeah, look at my eyebrows. Sharp, on fleek.
Jamie Vernon on the HD, Pat Reagan, and Jeremiah Watkins.
At Jeremiah Stand-Up, at Patty Reagan, at Mostly Sorry, and I want to plug this real quick. July 26th on all VODs, The Vent, a new independent movie that I'm in coming out.
Oh, yeah! You're going to get 7 more hits after that plug.
Roddy Piper's last film appearance.
Wow, really?
Now 8.
Are you the one that killed him? That's actually a double joke. For those of you paying close attention. Brody, anything you want to plug?
In October, I'll be in D.C. and Scottsdale.
Are you doing trick-or-treating?
I'm doing an open mic in D.C. And I'm going to be in Scottsdale, too.
All right, before everybody stops listening, Josh Moore, what do you want to plug?
Check my podcast, Fairly Normal.
Yeah, Fairly Normal. We've all done it. Very, very fun. I had a blast on Fairly Normal. If you like me, check me out on that. Brian Redman. See you later. Bye, live audience. Have a good night.
He was sometimes vindictive to defeated rivals, but just as often as to all of the French team. Incredible. Even new to fame, found his fabulous energy,
Hi, everybody. Hello. Wow, look at that. One of our biggest turnouts. Wow, how fun. July 4th, ladies and gentlemen, and we're celebrating comedy live. How fucking awesome is that? A lot of people moving out, don't have any energy left, half capacity. Welcome, everybody. Hi, everyone. It's exciting. Happy July 4th. Yes, there you go. Start a USA chant. Maybe one of the 14 people in the room will continue it. Hi, Brian Redman. It's Brian Redman, everybody. Come on, we're live, everyone. Fuck yeah!
We had a lot of fun last night. We went to go see Chicago.
Hell yeah, we saw Chicago at the Hollywood Bowl.
That's a great place, man. We started a wave up. Don Barrett's at one side of his place.
Yeah.
We actually got it halfway through the whole entire thing.
Yeah, I started a thing. I guided Don to be either in or you're out. Everybody's like, what's this guy so confident about? And we just started doing like, whoa, and we'd go a little bit farther, and those people would be like, what are those things? We'd hear the roar, whoa.
And it would skip, like people would just stop, and then like
But
way
you'd
down.
see people like way down, like, oh, they're starting to wave over there, let's wave like we need it. It was great. It was like one of those really cool moments, you know, just controlling thousands of people's minds all at once.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, that was a fun highlight. You're right. Making that wave yesterday was fun. Welcome to the show, everybody. Let's have some fun. Ryan J. Ebelt, the house artist, is right here. He's going to draw tonight's episode. He draws every single episode. Amazing artist. What you see tonight, you're going to see on a piece of paper at the very end of the night. You're going to see that this episode was somehow captured by this amazing fucking artist. All of his prints at RyanJEbelt.com. Back on the HD camera for the people that watch this show in its finest glory. Jamie Vernon, ladies and gentlemen, the great young Jamie. YoungJamie.com. Here we are, Brian. Dates coming up: Cleveland, Tulsa, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, and Boston's Wilbur Theater. If you live in any of those places, I'm coming to you. Rivers, Cleveland. Next weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend. Yeah, going back and forth. That's my first time, like, headlining Ohio by myself. It's pretty weird. That's strange. Took a while to get there. Took a while to get where it all started. You know what I mean, guys? I'm from Ohio. For those of you that don't know that, which is everybody. So let's do this, shall we? Every single week, we have the coolest band in the world, and they're live every week. And I'm excited to see their July 4th edition. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen, Reagan and Watkins, and show the minute. God.
See another example, Bonapartism is a common term of Marxist jargon, describing a situation in which reactionary military leaders seize power from the revolutionary government and co-opt the ideas of the revolution. Another term, a generation before Marx, entitled conservatives and reactionaries, also
Fuck yeah! Wow, very July 4th intro from Reagan and Watkins. That burned my arm the entire way up. Complete fire hazard. For those of you listening to the podcast, we are, by the way, the #1 live podcast in the world. I forgot to mention that. If you're here, welcome. If this is your first time, feel free to let it rip. Guys, that was one of my favorite intros ever. Very July 4th edition. Very great white. For those of you listening to the podcast, yeah. Very good. You guys, for those of you listening to the podcast, they came up with sparklers that obviously went out right after they lit them. They were just 4 smoky sticks being waved in the air. And now the room has the distinct smell of cheapest possible Chinese fireworks.
Welcome to America, bro.
What kind of 99-cent store where you get sparklers where they just fizzle down like a hot fuse? I mean, I literally watched it. They went out to the top of the stairs. Right after you lit them, they just burned down.
Yeah.
Where'd you guys get those?
I got them from a party that I was at earlier.
That's why I want to tell
Fuck yeah. Jeremiah going to parties. Reagan and Watkins, everybody, here they are. So excited you guys are here.
And we won't just be talking about the band itself.
This is the part where every episode I bring out tonight's guest, and this week I decided to do something super fun. It's always 2 of the funniest, best comedians in the world as our guests, and this is a very special episode because in this bare skeleton edition of Tony, our 2 guests are Reagan and Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. This is the first time ever in Kill Tony's history where we are going hair bone.
OMG!
Feel free to do whatever you want. You can be over here, you can go over there.
Oh, man.
Tonight, Kill Tony celebrates its independence.
What is happening? What is happening?
We don't need guests, bitches.
I'm going to start off by
It's so funny, we're just going to do it ourselves. Feel free to move around, do whatever you want.
Feels good.
If you want to throw one of those mics on Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen, on the percussion.
Dude, try. I have a sunburn, and then I just burned my arm.
Most of it goes in
Sparklers, so
chronological
I'm not
order
doing
from
good
the
right now.
mid-18th
Second degree
century to
burn
the
on
early 19th.
Jeremiah.
I have a couple
exciting. By the way, I sprung it on Reagan and Watkins, everybody. So curious to get more surprise for us. Yeah, I told them I had a surprise for them. Happy 4th of July, guys. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you.
How excited are you guys that tonight's guests are Reagan and Watkins?
Oh, yeah.
I'm hearing the murmurs from the comedians.
It is lovely.
You guys ready to rock or what? There's so many emotions going through me right now.
They have already lost a few.
And I mean, you guys can do whatever you want at any point. Make it your own thing. If you want to play instruments, if you want to do whatever. You know, all right?
Yeah, I like that.
Brian, what do you think about this? How do you feel about bringing Reagan and Watkins to the
It's great. I really can't wait to
spelling
two people on the message board that hate Yeah. It's like, it's the worst day ever.
By the way, I don't know if you guys all know this. There's a guy out there that hates Pat Reagan so much that he started literally petition with the federal government that requires 100,000 signatures for like a major thing. And the major thing that he submitted was remove Pat Reagan from So Tony, the podcast. And by the way, I clicked on it because I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I think I actually clicked on it twice. Like, I didn't sign the petition, but like, I couldn't help. Like, I was like, was that fucking real? And there was only one signature on the petition. And of course, it was the guy that started it and tweeted about it. But he started a federal petition, so he's losing his fucking mind right now. Just furious anger. He's writing some blog. I listened to every episode since it was the Iron Patriot. There you are, Pat.
Hey, Pat, how does it feel to be hated more than the Iron Patriot?
First time. What's this about average?
Pat, you want to pull a name out of the bucket and say it? Oh, guys, by the way, comedians, you know, we're seeing 60 seconds, everybody. We watch a comedian do 60 seconds, and then all of a sudden, they're just guests on a podcast with us. We can talk about anything in the world. We usually find out more about them.
The lowest
stuff,
estimate
anything, maybe
5.2.
stuff they can talk about in their stand-up, maybe not. Comedians, your time is up. Your 60 seconds when you hear the sound of a kitty. Oh, wow, you can really not hear that more than almost ever before. All the audio seems a little low. Let's hear it one more time then. The sound of a kitty.
Small by modern
There you go.
standards, but
Gets you a little bit every time. And wrap it up then, or else we're going to bring out the angry but sully the bear.
So the low estimates is short, but high estimates is actually some taller.
There you go. There you go. Okie dokie. Wow. Brian Redband showing how loud and good the sound can be once in a great while. You on the guitar? Wow, very good, Brian. Really filling in for Pat. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Pat, pull a name out of the bucket and read it.
All right, the first name out of the bucket to do 60 seconds of stand-up is Johanna Petrie.
I can think of a couple of reasons this book is first, one of Bonaparte's nicknames is Petit Caporal, which literally means the little corporal. But the word little in French in this context is a term of endearment, familiarity.
Last time I came on here,
We don't really do
might
this
have
in
given
English,
some people the wrong
so
impression.
translate,
I was
but
talking about
something like
big
our
black
corporal
cock.
faithful to the
That
spirit.
I only want a big
Second,
dick, which is not
Bonaparte's
true.
propaganda
Because
often
3
depicted
inches
him
is
in
enough
days
for
of
me.
great garb. Most
Thank
commonly
you.
regarded
As long
as
as it
elite,
vibrates.
like the grenadiers of the old guard.
I love my
This regiment
vibrator.
had a minimum height requirement
I
of
do.
6 feet,
I would marry it.
or 180 centimeters.
If it had a bank
On
account.
top of that, Dark
Seriously, I would take that thing with me
giant
everywhere. I'd be
bearskin
slapping it. We'd be having a great time
Tall.
shopping, dinners,
What I'm getting at
vacations.
here is almost
Take it
any
home, have a little
short
orgasm, tuck it in bed, cuddle it all
in
night.
Napoleon political cartoons often
I'm
used.
joking. I wouldn't
And
cuddle
this
it. I'd
wasn't
throw
some
it in a box
cheap shot
together so
statue
let me
or
type
trying
it
to
out.
make political noise.
Yeah.
Napoleon's enemies wanted to portray
Joe, you
him as
think
a
you're
trumped up
cool
nobody,
because you got a
no
debit
business
card?
playing in European
It's 3
politics.
inches
An
long.
upstart.
Oh shit, Johanna Petrie,
Literally,
right?
real man trying to compete with giants.
Fuck yeah.
And finally, the gauntlet however the phrase
Johanna,
Napoleon
what was that?
complex.
What happened last time you were on? What'd you just talk
Talked
about?
about Lexington Steel.
Oh, you had sex with Lexington Steele.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
At a group sex party.
Yeah.
And he said something that was
No,
over
he was
the
not born
line.
French.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. He was
Again, there's
having sex Yeah, what was it again that he said?
The whole
White
concept of
kids.
nationality is
Oh, that's the line right there.
so,
Then. That's the line. Everybody knows when you're getting fucked by the actual Lexington Steel. The moment where you know this is going too far.
Napoleon considered himself a
I
force
like how you're still getting more juice out of her other set than this.
Totally.
His views evolved
Totally.
at the time his career took
I think we can all collectively say red, white, and boo. You know?
Fuck yeah. There is something about the American flag bandana around your neck, by the way, that makes me feel like if you untied it, your head would just roll off.
If you asked him,
Did you ever see that one ghost story where there's something like
but
that?
you should remember
That one
that he
haunted
lived
book.
before the era of Italian
There's a lot of
nationalism,
American
so
stuff
that
going on
had
up
some
there.
Heck yeah, it is. Anyway,
wasn't
yeah, I
afraid
love
to
your
warm
style,
up.
Jeremiah. Just when all else fails, just dress like a Best Buy employee.
Again, it's about 50 minutes.
Thank you so much.
You look like you
Napoleon
served
certainly
ice
didn't
cream
consider
today or
war
something.
inherently immoral.
So, Johanna, like, what
He
did you do
enjoyed
today on that 4th of July?
which
How'd you spend your
I
day?
I had a meeting this morning.
Ooh, a meeting. How do you
Yeah.
spell meet?
Mark
You know what I mean? Was it another Lexington Steel meeting? You know what I mean?
No, it was a business meeting. They want me to sell this device.
But we should also keep in mind that
Well,
they were
this
products
guy
of
I know wants
societies
me to
with
sell
different
this
values.
medical device. It's like a thing called a TENS unit that
warfare was
gives
nowhere
you a
near
shock.
as destructive.
It soothes pain, but I heard you can also use it
Most
in
of
as an
Napoleon's
anesthetic.
Oh, boy.
His enemies
You
took
heard
war
that?
on France
Yeah.
and vice versa.
Yeah.
That
Like
said,
max
Napoleon's
for the
foreign policy was
electrocuting
often aggressive.
sensation
He
play.
made
It's like the
choices in
max
setting
level.
French geopolitical strategy that he knew would provoke rival powers into
Chad
war.
Reagan. No, it's not.
Sometimes even to
Anyway,
deliberately provoke some
Johanna, so
powers.
tell us something about you other than the fact that...
So,
what else is
Napoleon is
interesting
not
other
without
than the fact that
faults,
you had
even in
sex
some of
with
the cases
Lexington
in
Steel?
which he was the other side who actually issued the declaration of war.
That's about it.
That was the most interesting. That was the
It's also
highlight.
worth noting that he
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 4 years. Actually, I just passed my 4-year anniversary of
the
stand-up.
political
Fuck
transformation
yeah.
of France and the revolutionaries,
And I
Napoleon
specialize
was
in
just one of
dirty
many
jokes.
sources of instability.
I did a show about a month ago at Flappers, and there was a 10-year-old kid in the front row for some reason.
And when you say...
That was weird.
When you say flappers, you're talking about your pussy, right?
This was actually a
She
very
had
common
sex with Lexington Steel. If you're ever gonna say a girl has a flappy
I
pussy,
disliked it
now is the
because it's
time.
easy for the subject to maintain that
Trust me.
position for a long period of time.
Flappers, huh? I bet.
I bet her
But
favorite
slightly
lava
more
boil
visually
is
dynamic
flubber.
than just
Flubber.
your arms and
There you go.
chair.
Oh, man, thank you,
I tried to recycle a joke from a different show and it didn't work, guys.
The flubber reference.
We essentially
I did a show for superfans of the movie Flubber.
so
Johanna, how do you make your money? You're obviously not selling any of these devices.
No, I'm not selling devices. I can't talk about my money.
There's no consensus.
You can't talk about your money?
Yeah.
Recent studies suggest that
Secret
they've been
sources
exposed to
money.
a staggering
When you
amount of arsenic.
do you always laugh like the Crypt Keeper when you talk about it?
First
Maybe.
glance, that might
I
seem
don't know.
Are you like a concubine for Sumner Redstone?
Well,
I
but
wish.
it's not as strong
That would be very rich.
as
Viacom, right? Yeah.
dangers of
That could be
arsenic
a good one.
exposure were not well
That would be a
understood.
good one.
Yeah.
So have you ever been with a man for
Hundreds of
his
different
money?
products,
Yeah.
including medicine, with thousands of
I think we're starting to find out the secret.
Yeah.
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 That's what my joke was about. Basically, if you have the choice if the dildos were fighting and you have
stomach
the little one with money or the big dick, you're gonna go for the money.
There is some evidence
Oh,
that
I didn't
other
get that at all.
including its father,
It
died
failed harder the second time.
given that risk factors for disease are heritable.
Interesting.
This seems
So,
to support the
how long
theory
have you
that
been
he
with this
died
guy?
of natural causes.
No, I don't have any guy now.
Personally,
But I have
it's
had
fun to
guys in the
speculate,
past.
but I
Right.
doubt we'll ever
Yeah,
know with
and
certainty.
have had guys
Too
in
much
the
time
past.
has
Yeah.
passed.
Do you really have a box of dildos, or are you
I
exaggerating?
do have a box of different
Stomach
types of
cancer
sex
seems like a
toys.
plausible
Wow.
theory,
Box of cocks.
but
Box
keeping
of
in mind
cocks.
that
Yeah.
strong
Back home,
incentive
the old
British
box of
had
cocks.
to ensure
Yeah.
Napoleon
What else is in
escape
this
from
box?
exile a
There's
second time.
the most
Poison
interesting
certainly doesn't
item,
seem
I guess, would be a
far-fetched.
pussy pump, which I saw in a movie a couple times
Next,
where it pumps
did
up the
Napoleon
pussy
want to
like you
conquer
make
the
it.
world?
Yeah, I think I saw that movie too. What is that?
He
Right?
definitely
What
wanted
was
to
that
make
one? Fast
France
and the
the
Furious
dominant
set.
hegemonic power in continental
Yeah, it
Europe.
makes you have a fat
He
pussy
had
so you can
ambitions
pump
of
up like
surpassing
before a
British
date or
as a
something.
Why do you want a fat
Show up like a baboon.
There's there's no evidence to literally know that it
You've heard it before, you love it on the show. It's that pussy.
Is that a thing? Well, he was prone to grandiosity, but even his overseas ambitions had their limits. People leave things there for the time being. Next episode will be talking about America in the 18th century.
Why do these reputable ladies
Topics
want
include
that
the wars of
pussy?
Frederick
Yeah,
the Great,
what is
royal
the
absolutism,
guy where it's like,
and
your
the
pussy's
intellectual
too small?
revolution.
No, I just want to try everything once. I guess I saw it in a movie.
Thanks
It
for
looks
listening.
interesting.
This would make it more sensitive because it has like the blood goes through pussy.
It makes it a lot bigger, for sure.
You like look in the mirror and stuff?
Oh yeah, it's like it turns into like in a baboon, like a baboon.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Very racist.
Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventurers from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
Hi, I'm Mike Troy, host of the American Revolution podcast on the Airwave Media Network. This podcast is the origin story of the United States, how we went from the colonies ruled by a king to the democratic republic that we have today. The American Revolution podcast tells the story of the revolution from beginning to end. Please subscribe for free. We're available on all major podcast platforms. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution podcast. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
This guy Bam in action, but turns out he does gate.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Brown. And anatomically correct. Supposed to be. It could not possibly be a black size.
Dark brown.
Yeah.
What color was it when you first got it? Anything else for Johanna, guys? Anything else?
I'll try to think something fun for next time.
I don't think that's the problem. I think it's. I don't think it's about your cleanliness or your dirtiness. It's, you know.
I don't know. She's just oozing with sexuality.
We're going to talk about a few general topics as well as what is going on countrywide. I was hoping to get through this introduction in 3 episodes, or perhaps 4. Turns out I was a little overambitious, which I guess is fitting for a full-on podcast. I've broken up the everywhere else episode into 2 pieces.
I feel like
I'll be
there's a
talking
really
specifically
fucking,
about the
and I know
Enlightenment
I'm right about this,
and
a really fucking like
you sometimes
crazy
see the
human
18th
being
century
behind those
portrayed
cold
as
dead
a
eyes
time
of
of
yours.
stagnation.
And you need to like, you need to like let it rip more. You're trying to like pretend like you're over the line and everything, but you're not. And you, instead of going for shock value, you need to like really break down what the fuck it is that you want to say.
Okay.
And
While
don't
it's
be
true that
such a
the 18th
blown up
century
pussy
didn't
about
move at
stand-up
quite the
comedy.
breakneck
Just let
pace
it
of
rip.
the post-1700 era, the world has never standing still.
Thank you.
It certainly wasn't in the
Alrighty.
18th century.
Thanks.
Johanna
For one
Petrie,
thing, this
ladies and
period saw
gentlemen.
an intellectual revolution, as it was the political revolutions of later
Oh, I love this show. You never know
So
who
what
you're
is
going
the
to meet.
Enlightenment? The German philosopher Immanuel Kant tried to answer this question in his aptly titled essay, Answering the Question, What is the Enlightenment?, which was published in 1784 in the
On the
New
show.
York Times.
Nobody.
Kant wrote,
I literally wanted to
Enlightenment
celebrate our
is the
independence
emergence from the
and
self-imposed knowledge.
just have fun.
Knowledge is the
I
inability
decided
to
not to
use
even
one's
invite
own
anyone.
understanding or own-image guidance.
I mean,
This
Runaway
knowledge is
wasn't free this
self-imposed
week,
because
but
cause
I
lies
mean,
not in lack
if you,
of
you know,
understanding,
or else we would have
but
done it
in
some other 4th
indecision
of July.
or in courage to use one's own mind dare to navigate. Enlightenment thinkers, often called philosophes, believed individuals should use their own reasoning as a guide to truth rather than relying on intellectual or spiritual authority.
I just
They
pulled
exalted
another name out of the
empiricism,
bucket. This is a
objectivity,
guy
and
that's been on the show
individualism.
many a
They
time.
relentlessly
Very
questioned
funny.
and rejected old
Always
orthodoxies,
different. Put your hands together for
instead
Tam
putting
Tam,
their faith
everybody.
in the human capacity for self-improvement and progress. This is one of those subjects that can be hard to wrap your head around, simply because it's so fundamental to the world we live in,
I've always
so
been,
deeply ingrained in our own ways of thinking.
I've always
To take
been
one
so
example,
conscious about my
most of
ears
us take for
because
granted that
kids
there
are
is such a thing
assholes.
as universal
Most
objective
of them,
reality
anyway.
that all
One
human beings
once told me
experience,
that big ears
and
add
that you can
character.
learn universal
Then
truths
he said that
about
it
that
was a
reality
Disney
through
character, a
empirical
flying
study.
elephant.
It might sound a little silly to say something
I
so
always
obvious
got
out loud,
nicknames
but this idea was not
as a
fully
kid based
articulated
on
or
things that
accepted by
other kids said
Europeans
that I
until the
resembled.
Enlightenment.
Dumbo because of
Before
his
any
ears,
philosophy grad students
Bruce
out
Lee
there
because he
start
was
writing me
Asian,
emails,
Free
I should say
Willy
that I'm generalizing
because the
quite a
whale
bit
was
here
naked and he
because
still
I don't
couldn't
want to
see
get
his
too
dick.
far into the weeds. It's a history podcast, not a philosophy podcast. But the Enlightenment isn't just some
Speaking of
abstract
whale
philosophical
genitals, I
topic.
like Japanese food,
These ideas were
but
important to the
I
politics
can't
of this
afford
era,
the good stuff.
a major influence on the
There's
whole
a Japanese
American
restaurant I used to
experience.
eat at all the time
With all these
until I started paying
individualistic,
attention and I noticed
free-thinking
that the health
ideas in the
department
air,
gave it a
you
B,
might think 18th
which is
century politics were
disgusting
all about
because I've
liberty and
never
democracy.
seen Asians get a
In
B in
fact, it was
anything.
quite the opposite. This was a time in which
Yeah,
monarchs
Tam
and
Tam.
central
Oh, there's
governments
more.
were
Finish
massively
it, Tam
against the
Tam.
empire. These
Never seen Asians
centralizing,
get B in anything.
authoritarian reformers
Filipino stuff, yeah.
believed all
Okay.
political authority should go
Rob,
to a single source,
yo,
such
dog,
as
that was
central
worth
government
it.
as personified by the
Yo,
monarch.
just a quick diss on the
This was still a
Filipinos
relatively
at
new
the
idea
end,
in
man.
1950.
I
Even
like how
monarchies
you
had not
shush
been
you. Like,
languished
I
yet.
gotta get this Filipino dig in.
Feudalism
Yeah.
was an
Before I
infamously
freaking dump
complex
this.
web of interconnected, reciprocal relationships
Spew this
between
pure
masters and
hatred towards
vassals. 18th
Filipinos.
century centralizers
Tam
wanted
Tam.
to
He
replace
rode
this
through the
web with a
Filipinos
very
into the
simple
island.
relationship. The monarch would protect and govern his subjects, and in return,
Hey,
they
just
would
put
obey
one more
him and
patty
serve
wagon
the
right there.
state. Most scholars label this ideology absolutism, which is a term I'll use now. Absolutism probably sounds pretty dark, maybe even a little evil to most of you listening, but it wasn't just about satisfying some great king's lust for power. There are good arguments to be made that absolute monarchy was a genuine improvement over the old feudal system. The feudal regimes, the king ruled indirectly, mostly through the nobility, who had their own bases of political and military power, and their own interests that sometimes diverged from the king's.
It's not gonna work out, don't
This
worry
often
about it.
made feudal administration inefficient and unstable.
Aw, Tam, can we get some more
Absolute monarchy
confidence in the
sounds
monitors?
tyrannical and maybe even a little totalitarian to us, but it's important to keep in mind that in the feudal system, the vast majority of people were already living under
You
despotic
say
command
that
of the Lord.
Jeremiah is funnier
The tyranny
at
of the
being you
king
than
under
you
his
are, but
command
I don't know.
of capital
Should we put it to
was
the test
often
again?
softer and less
Sure.
arbitrary than the
So,
tyranny of someone just
Tam
down
Fam,
the
I'm
road.
just gonna ask you a couple questions.
Absolute monarchies
First of all,
also tended to be better at marshaling
welcome to
directly
another
country
episode of
resources. Generally, closer adherence to
Alright,
absolute
Tam Tam.
principles meant
How's
more tax
living in
revenue
Los
for the central
Angeles been
government,
going lately?
bigger armies, and a stronger
Wait,
economy.
you're not supposed to.
Countries with weak
Tam Fam, I
monarchs
think
and
you forgot
strong
how this works.
nobilities tended to
Welcome.
stagnate
We are
or even
back.
disappear entirely, swallowed
To
up by
who's
more powerful
talking?
rivals.
Tam Tam, how's living in Los
With the
Angeles
benefit
been
of
going?
hindsight, embracing these centralizing reforms looks like the obvious smart choice. But a lot of powerful people at the time had good reasons to think otherwise. The nobility tended
You
to
are
resist
so
reform
right.
at all costs.
Jeremiah is so much
Most
funnier
frequent
than you.
martyrs who defended the concept
Let
of
me ask you
national
one more
interest
question.
didn't see anything morally
Tam
wrong
Fam,
with putting their own interests
what's your
ahead of
family
country's.
situation like right now?
Churches,
Talking
particularly
them
the
a lot?
Catholic Church,
Well,
also
not
tended to
very
use
often.
power in absolute states,
One would
so
say
any high-up
I am the
clergyman
black
wanted
sheep
to
of my
change
family.
monarchy. And this resistance to absolute principles wasn't some
Are
one-night
you in on
phenomenon.
that on the camera? It's so
For
fucking
example,
funny.
well over 100,000
It's
of
so
Britain's
good.
Irishmen
It's
died in the
unbelievable.
English Civil War and
Oh
other
my
later
god.
conflicts that were largely
Tam
started
Tam, what's
due
been going
to
on in your
Charles
real life
I's
though,
efforts
seriously?
to rule as an absolute monarch. The king himself was
Go ahead.
already dead. Charles was put on trial by his enemies and refused to execute proceedings, even to defend himself, claiming
Like
that
what?
God alone
I
had
have
the
had
right to
sex
judge
with
all.
intercourse with
In
many
the case, he
prostitutes.
actually died on the principle
I
of
tell you,
absolute monarchy.
$20
A
now.
few few decades later, Peter the Great of Russia attempted an even more ambitious plan, perhaps known as the centralized happiness. Peter was much more competent and resourceful than Hapless Charles, and he had a lot more success. Flushing the villain didn't take a bite down. Coup attempts and assassination plots by arrested nobles were constantly featured in Peter's reign. None succeeded, but each failed conspiracy Peter sank deeper into paranoia and cruelty. By the end, even his own son tortured to death. Most modern tales contain no genocide. This bitter resistance to authority made it hard to understand the concept. Most rich great people at the time conceived that the legal system was antiquated and inefficient. So why were so many of them willing to put their lives on the line to defend authority? The truth is, all throughout history, there is always someone who benefits from the status quo. There's always someone willing to defend it, even when status quo seems totally untenable. And it's important to keep in mind that a lot of these recalcitrant nobles weren't actually opposed to change in principle. They just didn't want change to come at their expense. So how does absolutism tie in with the enlightenment? From our perspective, all this talk of thinking for yourself and questioning authority might seem like an odd fit with all these monarchs grabbing power. But the trend towards absolutism didn't happen in spite of the enlightenment. These centralizing authoritarian reformers were actually inspired by these early beginnings. Some of the philosophes actually supported their efforts. Enlightenment political thinkers were pushing for major social and political transformations. That type of profound change requires a lot of commitment. So it was natural for these thinkers to look for powerful allies who were also seeking to change the political system. Compared to politics in our own time, most American liberals believe in a strong federal government. Logically, they love the autonomous federal government. They don't necessarily believe in federal power for its own sake, but they think it can be used to overcome other powerful interests that are opposed to their agenda. I see a lot of parallels there with why Enlightenment thinkers viewed monarchical power. It helped that many monarchs and officials within the royal governments were quite receptive to Enlightenment ideas. They were looking for ways to make their administration more efficient and effective, and applying Enlightenment concepts like nationalism and empiricism was a good way to do that. The Enlightenment and decentralizing nationalism reforms that it helped inspire are really important trends that we need to keep one eye on when we're talking about the 18th and 19th century political sphere. But we shouldn't overestimate them either. Even when this intellectual revolution is at its height, most Europeans didn't even know what's going on. People who actually took part in the Enlightenment were a small minority within a minority. Many Europeans were illiterate in this area, and many of those who could read didn't actually understand what the books and documents. In their spare time, they opened up a cafe, debated justice, the merits of Voltaire's were discussed. Even among those who had the resources and were part of the Enlightenment, there were plenty who simply preferred other pursuits or just could bore. But it is important to think when talking about the Enlightenment, because a disproportionate impact on powerful and liberal individuals. We should also keep in mind that most people's ideas haven't actually changed very much from centuries before. Philosophers were questioning the authority of organized religion in the very existence of God. At the eve of the French Revolution, the local church remained the center of life for the vast majority of Europeans. Enlightenment thinkers questioned the right of traditional political elites to rule, as long as average people had food to eat and a reasonable degree of personal safety, most were perfectly happy according to established authority. The old feudal system was the way European societies had run for over 1,000 years. Imagining anything different took courage, creativity, and intelligence. It is difficult to let go of the only life you will know and embrace the uncertain future full of frightening possibilities, even if you know status quo is imminent. In 18th century Europe, very few people had the will or the means to question things. They were forced to by circumstance during the French Revolution and its aftermath. With all that in mind, I'd like to take a brief survey of 18th century Europe. We don't necessarily have a map of this, but like 18th history, particularly if it's a fuzzy and ambiguous map. I posted a link to Twitter and Facebook if you want to follow along, but again, it should be fine without that. I'm just going to work west to east, starting with Portugal, so here we go. Portugal is a small country. If you've learned anything about Portuguese history, it probably has to do with the major role they played in the
a fucking show.
By the 18th century,
This is a funny guy who's been on a couple times. Put your hands together for him. Brian Oakey, everybody.
They went through a period of modernizing efforts and holdings, led by a forward-thinking royal minister, the Marquis of Pombal. This guy was so important to Portuguese history that a whole era is sometimes called the Pombaline era.
I can't wear a new
He's a
pair of
fascinating
pants
figure
for
if you want
less
to go
than a
look him
half
up or
hour
something,
without blowing out the
but
crotch.
he's also not very relevant to our story.
Which wouldn't be a problem, except I don't have the kind of job where my
Once
dick
Pombal
would be
was
out all
gone,
day.
the Portuguese nobility was able to reassert some of their political power, but the
Just
core of his
respect
reforms
fucking
did
dick out
survive.
in the classroom setting.
Portugal had a huge
Like
colonial
the other day I was
empire
gonna
in
read a
itself,
kid's Cloudy with the
managing
Chinese
its
meatballs,
interests
you know that
abroad
story?
took up a lot of
I'd
government's
sit down, I
time.
was gonna read him that,
By
and
the
as
late
I sat down, my
1700s,
pants
the
ripped open.
colonies,
And
particularly
because I'm
Brazil,
thick, I gotta
were
apply
becoming
baby
so
powder.
wealthy and developed that they
So my
almost
pants
eclipsed
ripped, a
European
plume of
Portugal in
smoke
economic
came out of
importance.
my crotch.
This trend worried
Like my
Portuguese
dick was a
politically,
trick
which
cigar.
economic and political problems.
I had to say something, I had to address it, so I was like, why did I
They tried
cloudy
different
with the
measures
chance
to
of my
reverse it
balls?
for a brief period,
Right,
actually made
kids?
it illegal to immigrate to Brazil.
I don't know where I'm at.
Colonies kept growing. Portuguese tended
I'm
to
good.
stay
I'm good.
out of European affairs.
Giving up at
Portugal's
52 seconds.
geographically
Brian,
isolated.
I'm pretty sure
It offers
you
far
did
away
that.
as
You
modern
did that
China
joke on this show
and
before, right? Nope. No?
But they did have a
Pretty
long-standing
sure you
relationship
did.
with China.
Okay. I've
Having
done
a
it
strong
at
alliance
the
with the world's
potluck
dominant
when we were
maritime
there.
power
Really?
is a good strategy for a
Yeah.
country with far-flung
So random.
colonies
I hate
focused
that
on
I know that.
international commerce.
Yeah. Yeah.
They had a respectable army and navy,
But I didn't.
and that's
I'd rather clear it up.
small.
There's so much to well,
Moving on,
every
with the
once in a
exception
while
of
I
the
sit
small
into
British
the
enclave of
what's
Gibraltar,
going on in there.
the rest of the Iberian
Okay,
Peninsula
that
was
makes
part of
sense.
Spain.
Brian,
By the
like
late 18th
every
century,
member of the Addams
Spain was
family
just
together.
beginning to pull itself
All of
together.
them. Has anyone ever told you that? Tony, I'm pretty sure you used that joke on the show before.
Beginning in the 17th
Okay.
century,
Again,
Spain
on you,
was
right?
without question
Yeah,
the most
exactly.
powerful
I mean,
country in Europe.
sorry to
By
repeat
the
a great
French
joke about you.
Revolution, they were even considered one of Europe's great powers. The decline was obvious, but exactly
Yeah, he's been to do that at open
happened,
mic,
and more
actually.
importantly, how it
What
applied.
happened?
It's one of those big questions that's been the subject of constant debate among historians.
You buy like
This is still an open question, so I don't want to delve into it too deeply. But to sum up my own opinions, I'll just apply as briefly as I can. Basically, Spain was a victim of its own success. During the Spanish Golden Age, much of Spain's wealth came from the control of lucrative gold and silver mines in the Americas. According to some estimates, the majority of all precious metal production in the entire world came from just 2 mines in Mexico and Peru. It's probably already setting off some alarm bells for those of you who took economics in college, but the negative consequences of this sudden and massive increase in news flow are not well understood in history. Within a few decades, inflation was out of control and the economy was devastated. There was also an endless succession of expensive wars. Spain was so powerful that it had interests in every corner of the world. Maintaining and protecting their interests was so expensive that even the immense wealth coming in from the colonies often wasn't too much credit. The government of the richest country in the world was drowning in debt. But wars, economic upheaval, and management of global colonial empires distracted them. It's not surprising that the Spanish began to lag behind their rivals, reforming and modernizing their government and having absolutist laws. While the other great powers were getting better at raising taxes, building their armies, the Spanish had to rely on debt and expensive mercenary army. When they did try to centralize authority and increase revenues, several parts of the empire revolted, compounding the immense problems. By the 1650s, Spanish power was collapsing. In 1700, the last of the ruling Spanish Habsburg dynasty died. And to everyone's surprise, his will named a member of the French Bourbon dynasty as his successor. Spain's greatest enemies. Spain's new king abandoned their traditional alliance with Austria and aligned the country with its traditional enemies, the French. The new Bourbon dynasty, as it was called in Spanish, renewed the push for centralizing absolutist reforms. It brought in French experts, consciously tried to emulate the French absolutist system. Some people in Spain embraced this change. Others, particularly among the nobility, resented it. Began to see centralization and modernization as part of an intrusive and humiliating foreign influence on Spain. Over time, the divide between these two groups widened and deepened. To be an important part of our story, and it persisted into the 20th century. Spain's army and navy were pretty large by standards of the time. There were a few competent officers and effective units, but in general, the Spanish military had declined along with the rest of Europe.
It has to be.
Across the Pyrenees Mountains from Spain is, of course, France, which is a shipping country. So I'll move on to this.
Okay.
So those of you following along on the map can already see 18th century Italy was a bit of a mess in geopolitical terms, divided into a dozen states, some smaller than the average American county. During the 18th century, Italy included some of the poorest places in Western Europe, which today generally mean economically worse than part of South France, but there were pockets of wealth and pockets of poverty everywhere. It's maybe a bit surprising given what a dynamic place it was early in the Renaissance. It's been argued that central Italy was actually the birthplace of modern capitalism, but far too many of these Renaissance proto-capitalists used their wealth to entrench themselves in the existing socialism rather than invest in their ventures. So that era of economic dynamism went pretty quickly.
We won't give up. When it's
The
one of
Kingdom of
the only two
Sardinia
songs
controlled
you know
most
on
of northwestern
saxophone,
Italy, as well as
you just
the
let him
smaller
play it.
heartland on the island of Sardinia. This was arguably the most important
So
and powerful
Brian,
town.
Brian, in real life, tell us something interesting about you. You have any special
The old
skills?
Renaissance merchant states, Genoa and Venice, were still alive
Yeah,
and
I'm a
kicking in
musician. I used to
1789.
tour a lot.
Their glory days were long over, but they were still important regional trading hubs, and Genoa in particular
I got 3 bands
was
on
one of the centers
Spotify.
of banking.
Really? Yeah. What are their names? Cold
Both were technically republics, just as they had been for centuries.
What was the first one?
But it's important to keep in mind that these were not republics in the same sense as the revolutionary French Republic.
Alright, what's the second
Actually,
one?
along with power and
I
and
feel
monarchy,
like I'd actually like that.
Genoa and Venice were holding
And the new
ruled by a handful of wealthy barons.
Cronenberg reference.
Nobody was claiming to rule for or by
As
the
I
people.
said, I was
Genoa was basically a city-state. The Venetians still controlled a decent-sized chunk of
What's
land
your
in northern
instrument?
Italy
All
along
of
the
us
Adriatic coast.
Now,
The
Dave
territory
Mack gets
was
very,
eyed
very
jealously
angry at
by
other
the neighbors to the north and east, the
people that
Austrians.
do music and
The Austrian
comedy. What do you
Habsburgs
think about
controlled
do
the
you have any
richest
questions
and
for
most
Brian?
important
I
city in the
like
land,
Brian's
Milan.
vibe. I like
They had a great deal of formal and informal influence over the whole region, protecting and expanding this
How long
influence
have you been
in Italy
podcast? Where are you from?
was a goal of Austrian foreign policy,
How long have you been in
and
LA?
something we'll definitely be
just
talking
6
about
months. I
more
lived in
about
the Bay. I
going
came
forward.
here. That's where I
The
was.
papacy had a huge influence over Italian affairs. Some of his power came from the Pope's role as spiritual leader of Catholicism, and also his role as the organizational head of the church as an institution. But 18th century popes also had practical, real-world political authority
I
over
don't
much
know.
of
I live in
central
like
Italy.
a.
The Pope was the legal sovereign of a large area called the Papal States. He had a military and government administration, just like the second Duke of Kent. Probably not shocking to hear that the Pope's rule was extremely conservative in every sense.
No, people would shoot
Reform and
firecrackers at us, throw
enlightenment were
chairs.
very worrisome
Yeah,
in the
it
States,
was fun.
which
Half
made
lit
them some of the most
sparklers.
poorly
No,
administered.
real fireworks.
Southern Italy was mostly
We
controlled by
played
the
at
Kingdom of
Budapest one time, and I
Naples.
got ripped
The
off
kings
the
of
stage.
Naples
They
came
destroyed
from
my
a branch
stage.
of the House of
Ripped
Bourbon,
off the
the same
stage.
way they did in France.
Literally
Central
grabbed my
authority was
clothes
very
and
weak
pulled
in
down, and
Naples,
my
and
face
its
was
rulers were
destroyed.
almost as
It sounds
resistant
like
to
they
changing
love
reform
it.
as the popes.
Or you're
The
like,
result was poor administration by a
no,
powerful
it's more
and
like
easily
sweet,
local
sweet,
prince.
sweet.
The kings of Naples didn't always
Great.
follow
You ever
their
go to
French
the
cousins'
baths and
lead
your
in
ass slapped in the
politics
ass
or
a
foreign
little bit?
policy.
No, I
That
was gonna be a
certainly did not
successful
stop them
musician.
from taking it personally when their cousin leader was
Whoa,
taking So I'll give a
this
few
boy's got some
notable
nerve.
titles. Keep in mind
So you
that
were
they
a
were
very
handful
successful
in Europe.
musician, huh? I mean,
There
I paid
were
my rent on
individually
it. That's
wealthy places
incredible.
in Italy,
You gave it up
particularly
to
in the
chase
north,
your dream of being
and
a
places where the
comedian?
local
Yeah,
government did its best to
it
rule
got
well
boring
in
after a while.
changing
It's just like the
times.
same shit
But
over
in
and over and
general,
over again.
Italy
I
was
get bored.
poor,
I have to do new
and
stuff
systems
all
of
the time. So
administration
you
were
didn't write a lot of new
antiquated.
stuff. Did you write
In
your
the
own songs?
countryside,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
powerful
You
land-holding
just got
elite
sick of
enriched
writing?
themselves by
I mean,
squeezing the
just sit
peasants
in a
of
van
dry,
or
while
all the
teeming
time,
slums of
driving
urban
8
poor
hours,
were
10
common
hours,
features of
just
city life. It's
constantly
estimated the
hungover.
city of Naples
It got
alone
boring.
had over
Eating shitty food.
100,000
Just, yeah,
farmhand
McDonald's,
employees
Taco
in
Bell.
its
Hey,
territory.
what's
Italy was a
one of your
conservative
bands that
place,
her
but in some
album you should check out
prosperous
on
cities
Spotify?
there were small
I would
circles
check
of
out Neon Kids, Neon
intellectuals and
Kids.
liberal-minded bourgeoisie
The
who were
song that
receptive
you
to
did. Neon Kids by Neon Kids.
some of these were
Don't
handful
sell
of
an
think
album.
about
Neon
the
Kids.
larger
Here
national
it is. Here's a little Neon
encompassed
Kids.
all
Brian
Italians.
brought it up.
But these concepts were still in their infancy as a movement.
Is that you?
It is too early to talk
On the guitar.
about Italian unification or Risorgimento. That movement wouldn't gain
This
momentum
is
until
Neon!
after the
By the way, this
Book.
is a different song. You
Militarily,
just hit a
none of the
button.
Italian states
Song.
had much to brag
Sounds
about.
like the same song
It's hard hard for the small cities that need central government to build and maintain a very big
This is
That's one one big reason so many Italian rulers were willing to accept the influence of outside powers like the Habsburgs.
Oh shit, that's you.
Peace.
It
Even
was the
Italy.
summer.
I think I'm going to skip over the Habsburg
Does anybody else
for
feel like
today
they're playing
and
Tony
talk a
Hawk's
little bit
Pro
about
Skater 2?
Neon Kiss.
the Netherlands became independent in the mid 17th century.
I do want to say our guitar player died last week.
Fell
So,
in Spain to Austria
R.I.P.
central
Sparker
control
G.
of
Oh,
taxes.
man.
The independent
Why is
Netherlands
making
also
the boss
immediately
break
became a
it?
major
Do
player in
it!
European
I get
politics.
it. It's weird to deal with that
The Dutch
feeling.
were renowned as
Man,
merchants and
R.I.P.
bankers since the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
And during their golden age in the late 17th
Hopefully
and
they
early
can
18th
get him some
centuries,
neon
the
involvement.
Netherlands became Europe's most important
How did he
financial
die?
center.
Overdose?
Dutch colonies and trading posts were established all
Hit by
over the world.
suicide.
But the golden age couldn't last.
Oh,
The English didn't
sorry to hear
appreciate
that. Were you guys
competition.
close?
The French did not
Oh,
like
wow.
immediately power
It's
rising
funny
up
because
on
I've
their
just seen
doorstep.
like 10
By
comics do
1709, the Dutch were relegated to secondary power
last week, and I'm
status.
like, no, you're not.
Navy, banks, and merchant companies were eclipsed by
That's really
Britons,
funny.
and any continental ambitions were dashed by the Roman
So here's
Empires.
my easy
So
way
the
out.
Netherlands would never become independent.
There you go.
But it was still an affluent
Ryan
state
used to do
and
that
an
every
important
week.
secondary power. The Dutch navy was large, modern, and competent.
Man, you want
The
to
Dutch
talk about
economy
it?
played
Or?
second fiddle to the
Good.
British,
How
but
can you do
it was
it?
still one of the most advanced economies in Europe.
Example.
Dutch society was strong.
Really?
There was a large bourgeoisie. The population was
20 hits the
comparatively
special
low.
on Netflix.
What we today
One
would call
shot.
civil society was better developed than almost anywhere in the world.
One
The
shot.
major
That
reason
is
for
not
this
cold.
strong society
I love it.
is that unlike
Never
Genoa or Venice, we can't really call
Yeah.
that a public
What
building.
kind of gun? You know what kind of gun he
However,
used?
we did
Did he do it
some
anywhere weird?
similarities to a modern democratic
Arkansas?
government.
Fuck yeah.
18th century
That's
Dutch
the,
society was perhaps the most
you
liberal
check
in
the
Europe,
yes box
or
on
even
that
the
one.
world. There was a sense of individual rights, especially freedom of speech.
Some people do get weird
Many
at
of
the
the
last
great
second.
Enlightenment
They're like,
texts
fuck
that
it
were
up.
banned by more oppressive regimes
Really had a
printed
weird
freely in
taste.
ancient and spread out to the rest of Europe.
Next up on
Dutch markets were
Down the
relatively
road.
free as well.
No, I
Many of
like
the
it.
goods
It's
that were
fine,
sold
man.
as state
You know
monopolies
what?
in other
Was
countries
he
were
done with
traded on
music?
the
Did
open
he start
market
playing
in the
music at that
Netherlands.
point?
He definitely is done.
Smuggled
I mean,
through free market
yeah, right before he killed
Dutch
himself.
politics were
No,
more participatory than anywhere else in the world. Political
Yeah, any
issues
bands
were
cool
openly
with any
discussed
aspect?
in the
Yeah, all his
press
band,
and
yeah. I mean,
widely
the
in
dude
taverns
graduated
and
from
coffee
Berkeley College
houses.
of Music with his
But we
degree
should
in
keep in
guitar.
mind that the Netherlands
How
was
did he
a
end up in
liberal
Arkansas?
democratic
That's where he's
place
from.
only by comparison to the rest of 18th century Europe. Dutch society was
I used to go to
hierarchical,
this
oppressive, and elitist
great
by
rib
modern
place in
standards.
Arkansas.
Dutch politics
And,
were inclusive for the time,
and I
but the
asked
majority of
girl
the
at the
population
I was like,
could
hey,
not
is it
participate.
on the stove?
A
She's like,
tiny
well,
minority
if
of
other people went
landowners
up in
made up
his
a
ears,
huge
they shut it
majority.
down. They were selling
But
meth
not
straight out
everyone
of the
was
kitchen.
happy with the status quo.
I was like,
The relatively open, affluent nature of Dutch society meant that the Enlightenment had a big impact there. And the more liberal political system meant that people who adopted these new ideas could really try to put them into practice. By the late 18th century, there was a large active faction within Dutch politics advocating for radical
You want to
reforms.
Arkansas for the funeral?
They called themselves the Patriots. Dutch politics had a history of being rough and raucous.
It's fine.
I'm not talking
All of you are gonna die. It's okay. Relax.
I'm talking rough and raucous, physically
Really?
against
Wish we could say the same for Brian
and
Smith.
then extremely raw. That's how
Guys,
people
come
became
on.
unfortunately on to wit
Come on.
in
He's clapping.
1672.
You should be laughing.
Think about that the next time you hear someone who's
So
bipartisan.
cool. So you have a good
For most of Dutch
humor that
history,
must help
the
gauge
political
your
tension
shit.
was
Yeah, well,
between
what am I gonna do?
faction
That thing
wanting
about
the Dutch
now you
parliament
hear
to
other
come
people
into
talk
power,
about killing
and a
themselves. It's
faction
really
called
funny.
the
Any other
Orangists
bright
that
side
wanted
to
the
the
country to
suicide?
operate more like a monarchy.
That happened.
By the
You
late
know,
18th
coming to
century,
LA to
the
do
Orangists
comedy, I
had
do it every
succeeded
night
in
with the
shifting the
bikes
Dutch government
and
in a
stuff.
more
You
conservative,
forget that you have
non-Irish
friends.
direction.
That have
Meanwhile,
nothing to do with
the
comedy.
pro-parliament
It's kind of got
faction
me back in
was
touch with a
pretty much
bunch of people.
replaced by this more
And it's so
Enlightenment-inspired
important to hang out
Patriot
with people who
faction,
aren't
who
awful.
were seeking a much more radical shift in political policy.
Absolutely.
Dutch
Yeah.
politics was more polarized than ever. There wasn't any
Beautiful.
cannibalism
Well
this
put.
time
And I
around,
love
but
that.
the
Look
country
at
was on
that.
the
Okay,
brink of
ladies and
revolution
gentlemen.
in
Thank you.
17
There you go.
years.
Sign up.
The Orange government even had to ask for military assistance from Prussia
Turned
to
into a
contain
likable character
pro-patriot
by the end
mob
of that
violence
interview.
that looks
It's on
very
Twitter
similar
at
to the
Brian
scenes things that play out in other schools, right? With Prussian help, the patriots were suppressed but not destroyed. They cheered on the revolution in France a few years later, and this unresolved political rift within Dutch society had huge consequences for Franklin Torn's leadership of change in the war and the revolutionary French government by Charles Leclerc. I think this is a good place to stop for now. I know I said that it's important to break this episode, but there's just too much ground to cover. Next time, we'll be talking about Central and Eastern Europe, the rise of Russia and wars that set the stage for the whole
My only regret was that your mic wasn't working. If Cam Fam would have done your voice. So, I pulled a name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name. I'm not positive. Sorry if I'm insulting you by not remembering you. But here we go. Zachary Stein, everybody.
Thank you. I see the pot dealer. I fucking hate him. He's the worst person I know. Like the best example is he'll text me or he'll like tell me about like he'll brag about going to the strip club and paying for
400 years ago, a trio of tiny kingdoms were perched on some damp islands off the coast of Europe. Within 3 short centuries, these islands would become the centre of an empire which ruled a quarter of the globe and on which the sun never set. I'm Samuel Hume, a historian of the British Empire, and my podcast, Pax Britannica, follows the people and events that built that empire into a global superpower. Learn the history of the British Empire by listening to Pax Britannica everywhere you find your podcast, or go to pod.link/pax.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
He makes me use code words for pot. So I do now. Like, I'll be
As a
like,
long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
How close am I to right on that?
That's fucking ridiculous. Like,
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Offshore Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Welcome to the Age of Employment Podcast, episode 2.5, The Advances of Doctors' Truths. Thanks for joining me. I'm releasing this half episode because I have a little show business to talk about, and I also want to tell you guys about one of my favorite incidents from the documentary that I couldn't find a good way to fit into the next full episode. So, I'll start with the boring stuff, but stay tuned, it'll be over soon, and this story has illicit sex and a beheading. We're doing a fundraiser. I was hoping to put this off as long as possible, but at this rate, I'll be out of free web hosting in 2 episodes. I don't want to switch to a subscription model or sell bonus content. I'm doing this because I want to share these stories as widely as I can, so charging for them feels like it defeats the purpose. I'm asking you guys to voluntarily contribute if you can. It doesn't have to be much. If everyone listening got 1 cup of coffee or a pint of beer a month and chipped in $50 for a podcast instead, I would have more than enough resources to keep the project going and continue to expand and improve it. So, to get things jump-started, here's my proposal. In about 5 episodes, we'll reach the French Revolution. Everyone who signs up for a recurring monthly donation of $2 or more between now and then will get to pick the topic of the next episode. Contributors can submit suggestions on anything related to 18th century European history, and then we'll have a vote. Down the road, more contributions will hopefully translate into more episodes released more frequently, and I'm looking at some other potential perks for contributors. So in closing, I just want to say that I'm hoping this will be a 2-way street. I've already been really encouraged by the response to this project, and enjoyed interacting with some of you on Twitter and Facebook. Your encouragement, suggestions, and feedback have already been a huge help. If you've enjoyed the show so far, I want to invite you to get involved wherever you can, not just with the money. The website for donations is patreon.com/Age of Napoleon. patreon.com/Age of Napoleon. And if you haven't already, check out the Facebook page at facebook.com/Age of Napoleon or on Twitter @Age of Napoleon. And thanks to Ryan Serafini for being the first to rate and review the show on iTunes.
On top of being a nice comment, I'm told the more reviews and ratings help the show reach a bigger audience. So thank you, Rob. Alright, I think that's enough podcast talk for now. We promised a story with sex and violence, so let's get to it. Today, Denmark is commonly thought of as one of the most liberal countries on earth. It wasn't always so. For most of the 18th century, Denmark had a reputation as a conservative, traditional place, a rigidly hierarchical society dominated by stern Lutheran morality. A society that in many ways hadn't changed very much since the Middle Ages. Every country has changed quite a bit over centuries of history, but Denmark's transformation from conservative bastion to progressive icon was particularly drastic. What makes the change really remarkable is much of it took place over the course of a single 2-year period at the instigation of one man, Dr. Johann Struensee. Struensee wasn't even Danish. He was born in Saxony in southeastern Germany in 1737. He came from a relatively humble middle-class background. His family was wealthy enough to send him to university, at least in medicine. Young Struensee picked up a lot more than just anatomy in school. This was the 1750s, peak of the Enlightenment. Struensee eagerly soaked up these new ideas and became an enthusiastic convert. He was drawn to the more radical side of Enlightenment thought. He even became an atheist, to the horror of his father, who was a Lutheran pastor. Struensee graduated in 1757 and set up a medical practice in Altona, a city in northwestern Germany ruled by Denmark. Even after leaving the more permissive environment of the university, Struensee made no secret of his beliefs. He had a brilliant mind and loved debating and discussing intellectual topics, even dangerous ones like politics and religion. He quickly made a name for himself as a radical among the local elites and intellectuals. Struensee's ideas were threatening, and he wasn't shy in expressing them. But the funny thing is, far from making enemies, everyone seemed to like him. Liberals and atheists were generally despised in aristocratic circles, but almost everyone who met Struensee seemed willing to make an exception. He was brash, but he was also charming and gracious. Even people who didn't like what Struensee had to say liked having him around, and his considerable skills as a doctor made him useful. Struensee may have been a liberal, but his principles didn't stop him from participating in some shameless social fun. He liked luxury. He liked the company of rich and powerful people. Within a few years, he had fallen in with a group of formerly powerful Danish noblemen who were living in exile from the royal court in Copenhagen after losing out in some palace intrigue. He saw an opportunity in this brilliant, ambitious young man. If they could place him in court, perhaps he could pave the way for their return from exile. Monarchs were increasing their political power during this period, but we shouldn't forget this was a hereditary position. There were no guarantees the king or queen would have the ability or interest to actually participate in government. It was often the case that real power rested with whoever the monarch trusted to handle the business of ruling he was unwilling or incapable of attending to. This was particularly true of Denmark in the late 18th century because the king was, to use the terminology of the era, mad. Entire books have been written attempting to diagnose King Christian VII's particular disorder. I don't want to try to play amateur psychologist and figure it out myself. Suffice it to say, he had a mental illness and or cognitive disability that made him mentally and emotionally unstable. The king was obviously incapable of ruling, but Denmark had no legal provision for sidelining an incapacitated monarch, so he remained the legal sovereign, while his ministers and noblemen jockeyed for position around him to rule in his name. During this era, mental illness was often considered to be a symptom of physical disease, so the king was under the constant care of a rotating cast of doctors and quacks. In 1768, Dr. Johann Struensee's powerful friends got him a temporary appointment to administer the mad king. Amazingly, Struensee's attentions greatly improved King Christian's condition. More importantly, Struensee and the king formed a real personal bond. By all accounts, they were as close to friends as was possible for a king and common during this period. We're past for mental health treatment in the 18th century was pure snake oil by modern standards, so it was probably Struensee's friendship rather than his medical expertise that alleviated the king's mental illness. Struensee's position became permanent, and before long, he was spending more time with the king than anyone else at court. As their bond grew, Christian began to defer to Struensee's advice on matters of state, as well as personal and medical ones. Political power was beginning to shift. Christian's ministers could see what was happening and tried to outmaneuver the wily doctor. King and Christian's wife, Queen Carolyn Matilda, disliked this pushy newcomer and tried to limit his influence. But these efforts were hopeless. Christian was completely enthralled. Within a year of their first meeting, Struensee was made a member of Christian's royal cabinet. Like many Enlightenment thinkers, Struensee took a keen interest in education and sought to manage the upbringing of the crown prince according to Enlightenment principles. This brought him into frequent contact with the Queen. Evidently, this familiarity softened Carolyn Matilda's dislike for Struensee, because by early 1770 they were having an affair. As he betrayed the king, Struensee's political power increased. Christian's condition worsened. By late 1770, the doctor had pushed out all his rivals and secured total control over the royal government. In December, he gained the power to issue decrees that would have the force of law without the king's signature. With the king too deep in delusion and depression to rule, Struensee was now effectively dictator of Denmark. The doctor wasted no time in transforming the country. By the stroke of Struensee's pen, feudalism had all but vanished from Denmark in the space of a few months. The nobility lost their legal privileges and tax exemptions. The peasantry were freed from their feudal obligations and granted lands of their own. Torture, capital punishment, and the African slave trade were outlawed. Struensee ended state censorship. Denmark became the first country to embrace the principle of freedom of speech as we understand it today. He even levied new taxes to institute a rudimentary social welfare system. The bureaucracy, the army, the judiciary, and the universities were all totally reformed and reorganized. During his time in power, Struensee issued an average of 3 new decrees per day. The Danish government soon became the idol of every Enlightenment thinker in Europe, but not everyone was pleased. Such drastic changes inevitably alienated people within the existing power structure. So with the rapid pace of reform, Struensee was effectively making new enemies every day in office. The movement against the doctor was growing. Ironically, the newly free press became a major avenue for dissent. But if Struensee noticed, there's no evidence he cared. After all, what could his enemies do? He served the pleasure of a king who loved and trusted him, and who was too out of it to be reading anti-government newspapers or taking audiences with disgruntled noblemen. Unfortunately for the doctor, by 1771, his enemies had gotten away with his affair with the Queen. That summer, she gave birth to a daughter. Struensee was almost certainly the father. With the king incapacitated, even people without knowledge of the affair were gossiping about the baby's heritage. Armed with that knowledge and fueled by the swirling rumors, a conspiracy formed at court to overthrow the doctor. On January 17, 1772, they acted. The Queen, Struensee, and some of his political allies were arrested. Struensee was found guilty of treason for committing adultery with the Queen. On the 28th of April, 1772, the man who had banned capital punishment and torture had his right hand chopped off and then was publicly beheaded before a large crowd. He had ruled Denmark for less than a year and a half. Queen Carolyn Matilda was sent into exile and never returned to court. King Christian VII never lost his affection for Struensee, even after learning he betrayed their friendship. The successful coup plotters took power and immediately began to roll back Struensee's reforms. However, this turned out to be harder than they had imagined. None of them had Struensee's work ethic or genius for administration. Soon, the new government was as unpopular as Struensee's. They found it impossible to totally erase the doctor's legacy. Christian's son, the future Frederick VI, remained devoted to the Enlightenment principles he learned under Struensee's influence. As he grew into adulthood and began to assert himself politically, he put a stop to this reactionary turn and reinstituted many of his mentor's policies. And ever since, Denmark has never really looked back. In his 16 months in power, Johann Struensee, a humble Saxon doctor, had changed the country forever. That's all for now. Once again, please contribute to the fundraiser at patreon.com/ageofnapoleon and review the show on iTunes. Thanks for listening.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. So, listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts.
Is there anything special about your feet? Oh, this is a bad idea. Oh god. Okay, dude, this is the. Oh, she has to see the dick. I can smell the matzah. Put it away. Zachary Stein. So, how many Instagram followers do you have on this?
Not a lot. It's a work in progress.
When's the last time you vomited?
You're listening to an Airwave Media podcast.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the Agent Forward Guide, Episode 3, Eastern Conditions. Thanks for joining me. In case anyone missed it, last week I released a little bonus episode, a good story about Denmark, and an announcement about a fundraiser for the show. The fundraiser has already gotten out to a great start, thanks to those of you who chipped in. Contributors will be picking a topic for an upcoming episode. I've already gotten some great suggestions. If you want to get in on that, check out the fundraiser page at patreon.com/agentforward. Anyway, this is a big episode, so let's get to the topic at hand. I'm just going to pick up where we left off at the end of episode 2, looking at what was going on around Europe during the 18th century. Try to keep some of those same themes from last episode in mind: the centralization of authority, royal absolutism, and the application of Enlightenment principles to government. This episode, we're looking at Central and Eastern Europe, so I think we should start with the biggest power in that part of the world, the Habsburgs. Now, the Habsburgs were a family, not a country. Their heartland was Austria, and I'll probably refer to them as the Austrians as a shorthand. Austria wasn't much bigger in the 18th century than it is today, so a lot of what made the Habsburgs such an important power was that the head of the house also had a lot of other titles. On top of Austria, they were monarchs of most of the area of the modern-day Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia, a chunk of Romania, Croatia, Belgium, and that slice of northern Italy I mentioned last time. That's a pretty big chunk of territory taken altogether, but it's important to note this wasn't some politically unified empire. These territories were all legally separate, with their own local governments, institutions, and ruling elites. They just all happened to have the head of the House Habsburg at the top of their government. This fractured empire represented a challenge for the Habsburgs. They controlled the largest amount of territory of any European power, but this complicated political status made their territories much harder to govern than any of the other powers. This meant that the Habsburgs weren't quite as powerful as they looked on paper. Throughout the Renaissance and early modern period, the Habsburgs were the undisputed paramount power in Eastern and Central Europe. By the 18th century, things had changed. Prussia rose up as a rival German state. The Austrians fought several wars to try to check Prussian power, and although they came close a couple times, they were never quite able to stamp out the upstart Prussians. It would not be until the 19th century that Prussia would fully eclipse Austria as the primary German-speaking power. But by Napoleon's time, the rivalry between these two states was well underway. Further to the east, the Habsburgs were also feeling uneasy about the rise of another great power, Russia. The Russians and the Habsburgs had been natural allies due to their mutual rivalries with the Ottoman Empire and Poland. But with their enemies in decline and Russian influence creeping west, the Austrians were starting to question the wisdom of that friendship. So, 18th century Austria was a cold, having trouble changing its minds and under pressure from rising new powers. But to their credit, they didn't give in to defy. The Habsburg Empire of the 18th century was not the moribund, decaying, sick man of Europe that would collapse at the end of World War I. Austria's first defeat at the hands of Prussia in the War of Austrian Succession in 1748 had stunned all of Europe and marked Prussia's arrival on the scene as a great power. The Habsburg armies were devastated when they lost the province of Silesia, one of the richest and most important Habsburg possessions. The defeat stunned, but the Austrian Empress Maria Theresa used it as an opportunity to reform the government, and more importantly, the army. When Austria and Prussia faced off again 6 years later, 7 years ago, even Frederick the Great of Prussia, who disdained the Austrian military, was impressed by the improved performance of the Habsburg armies, admitting, quote, "These are not the Austrians of old." Still, even these new and improved Austrians couldn't land a knockout blow against the outnumbered Prussians. The Habsburgs never took Silesia. Maria Theresa was succeeded by her son, Joseph II, in 1780. Maria Theresa had been a cautious, pragmatic reformer. Joseph was a reformer too, but he was anything but cautious. Joseph was perhaps the most radical of all of the enlightened absolutists, or at least he would have been. Joseph wrote his own epitaph, and I think it's a pretty good summary of his work. He wrote, "Here lies Joseph II, veiled in all the undertones." Joseph issued over 6,000 edicts in less than 10 years in office. He reduced the power of the church, guilds, and the nobility, and granted new rights to peasants and serfs. He founded state-run secular schools, universities, and military academies. Joseph reformed taxation and internal tariffs, attempting to turn all of the Habsburg territories into one unified trade zone. The central government of Vienna was strengthened, regional and provincial governments were weakened. In hindsight, from our modern perspective, it all looks pretty great. Just the type of reform Austria needed to bring it into the modern era. That's not what most people at the time saw. Joseph was not a good politician. He didn't carefully build alliance with the elites or try to sell people on his reforms. He just achieved degrees. And he was impatient. He would start on a new reform initiative as soon as he finished writing the previous one. Nobles and clergy were almost universally infuriated. With so many radical reforms coming at such a rapid pace, almost every powerful person in Habsburg territory was losing out or having their interests threatened by at least some of Joseph's policies. And with the central government suddenly asserting control over so many areas of public policy, there was administrative chaos. You might think at least the common people among Joseph's subjects supported reform. After all, they were the ones who theoretically benefited the most. But that wasn't the case. 18th century commoners didn't have some mass press informing them about what was going on in politics. The only institution in the empire really capable of disseminating information to the masses was the church. The church felt under attack by Joseph's policies, and certainly did not put a positive spin on what was happening. Average people's experience of Joseph's reign was mostly just that. Their lives were suddenly disrupted, and the most important institution in their communities, the church, was under threat. With blinding speed, Joseph had alienated almost all of the citizens. To make matters worse, he was just as energetic in asserting himself internationally as he was at home. He launched an expensive invasion of the Ottoman Empire, and pushed back against Prussian power so hard that it made him look like the aggressor, and the warmongering Frederick the Great look like the aggrieved party. From top to bottom, people in the Habsburg lands were fed up with Joseph's radical domestic policies and unwilling to give up their money and their men to feed his aggression abroad. In 1790, the Habsburg holdings in the Low Countries rose up in rebellion, declaring themselves the United Belgian States. In some ways, this so-called Brabantine Revolution resembled the French Revolution. There were secret revolutionary societies, pamphlets, tricolour cockades, and even a little good old spontaneous mob violence. But these similarities are somewhat superficial. Much of the motivation for this revolution was conservative. Many of the Belgian rebels were motivated by a desire to defend the Catholic Church or the feudal privilege. Joseph made peace with the Ottomans and turned his armies on Belgium. The Brabantine Revolution would soon be in control, but it looks like Joseph's problems were only beginning. Hungary was on the brink of its own rebellion, and there was low-scale political violence breaking out in other Habsburg realms as well. With his entire regime at a crossroads, an exhausted Joseph died in February of 1790. He was succeeded by his brother, Leopold II, who to quickly stabilize the situation by rolling back most of West's reforms. That was what was going on in the Habsburg territories on the eve of the Napoleonic Wars. Bruised by internal strife and military failures, and looking for a way to handle the rise of new international powers. This was certainly no golden age for Austria, but they survived, and in the course of facing these challenges, they passed reforms that would help the empire fight Napoleon and survive another century. So that's the core of the Habsburg Empire, the lands ruled directly by the Habsburgs. But as a lot of you know, the Habsburgs played another important role in European politics as emperors of the Holy Roman Empire. So what exactly does that mean? The Holy Roman Empire lasted 1,000 years. It was many things over the course of its history. In the period we're talking about, it was basically a loose confederation of independent states in the area of modern Germany, Austria, and the Czech Republic, and a little bit of Western Poland. Think of it like the European Union or NATO, but with a little medieval flair and even more complicated internal politics. You might remember in episode 2 I said Italy was a mess politically. Well, the Holy Roman Empire was really a mess. To put it in perspective, there were almost 300 sovereign states within the empire. Compare that to only 195 sovereign states in the entire world today. Some of those states were decent sized by 18th century European standards, most notably the South German states. Going west to east between the French and Austrian border, they are Baden, Württemberg, and Bavaria. In eastern Germany, Saxony, which had the unfortunate position right between Prussia and Austria, was also a minor power of its own. Hanover was the largest state in northwestern England. In 1714, the British Queen died without an heir, and Hanover's ruler inherited the British crown. So Hanover functioned as a British outpost on the continent until the 19th century. Prussia was technically a member of the empire as well, but as a great power, the Prussians generally ignored the empire and just followed their own course. Most imperial states were smaller, some much smaller. States of the empire included Catholic dioceses, small trading towns, even monasteries that were technically independent sovereign states. Some were even just the landholdings of one noble family, often no bigger than a modern family farm, but legally just as much a country as France or Britain. These little states survived because they were protected by the rest of the empire and by the power of the Habsburg Emperor. The internal politics of the Holy Roman Empire are so complicated and obscure that even most people who lived within it did not fully understand. I don't want to get bogged down in the various arcane points of its constitution. For our purposes, the main thing to understand is that, in theory, the heads of imperial states voted on policy. Even the position of emperor was elected. However, by the period we're talking about, Habsburg influence over the empire had become very well entrenched. Elections were mere formalities. It had been 2 centuries since a non-Habsburg ruled the empire. Still, the emperor didn't rule over the member states directly. He always had to play politics and try to keep them happy. Every once in a while, the imperial parliament would defy the emperor on one issue or another, but there was never any serious question of who was right. When we're talking about 18th century Germany, don't imagine the wealthy, dynamic place we imagined. This was still a quiet, traditional part of the world. The power of the emperor stopped German states from fighting each other, but most of them were too small to do much of anything else. Few had much in the way of armed forces, neither had the emperor for that. There were individually wealthy German cities and provinces, but all the political divisions kept the region from developing into a serious commercial center. The educated middle class was growing, particularly in big cities and port towns on the North Sea. But this wasn't the Netherlands. They had to stay mostly underground and have little influence over politics. By the eve of the French Revolution, the political structures of the Holy Roman Empire hadn't changed very much over the centuries, but the political reality had. Somehow, from among the small, weak states of the empire, under the influence of the mighty Habsburgs, a new great power had risen, Prussia. During the 30 Years' War of the late 17th century, Brandenburg, the state that would become Prussia, was just another of the medium-sized imperial states, probably less powerful than Saxony or Bavaria. Brandenburg suffered tremendously during the war. Their small army was quickly worn down to almost nothing, so the rulers of Brandenburg had to watch helplessly as rival armies roved over their land, sowing destruction and stripping it bare of food and supplies. After the war, Brandenburg, Prussia, a string of competent rulers who learned a lesson from this experience. Their state was poor, but if they were to defend it, they would have to be powerful enough to stand on their own and not rely on the enemy. To this end, they carefully marshaled Prussia's limited resources to build up a professional standing army and the administrative and taxation system necessary to support it. Through diplomacy and conquest, they seized as much territory as they could. Even today, the mention of Prussia calls to mind harsh Spartan militarism and iron discipline. This was the era in which that stereotype was born, the late 17th and early 18th century, and the stereotype the Prussians deserved. There was a strong sense of service among Prussian aristocrats. In most countries, the upper echelons of the nobility considered military service beneath them. This was not so in Prussia, so despite their size, they drew from a big pool of potential officers, all of whom were well trained at state expense. The men were trained well too. Notoriously harsh Prussian discipline and training broke new recruits down and then built them up into the best soldiers of the Enlightenment era. And it was a huge army relative to Prussia's size. By the mid-18th century, 1 out of every 30 Prussian men was in uniform. The average for the rest of Europe was about 1 out of 800. The old joke is that Prussia was an army with a state rather than state with an army. I think there's something to it. Levying the taxes to pay for this and managing that much manpower was quite an achievement, and it was made possible by the type of centralizing, modernizing reforms we've been talking about. Essentially, the Prussian central government was able to get the nobility on board with this by making them feel like they were part of the government, sharing in Prussia's growth, and by giving them more power over the peasants. The Prussian state was making huge gains, but it did not want to be an average person living their greatest time. These trends of Prussian state building and militarism saw their ultimate expression in Frederick II, usually called Frederick the Great. Frederick pursued and expanded these policies initiated by his predecessors, but with one key difference. His father and grandfather were very conscious of the limits of Prussian resources and the massive expense of the military. They did not want to see armies they built up so carefully destroyed in bloody wars. Frederick did not have the same scruples. When Frederick took the throne in 1740, he declared, quote, "I intend to either assert my great power status or see everything go to ruins, so that the very name of Prussia be buried with me." True to his word, he almost immediately launched an unprovoked invasion of Austria. This would come to be called the War of the Austrian Succession. Frederick's goal was to annex Silesia, one of the wealthiest regions in Central Europe. His troops stormed in and occupied the province, ruthlessly stripping it of wealth to fund the war effort, and daring the Austrians to take it back. Almost all of Europe joined in the war, most importantly France, Britain, and Spain on Prussia's side, and Russia on Austria's. Much to everyone's surprise, not only did Prussia manage to hold on to Silesia, it was Prussia and Britain who carried the day, while the French and Spanish militaries underperformed. It was clear proof that the older powers were in the throne. Britain was on the rise, and Prussia had arrived among the great powers. After nearly 8 bloody years, the war ended in awkward peace. The treaty ending the war satisfied no one, but all the combatants were low on money and manpower and needed a break. And several powers on both sides had become so dissatisfied with their allies' conduct that they no longer wished to fight on the same side. The uneasy peace held for 6 years, ending with the outbreak of the 7 Years' War, American time, as the French and Indian War. Again, the war started with Prussia storming into a rich border region, this time Saxony, and ruthlessly exploding. In the diplomatic shuffling between the wars, France had switched sides and joined Austria and Russia in coming to Saxony's defense. Prussia was under threat from 3 directions, no great power ally under taking the war. Amazingly, and with the help of some extremely generous subsidies from Britain, Frederick the Great's armies repeatedly staved off disaster and kept the enemy armies at bay. This war dragged on too, for 7 years, as you may guess, until finally, unable to destroy the Prussians and unable to match the financial resources of Britain, Austria and her allies sued for peace. In the ensuing treaty, Frederick was forced to restore Saxony as an independent state. He held on to Silesia, and Prussia's great power status was complete. Frederick II died in 1786, which is kind of a shame from a narrative standpoint because it's fun to imagine how he might have reacted to the revolution in France. He had done much to reform the Prussian government. The system he introduced relied on having a dynamic talented king at the time. His successor, Frederick William II, was not up to the task. The quality of administration declined. Frederick's wars had all but destroyed the military carefully built up by his predecessors. It was rebuilt quickly. The Prussian system of training and recruitment was still the best in Europe, but it wasn't the same. Almost an entire generation of talented officers and soldiers had been lost, along with the traditions and experience they carried with them. Still, Prussia, on the eve of the French Revolution, was riding high. They were flexing their muscles abroad. As you might remember, they were the ones the Dutch government called on to suppress the patriots. The army was diminished from its glory days, but it was rebuilding fast and had the best reputation in Europe. Prussia is a great example of what was possible for a country that was successful at modernizing and centralizing authority. Their neighbor to the east, Poland, is a good cautionary tale of what happened to countries who did not repair. Poland had been one of the greatest powers in Eastern Europe in the preceding centuries. By the late 18th century, its government was so dysfunctional that its rivals were able to openly seize its territory unchallenged. By 1795, there was nothing left to seize. Poland had been erased from the map. The Polish nobility was traditionally the most politically powerful anywhere in Europe. The King of Poland was not a hereditary position, being elected by the nobility. Once elected, the king was practically thinkable. He could do little without the consent of an assembly of nobles called the Sejm, basically the equivalent of the British House of Lords. Sejms were huge institutions, governed by very complex rules. The principle of total consensus was sacrosanct, which made it very difficult to get anything done. This also made it easy for foreign powers to influence the government. If, say, the Prussian government didn't want a certain piece of legislation to pass, all they would have to do was bribe or influence one Polish nobleman to use his veto and scuttle it. With the central government frequently paralyzed, factions of nobles fought each other for power in frequent civil wars, often supported by rival foreign powers. The Polish state stayed weak and divided while its rivals grew strong. In 1772, the power disparity grew so great that Russia, Austria, and Prussia conspired to jointly seize Polish territory on their respective borders. The Polish government was too weak and too compromised by foreign influence to stop them. This event is referred to as the First Partition of Poland. There will be two more before our story ends. Nobles had a lot of rights in Polish society, but this wasn't some enlightened republic. Commoners in Poland had it much worse than in many other European societies. However, there were some among the Polish nobility who wanted to change things. Influenced by the Enlightenment, some liberal aristocrats thought they could save the country by giving us some of their feudal privileges, not only to a strong central government, but also to give more rights to the common people. They hoped this would rally the population around the government to defend an independent Poland. It's an interesting idea, and they actually did have some success in reforming the government. Unfortunately for the liberal nobles, these successes came too late to preserve Polish independence. However, they did create a link between the ideals of liberty and progress and the concept of Polish nationhood. This link would inspire future Polish patriots and contribute to a Polish national identity and survive foreign occupation. While Poland declined, her greatest rival to the east, Russia, grew by leaps and bounds. In the early 17th century, Russia was so weak and so unimportant to European affairs, many Western European powers didn't even bother sending a permanent ambassador to the Russian court. Russia was physically peripheral to Europe, and many Europeans thought of it as metaphorically peripheral too, barbaric and only half civilized, a place that maybe had more in common with its so-called backwards neighbors in Central Asia than with the supposedly modern progressive West. They may have had a point in the Middle Ages, but by the late 18th century, Russia had caught up to the Western powers by many measures. But then as now, the Russians did not get any respect. The perception of Russia as a backwards place stubbornly lingered long after it was no longer accurate. Perhaps it still does. After Britain, Russia is probably more responsible than any other nation for defeating Poland. And let me disabuse you of the notion that they did so with dumb brute force. Their victory really belongs to the Russian legion. By the late 18th century, the Russian government and military were very capable, easily among the best in Europe. They beat Napoleon fair and square, and it took a tremendous effort. That said, Russia had problems. Its huge area, low population density, and lack of international commerce meant its bourgeoisie developed late and remained relatively small. Enlightenment ideas arrived there late and spread less widely than elsewhere, mostly among a small elite. Russia was more dragged into the future by powerful, forward-thinking leaders than pushed by some groundswell from the population. The two most important of these modernizers were Peter the Great and Catherine the Great. Peter ruled for an incredible 43 years in the late 17th and early 18th century. I talked about him a little bit last time, and he's a bit outside our scope, so I won't dwell on him too much. But he was a remarkable ruler who took on the nobility head on and massively increased the power of the central government. Peter had huge international ambitions as well. The foreign policy priorities he set have been taken up by almost every subsequent Russian government, even up until today. He sought to make Russia the dominant power in the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, and to gain a position on the geopolitical stage as one of the European great powers. To these ends, he built up the first permanent Russian navy and won important military victories against Russia's traditional rivals in the Baltic, Sweden, and in the Black Sea, the Ottomans. He also increased what we might today call soft power by building an architecturally stunning modern capital in St. Petersburg. None of Peter's successors quite filled his shoes, but there would be no going back to the old feudal Russia. Peter's rule had been too long and too successful, and of course he crushed any opposition too mercilessly. It wasn't until Catherine II took the throne in 1762 that the Russian ruler truly took on the mantle of Peter the Great. And I mean it literally when I say took the throne. The Russian court was often unstable, and true to form, Catherine came to power in a coup in which the previous emperor, her husband, was assassinated. To lay my cards on the table, in my opinion, Catherine is much more deserving of the sobriquet the Great than Russia's Frederick II. As a foreign-born woman who seized power through violence, she was an unlikely ruler with little legitimacy. She navigated Russia's dangerous politics brilliantly. Catherine was interested in the Enlightenment. She corresponded and occasionally crossed intellectual swords with figures like Voltaire and Diderot. Her court attracted intellectuals from all over the world. However, she was not an idealist. Unlike her more reckless contemporary, Joseph II of Austria, Catherine never became so carried away incorporating Enlightenment principles into the government that she lost sight of what was politically possible. I think her enthusiasm for the Enlightenment was genuine, but she was a realist who never put principle before practicality. She was also image conscious and clearly aware of the propaganda benefits that came with painting herself as an enlightened ruler. Catherine's regime was seen as a golden age for Russia. The government and the military were reformed and improved. New educational institutions were founded. Perhaps most importantly, the financial system was modernized, enabling the government to borrow and spend with more flexibility. The country expanded as well, mostly south, taking land around the Black Sea, and west, swallowing up much of Poland. It may have been a golden age, but it was not a time of peace. Under Catherine, Russia fought a war with Persia, two with the Ottomans, was involved with Frederick the Great's wars, meddled in Polish affairs, and put down several rebellions within its own borders. If anything, this constant warfare sharpened the Russian army rather than wearing it down. By the 1790s, Russian officers and men were experienced. The incompetent leaders had been weeded out. After France, the Russian army had the best artillery and medical branches in the world. The infantry and cavalry were probably not the best in Europe, but their strong performance in the wars against Frederick the Great surprised everyone. Europe had been expecting some barbarian horde, but the Russian army looked just like their counterparts, fought in accordance with the latest European doctrines, and were better organized than some of their Western opponents. It was Frederick the Great's army that gained the reputation for brutality, not the supposed barbarian Russians. In 1770, the Russian Navy stunned the world by sailing all the way from the Baltic to the Mediterranean and devastating the surprised Ottoman fleet in a single battle. It was a clear sign of new foreign policy ambitions. With the dominance of the Black Sea secured, Russia was expanding her horizons and seeking influence in the Mediterranean. So, when Russia enters our story in 1798, it will be a formidable force at the height of their power with ever-expanding ambitions. They had a long, hard fight ahead of them before the Cossacks would parade through the streets of Paris in 1814, but I think we can already see the seeds of that victory by the time Catherine the Great died in 1796. I'll close out this episode by talking briefly about the countries that lost the most in Russia's rivals, the Ottoman Empire and Sweden. Believe it or not, progressive, neutral Sweden was actually a significant military power in the 17th century. They were one of the first places in Europe to embrace absolutist principles, and the Swedish government used the money and power that gave them to build up a strong, modern military that was briefly the most feared force in Northern Europe. However, even with a powerful, competent central government making the most of every national resource, Sweden was just too small to truly compete with the great powers. The inevitable fall came under King Charles XII, whose foreign policy was so irrational and aggressive. Some historians have speculated that he was mentally ill. Crazy or not, Charles actually was not bad as a military leader, but his ambitions were far beyond his kingdom's capabilities. His constant wars pushed Sweden's resources and manpower to the breaking point. He died in battle in 1718. In the wake of his death, the war-weary Swedish nobility seized a great deal of political power from the crown. No future Swedish king would have the power to wage such ruinous wars. So, by 1789, the Swedish military was a shadow of its former self, but still nothing to sneeze at, particularly the Navy. The concurrent decline of the Ottoman Empire was less graceful. The Ottomans had been the single greatest global power of the 16th century, unmatched militarily and commercially, and dazzling cultural and intellectual achievements to match. Constantinople, as it was still officially called, could plausibly claim to be the center of the world. But the empire seemed to reach its natural limit in the 17th century. With Western Europe colonizing the Americas and opening sea routes to the east, the Atlantic began to replace the Mediterranean as the most important venue of international trade. Commerce and the cultural and intellectual vitality of things moved west, so to the center of the world. Ottoman power stopped growing. By the end of the 17th century, it was in full retreat. While the European powers were centralizing and streamlining their governments, Ottoman administration was actually becoming more decentralized and bloated. By 1789, the empire was much diminished, but it still sprawled over a huge territory, including modern-day Turkey, the Balkans, Greece, the Middle East, and North Africa. But in the further reaches of the empire, local elites were paying less and less attention to the central government. In particular, Egypt and North Africa were beginning to look less like Ottoman provinces and more like independent states loosely affiliated with the central government. In the capital, the court was divided into competing factions, who often seemed too preoccupied with backbiting and petty intrigues to govern. The military was declining too. The elite standing army of the central government, the famous Janissaries, had devolved into a pampered faction of courtiers and bureaucrats. Most of the Ottoman army was made up of regional militias and irregular troops who fought en route. Very few soldiers were trained, equipped, or organized according to modern methods. The situation at sea was not much better. Almost the entire fleet was dangerously outdated. The other great powers were well aware of this weakness. The Ottomans' old rivals attempted to take advantage. The Russians grabbed huge swaths of territory. The Austrians were less successful. Even faraway Britain and France had their eyes on Ottoman territory. Every great power viewed the situation warily. Each had their own dreams of carving up the Middle East and North Africa, but none wanted to see their rivals benefit too much from the empire's fall. Still, we shouldn't overstate Ottoman weakness. They may have been down, but they were far from out. After all, the Ottoman state wasn't finally done in until 1917. Not every Ottoman administrator was self-interested or incompetent. There were plenty of capable people in the government who struggled hard against the downward trend. Some were even successful in carrying out a few limited reforms, or at least just holding things together. But it was an uphill battle. Despite these efforts, the Ottoman government barely limped along through the Napoleonic Wars. Well, that was a lot of ground to cover. There are many places I wish I could have gone into more detail. But this is the longest episode of the show ever, so I'll restrain myself. If I missed something you would like to hear more about, you can always contribute to the fundraiser and submit a topic suggestion for the bonus episode at patreon.com/ageofthefull. Next week, we'll be talking about Napoleonic France's great nemesis, the Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Thanks for joining.
Dumb question seriously. It's pretty interesting. Salt Lake this way, you guys know that
election was a pivotal era in American history.
When a war was fought to save the Union and to free the slaves.
And when the work to rebuild the nation after that war was over turned into a struggle to guarantee liberty and justice for all Americans.
I'm Tracy.
And I'm Rich.
And we want to invite you to join us as we take an in-depth look at this pivotal era in American history.
Look for the Civil War and Reconstruction wherever you find your podcasts. Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventures from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a longtime foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts. I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Piker, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers, and I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talked to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talked to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon, Episode 4, Nemesis. Thanks for joining me. After tackling half the European continent plus the Ottoman Empire in the last episode, we are narrowing our focus to talk about Great Britain, Napoleon's most implacable enemy, and the country that played the biggest role in his downfall. I've been looking forward to doing this episode. Britain was one of the most exciting, dynamic places in the world in the 18th century. It was the beginning of a huge transformation during this period. It wasn't as sudden or dramatic as the change that occurred in France after 1789, but in many ways it was just as profound. From our modern vantage point, it can be hard to take an objective look at 18th century Britain. With the benefit of hindsight, we can see that by this era, many of the foundational elements of Britain's dominance of the 19th century were already falling into place. Britain had developed a stable, effective form of government that would soon evolve into the system we know today. British industry was already in the early stages of a revolution that we know would soon bring it to dominate the global economy. The Royal Navy was growing into a force that would remain unchallenged for over a century. Britain was on the cusp of a golden age of global power. But that's only obvious in hindsight. In the 18th century, the signs of Britain's rise were there for those who could read them. Nothing in history is inevitable. The conditions were right for Britain to grow into the paramount power of the 19th century. Without good decision-making, and maybe more importantly, luck, it might not have happened. Politically, 18th century Britain was kind of an exception among the European powers. I'm sure by now some of you are sick of hearing me talk about centralizing absolutist reforms. Well, I've got some good news for you. The British system developed in a totally different direction. Obviously, there were no modern-style democracies in Europe at this time, but every country had at least one representative institution. Many were just assemblies of the nobility, but some included other parts of society too, like the clergy and non-noble landowners. In Britain, there was Parliament, the House of Lords representing the nobility, and the House of Commons representing everyone else. Yes, these are the very same institutions that function as the British legislature today, fortunately in very different form. Say, the Dutch Staten Generaal were probably the most powerful representative bodies in Europe, but the British Parliament was not far behind. In the mid-17th century, King Charles I tried to rein them in and rule by absolutist principles. Parliament resisted, and the country was dragged into a long, bloody civil war. War, which culminated in the trial and execution of Charles. With the king dead, Parliament set up a republican government called the Commonwealth. First, they tried ruling the country by themselves, then with a victorious general, Oliver Cromwell, as a kind of pseudo-monarch. But the new government was never able to really stabilize or entrench itself. Shortly after Cromwell died, Parliament invited the eldest son of Charles I to become king. After over a decade without a king, Britain was a monarchy again. But Charles II was determined not to suffer the same fate as his father. He promised to eschew absolutism and respect the traditional powers of Parliament, and he mostly kept his word. Political considerations aside, the new king was generally more interested in drinking and chasing women than governing, so the compromise suited him just fine. Unfortunately for the country, Charles II's successor, James II, had a much more difficult relationship with Parliament, in large part because he was a Catholic ruling over a mostly Protestant country. Many feared James would lead the country into absolutism and Catholicism, concepts that were very much entwined in the minds of many British people. Parliament launched a coup in 1688, putting James's daughter and her husband on the throne as co-rulers, Queen Mary II and William III. This event is known to history as the Glorious Revolution. Former King James II and his supporters would probably disagree. As a condition of taking the throne, William and Mary agreed to share power with Parliament, respect certain civil and political rights, and maintain Protestantism as the state religion. And they generally kept these promises. Amazingly, every subsequent British ruler has basically kept up their end of that same bargain. There would be plenty of push and pull between monarch and Parliament over the next 2 centuries of British history, but the basic framework of that compromise has remained. The British government did much to centralize, rationalize, and reform its administration over the course of the 18th century, but unlike the rest of Europe, this happened through collaboration between the monarchs and the Parliament, rather than being imposed by the monarch over the objections of the rest of the elite. Of course, no one in 1688 knew they were setting up a system that would only change gradually over the next 200 plus years. Britain was still divided along religious lines, both between Catholic and Protestant, and between various Protestant denominations, who sometimes opposed each other just as bitterly as they opposed the Pope. It was divided along national lines. Irish, Scots, English, and Welsh identities were already developing in the 18th century, and they've always been stronger than any united British identity. Most people were happy with Britain's mixed system of limited monarchy, but there were also political divisions. There were radicals who were inspired by the Enlightenment or nostalgic for the Republican Commonwealth and wanted to open up the elitist system to the common man. On the other side of the political spectrum, King James II did not take this so-called Glorious Revolution lying down. He fought a brief but bitter military campaign against William and Mary, and set up a royal court in France in exile after his defeat. An underground movement in Britain continued to support James and his descendants. This movement included a lot of Catholics and was largely concentrated in his family's traditional heartland of Scotland. They were called Jacobites after the Latin version of James. For decades after the Glorious Revolution, the British government was plagued by Jacobite plots and uprisings. The most serious challenge came in 1745, when King James II's grandson, popularly known as Bonnie Prince Charlie, smuggled himself into Scotland and raised an army to march on London. He had picked the right time to strike. France was willing to back a rebellion with money and with arms, and much of the British army was far away on the European mainland, fighting another one of King Frederick the Great's wars. For a time, it looked like the prince really had a chance at returning his family to power, but eventually his non-professional, feudal-style army was worn down by veteran forces trained and equipped by modern methods. Bonnie Prince Charlie's rebellion was romanticized in later periods, but the Jacobite movement declined quickly after his defeat. The government's victory and subsequent crackdown on the Jacobites and their sympathizers proved it became powerful and effective enough to handle even serious internal threats. So that would be the system of government throughout the Napoleonic Wars. A monarchy, but one in which the parliament had a great deal of power, and a degree of civil rights were granted to the population. But we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves here. This was definitely not a democracy. Members of parliament certainly didn't think of themselves as representing the people, and if you look at how they were elected, it's clear why. Voting requirements varied from place to place, but generally political participation was restricted to property holders. Probably somewhere between 5 and 10% of the population could vote. Worse, seats were apportioned according to tradition, not population. There were constituencies called rotten boroughs, with only a tiny handful of voters, sometimes under a dozen, and there were booming cities of thousands with no representation of their own. Members of Parliament were not paid, which meant only men of independent means could afford to serve. Elections and parliamentary politics ran on corruption. Bribery wasn't just commonplace, it was completely endemic, part of the system, the lubrication that kept the machinery of government humming. Seats in the so-called rotten boroughs were sometimes openly auctioned off to the highest bidder. There was no secret ballot. Everyone in the district knew how everyone else voted, which often meant the local lord or some other powerful landowner called the shots. Political parties in the modern sense had not really developed yet, so politicians relied on informal methods and personal relationships to get things done that often meant patronage or bribes. There were no strong laws against what we today would think of as corruption, and there certainly wasn't a political culture that punished that kind of behavior, so graft occurred right out in the open. British politics was a messy, raucous business in the 18th century. With most of the population shut out of the process, the main division was not between right or left, as we might think of it, but between the interests of various factions of the wealthy elites. The merchants, bankers, and businessmen on one side, and the rural landowners and traditional aristocracy on the other. Over time, these loose factions would coalesce into the Whigs and Tories, respectively, but it's a little anachronistic to think of them as political parties like the ones we know today. For all its faults, the system actually kind of worked. It was a corrupt, elitist basket case by modern standards, but the British government of the 18th century was perhaps the most effective and democratic in the world. Almost everywhere else in Europe, any opposition to the traditional ruling elite had to stay underground. In Britain, they were allowed to openly compete for power. Obviously, the system was stacked against any serious challenge, but there were a few self-described radicals sitting in Parliament. During the American War of Independence, radical Whigs openly expressed sympathy for the rebels. Their leader, Charles Fox, went so far as to wear a Continental Army uniform on the floor of the House of Commons. It's hard to imagine something like that being tolerated anywhere else. But beginning in the 1790s, Britain became less tolerant of political dissent and radicalism. The country was at war, and the ideological threat from revolutionary France made the British elite nervous. Politics are not the most important part of the story of 18th century Britain. The biggest change during this period came in the economy. Despite what we sometimes read, the British economy was not industrialized during the Napoleonic Wars. The Industrial Revolution was still in a preliminary stage when the Battle of Waterloo was fought in 1815. Rudimentary steam engines had been invented, but they were mostly just used as water pumps. Railroads were still in the experimental stage. Most of the tiny number of operational lines in Britain ran only a few miles and used horsepower rather than coal and steam. The only industry that was really mechanized to any degree at this stage was textiles. And even then, most production happened in small workshops or even family homes where the owner had invested in just a single machine. The power loom was the pinnacle of textile manufacturing technology around this time. About 2,500 of them existed in Britain during the Napoleonic Wars. There would be 10 times that many by the 1850s. This was the most modern industry in Britain, but clearly still traditional methods dominated. So when you think of British industry at this time, don't think of vast factories with thousands of workers, rail lines snaking across the landscape, smokestacks churning out smog that blackened whole cities. All of those stereotypical images of the Industrial Revolution, that's a world of the late 19th century. It will still be decades in the future when our story ends. But the building blocks that would make that world possible were starting to fall into place. There were very few factories in the sense we think of them, but new machines and new methods were beginning to appear in workshops, farms, and family businesses. A few large workshops were beginning to resemble the factories of the future. Most British people had never even seen a railroad by 1815, but the government had invested in a good network of roads and canals to bring goods to market efficiently. Related industries were beginning to cluster together in regional and national hubs like Birmingham and Manchester, which cut down on costs and improved efficiency. There was a frenzy of commercial shipbuilding. These new merchant vessels brought manufactured goods abroad, where they were often cheaper than domestic products. This was new. For most of human history, the combination of high transportation costs and traditional artisanal methods meant that most people bought things that were manufactured very close to home. The economic boom brought more money into Britain than ever before, both into government coffers and into private hands. With so much wealth to experiment with, financiers and bureaucrats began developing new ways to manage it and make it grow. The British financial system was beginning to resemble a modern one. By the 18th century, London had become one of the world's great banking centers, and one of the only stock markets in all of Europe. Easy credit meant more investment, providing more fuel for the economy. British financiers and stock traders of this period were beginning to pioneer a lot of the practices still used in this today. The merchant class was on the rise everywhere in Western Europe, but in most places they remained shut out of the political system. This was not the case in Britain, and as a result, the British government, and even the aristocracy, began to take on some of the same commercial ethos that was growing in the private sector. Many within the British elite began to view businessmen and bankers as the class of people the government should be protecting and promoting rather than agricultural landowners. The government followed business in becoming more financially sophisticated. There was a central bank and more sophisticated types of bonds. As a result, the government was able to spend more money more effectively. To countries with more primitive financial systems, it seemed the British government had an endless fountain of money. This is how the British were able to do things like subsidize Prussia during its wars while simultaneously funding their own war effort, or building up the Royal Navy into a force several times the size of its rivals. The government raised more money and was able to stretch every pound further. The British were beginning to grasp the fundamental calculus of the industrial era. That real power did not flow from guns, land, and noble titles, but from credit and commerce. As they always do, these major economic and political changes transformed all of society. New farming techniques led to an agricultural boom, and as the rural population grew and the need for farm labor decreased, people streamed into cities looking for work, and they often found it. Industry was prospering, and cheap labor was more fuel for the manufacturing boom. Life was hard for the urban poor. These growing cities were loud, crowded, unsanitary, dangerous places. If you were lucky enough to find a job, chances were good you'd work more than 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and still barely make enough money to get by. Workers' rights were nearly non-existent, and labor unions were illegal. Under such conditions, in the city of London, for example, more people died than were born. But even with a negative birth rate, the population of the city nearly doubled between 1700 and 1800. More than enough people were coming into the city from the countryside to compensate. And it wasn't all drudgery and death. Many common people did do well for themselves, or at least escaped a harder and less exciting life of rural poverty. City life could be brutal and dangerous for the average person. It was also exciting and enriching. There were all sorts of entertainments and luxuries: plays, pubs, dances, street performers, races, and boxing matches. For the high-minded, there were educational opportunities in schools and libraries, newspapers and magazines to read, and lively coffee houses in which to discuss them. And there were new religious movements that catered to the spiritual needs of average people. On the sleazier side, there were also gin shops, bookies, brothels, and a thriving black market in underground pamphlets full of pornography or profane, seditious satire. This sure wasn't idyllic life in the green and pleasant fields of merry old England. It was loud, crude, fast-paced, and endlessly entertaining. Life in the booming cities ended tragically for many, but you could have some good times along the way. And faced with poverty and boredom in the country, many people took their chances. The great French Enlightenment writer Voltaire spent some time in England during the 1720s. Despite being an arch cynic raised in the traditional French sense of cultural superiority over Britain, he was very impressed by what he saw. He came to like England and like the English. Voltaire believed what set Britain apart was the strong influence of the merchant classes, which made society as a whole more closely in line with their values and their interests. And I think he probably got a point. Britain had a much more pluralistic and open society than the one Voltaire had left behind in France. Religious minorities were allowed to practice with relative freedom. A degree of free expression was tolerated, which allowed a lively journalism and literary scene to develop. The British elite seemed more open to new ideas. Both the government and wealthy private individuals patronized the arts and sciences, and they were much more enthusiastic about and less threatened by the Enlightenment. King George III himself was a major financial contributor to one of the greatest projects of the British Enlightenment, Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, to which everyone involved in the study of history today owes a debt. But this wasn't some egalitarian utopia. An aristocratic title still carried a lot of weight, in government, in culture, and in everyday life. Society was becoming more commercially oriented and thus more meritocratic, but anyone without money or the ability or luck to distinguish themselves were still on the outside, and enjoyed in the fruits of Britain's prosperity only indirectly. Still, the country had moved further away from the old, rigid feudal system than almost any other society. There's an anecdote about Britain Voltaire wrote about, and I think it sums all this up pretty well. During his stay in England, Voltaire learned that the Earl of Oxford, who was a very senior nobleman and a major politician, had a younger brother who lived in the Ottoman Empire, where he worked in the import-export business. This totally blew Voltaire away. Most Frenchmen descended from that high level of nobility would consider it way too far beneath them to go live in some foreign country and participate in bloody business deals. Voltaire felt it showed how commerce was valued and respected in Britain in a way that it was not elsewhere in Europe. Voltaire wrote that the British believed, correctly in his eyes, that a man contributed more to society by working as a merchant than by living the traditional life of an aristocrat. Whether you agree with him on that or not, I think it's important to understand that worldview was something that set Britain apart. Britain had never looked strong in economics or politics, but 18th century British diplomacy was a different story. By the middle of the century, Prussia was Britain's only major European ally. They fought together through the wars of Frederick the Great, but there was constant friction. The Prussians felt the British were holding back, not committing enough troops to fight on the European mainland, and being stingy with their promised financial support. The British resented having to spend so much money subsidizing Frederick's ambitions. The Allies finally fell out once and for all over the peace treaty negotiations at the end of the Seven Years' War in 1762. Britain was alone. France felt humiliated by the terms of the peace, and British diplomatic isolation represented an opportunity for revenge. When rebel forces in America began winning victories against the British Army, the French pounced. France, Spain, and later the Netherlands declared war on Britain in support of the rebel United States of America. Many other European powers joined in indirectly, giving financial and diplomatic support to the rebels. The Royal Navy was the biggest and best in the world, but against the combined forces of France, Spain, the Netherlands, and the new United States, it was incapable of simultaneously defending Britain from invasion, controlling the supply routes across the Atlantic, and supporting the Army's operations in America. Continuing the war was impossible, and Britain was forced to sue for peace and recognize the United States. The defeat stunned the British public. There was prosperity and stability at home, and the victory in the 7 Years' War was still fresh in people's minds. There had been a feeling of invincibility, and it was suddenly shattered by a humiliating defeat. The military had actually performed relatively well, but in a sense, the war had been lost by bad diplomacy and political missteps before it even started. You might compare it to the American defeat in Vietnam. The government and the military had made mistakes, to be sure, but the reason for defeat was that the whole war was a bad idea from the beginning. This was hard for people to wrap their heads around. They'd entered the war sure of victory. The enemy looked so much weaker, and the reasons for defeat were vague. It was a blow to national confidence. As always happens in the wake of such a defeat, the British government and military engaged in some self-reflection. Both improved in the long term, but it was a serious stumble. This was a bad time for British foreign policy, but it could have been worse. The loss of America stung, but the rest of the colonial empire remained intact and had actually expanded. Most importantly, it had stopped France from gaining control over any ports in the Low Countries. Before the invention of steam-powered ships, Modern-day Belgium and the Netherlands were the best starting point for a theoretical invasion of Britain and Europe. Preventing France or any other hostile power from controlling this area was paramount to British security. The growth of British power wasn't just about peaceful commerce and tolerance. There was a dark side. For entire nations of people, Britain's rise mostly brought suffering, tyranny, and death. British merchants dominated the African slave trade and operated many of the biggest markets for slaves, the plantation colonies in the Caribbean. This was a system of almost unimaginable cruelty. For many slaves in the New World, particularly in the Caribbean, life was comparable to that of inmates in a Nazi concentration camp. Over the course of the 18th century, slavery actually became more brutal than brutalized, and the racial caste system that dehumanized black people and denied them the material and social benefits of the wider society grew stricter and more entrenched. Nothing about the British Empire seems tolerant or progressive from this point of view. We must not forget that although British prosperity was built in part on the ingenuity of businessmen and inventors, it was also built on the backs of their victims. This is also the period in which the British became the main power in India. Most of their control was indirect and informal at this point. Britain exercised power through the East India Company, a private corporation, and through Indian rulers who were technically just allies of the British, but in practice were subordinate to British ambassadors and advisors. The French and the Dutch had smaller footholds in the region as well, and there were still a few strong, independent Indian states who struggled hard to maintain their sovereignty. But through commerce, diplomacy, and conquest, British influence was creeping in all over the subcontinent. By now, some of you are probably wondering why I haven't really discussed Ireland. That's because, although Ireland was legally a part of Britain, I think it belongs in this part of the conversation, discussing Britain's colonies and the dark side of that. That's the best way to think of Ireland at this time. Britain's oldest imperial conquest, colonial possession right on the edge of Western Europe. 18th century Ireland had a caste system based on religious and national origin. The Anglo-Irish were a tiny ruling elite, mostly descended from British nobility. They were probably less than 5% of the population, but they dominated life on the island. Only the Anglo-Irish enjoyed the same type of civil rights and political freedom most people in the rest of Britain enjoyed. Another 10 to 15% of the population belonged to different Protestant groups who enjoyed limited rights. But the vast majority of people in Ireland were of native Irish descent, Catholic, and spoke the Irish language. They were treated as a conquered people, distrusted and often despised by their leaders. Very few native Irish owned property, which was actually an explicit goal of British policy in Ireland. Most scraped by as tenant farmers. Each social group in Ireland was legally separate from one another, subject to different laws and granted different rights and privileges, almost like an 18th century apartheid. Ireland's history of seemingly tireless resistance to British rule has been romanticized over the years, and not without good reason. But the 18th century was actually a relatively quiet period in Irish history compared to what came before or what would come after. The 17th century had seen several bloody wars and rebellions over control of the island. In fact, the miserable condition of the native Irish Catholics of the 18th century was in part a result of these conflicts. The British administration wanted to keep land, wealth, or any other resource that could potentially be used to fund a rebellion out of Irish hands. And they were pretty successful. Most of the native Irish elite fled abroad or had their property seized and were reduced to poverty. Native Irish power was broken. Most were focused on personal survival, not national liberation. As we'll see later in the story, when the struggle against British domination resumed at the end of the 18th century, most of the early sparks of resistance actually came from Protestants. After all, they were the only people who really had the means. I'll close out this episode by talking a little bit about the British military. The British Army was small compared to the other European powers. Great Britain and Ireland are islands, so there was no need for a large force to cover a land border, and the history of tension between the monarchy and Parliament made many in Britain skeptical of large standing armies. The British Army may have been undersized, but it punched above its weight. These were some of the best trained, best equipped troops in the world. Leadership was good too. Unlike most European countries, the upper ranks of the army were open to commoners as well as aristocrats. This wasn't a meritocracy. Ranks actually had monetary values and were bought and sold like pieces of property, but the system did have some meritocratic elements and was open to a bigger pool of people. As most of you probably know, the Royal Navy was the pride of British Armed Forces during this era. It was the biggest navy in Europe, the most modern ships and equipment. Britain had a long, deeply ingrained maritime tradition, huge merchant and fishing fleets. This meant that there was a big pool of educated, talented officers and experienced sailors to draw from. This was an incredibly important factor in the performance of an 18th century navy. The skills and knowledge required to operate a sailing vessel could only be acquired through years of experience. Sailing was a way of life. You couldn't just take someone who had never been to sea, put them on a warship, and expect them to perform the duties of a sailor well. Experienced sailors were a precious, exhaustible resource, and Britain had far more of them than any other country. It's hard to overstate the power and skill of the Royal Navy, but we shouldn't think of it as invincible. Certainly no one at the time did, including the British. The legendary reputation of the Royal Navy was largely created during this period. It didn't already exist. When revolutionary France declared war on Britain in 1793, everyone's last memory of the British Navy in action was the American Revolution, in which it experienced some defeats. No one underestimated the Royal Navy, but there was no reason to believe it couldn't be done. So that was Britain. As I hope I've showed you, by the time of the Napoleonic Wars, the elements that would lead to British dominance in the 19th century were already starting to develop. They were on the cusp of great things. But I don't want to give you the impression it was inevitable. Britain was strong and poised to get even stronger, but they could have been beaten and very nearly were. No one can see the future. The British themselves had largely stumbled upon their successful economic and political system by chance, and they were only just beginning to understand its capabilities. That's all for now. There will be no new episode next week, as I'll be busy with final exams, but I'll be back in 2 weeks' time with the most important episode yet, Friends. Finally, thank you to everyone who's made a suggestion for the bonus show. You've gotten some good ones. You've still got a couple more weeks if you want to join in. Just chip into the fundraiser at patreon.com/Napoleon and you'll receive a submission form. Well, that's it. Thanks for joining me.
Well, the good thing about you being arrested 9 times is we knew you didn't drop the soap because you didn't pick it up. How long did you spend in jail longest time?
Longest time, I mean, I got bailed out every time, which was nice, but I think the longest time was like 7 hours for that DUI.
Oh, you're a gangster. And you're the youngest of how many siblings?
4. And I didn't even get prosecuted for that DUI.
Hi, I'm Mike Troy, host of the American Revolution podcast on the Old Media Network. This podcast is the origin story of the United States, how we went from colonies ruled by a king to the democratic republic that we have today. The American Revolution podcast tells the story of the revolution from beginning to end. Please subscribe for free. We're available on all major podcast platforms. I hope you'll join me today on the American Revolution podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talked to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talked to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for problem solvers.
Yeah. So you got to take this very seriously. This goes for everybody else. It's easy to get down on yourself. It's easy for you to assume this isn't going to work out. But if you really do put the work in and take this seriously, everything will be fine. But you just got to do a shitload of work. This isn't like college. You can't fucking half-ass this if you really want it to go well. So this is really something, but don't, that's what you want to do background work, and you're scraping together the money, and it's, you gave it a shot, you want to be able to say that, but if you really want to give it a shot, you got to put a shitload of effort in. So why don't you try that, and you see how the effort goes, and then you can fucking quit.
I'll be homeless before I go home. The thing is, I got a DUI. I can't register. I'll be homeless before
I didn't get convicted for a fucking DUI.
Yeah, it still comes up on your record.
What about limbs?
Thanks a lot to all of you for all the chat and support me personally. Anyway, this is a big episode, so let's get
figure it out, man. If you really want to do it, you're going to be fine. You know what I mean? But you're going to have to go out of your comfort zone. I did jobs and did shit that I absolutely hated. There was a period of time where I was waiting tables while working here at the store, and I was literally during the day lunch shifts. 9 years ago, I'd be waiting tables at this Italian restaurant close to Belize, and I would literally be at a table, and I would take a break real quick and go outside and cry for like 30 seconds, and then I'd go back in, wipe the tears, just be like, hey, so here's that lemonade you wanted? Like, they would never know. I was taking a break like every 3 minutes to cry for 40 seconds, and then come back in. I swear to God, I mean, I have witnesses to prove that.
Maybe 8 years ago helped me assemble my IKEA kitchen set by side.
That was like an honor. I remember being like, oh my God, I can't believe I should help Al Jiggle put together an IKEA set. I swear to God, it was like at the time, it's one of those amazing gigs. Same thing with Steve Brain is Easy, letting me dog sit for him. He used to pay me like a couple $100 a month. He'd go out of town for November. I would dog sit for him. And it was like a game, life-changing shit. So, now I'm
Really
out of
hustle your fucking ass off, and maybe you gotta stop boozing, even though you get that character. Yeah, you'll be fine. But you really gotta fucking hustle. So, how old are you? Yeah, you had a good time. You still have a great time, but now it's time to grow up a little bit. You got it. All right.
There you go, Anthony Amarello. We're going to stay in touch with Anthony. We're going to figure out, we're going to keep an eye on this developing story.
That
was nice. There he goes, sipping warm PBR all the way back to his seat. Already making the big change in his
Yeah. Changes are alright. Just pounding it.
Anthony, one more time for Anthony, everybody.
I feel like we got a lot of heart on that one.
We talked a lot about monarchs.
You guys ever give plasma or donate plasma?
Great,
Twice a week.
Really? They would accept your blood?
Plasma.
Here's the example. All the other
Why is this blood 20% glucose?
I love how like you're being like really humble for like 45 seconds, and then you're like, but that was before the Netflix.
Now, I'm not normally a fan of psychoanalyzing historical figures. Popular historians seem to like doing this a lot more
I pulled another name out of the bucket. I feel like it's a new name. I might be wrong.
That said,
Together for
there was
Dylan
an
Gray.
incident from your childhood when you were 14 that I think is unique.
Uh-oh.
You became king when you was a small boy. France was politically unstable in the mid-17th century, and Howard the King was too young to participate in government.
Yes, I have pink eyes.
There were civil wars and rebellions as different
My
groups
boyfriend
in
came in my
society
eye 3
fought
days
to
ago,
make
and
the
it
child
got
king.
bad.
We disqualify.
During
So
one of
I'm
these
just going to
rebellions,
do something
a mob broke into the king's
You
residence,
gotta go.
killed him, and
You
immediately
gotta go.
went to
You
find
gotta go,
his
Dylan.
bedroom
I'm sorry.
filled with
No, you know what?
and
Maybe we'll put it to the
homonyms.
side.
We'll have you back next week when you don't have pink eye, okay? There you go, Dylan Gray, everybody. There you go. That's fucking absolutely disgusting.
We need Josh
Really,
thing for the microphones.
courageous move to play the alarm.
Hang around to you.
The guards soon arrived to
Seriously,
clear the mob out,
wish you
and
the
they
best
left
of luck.
peacefully. So the whole incident
Be
ended
in
without
close
combat.
proximity to
But it did
anybody.
impression on me.
I would just leave
By
it.
the way, I bet he's not going to do that opener.
man. Please come back when you don't have pink eye. We just all work so much on such high caliber projects that we can't get sick. We hope you understand.
Not even.
I believe his last name's Gray and his eye is pink.
Worse, many of the
There you
Regis'
go. There's one joke for you to take home.
Does anybody know that guy?
No.
They ever seen him before?
No.
No, I was confident. If you were all fucking friends with them, I was confident in my decision. But fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Strong hand.
Paper towel.
No,
Eat it with the Clorox. Yeah, but Josh, you really took care of it.
Josh, was that it?
No, he did a Clorox wipe and then he dried it on trying to break up.
You never trusted the
There you
ability.
go, Josh Martin.
I don't think. Did he touch the mic stand and I'm gonna bring it
So tried
back?
to phase out.
He did?
Mic stand,
Josh, we need more sanitizer.
It's got all over the place. We need you to stroke this, like this whole thing.
My God, that is almost just... Really? I mean, you only brought one whitey?
You seem to see Louis the 14th.
Josh, what are you doing? We're waiting for the thing to be sanitized.
Al, you got a new TV show, right? Are you about to talk about it? Yeah. We start next week.
Showtime, I'm dying up here. How magical. Starring and writing in it, ladies and gentlemen. How about that?
About stand-up comedy and
humble, understated personality.
Full mic replacement going on. Still no wiping of the mic stand supposed to be.
you really only care about the mic stand. That's all he touched. The mic stand.
Listen, I get to go back and get
I like this
Even the decadent palace he built at Versailles served important political purposes.
Al Izzy and I'm dying up here. They're taping that soon, and that's coming out when from, sir?
I think in the winter, December, January.
Winter, December, January. Why not promote more things as part of the show? I'm going to be in Cleveland next week, Tulsa, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, at Boston Globo Theater. For those of you listening to the live stream right now, keep your eye on those dates. TonyHinchcliffe.com. I was dying up here. Clean and good to go. You guys ready for
Good for you guys, by the way. That's
We've had pink eye. We've had...
people are fucking disgusting. Bobby Lee does it. Mancini used to do it. They stick the microphone in their mouth and shit like that. Don't stand for that, you guys.
Louis also spent
Anybody
lavishly
like
on
looks
himself
gross,
for his
send them on
massive
their
and
way.
expanded.
Yeah, and if you're ever sick, just take the night off. You can't get people here to check you fucking Tomatoes.
That's why huge swaths of territory.
That guy's eye looked like he was about to fall out of a fucking socket, too. Like, that was like perfect
He looked
eye.
at me in the eye, and it was like I was staring into the eye of Sauron from Lord of the Rings. I was like, what? I think I was like,
His eye looked like it had 3 feet of colon.
France's borders were very
His
close
eye
to
looked like a
the
Pokemon ball.
The only significant exception being the Corsica, which of course
My
will
friends Pat lets us know when we've reached
As
our
the story
limit of
goes,
jokes on a
on his
subject.
deathbed,
yeah, I knew I shouldn't have
begged
tagged
his
that.
This is good terminology.
French monarchy,
This is the terminology, right? With Pat Reagan, spin-off show.
sent the
Put your
military.
hands together for your next comedian. It looks like another new
Louis'
name.
administrative reforms
Tyler
brought in more tax
Lazar.
revenue than before. That covered his costs.
Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Ironically, Louis XIV was succeeded by another child king, his grandson Louis XV.
Is that right?
Louis
Alright,
XIV
I'm in the Navy, and about to get out right now. Pretty
No
stoked. Goes from facial hair with little O's, generically white. I joined the Navy like 6 years ago, and when I joined the Navy, my whole perception of the Navy was the movie Top
Dust
Gun.
settled, the
You
sun
know?
king's
So I was like really stoked to work with people like Pilot. You know, Top Gun, got
Louis XV.
stutter a little bit.
This looked like a disaster for
Fucking
France.
Maverick,
So he
Tom
was one of the most famous
Iceman,
noblemen in the
Val
country,
Kilmer, really good
but
looking
mostly for
dudes.
his love of debauchery.
6 years in the Navy, haven't met a single Maverick or Iceman.
Worse,
Maybe
to
like
secure
one
his
dude.
position as regent,
A couple geese.
he promised to restore many of the old feudal powers and privileges of the nobility that
And it wasn't alright, you know, we can't.
so hard to lose. But things weren't as bad as
I love it. We can't all be Tom
Even
Cruise.
in a
You know what I'm
moralistic
saying? We
age,
can't all be Tom
people
Cruise.
assumed he was some
5'6",
monster
plays
because
6'2".
he likes to
Very
make
difficult.
But he actually
But
wasn't
these
a bad
fucking
guy.
nerds.
He was generally kind, merciful,
Oh
loyal to his
man.
friends,
They saw this
and
movie.
genuinely
Alright.
committed
I
to
love
what we
done.
today call public service.
Wow.
Louis in particular
Oh, that's
known
great.
for being lenient in enforcing censorship laws.
I have so many questions.
The permissive environment that allowed
So,
the
how old are you?
to flourish in Paris.
Yeah, good question.
Never take
How old are you?
24.
But for Peeps Rain also goes to show that the qualities that
Really?
make a person
Is that true,
decent
Tyler?
as
No, I've
well
never been
as
on here before.
Oh, you must have
equals a
seen it in
soft
the OR or
touch,
something
quick
like
to
that.
help
That
out
happened to
with
me
some
last
money
week.
or
No,
a
true
job
story.
that
It's
never
far
reached
just because
anyone
it's
with
an
a soft
ongoing
story
joke,
or
and like every
personality.
single person in the
Then
room
when to
probably
rein him
heard
in,
it's an
he
ongoing
spent
joke
lavishly
before.
on his
And
advice
then
and
the other
helped
half
embarrass
has
them
no
on their
idea what
personal
Top Gun
scandals.
is anymore.
I would hope
Only
they
to
do.
the one's friends
Well,
is
Tyler, it really
quality,
seems like you're
but
banking
as a
on the
high
fact that
nobility
everybody
of
watched
Austin,
Top
his
Gun in the
friends
past
are
week.
other high nobles.
I mean, you're
His
going to
favorite
use a out of
qualities have
control.
legal
You pretty much need every
consequences.
cast
He
member.
was
Now,
frittering
Tom,
away
is
all
it
the
me,
royal
or are you
powers
making a
unattainted
joke?
as
Because
soon
Top
as
Gun
the
has to be about the Air
nobility were
Force, right?
ordained their
No, they're
possessions.
Navy.
Philippe served as regent for 7 years
What
before the stress
what
of
else
command
are you
and
talking
his
about? How long you
incessant
been doing it?
drinking caught up with him.
About a year
His health
sporadically.
began
Stuff in
to
the Navy is
fail,
really hard to
and he
get
died
into.
on
Yeah.
Long
But I'm
Island.
getting out, so I'm getting more
As
time.
Philippe
Sure.
declined,
And then we're
Louis
on the innovation.
XV, grandson of the
I was in
Sovereign,
Washington
was declared
on
an
one of
adult
the carriers,
and capable
and
of
then I was in
ruling
San
by
Clemente
himself
Island
in
for the last 2 years.
1722.
Jesus, sounds like
Yeah.
That
you
might have
need
been true in a
the
literal
Navy to
sense,
go on
but it
vacation
can
or
barely
something
say
like
for
that.
sure or
Washington
competent
and San
any of
Clemente
the
doesn't
52
sound that
years he
bad.
ruled.
And you're at San Clemente
There
Island,
have been a
like
few
dog shit. It's
attempts
just
to
a desert island.
reevaluate him by modern
Where's
scholars,
it at?
but generally,
You know where
Louis
Catalina is?
XV
Yeah.
was
It's
considered a
south of
bad
Catalina,
king in
and
his
they
own
just like bomb
time,
shit there.
and most historians
What
say
were you doing there?
I'm air
Louis
traffic
XV
controller,
was an
so I talk to all
intelligent
the
man,
pilots.
but
Yeah,
he
so I was
never
going to
took
ask
much
how you
interest in
UVAC
naval
went to
administration. His
so
grandfather
Good.
considered
I
his
don't like it.
absolute assistant,
you don't like being an air
prepared to
traffic
operate with
No.
an assertive,
Try to do
active
this.
monarch in
when you're air
executive
traffic
forever.
controlling, you
I think,
sporadically just burst
with
into
an
laughter
uninteresting
like a villain.
I'm sorry.
That was really funny.
parts of it the
I
ability
mean,
to
it's like
accurately
your
predict
career choice is
situations
so
in
like
action and
laughable.
vicious moments of war.
You just
His
the
kind
nervous
of
laugh was
dangerous
just the
level
way he
of
did it. It's like,
administrative
I'm gonna try to do
chaos
this.
as resurgent feudal institutions vying for power with the weakening
It's
regimes
never
of
gonna work.
absolute
You
systems
want
and
to
so
give it a
on.
shot.
Well,
Louis
I figured out it was
XIV
not
had
going
always been
well, and I
careful to
fucking.
hold
No,
himself
I think it was
aloof
sort of
from
charming. I
most
think your
debauched,
personality, like
frivolous
you
aspects of
look
life and
funny.
medicine.
I mean, that's
He indulged himself in drinking
well,
and
no, that's a
parties
huge
and
compliment. I
affairs, but
started because
always in
like people were
moderation
like
and discreetly.
my little brother's
The Sun
friends
King
when
never forgot that
I
the
always
literary
wanted to be a
courtroom
stand-up
at
comic, but
Versailles was in large
they
part
would
a
laugh at
distraction,
just looking
a
at me.
mirage
And
that
it's
his
like, oh,
father
if
created
I
to
could just
dazzle and
add words to
pacify his
this,
potential
then they
enemies.
were
His grandson, Louis
great.
XV,
Yeah,
seems
funny
not to
look.
have
You
had
got
that
that
same
part down. I
understanding.
mean, just say
He
something
fully
that's
embraced the
hilarious.
Yeah, I
humorous
got
and
nervous
offensive,
on that.
often
I
preferring
didn't
the
react. I didn't handle it
sensational
well.
as
Well,
topical
it's
and
tough.
social
Everyone's
humor
had
to
a
his
struggle
more
today, so
petty
just
government.
relax and get comfortable.
Unlike his grandfather, he rarely bothered from the meetings of his ministers or even ventured outside his palaces.
Take it from Pat, who's been
He
trying to do
fundamentally
that the
cared
entire
more about
episode.
having a good time than the safety and prosperity
Again,
of the
Pat,
country
you've
he
had
ruled.
two good ones.
And
Louis XV's
Tyler, tell us
constant
more about
drunken
yourself. You've been in the
antics and
Navy. All
sex
we know about you
scandals
is that
were
you are
fodder
a
for
over the
burning
top
childhood
Top Gun fan.
regrets.
How long have
This
you been
quickly
trying to grow
contributed
that
what
beard?
scholars
What
call
is that?
started 2 weeks ago.
desacralization
I've
of
never
the
done a facial
monarchy.
before.
In early
Why? In
times,
case
No,
you
it
can't.
ain't
even
bad.
regarded
It's
with
not good,
reverence,
but I'm giving
people
it
took
2
the
weeks.
concept of
Yeah.
the divine
It's
right
not
of
gonna.
kings
It's not gonna end
seriously,
up.
and
I'll
monarchs
give it
were
another
treated
week.
almost
But
like
that's
gods.
I
But
couldn't
by the
quite
beginning of the
decipher
18th century,
what the joke was
thanks to
even about. Were
Louis,
you saying that there weren't
people had
that many
become
attractive
accustomed
guys
to
in the
reading
Navy and
about
you were
Yeah,
looking
I
for
started
partying
one?
stuttering
and
because I
sexual
was drinking beer. My mouth got dry. It was
even
quite
having a
bad
laugh
planning.
at the
But
king's
I was saying,
expense.
like pilots, they're fucking
The king
dorks.
began to seem more like
Like
a
they look
regular
really cool
flawed
in
man
movies. I
than
expected
God,
that, but they were really.
and men can be replaced
What do
or
you think
even
these
killed.
pilots think of the air traffic
Anyway, fortunately for France, only the 15th Croatian section brought him into contact
It
with
also
someone
probably
who
comes from
actually
that
was
they were like
interested in
assholes,
government.
so it probably comes from
Val
that.
Pompadour.
I was really
She was
asterisk.
a
Did they ever
beautiful,
crack the
brilliant
windows?
woman
Get out of the way.
who was
Not
mistress
yet.
of
You know
17
what I
I had
mean?
to
years.
work my
Once
way
she
into
became
control
a
positions.
powerful social position,
And
she soon
like I had to
parlayed
get him
into the
coffee
political
and
world,
doing all this planning. I
effectively
handled the
acting
airplane,
as
so
an
like
agent
all
See, that's an air traffic controller
and
thing?
she wasn't some silent
Yeah,
power
you
behind
stuttered
the
a little
curtain.
bit. That's
For
what
example,
happens
she
on regular
personally
basis.
directed the
No,
Florida during the
there is
7 Years'
sometimes.
War,
But
even issuing orders to
I just
French
got drunk
generals
now.
in the field.
Yeah,
I'm
She was
nervous.
also a major patron of art and the philosophy and science
What's
of
some
the
crazy
Enlightenment.
things that
Madame
is
Pompadour was
not
an
Navy
unlikely
related about you?
statesman,
Yeah, what else
but
do working
remarkable.
people
He writes
What's your
about
dating
the
life like?
dismal land.
You know,
I got a girlfriend.
And
yeah,
yes,
how long have
she
you guys been
also
dating?
invented the Pompadour hairstyle.
About 2 years.
Where'd you meet her?
In the
Louis
Navy.
XV
Wow.
was
So
massively
mad.
unpopular, as he
It's
knew,
a secret. You're not allowed to
and
date.
he hated people who were
Nobody
pious
has
and
to see
right.
this, guys.
He was weak,
If they don't know
incompetent,
who this
corrupt,
already,
and damaged the credibility of French monarchy so
what is
badly
it?
that it was
What's
hard
her
for
role
him
in
to
the
get
Navy?
Same job. We
But
worked
for most of
together.
his
Same
failures,
job.
he
I
had
was,
the
I
state
met her,
secret.
and I was probably like 3 or 4
Royal
ranks
Trevor
higher
was
than
a
her.
deeply
Whoa.
So,
intelligent woman.
That's
Louis'
really
ministers
taboo,
made
right? You can't be doing
painfully
that.
coordinated attempts to
When she
raise
gets
more
the hand
revenue
jobs,
from
does she
police
go like that?
expenditures, but it definitely grown
I
as
don't know.
far as continuing crisis governance. The sad irony is comparatively the main successor is the one who suffered so much from monarchy's failures. Louis XV died in his bed in 1774. When the revolution broke out in earnest, one of the first things the Paris mobs did was tear down the statue of the King of England. But that was still in the future. In 1774, the people of France were rejoicing. That old king was dead, and his successor, his grandson, Louis XVI, had a reputation as a fine, progressive Republican who loved the common people of France. People were so looking forward to him taking the throne, the press had nicknames like desirable. As we know, it wouldn't last, but it was a real moment of optimism, even elation. So that's what was going on top of this. But that world of the court was only accessible to a tiny elite within the elite. For the rest of the episode, I'd like to talk about what was going on in the rest of France. Until the revolution, everything in French life was dictated by social position and political hierarchy. The aristocracy was small compared to under 1% of the total population, maybe less than half a percent. The nobles dominated everything. They owned a huge proportion of the land, still wielded the political, financial power of the peasants who lived in their barracks. They enjoyed exemption from most types of taxation. They were subject only to the things such as offices and court systems. Only nobles could attend the best educational institutions or hold high ranks in the army or politics. Commoners were even legally required to bow and doff their caps before attracting the covenant. And it's important to keep in mind that this status that came from birth. It wasn't a case of the haves and the have-nots. The poor nobles and the rich commoners. With the poor, none of the nobility helped them. They were legally forbidden from taking part in most kinds of business or taking up trade. Thousands of nobles lived at Versailles, the capital. But life there was extravagantly expensive, even with the subsidies provided by the government. For those who couldn't afford it, the next best thing was residing in a fancy neighborhood in Paris, that was Party. Nobles who couldn't afford that mostly lived in rural estates, much to the government outrages. Some of the poorest nobles were not much better off than the peasants around them. There was a small degree of social mobility. Government offices were bought, sold, and inherited just like property, and many of them came with a noble title. So, if one of these offices was vacant and the commons were poor, they could effectively buy their way into the nobility. As you can probably imagine, the aristocracy was incredibly snobbish and often turned down the noses of these newcomers. But wealthier new nobles usually had no problem bringing their children up to inherit the old families from their grandparents. One of the biggest privileges of the village was taxes. Obviously, this was a nice financial thing, but it became much more than that. A point of pride was simply to increase status. Of course, it was completely insane from a policy standpoint. Noble exemptions meant that burden of taxation was imposed on the poorest and least privileged. Over the course of the 18th century, there were no shortage of influential political and royal officials who recognized these both poverty and the advantages. But there was always ferocious political resistance. This was not a simple financial thing, definitely not. It can be hard to understand how the nobility could selfishly claim these obviously undeserved privileges that were ruining the country. We have to remember, these were their natural rights. Many 18th century aristocrats cherished their independence because these small democracies cherished their system of political rights. They viewed their privileges as inalienable, just as we do with our rights. The clergy were an even smaller proportion of the population than the nobility. In 1799, there were about 400,000 clergymen and women in France, out of a total population of over 12 million. Still, the church played a huge role in culture. Theoretically, the Catholic Church was a meritocracy, but the distinction between nobles and commoners was mostly maintained. Church leaders, abbots, abbesses, bishops, and cardinals almost all came from noble families. Their burden of various lifestyles. Monks, nuns, and parish priests were mostly born in convents or born in poverty. It's hard to overstate how powerful the church was. Wealth is described as a state within a state, and that's pretty accurate.
performance,
This was a
but
huge
you just
portion
didn't
of
do
the
any
problem
jokes. I
with
mean,
this
you
kind
were
of
moving
elitist
around
taxation.
comfortably on stage,
This
no
state of
humps,
affairs
no
was
regrets.
actually
You
encouraged
have
by
to
the government to
realize that right from the get,
the
nobody
church
gives
played
a
an
shit
important
about any
social
balls
role.
on stage. You
In
have to be
earlier
in a
eras of history,
desperate race to make
governments
a
didn't have
connection
the
with the
resources
audience
to
when you get on
address
stage every
education
single time.
Yeah,
what we
there's this
today might
economy
call
of words
social
thing that
welfare.
people don't
So they
realize is
effectively
that you really
farmed
want
out these
to
services to
be
the church
precise
and granted
and
tax exemptions
surgical
and
when you
revenue
have
streams that
especially the
were
opening
properly
lines. So
monopoly
your
rights that
opening
provided
line,
financial
something in
gain.
the audience,
This
something
deal worked
true,
okay
a
for
callback to
centuries,
the fucking
but
big
as the
bad
government
guy,
became
something that
increasingly strapped for cash and
everyone,
capable
and
of
then you can
delivering
jump in.
social
But
welfare
again, when you
functions
have one
themselves,
more minute,
people began
it's
to
easier to
question
do
the
this.
usefulness
But
of
if
this
you really
arrangement.
want to be nice and concise,
And all was
but
not
I've
well
said,
within
I
the
think
church
before
itself.
when you were up here,
None of the money
last
brought
time,
in by the church was spent
you know
where it
it's
was
coming.
collected.
Yeah.
Everything went
Yeah,
into
yeah,
central
of course.
coffers and then was doled out by
Well, I
leadership.
guess
The opportunities for
I'm not that good
misuse
at
of
joke writing.
funds and outright corruption were obvious. If some hardware was
I'm good at
splendid,
being funny
but
on
it was not
accident, so I've
uncommon
been
for
working
village
on that.
priests to beg their
Yeah.
Which
parishioners
sounds
to do
like
more
bullshit,
just
but
to
it's
pay off
not.
their
Work on
It's
the
patrons.
really
writing,
not.
This
work on the
imbalance
writing for
angered the
sure, and then
nobles
let
of the
the
clergy
accidental
and the
stuff
Catholic
happen
Church.
organically. Would
Amazingly,
definitely be
we've come
my
this far on the other side
one.
without
I mean,
directly
yeah,
talking
there's
about
I
the
guess
no
vast
other option.
majority
I
of the
mean, you
like
would
population
have
of
to
France,
try
the
to write
commoners.
jokes in order for the
At
accidental
the time of
stuff
the
to happen
Revolution,
because
the
banking on the
FACS
accidental
estimated there
stuff,
were
it
96% of the
shows. You
no,
know, it
population.
needs
now,
like
it's
Modern
not that I
historians
just
put it
got
even
up here and
higher,
was like, oh, let me see if
98%.
this is funny. Like,
The
this is
vast
stuff that I
majority of
like.
commoners were
No offense to my friends, but like I
lived in
run
rural
around my
areas
friends and
and
they
were
laugh, and
involved in
you know,
agriculture.
I'm trying to
Over
figure
three
out how to.
quarters of the total
I understand
population
they're
of
learning
France were
sometimes.
But
peasants.
that's not a joke, you know?
France
and
was a
another,
rural
the main
peasant
thing
country,
really is that,
more so than
you know,
any
you're
country on
talking
earth today.
about it not being
Paris
funny.
was the only
You know,
city
you're
of any
saying things
considerable
like,
size,
you know,
and in
it would be, you
1789,
know, some
just
people
over half a
laugh. You
million
know,
of
like if I
France's
was saying
23
something
million
funny right
people
now,
lived.
then it's like
Bordeaux,
you're letting us
Marseille,
know
and
that,
Nantes,
hey, I mean,
the cities that could
no
plausibly
punchlines is
claim
no
to be
punchlines.
France's
We all
second
know it.
city
We've
now
heard them.
had
You know, if
under
something funny
100,000
happens,
people.
we're all rooting for you in the
80% of
first
the
place. That's
population
the other
lived
thing.
outside
We're
of towns and
dying
cities,
for you to give
often
us a
very
chance to
far
laugh.
outside them.
And,
The census
you know,
after the
it's going to be
Revolution
verbal.
found
It's
that
not going to
about
be a part,
one-third
there's not
of
going
the
to be
residents of
something that you
France
find
lived in
out
a
where it's like,
settlement
hey,
of
you know
fewer
those
than
one things
35
that are like
people.
this?
In the
That's
poor,
funny,
rural
right?
Vendée
Never
region
going to
west
work.
of
It's just,
France,
we're
there was
there.
only
We're at a
one
higher
town
level.
for
You
over
know what I
1,000
mean?
people in 1789.
So, yes,
With
you're
such an
right.
isolated,
That's
dispersed
broader
population,
thing. I don't even know
most
exactly what
inhabitants
you're
of rural
talking about,
France
but
had no concept of
But
national
you don't know the birds,
expression,
that's
Yeah, I
neither
one
do
of
that
them.
on
regional nor
lawns as
provincial
well, too.
identities.
On what?
I feel
For many of
lawns
them,
as
it would
well,
have been
like
rare
everything,
to
because
like
break
the
into
water
a
thing.
place
There's a
yeah,
little,
some
street
okay,
professional
rocking
maybe
birds,
there's
without
that desk
ever
thing that
encountering
people,
anyone
it's been in
or
movies and
anything
people
in
have it on their
buildings,
desk where this bird goes
neighbors,
down and
and
then
the
it's a
occasional
physics
traveler.
thing.
The one in Top Gun?
With such
I don't
little
know.
interaction with the outside world, there was little need to
I'm
compare
struggling with the
grand,
whole idea of
abstract
like
types of
wanting to just
identity
scream, what the fuck do
while
you want?
using
But that's normal and I'm
the
trying to
French
figure it out,
language,
you
as
know?
it were,
Right?
was the official language
Yeah.
of the royal government, but
Because
was only
when
the
you don't,
common spoken
like when
language of
when
the
you're
small
funny,
region
but you
around
don't necessarily
Paris
know
and
what's
the
funny
more
about you,
educated people
I mean,
scattered in
that
the
just
country.
takes life experience
Language
to
and
get
dialect
comfortable in
was
your
a
own
spectrum
skin
in this
to sort of
area.
be able to channel that
If
on
you were to
stage.
travel
And I
from,
think if
say,
you're learning trouble
Paris to
writing, I mean,
Rome
the best
today,
advice
you'd
really
probably
is keep
hear
your eye
French
open
every day
when you're
as
going
you
about your
jumped
daily
across
life.
the
Because
border,
money should happen,
then Italian
and
every day
then
as
you
you
can try to
communicate that.
If you get a sailing trip in 1750,
Right in front of you.
you
You just
change
gotta
your
know what it
African
is,
Greeks
how to
every
say
day.
it,
The speech of the
to
local
get to
people
it.
would
Those,
sound a little bit further
oh,
from
there's another
quote
ball.
unquote
Oh, there's
standard
another ball that
French,
nobody on the
because
podcast can
a
hear,
little more
nobody in the
southern, a
audience
little
can
closer
see,
to the
but the
tower
thing
of
about that
Spanish
slightly
colony.
elevated, so it's like
It'd be
balls
hard
are
to
like
put your
blocked,
finger
and
on
you're talking about
exactly
one
where
behind
you
there.
passed your
Anytime
linguistic
you're not involving
borders
anybody
when
and
you
getting right
crossed
to it, they can
boundaries.
sense your
If there was
telling
anything
time. They
that
can
a
sense
scattered people like
you're
this
not that.
to
Here's what it
Catholicism,
really is. They can
which have
sense that
peasants
you
from
don't
every
have
corner
anything
of the
that you're
country,
that
and a
excited to talk
population of
about.
about
That those
98% of the
balls to
population.
you are
There was
more
a Jewish
exciting
population in
than
Paris
what
and
you have
in the
planned
far
with
eastern
the
provinces
bird
along the Rhine,
that's
and
the
pockets of
water or
Protestants
whatever
too,
exact
mostly
thing
in the
I'm looking
south.
at.
But
Still don't
most
know.
French people
Does that
lived
make
their
sense at
whole
all?
lives without laying
You have to
eyes
get
on
to it in
someone
the
who
beginning.
wasn't
If
Catholic.
I
you
guess,
And
But
does everybody
Catholicism
know?
was
I
far
mean,
from
it's very
uniform.
popular right now,
It's
obviously,
too
because you
diverse to
dressed up
spread
like
out
the
that
Pokemon,
way.
so it's
It's
very
no
fair. But
surprise the
everyone
churches
in the
struggle
audience
to
100%
enforce orthodoxy.
familiar with the
People often
phenomenon
prefer
and
their
how
own
it
local
works and
versions,
what was the
exactly
reference
what
that you
happens.
used?
So
celebrated
it's
by their own
Pokemon
unofficial
game.
saints, celebrated by
Right, I
other
know that. What
festivals
was
and
the
rituals
reference
without
that you
sanction
used
from the
after
church.
that?
there's something right
Take
there.
one
You said
example.
there.
In
Rat
southeastern
catcher.
I was
France,
just
Pope
naming
developed a
what
Yeah.
I think is
local
a
saint
Pokemon,
called Saint
or it is.
Illico.
So what
Many
was
such
the
local
thing that you
cults.
said
In
for that
Florence
thing?
case, it's
Vermilion?
unusual because the king was not a
I
heathen,
feel like
he
it's
was
a
a
really
dog.
good way for
The biblical
girls
Sahel
or
was a
kids
protector of
because I've seen
babies.
like groups of
And
Mothers sit here
girls to
and
get like
waiting around the corners, and then
you
what?
know, or
secret
raped
facial
or
expression
listening
and
anymore?
ask dog sounds
So
for
what
care
was the line that you
practice
said?
with some
I
obvious
said
predators and
About the
abuse.
girls waiting
Despite
around the
the official
corners, and then
disapproval
what?
of the church, the veneration of Saint and forward dog continued into the 20th century. I think that's a good window into the world of rural
Yeah.
I think she said that the rat-a-tat
peasant life
before.
was small
And
for
then
what
did
you
one.
to a degree
yes.
that's hard to imagine.
Perfect. Now that we've finally gotten there, how many people in the audience know what that character is?
Their lives were still dominated by magic and superstition,
Okay, Melody,
devoid of
I
modern
want to
concepts
know why
that
I
shape
always.
the lives of
Well,
their
it's okay to
descendants,
fail,
like
but I want to
national
know, like,
affiliation with broad
Oh,
social
you could
and
have written that
political
better.
movements.
sure, yeah. I mean,
Rural
I
peasantry
haven't been
has a
doing. I
small
don't think
impact
I
on
know
our story
anything.
relative
I'm
to the
here to
settlers,
learn.
but you can
Actually,
forget they're
and I
there,
don't want to.
even if you don't know that.
Is the kid that I
Rural
brought
France was
to
in great
San
crisis in
Diego
the
here
late
now?
18th century.
Jesse.
And that crisis would be a decisive factor in the
Yeah,
federal
that did not go well, you guys.
Peasants lived in crushing poverty for most of it. In the late 18th century, it was getting worse. On the eve of the revolution, many peasants,
That did
perhaps
not
even
go
the majority,
great at
were
all
unable to make the
because
financial
of this very thing that we're
tax
talking
code
about.
that
So you
the
guys
law
don't
was.
know,
Many were
some of you, what I
unable
grew
to
up
provide
with,
their own
and
basic
just
needs.
bringing them down
Starvation was
is
common in
that
the
it's
peasants.
very
Others
difficult
turned
to,
advantage
when you
when
get up,
times were
like, so
hard.
if I brought you to host,
With
and I
that
know you're
said,
just going to
it might
host,
be surprising
I'm
to
saying
hear
this for
that
him
many
and for
peasants
everybody, and I
owned their
try
own
to
property.
teach him
Up
exactly
to
what
1/3 of
you
the
go out like
territory of
hosting
France
and
was
going up
owned by
posts.
peasants.
There's
And
no
many who
fucking
didn't own
around
land or worked
with
had
this
fairly
minute that
generous
you have.
government
Even as a
salaries.
headliner, if
That
you're
wasn't the
Louis, if
rents
you're
that drove people
anybody,
into
like
poverty. It was
first minute,
taxes.
you want to say, obviously if
Taxes
you're
to the
headlining,
king
you need to
sometimes come
establish
in the
yourself,
form of
and if
flat
you can
income
build, then
taxes
that's
or
great. But
rent.
for somebody like yourself that's
Peasants who
unknown,
really
you're
paid
hosting, and
consumption
there's a
taxes
large
to the
group of
government
people there.
on
You guys go
dozens
up,
of different
and
products and
like I said,
services.
economy
And
of
this
the world
wasn't just a
really
French
have
phenomenon.
this
The
scripted
Stamp
out,
Act and
planned
the
out,
Boston Tea
and
Party
just
had
go
been
to it. You
used
saw
by
the guy from
American
Salt Lake City,
listeners.
you
The
know,
British
just
introducing BC
knew that
taxes
58
in
seconds he
13
was ready
colonies
to
in the
go
19th
because he's
century.
been doing it for this amount
French
of time,
peasants hated
and
the French
especially,
just as
and
much
the
as the
English
American
guy,
colonists.
sorry,
The gazelle,
I
generally
knew
considered
exactly
the
what
worst.
Biddy was going to
This
do.
was a tax on
You
salt,
know exactly
which
what
might
you're
not
going to
sound
do
like a
and
big
have it
deal, but
practiced and
salt was
rehearsed.
an
And
absolute
even if it doesn't
necessity
get a
for
laugh,
most
it
of
should be
food.
structured
A
enough that you can
great
get it
many
out before
peasants
you win it.
paid for
And
such
so
to
I
keep the
can talk to you
feudal
afterwards and
season.
tell you exactly what I would have done.
Feudal
I
chiefs
don't
were
know
paid
if
to
it
the
was
local
2
lord.
hours of your life.
Almost all land in France was
I know,
divided
I'm just saying with
into
the
the
Pokemon
lands.
thing, you guys, you have to
Looking on the
introduce
land
everybody to
ceremonies
the concept. No, you
contract
have
with him
Maybe what
that entitled him to
It's
accept
also showing that you're not going out
along
and
with
you're
certain
not doing
fees and
mics because you
surcharges
definitely
that varied
didn't do
income
any of those
claims.
jokes at
Some
any point.
peasants were
That's
even
not true.
subject to
Okay, so
labor
you
theft
actually
on
did
the
that and
court
go,
land,
hey, I'm not doing jokes and
doing
you didn't
unpaid
learn.
Because
construction
it
work
made
to set
people
up
laugh, and
businesses,
I enjoyed doing it, and I was.
building roads and
I
bridges.
here's the thing.
In the Middle Ages,
Everything
there
that
was
I
even a
So you
certain
do,
didn't write
logic
any
to
jokes.
feudal schemes.
So
The
how
lord was
are you
like the
doing no
government, law
jokes on
enforcement,
stage?
because I
family
suck at
members.
writing jokes.
He
Well,
was
then you
expected
need
to
to
have a
stop
kind of
and clear it up.
paternalistic
That's the whole
figure
point of
figure
this.
who
That's the whole
I'm
point
not
of
the
this.
freak about a
encouraged
make
his
jokes,
secret
right?
weapon,
Like I
Right
can't
now,
just
live on
snap
our
my
lethal
fingers
podcast.
and
partnership,
write
of
good
course, but
jokes.
one in
That's the
which
point of
both
being a
sides got
comedian, is writing
something.
material.
But that
You
wasn't
can't
really
just
the
go on
case in
stage
the
and
Middle
stumble
Ages.
around and
It's
expect
not
to
a
make it on
In
it's
most
HBO.
cases in
material. It's a
France,
lack
the
of
central
jokes.
government would take
Unless,
over
of
What
course, you
people
get
are
to
laughing,
and then you can't
and
get
I'm
it.
trying to
most
figure out
leaders
what's
of the
making me, right?
political
I
and
don't know.
social apparatus
You are on a
have to
whole nother level
make
right
him
now.
too much country
What do we
politics.
know?
So the nobility was providing
Oh,
rest to the
somebody
peasants
start
from the
forming the
court.
world.
They were actually demanding France experienced inflation in the 19th century. Those depressed found that what was adequate to fund their lifestyle wasn't enough for Madness. Remember, most of the job was illegal for a minister, so to raise cash, it was very common for nobles to hire lawyers who specialized in
charming and
economy,
delightful, and that's going to carry you a long way. I felt like
looking for old types of fees or
positives too.
taxes
It's
that
like
had
you're
been
obviously
collected.
given this opportunity, but
Very
you're so
handy
charming and
loophole
likable
could
when you
have
get up on stage. That's a huge part of it, and it's definitely
taxes
going to
from
work
the
out.
central
You just
government
can't be
were
like
rising
I've
as
been
well.
saying, and every
To
time I
try to
come up here, I say
control
the
their
same fucking
volume
thing
of
over and
debt
over again.
and constant
Tremendous
budget
amount of work.
shortfalls,
It's
royal
hard.
ministers
Very
increased
hard.
taxes
Sucks.
and gave
Punchlines. A
deeper
lot of people take
responsibility
this
to
job or
represent
try to do this
that
because they don't like
more money
working,
in the peasant.
and
It was
I
easy
don't
for
like
the royal
regular
courts to
jobs.
use
That's
peasants.
why you got to
They
work
didn't
your
have
ass
much
off. And if
recourse
you ever
but
wanted
to
to spend
test
some time,
themselves
you
and
can
try to
study in
survive.
one night how to
But by the late 18th
start a
century,
set by watching
anxiety and
this
anger
place
filled
just
their
one night.
cabinet.
I mean, you have,
The metric of
I'm
resentment, they
scuffling up
said,
between,
became expressed in
Rogan
many
and
of the
Diaz,
dialogue. If you come out in
Louis.
shock
You
or
go to
anger
the
in
back of
violent
the
ways,
OR and sit
then against the revolution,
as
that's
a
just
little
an act.
exercise and watch everyone's
City
first
dwellers
20
always get more
seconds.
then just exploded.
Like immigrants from a foreign country
Like,
today,
oh boy.
newcomers often fuss
They're
kids again
fucking
when others
crazy right
gain
now, dude.
entry
Like, it's
in certain
insane.
neighborhoods and
What's up
professions.
with Prince
It
William's
might be
hair?
only the Provençal dialect of southern France on one
The
street,
dude is
then turn the
34
corner
and
and
he
find everyone
looks
speaking the
60.
northern dialect.
But
Women
he
from
has
Brittany
money
tend
to
to work
fix
as
it, so
maids,
fix it, you
a
know?
portion of Parisian chimney sweeps,
Like,
and
princes
in
aren't
Savoy,
supposed to
Gauss
look
in
like
Italy.
that.
The
I
most
grew up on
famous
Disney
group of French
movies.
city dwellers
I'm more
was
disappointed that he
urban
looks like that than
Londoners,
Animal
famously
Pants.
known as the sans-culottes, which literally
It's
means
like no
without
wonder
breeches.
Britain left the Union. They're like,
Breeches were in
we
style,
want
but
to reduce
pants were
stress
cheap.
for the kingdom.
Ever fashion
So like
conscious,
your Prince
supposedly
William does
used
not lose
only
any more of
truly
his
destitute
hair.
Frenchmen who wore pants, thus the nickname form. Generally speaking, the sans-culotte is the poorest and most miserable people in the world. You sometimes see them depicted as a kind of Marxist industrial proletariat, but that's not really accurate.
What's up with
Like
Prince
I
William's
mentioned
hair?
last
Did he change
episode,
it?
it's
It's like
way
this.
too early
Have you
to
seen
be
him?
talking
Well,
about
it looks like
industrialism
Jeremiah's.
in Britain, and France was even
It's like
further away.
super receding.
If the sans-culotte
It's
worked
really
at
bad.
all,
It
it
really,
was
yeah, it's
unskilled
dance.
labor,
If we could
sometimes
just
manufacturing, but the
throw a
most
few
common profession
little
among them
ticks,
was
a little
actually
less
service,
salt into
household
one
jobs
person,
like stable hand,
would
chambermaid,
be
coachman, or
business.
kitchen assistant, to some aristocrat
But
or
we
rich
can't.
merchant, which certainly adds a personal edge to some of the notorious law firms of the revolution, doesn't it?
You're absolutely
Those
right.
without covering
I can see
diploma
why what
scraped
you're
by
saying is
as
true.
daily laborers
Melissa
and
has
petty criminals, survived on charity,
a
or,
lot
for
of
example, didn't survive
likability,
at all.
and
Like London,
yeah,
Paris
it's a
had a higher
Ginger and
death rate
Marianne
than burglary.
situation.
Unlike the rural
And
poor, the sans-culottes did have some sense of
personality-wise,
identity
they're
and their
contradicting
place
your
in the
advice.
wider world.
Well,
This is what
what's that?
enabled them to
It's
become
contradicting
effective
your
political
advice,
force
Ginger and
during the
Marianne. Like
revolution.
I have a feeling that
Above
more
the
people knew who
sans-culotte
the
in the urban
rat-a-tat
social
was than
hierarchy,
Ginger and
what we
Marianne.
today might
That
call working
was
class people,
that was
skilled
my
laborers,
advice. I don't
artisans,
care about that.
tradesmen. They didn't have much, but their
But
existence
I
was
do
relatively
think
comfortable and
that
stable compared to the
like
sans-culotte
the
and
same
to
advice
the
for
peasant.
you
Just like today,
is
many of
that
the more
again,
well-off
just
within this
coming out right
demographic
away, the premise
identify
that you
more
have
often
that there's
as
so
the
much.
middle
Do you
class,
say social
which
media,
would make sense in some cases, but was often
social
more
media attention? So
aspirational in practice.
yeah, there's horrible shit
Of
going on
course,
right
the
now.
real movers and
Between
shakers of
Williams
city
and
life were the
for
ascendant
example,
middle
has
class,
anyone
the
seen
bourgeoisie. These were merchants, doctors, lawyers, bankers, professional men, and their families. There was a lot of
So
variation in
you see,
wealth
if
among
we
these
take back
groups.
and we play
For
out,
example,
I
a
want to
young
type
accountant
out
in a small
what you
business
said.
might
That's
actually
what I
be
encourage
poorer
all you
than a
guys on
prosperous
to do
tradesman,
is
but the
record
prestige
it
that
all,
comes with an
type it
education
out,
and
all the
what we
words that
call
came out of your
white-collar
mouth.
work would have put him
You could
higher
have done
up on the
so
social
much
ladder than
fucking
a
cleaner
butcher or a tailor.
and tighter.
On
Same
the
thing
other
with
end of the
Melissa.
spectrum,
So
some
you
of the
play
richest
that
men in the
back
kingdom were
to
taking
yourself.
places
You
in the
write
middle
it on a
class.
piece of paper and then
That
you
status
load
would only
all the
change
parts
if
in
they used
Microsoft
their
Word that
wealth
are
to
actually
increase to
supposed to be
attain a
funny
noble title.
and get rid of
The
everything
bourgeoisie were
else
only
that's
a small
non-essential.
minority of
So
this
you just
urban
come
working
up, you
population,
say what
and
you,
their
your
importance to
opening
the
line,
economy meant
hey
that
everybody,
food
agree, do
revolutionary
you
achievement
smile?
often reflected
Hey,
their tastes and their values more
how's
than
it
anything
going,
else's.
guys?
At the
Fucking
beginning of the
Aurora
18th
here.
century, they mostly
On a
aped the
horrible night.
aristocrats in their
Like
behavior and outlook.
terrible what's fucking
But as their
happening.
general level of
Cops are
wealth
getting
and
shot. Well, I
education
guess
grew
you don't
and
say that, but
enlightenment
yeah,
increased
you
just a
say,
bit, the bourgeoisie grew in
yeah,
some
it's
consequence
terrible
and
right now.
began to
The worst
emerge as
thing.
a distinct social
Has anyone
class
seen
with its
Prince
own
William's
identity
hair?
and interests. As the middle
Sucks.
class matured,
I
the
don't care about that.
idolization
So
of the aristocracy began to
I just
curdle
don't.
into
This
resentment
is so
of
much tighter,
unlimited
you
male
guys. This thing's
privilege.
so much cleaner.
Increasingly,
And
the middle
you
classes
probably
were
should
the
listen
economic
to it
engine and social backbone
and
of
write it
business.
out
Just as in
and then see
Britain,
what you're left
business,
with, and you might be
manufacturing,
left
and
with
trade
something
were
decent.
becoming more lucrative
And
and more
definitely,
important
it's
than agriculture.
what I love about what
Unlike
Al's
the
saying
British
is it'll
counterparts,
definitely get
the
you to
French middle
figure out a
class
delivery
was not
system for
rising
you.
in
You know,
prestige
that
and
sort of goes
status
from
as
a
the
Mr. direct or goofy, and it'll have people leaning forward a little more, waiting for a joke. You know what I mean? If you have that misdirect in your pocket, sort of, and a little bit of goofiness. And the other thing, like when you say social media stuff, you're talking about like all just the craziness that's happened with shootings and everything, right?
I didn't want to say shootings because I didn't want to diminish like what's happening, because I think what's happening is really important. So I didn't want to like shit on that like
When you say what's happening, what do you mean?
Well, like everything. Well, and it's not even just like the Black Lives Matter and everything going to like Pokemon. There's just social media the last week was like fucking. I feel like it was like on 1,000%, but like compared to last week, like everything is just like insane. And I would,
there really is a lot happening.
Yeah, sociology professor.
some
But
beliefs
they
and
kind of
scholars that
explain,
put
well,
some
she
holes
is
in
sort of onto
success,
something in
pointing out
that
that the
you
separation
come
between
across
middle
as,
classes
this
and
is,
aristocracy
again,
wasn't
no
quite as
offense,
clear and simple as it's
but
sometimes portrayed.
play
Their research
into
has
like
shown
the
that medieval
vapid social
proto-capitalist
media,
venturists in the 18th
Instagram,
century
like,
Greece
and
were
then
actually driven by the
your
royal
take
government
on
or by
world events
aristocrats,
could be a
and that
funny
many of
thing
the richest among the
for
middle
you to
classes
do.
were able to
I'm
use
not
their
sure.
wealth to obtain a naval title
I don't
even
know how
though
to
they
talk
were
it
the
out.
aristocracy.
But
So maybe there
as a
wasn't such a
character,
clear
that
cut
might be
class
sort of funny
conflict
for you to
between
give
capitalist and middle
recaps of
class and
weekly
liberals and
news as
aristocracy.
somebody who's obsessed
For
with
my
their
own
dog
2
and their
cents,
Instagram
I
account.
do think there was a real
Because all of
friction
your news comes
caused
from
by the fact
Instagram
that
or
the middle
something like
class
that.
was growing in
I
importance
don't know.
in
It
a
is
more
interesting because I
franchise
feel like
way.
you last couple
It seems
months you've
clear
really
that
been
thanks
hitting
to transition
politics
from
like
a
left and
former
right.
agrarian
Once
economy
the Daily Show
and
correspondent
aristocracy
is the
to
guest
an
on the
early
show, you're like,
capitalist
fuck
economy in
this
which the
shit.
elite
I'm gonna
believed
just
was the
What
absolute
happened?
norm, and the social problem
Well, I
that
mean,
could
like,
be an evolution.
I was into
But
debate and
I do
speech
think
as like
we
a
should be
kid,
skeptical
so
of explanations of the world
everything I
that
did was
portray
like
it as an
political
ideal
and
world.
everything. So when I first started, it like was towards that, and then when I did this, I did a little bit more
So that
emotional,
explains
just because I
purported
knew that those would
revolution.
hit. It was like
Louis
easier,
XIV had brought
and
the
so then
country to
once I started doing that, and it
unprecedented
was like
heights of
working, then I
power
started
and
veering towards
pioneered
things I
new
felt
methods
like
of
were a little bit
administration and
harder,
governance that were the key to
and
success for
instead of
the
just like things
English
that I care about.
Netherlands. But
Yeah.
the glories of the Sun King's
That makes
regime were
sense.
shallow.
So I just think
Louis
the news
modernized
with like
France,
50,
but
50
modernity
likes
brought
thrown
deep
in,
fundamental
can
social
sort of be
problems to the
funny.
surface and unleashed
I
forces
don't
that
know.
his successors
Maybe.
could not control.
The news with 50 likes.
Neither the
Well,
Regent,
she's just
Philippe,
like
nor Louis
nonstop.
XV
And
ever
then
mastered
there's like
nor
this shitting
fully understood
going
the
on
system
with
the Renaissance created.
so
France had shown
maybe that
so
might
much
be good.
promise at the end of the 17th
I don't know.
century.
They get
But by the time Louis XVI took the throne in
they get to
1774,
this point in
the
the show
cracks had
where I
shown.
just
This remarkable decline
I
actually
can
helped
only say the
motivate
same
much
thing
of the
over
French
and over
Enlightenment's
again.
political and economic theory.
Vanessa,
It's simply
another new
hard to
minute from
understand
Vanessa
why
Johnson.
what
Everybody
happened
that's good.
where the country had gone wrong. Some of them even came up with some pretty good answers, but it didn't matter. The government had become too sclerotic to
One last
implement
bucket. You want to pull
executable
it out of?
reforms
One
without
last
putting
one?
years
And
off
then we'll make it
execution.
happen, everybody. Last coming in of the night.
Country
Really
seemed to be
fucking
losing
go.
ground.
You got this now.
Imagine if today, after all the talk of China's
We've got
rise over the last few
Kevin
decades,
Mack.
growth suddenly stopped,
I think
China
maybe
began to
Kevin Mack.
stagnate or decline, and there was no
Kevin
one
Mack.
obvious explanation.
Here we go.
We could have an election news and politicians to talk about it and try to explain it. Imagine what it would do to Chinese society and culture, how desperate people would feel for an explanation and a
So
solution.
guys,
I think that's a decent
guys, I
metaphor
don't
for
think
what was
Donald
going
Trump
on in
has
France in the late
brought
18th
this
century.
whole
This was a big
ransomware
part of the
situation
reason
to
people were so ecstatic when Louis
the
XVI
tagline
took the
is
throne.
the world
Seems
has
like
got
maybe
10
he was
feet
the right
higher.
person to end the slump and put the
Is that
country
really
back
what
on
you
an
want?
upward trajectory.
Stronger
But
Mexicans?
we know he wasn't the man for the job. The French would find out soon enough.
Just swole ass
I think we'll
cholos
leave
coming
things
over
there
the
for
wall,
now.
choking
I
out Puerto
bit off a
America. Go
bit
to
more than
sleep
I
in
could
safe
chew this
schools.
episode and didn't have time to cover everything I wanted to. So I'm
You're,
going to do
you're
a mini
building
episode
obstacle
early
courses
next
for
week
people
with
that
some more
generally
France
build
stuff.
obstacle courses.
Next episode after that will be on 18th century
I got
warfare
into
and
an
military
argument with a
life
friend the other
and
day.
the
He said
pre-revolutionary French
I didn't
life.
like that Donald Trump
One
had
last
said
thing, the
that
fundraiser
there
is
was
still
like
going
rapes
strong.
and murders over
Bonus
here.
episode will be in a couple
He
weeks,
didn't say
so
that.
you have much longer to sign up
Yes,
if
he
you
did.
want to submit a topic.
We're doing the
I
same
think I'll
shit.
set Sunday the 28th
You
of
don't
May as
go
the
to
deadline
Mexico
for
unless you
submissions.
did some shit
That's
at
Smarty
home.
D, 9 Prairie All for those of you who use
No
the place
American
location
is
account.
moving to Mexico on purpose.
Visit
You are
patreon.com/Agent
escaping
Napoleon
the
if you want to.
federales.
Anyway, that's all for today.
Fuck
See you next
yeah.
time.
Kevin Mack. Fuck yeah.
I just have a quick question.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. So, listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventurers from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon, episode 5.5, The Doom of the Regime. Thanks for joining me. As promised, we're going to dig a bit deeper into France in this episode as kind of a supplemental to episode 5. I hope last time gave you a decent picture of the broad scope of the narrative of the social structure of France in the 18th century. Today I'd like to focus on foreign affairs, the country's political and economic organization, or lack thereof. As we discussed last time, Louis XIV, the son of Louis, was the original absolute monarch. He tried to centralize political authority in government and take it away from the nobility. So, what did that actually mean? We talked a bit in earlier episodes about the representative bodies that existed in feudal monarchies, institutions like the British Sejm or the British Parliament. France had its own versions. The first was the État Général, usually referred to in English as the Estates General. It was roughly equivalent to a modern national trust. There were 3 chambers, one for the clergy, one for the nobles, and one for the commoners. In principle, the king needed the consent of the Estates General to raise taxes. In practice, there were lots of ways for French kings to get around principle and raise funds on their own. And there was no legal requirement for the king to call a meeting regularly, so he often simply didn't. It was risky for the king to call a meeting. The Estates General had enough political power to cause trouble if they wanted to. Who could predict how a group of several hundred might behave? There were seats reserved for commoners and low-ranking clergy, people who were obscurists under the government, who knew what their loyalties were or what ideas they might have. Yes, that is foreshadowing. The kings of France had little incentive to ever call the Estates, and for over a century they decided it wasn't worth the risk. The Estates General did not meet once between 1614 and 1789. The Estates General were a massively important force in the history of the Revolution, but they were dormant for most of the 18th century. For most of the period, the main representative bodies in France were regional assemblies of nobles that met in each province, called the Parlement. The number of Parlement fluctuated a bit during the 1700s, but there were always around 30. Despite the name, a Parlement was not really like a parliament in modern sense. You might see them described sometimes as courts of law. That's partially accurate. They did hear court cases and functioned kind of like a Supreme Court for their cause, but they had a lot of other functions as well. The most important political function of the Parlement was registering royal decrees. Effectively, laws and orders from the royal government did not take effect in the province until they were registered, officially approved and promulgated by the local Parlement. Pretty weak stuff compared to the powers of, say, the British Parliament or the British Sejm, but Parlement could try to check the power of the king by delaying or even refusing registration. There really is no good modern equivalent of the Parlement. They had all kinds of unusual powers and practices you wouldn't expect from modern legislation or a modern court. These weren't institutions governed by any single rationally developed constitution or set of procedures. The Parlement ran on a complicated, amorphous collection of traditions and practices that have accrued piece by piece over centuries, and no 2 assemblies in the country operated exactly the same. Some of these traditions look a little absurd to modern minds. For example, If the members chose to refuse registration with the fleet, the king could effectively force it to using a legal procedure called a lit de justice, which literally means bed of justice. To evoke this procedure, the king had to show up at the Parlement in person, in a big, comfy, bed-like throne. That's the name. Famously, and perhaps predictably, Louis XVI once fell asleep during the lit de justice. I think that's more than just a funny anecdote. It goes to show how committed the Parlement were to maintaining tradition, even if it meant adhering to a farce like the lit de justice. And this was quite rational on their part. The Parlement represented the interests of the nobles, whose political position had garnered tradition. Upholding the principle of deference to tradition helps protect those rights. Louis XIV was not a fan of the Parlement. They were one of the chief obstacles to royal power, and had been a major force behind some of the civil wars that tore France apart when Louis was a child. He curtailed many of their powers. This enabled him to implement legislation quickly without having to worry about keeping the Parlement happy, which is a big part of the reason he was able to transform France so quickly and so profoundly. In the power struggle after Louis XIV's death, Philippe Duc d'Orléans emerged as regent for the young Louis XV. Philippe had power, but he also had a problem. The Sun King's will greatly restricted the powers of the regent, and specifically named other men with whom he was supposed to share power. Philippe wanted more, but the dead king's wishes were clear. The only legal way for him to rule as he wished would be to somehow change the will. Issues of wills and inheritance were dealt with by the courts. In this case, the Parlement of Paris. Philippe asked them to amend the will. The members of the Parlement saw an opportunity. They could demand almost anything from the most powerful man in France. They agreed to amend the will, effectively handing total power over to Philippe, but only with the condition that he restore all the powers of the Parlement that had been lost under Louis XIV. And not just their own powers, they wanted every Parlement in France fully restored as well. They held all the cards, and Philippe had little choice but to agree. With their legal powers restored, the Parlement set about reasserting themselves politically. Over the next few decades, the Parlement and the representatives of the world government waged bureaucratic and political war all over France. With this struggle distracting them, confusion reigned, and quality of administration suffered. In those years, it must have seemed like chaos was the sole guiding principle of French administration. Competition between the Parlement and the royal bureaucracy was just one of many sources of trouble. France was just as fractured economically as it was politically. Within the kingdom's borders, there were hundreds of arbitrary trade barriers. These usually came in the form of tariffs or tolls. There might be a customs barrier between two provinces, or maybe between a town and the surrounding countryside, or some other property. Sometimes they didn't correspond to anything at all. A tariff barrier might be an old remnant of some long outdated political agreement. Nobles, guilds, or religious institutions were sometimes given monopoly rights or a certain field of service in some designated way. The right to engage in international trade was strictly controlled as well, with licenses, tariffs, and quotas. Weights and measures were not standardized. A pound in one village might be a pound and a half in the next, and two-thirds of a pound in the other. That might not sound like a big deal, but it's hard to do business with someone when you can't even agree on the quantities you're going to sell. With all these official headaches to deal with, it's no surprise that a lot of people who wanted to engage in commerce just didn't bother and engaged in smuggling and black market trade instead. All this economic stuff can get a bit boring, but it has serious consequences. People starved to death while surplus grain rotted only a few miles away just because it was across some trade route, not worth paying tariffs to export it. It's important to note that what we're talking about here isn't protectionism. Modern-day protectionists believe in targeted trade barriers that they contend will serve the common good by stimulating some industry or serving some social purpose. The 18th century French system wasn't designed by economists through some rational process. These barriers weren't targeted, they were totally arbitrary, cobbled together piecemeal over the course of centuries. The only guiding principles of this system were inertia, blind deference to tradition, and political expedience. No modern person with even a basic understanding of economics would design a system like this. The arbitrary, needlessly complicated restrictions on trade in 18th century France contributed to poverty and suffering. I don't think any modern economist or any ideological persuasion would dispute. It was actually in France in this era that the discipline of economics as we know it was invented by a group of enlightened intellectuals who called themselves fittingly economists. You could almost say that the system had so many different faults and was so pointless and complicated that people had to invent an entirely new type of intellectual inquiry just to contemplate how bad it was. It's probably clear by now that you can fill a lot of airtime just talking about the various dysfunctions of 18th century France. But this is supposed to be a mini episode, so before it balloons any further, let's move on to French foreign policy. As I mentioned last time, the massive territorial and military expansion of Louis XIV caused concern in almost every court of Europe. When the Sun King took the throne, the French army had about 60,000 men. Near the end of his reign, it peaked at over 600,000, more than 10 times bigger. And the army increased in quality as well, new tactics, training, and organization. There was massive shipbuilding for their navy as well. Afraid of what such an ambitious king could accomplish with his powerful military, the other European powers banded together in coalitions to contain France. They were never quite able to land a knockout blow on Louis, but this stiff resistance slowed French expansion and cost valuable manpower and resources. Louis XIV set long-term strategic foreign policy goals for France that would be pursued by basically every French government he could talk about doing so. Louis's ambition was achieving what the French referred to as the country's natural borders. Basically, if you look at the topographical map of Europe, you'll see the French border roughly corresponds with several major geographic features. The English Channel to the north, the Atlantic Ocean to the west, the Pyrenees Mountains to the southwest, the Mediterranean to the south, the Alps to the southeast, and the Rhine River to the east. Crossing any of those natural barriers was a major undertaking for Louis XIV. Defenders had a huge advantage in holding a river battle or a mountain pass compared to taking the ground, and D-Day style amphibious invasions were practically impossible in early 18th century technology. To secure the country's long-term security, French foreign policymakers wanted to conform France's borders to these natural barriers, holding them annexing all the land between the seas, the mountains, and the Rhine, or failing that, achieving as much influence and control as possible over the independent states within their region. With these geographic fortifications on every border, they hoped to make France permanently safe from foreign invasion. You might remember in episode 4, I mentioned that a major goal of British foreign policy was preventing France from controlling any of the ports in modern-day Belgium and the Netherlands that they used to invade Britain. Well, most of those ports are on the French side of the Rhine, so within the so-called natural borders. If you ever wondered why France and Britain fought each other so often during this era, there's a big piece of the puzzle right there. Their fundamental national security goals were in direct conflict. The famous Franco-British rivalry wasn't actually that intense during the Renaissance. The British generally considered Spain their number one enemy, and the French tended to focus on Austria. But hostility really began to heat up during this period. The British felt threatened by any French influence in the Low Countries, and the French felt threatened unless they had control over the Low Countries. Combine that conflict with colonial and commercial competition, and you have a recipe for decades of struggle. A decent-sized chunk of the Holy Roman Empire was also on the wrong side of the line. So this ambition to achieve the natural borders also brought France into conflict with Austrian foreign policy. Maintaining Habsburg dominance over the Holy Roman Empire meant fighting to defend their territory. Despite the opposition of these two great powers, Louis XIV made huge gains in his drive for natural borders. But after his death, progress stopped. The French armies were no longer the dominant force within the Sun King's global borders. Worse, when the French army did win conquests, the government seemed incapable of holding on to her at the initiative table. This inflamed Philip to no end. The army captured and occupied most of modern Belgium during the War of the Austrian Succession, then relinquished it right back to Austria in the Treaty after the war. France had been allied with the Prussians, on the winning side, but gained almost nothing in the peace. Public outrage was so great that even idioms entered the lexicon. A Frenchman who wanted to call someone foolish would say he was as stupid as a geese. Doing a hard job with little or no compensation was referred to as working for the King of Prussia. During the 7 Years' War, the French army again seized valuable strategic territory, and again handed it right back at the end of the war, this time without even bothering to negotiate. Louis XV considered it dishonorable to conquer through diplomatic tricks. France's enemies paid back Louis' chivalry by taking over much of the French colonial empire in the peace settlement. When people criticized the king for not even trying to strike a bargain for some of the conflict, he quipped, "I'm the king of France, not a shopkeeper." Think of how that might sound to the soldiers who made sacrifices in his campaigns, or the people who lost friends or family in the war. Have I mentioned that everyone hated Louis XV? France intervened in the American War of Independence, largely to avenge the unhappy result of the 7 Years' War. And it was a very shrewd move. The British were defeated with a fraction of the time and effort expended in the 7 Years' War. But once again, the French government could not deliver on the treaty promise. The British much preferred giving concessions to the weak, faraway United States over conceding anything that might stray from France, a powerful rival right across the Atlantic Channel. The resulting treaty was very generous to the Americans, but the French only gained a few small colonial outposts. Even after a clear, convincing victory, France was not 1 inch closer to achieving Louis' ambition in the natural borders. It must have been emotionally satisfying to avenge the 7 Years' War, but intervening in the American War of Independence was a net negative for France. On top of financing their own operations, the French had subsidized much of the American war effort as well, just as the British had done so effectively for the Prussians during the wars of Frederick the Great. But French finances couldn't stretch as far as the British. The king's chief minister had actually argued against it in the American wars. He didn't think France could afford it. With apologies to my forefathers, he was probably right. During the war, the government spent twice as much on the war effort alone as it brought in gross revenue. Royal credit tanked. French finances were in a dangerous state before the conquest. The deluge of spending during the American War of Independence pushed them to the point of imminent crisis. So, to tie everything together, the combination of that massive war debt and a series of bad harvests in the 1780s brought France to the breaking point. Louis XVI had no choice but to introduce radical new economic policies and huge tax cuts. The resurgent Parlement resisted bitterly and defeated or weakened most of his reforms. In 1788, money finally ran out. The king had no choice but to call the Estates General for the first time in over 100 years, thus setting in motion the events that would lead to the Revolution. I think that's a good stopping point in the narrative. I hope these last 2 episodes have given you some sense of what France was like before the Revolution, and hopefully some hints as to why the old order was headed for such a sudden, dramatic collapse. Because that's how it happened. The monarchy wasn't toppled by some insurgent plot. It faltered in the face of a national crisis. New systems and new leaders rose up out of necessity, only after the old regime had proved itself incapable of addressing the mounting national crisis. That's all for now. Next time we'll be talking about 18th century warfare and military life. Thanks again to those of you who have contributed to the fundraiser on patreon.com. Submissions for the bonus episode are closing at midnight this Sunday, U.S. Central Standard Time. So better get on that soon. As always, please come say hello on Facebook and Twitter, and please review the show on iTunes. Thanks for listening.
Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventurers from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
History isn't black and white, yet too often it's presented as such. Grey History, the French Revolution is a long-form history podcast dedicated to exploring the ambiguities and nuances of the past. From a revolution of hope and liberty to the infamous Reign of Terror, you can't understand the modern world without understanding the French Revolution. So search for the French Revolution today.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Artful Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
That was fine. That was awesome. But as soon as that part got taken out of the equation, it was like, geez, I just looked that up.
Thanks for joining. Our subject today is warfare and military alliance. French Revolution will transform
What's the worst thing that ever happened with one of those films in a tattoo place?
But
The funniest thing that I ever, the thing that I thought was the funniest was a girl showing her period while I was piercing her. No, and I was sure
I never see this in
it's hilarious. And I was gonna say,
particularly
she was very embarrassed when I finally told her.
Well,
as luck would have it, there's an
Because I
excellent
was
memoir
staring at her vagina and started coming out.
that includes a lot of great information
where was
about
the
military.
tattoo at?
I was piercing.
His name was
That's
Ulrich
right, where was the
Brink.
piercing at?
He was Swiss, but served in Russia for 7 years.
Now I got it.
The memoir is called
Now I got
Life
it.
Story and Real Adventures of the Poor Man in Tunnel. Baker came from humble origins and had a little formal education.
By the way,
He was
Tony, this guy
talented,
looks
fun,
how
and
I
well.
sound. You know what I'm
Fantastic.
saying? You know what I'm saying?
I'll be using him as an example as we go along. And some of his observations
Another role that's
to
being cast
illustrate
by
some of
somebody
the
better.
general concepts. The 18th century was a transitional period in the history of warfare. In earlier eras, the battlefield was ruled by elite, heavily armored units fought with close hand-to-hand. Technological production improvements in the 17th century made firearms and artillery more accurate, more reliable, and
I wanted to
cheaper.
hang out at tattoo shops, but
This
I kept
ushered
wrong.
in a
That's
new
100%
era
the
in
truth. I
history
started
of
hanging
warfare.
out at a shop that it was
An era
either
dominated by the firepower
or
of vast
Pierce if I wanted
formations
to
of
hang out.
infantry
So,
and muskets. This type of warfare was a far cry from that of armored medieval knights or the colorful mercenary
I
troops of
pierced
the
this muscle
Renaissance.
lady like a full
But
on
among the ruling
bodybuilder chick.
elites,
She had a
there
shit
were a
ton,
lot
like
of romantic notions about the perfect action of
She had a what?
officers tended to see themselves as gentlemen first and foremost, and war as honorable, something to be pursued with dignity and chivalry, even within the most violent. Officers may have perceived some sense of financial fair play among each other, but this attitude was not extended to the men. Discipline in the 18th century armies was merciless and brutal. Corporal punishment was widespread. Things like flogging and mind-tapping. You of course escaped barefoot on a narrow wooden tent peg that owned a fog. Running the dogfight, in which a unit was formed into two lines and prevented from crossing. Every soldier in the regiment fought with striker, stick, and switch. You wanted to come from your own comrades as well. The hazing regimes and unofficial courts of honor punished breaches of the unspoken rules of barracks life. And this brutal treatment wasn't just reserved for behavior crimes. Physical violence and verbal abuse were key components of training and even of everyday Breaker described the experience.
After hours.
I love
You need to
that.
watch
Kind
as
of
they
what
make to
character
run
of
the
Breaking
gauntlet
Bad you
8
remind me of?
times,
Like
pinning
a,
down a long
I don't know,
outlaw
what, like
200
Chico's
men,
third cousin
until
or
they fell
something like
down
that.
breathless, and the next day do it again.
So that's
The
interesting. So you
clothes
make
were
money.
torn
How
from
are the
their
tattoo
mangled
shop
backs, and
and
clothes
the
became fresh until
dispensary
clots of
alike?
blood hung down
How's the
from their
culture the
features.
same?
Besides
It's a lot
this,
of gray
the
area
Winklings went
for
home
like
thrilled
criminal
with the
activity
US
for sure.
cause for similar
Like tattoo shop.
operations.
Yeah, cash only
There
business. The
too,
Dregs
you
of
can go in
society.
person from
100%.
Lowe's, from minor nobles
The
who
Dregs
liked
of
to read
society.
Oh, in the
Likewise, there were
dispensary.
lamentations from the
I like that
victims.
band.
We ourselves, indeed, were always among the first at the places and exerted ourselves bravely, but it grieved us to the heart nonetheless to see others so unmercifully mishandled in every trial, and to picture ourselves so shamefully mistreated year upon year, sailing often for 5 hours at a time, iced up into our uniforms as tight as a
Right
knot,
now,
marching up and
shitty.
down poker stiff, intending to practice an arm swing as quick as lightning. And all this less than an officer standing before us with a furious face and a cane ready, and every moment threatening to cut us down like cabbage stumps. Under this treatment, even the strongest nerve bones among us grew weak, and the meekest rage began to end quote. This was a horrible way to live. But there was a grim logic to this approach. In the 18th century Rome, victory often went to the most disciplined troops. The army whose soldiers were best able to ignore the basic human impulses of self-preservation. They were automatons. Union's men continued to march when they were too tired to work, staying in formation in fall classes, closing ranks as their comrades fell away, moving only in steady lockstep, only firing accordingly. The most important of all, when never to learn the basic human instinct to turn tail and run away against advantage. But empty-handed cannons scattered, they were the fighting men charging to finish them off. This was the ideal target for them. Keep your head, stay together, and you might stay alive. Lose your nerve, and the last thing you ever hear will likely be hoofbeats rapidly approaching from behind. In time, states would learn to train and motivate men to fight this way in their own people. But for most of the 18th century, the method was to psychologically break the police and terrorize them with emergency units. And it worked. Here's how Henry
Might
Lloyd,
be funnier if
an
you
Englishman
say
who
you have,
fought
if
Austria
just
seconds
maybe, I
further
don't know,
away,
but you might want to try
described the
it
Prussian army. Quote,
some night. Is like, it
a
might be
vast
funnier if you
irregular
say that
machine.
you have your needle
Their
in one
victories
hand
must
and
be
his
ascribed
needle
to this
in the other,
chamber,
because then you're
for
saying
all
that
the
he has a
genius
little
of the
prick
reaper
too.
can do nothing without
Just adds
and
one more
almost
element.
everything with it.
That is a little
End
bit.
quote.
What else,
Amazingly,
Johnny?
there
See
were
anything
men
else
who
crazy
actually
about? You have any
volunteered for
special
this.
skills or talents or
As we
anything?
discussed in
Master
previous
yo-yo
episodes,
artist?
there was intense honor in the
Kids
18th
don't
century
like
Europe.
Skodo?
The military was
watch
seen as the
wrestling,
last
play
resort,
poker.
but many were
Watch
forced to
wrestling
take
and
it.
play poker?
Ladies.
Other side of adventure ignored. Petty
There he goes,
criminals were
Johnny
often
C,
given the
everybody. You
choice
met him
of
here on
serving in
Kill
the
Tony.
military or serving
He's on
prison
Twitter at that.
sentences. The hard partying, hard drinking aspects of the military culture, a daily ration of liquor or beer issued by most armies, attracted destitute alcoholics.
D-U-G-E.
Recruiting
That dude
officers
Johnny
also
C. There he goes,
routinely
everybody.
used deception
That
in
dude
what we
Johnny C.
today
with
would
terrible
probably
handwriting if
classify
you want
as
to know.
kidnapping, particularly in wartime
Hey,
when
what's this?
manpower
A
reserves were
Pokemon ball
stretched.
from last week.
That's what Ulrich Breaker did in the
Dude,
Prince
that's
Army.
called residual
He took
laughter,
a
bro.
job as a servant for a rich foreigner named Marconi, and faithfully followed his new master right to the
You're on
Russian army
fire
post
right
where
now.
he was in the
I'm pulling
Russian
another name
military.
out of the bucket again. I'm
Marconi
excited. This
was a
looks like another
recruiting
new game
officer,
for your hands.
paid a bounty for every young man he brought in. Here's how Breaker described the scene where he arrived at the place. Quote, over his arm, the sergeant major carried a soldier's rifle, which he spread out on the table, with a young coin beside it, saying, that's for you, my son. I'll bring you your bread ration directly. What, for me? I rejoined. Oh, for something. Why, your uniform and your pay, boy. That's a foolish question for a recruit. What? How? A recruit? Purified? God forbid. I've never thought of any such thing. No, not in all my life. I am Marconi's servant. That's what I was hired for, nothing else. And no one need tell me otherwise. The sergeant. And I tell you, fellow, that you are a soldier. I'll vouch for that, and there's no more to be said. End quote. It will probably not shock you to hear that desertion was rampant. Conditions were brutal, pay was bad, and many soldiers had no desire to join up in the first place. No one in the 18th century carried identification. It was tantalizingly simple to just slip away. In the British Army, for example, 23% of the men recruited between 1774 in 1780 deserted for the end of their term of service.
Here's the tricky part. I don't know if I walked to LAX on a
Arthur
plane
the Great
ticket
issued
through
a
San
document
Francisco,
called the King's
or if I just
Military
walked all throughout
Instructions.
Highway 5
These were a short
and
list of
ended up in the
standard
city.
orders, procedures, and
Mind-blowing
practices
how much
involved every
cardio
Prussian army
exercise
to
I've been
follow.
getting since I started playing
The
this.
very first order in that document was about preventing desertion, which I think goes to show how seriously he took his problem. In Frederick's own words, through desertion, quote,
Actually, my
the
second
army
time.
becomes weakened at the very period when its completeness is most essentially necessary. Unless the greatest attention is paid to circumstance, you will lose the best of your forces and never be able to recover yourself. To prevent desertion, Frederick ordered, among other things, that armies not camp near woods, avoid marching at night, call roll several times a day, and send out cavalry patrols and establish cordons of light infantry to hunt down and capture deserters. He tells officers not to allow their men to, quote, wander about without supervision, even before each professional order. And the men were to be kept busy. Quoting Frederick again, the army is composed for the most part of idle and inactive men, and unless the general has a constant eye upon them and obliges them to do their duty, this artificial machine will very soon fall to pieces, and nothing but the bare idea of a disciplined army will remain. End quote. This almost sounds more like life on a prison chain gang than a soldier. Imagine if tomorrow morning you woke up and there were media reports of troops in your country's military going to the mid 18th century soldiers. Think of the public reaction. At the very least, some politicians and generals would probably lose their jobs. Here in the U.S., I'd be worried someone might get killed over it. But in the 18th century, people didn't really care. And this wasn't some secret. The brutality of military life was depicted pretty explicitly in Voltaire's King Lear, for example, and that was the most popular book of the century. Clearly, cultural attitudes towards the military were very different in the 1700s. This was not an era in which supporting the troops was considered a civic virtue. Soldiers were a scorned class of outcasts. Generally, common people feared and distrusted them, and the elite despised them as degenerates and criminals. This attitude began to change during and after the French Revolution, but as late as 1813, the Duke of Wellington famously called his own men the scum of the earth. The lyric breakup was immediate. Here's how a veteran soldier explained their want. Quote, alas, we poor dogs that have been cast away or sold, fit only to be despised in time of peace, and in war to be stabbed or shot. In pre-revolutionary Paris, there were signs in public parks reading, no soldiers, no prostitutes. I think that shows you pretty clearly where soldiers ranked in the 18th century European social strata. Of course, little of this bad reputation rubbed off on the officers. The officer corps in most of Europe was still very much the preserve of the nobility. Leading men into battle was seen as an honorable occupation, even though actually being one of those men was not. Strange state of affairs, but then again, there are some glaring contradictions in the way almost every society views war. The aristocratic pretensions of the officer class sometimes bordered on the absurd. At the Battle of Fontenoy in 1745, the first regimental foot guards, the most elite unit in the British army, found themselves face to face with the Garde Française, the most elite unit in the French army. As the two units faced each other in line formation, officers from each side stepped forward, bowed, and doffed their caps to each other. After a few flowery aristocratic insults, an English officer invited the French to fire first, calling out, "Gentlemen of the French Guards, fire!" His French counterpart demurred, answering, "Gentlemen, we never fire first, fire yourselves." This strange little standoff ultimately ended with the French firing first. The English foot guards got the better of that two-day exchange, but the British army lost the battle, so not sure what lesson we can take from that result. The incident passed into history as an example of old-fashioned chivalry, but the side that fired first was usually at a disadvantage. So this is more a case of high-class trash talk than gentlemanly refinement. Still, it's an odd way to conduct yourself given the circumstances. And there is something about the event that feels ritualistic and archaic, out of place in the so-called age of reason. The new blood and wealth were the most important factors in achieving high military, just as they had been for over a thousand years of European history. But that old way of doing things was under pressure in these changing
started, and
times.
I've been managing
After all,
operating
this was
stores
the
for a
age
while,
of
and
the
I got to the point of like
Enlightenment.
self-sustainability,
Many
and I was like,
educated
you know what,
people
starting
worshipped
my MBA
rationality
soon.
and
just got tired of
empiricism.
thinking his
It was
little
getting hard to defend a system on
In a
rational
nutshell, no.
grounds.
I
War
mean,
was
it
becoming
was
more
fun.
like
It
a
was just,
science. An
I'm
officer
23.
needed a
I just
good
want to do something
understanding of
different. So
geometry
what
to
else do you do
effectively
for fun?
fire
Dude,
an
this phone is
artillery.
weird. That's why it's not
Engineering
interesting,
was
you know?
building fortifications. Armies were getting bigger and their supply needs were getting more complex. A good general
What's the
needed
truth
someone
on
who's good
that
at
one? Look out
logistics
for you
as easy
diehard
as
fans. You know you love it.
intangible
The
chivalric
horse comes
qualities
out when
that
something
supposedly
super
came
honest.
from
It's
good
good
breeding.
stuff.
I'm a dancer. I've
To
been
meet these
dancing my entire
challenges,
life.
both
Okay,
armies
here
introduced
we
merit-based approaches
motherfucking
to
go.
branches of service that required more technical knowledge, like artillery or engineering, or even arrived commoners to become officers in these
Not
departments.
right.
Governments opened a military
Oh
academy,
shit!
cadets would learn about tactics and strategy as academic disciplines, rather than going to war in corps and learning how to be an officer from their homes, as many civilian academics. Still, it was only so far along the decline that money might last more than good grades. A great example of this is the career of a French officer named Lazare Carnot. Carnot was one of the great military geniuses of his time. He would go on to play a huge role in the Revolution. Before 1789, he was already well known in the military as a reformer with big ideas about the future of the French army. He also had a reputation among intellectuals for his contributions to the field of science and mathematics and engineering, which he did with a hobby in his spare time. He was widely considered to be the greatest mind in the French army, and for good reason, but he was also common. Carnot was an engineer, and commoners were allowed to serve as officers in the French and Dutch military, but not to rise above the ranks of the engineer and captain. He was in his late 30s when the revolution broke out, still only a captain after almost 2 decades of service. Aristocratic officers might present an embarrassment to have stayed in the army that long without achieving a higher rank, but that was the best Carnot could hope for in the old system, despite being known as one of France's most brilliant officers. So when the time came, Captain Carnot supported the revolution. But in this situation, wouldn't you? The old army was not interested in putting the talents of someone like him to good use. Why would they? A few other contributions were made, but the revolution offered no chance to make it. So Captain Carnot took his chance and tried to make a mark on history instead of remaining in obscurity. So that's what an 18th century army looks like. Lots of sullen, unwilling soldiers being mistreated by often unqualified officers. Not a pretty picture, but how did they actually perform? Battles of the 18th century were very small compared to what would come after the Revolution. For instance, the biggest battle of the 7 Years' War included about 80,000 men total on both sides. Over 500,000 men participated in Napoleon's biggest battle. There are a couple of reasons for this. First, pre-revolutionary European states were just not as effective at recruiting and training. Second, even if they had managed to somehow concentrate and maneuver a single battle, their logistics systems would have been overwhelmed trying to recruit such a small area supplied with only 300 equipped and hundreds of thousands. But most importantly, that's just not the way pre-revolutionary powers fought wars. When we think of great powers fighting each other, we tend to imagine a war effort like World War I or World War II, conflicts in which entire populations were mobilized and governments requisitioned every necessary resource to fight for national survival. That type of war is called total war, and it did not yet exist in the 18th century. Scholars classify the conflicts of this era as limited wars. There was no mass mobilization, not for military service, not for war production. Governments took out loans and raised taxes for military spending, but they didn't resort to anything truly drastic, like seizing emergency control over parts of the economy. The 7 Years' War was a massive blow at conflict involving almost every major European country, waged on 5 continents. But even at its height, life didn't change very much for most Europeans. Unless someone close to them was a military or was fortunate living in the path of one of their armies, you average people were only dimly aware of what war really involved. 18th century states didn't really have the capabilities or know-how to wage total war. But even if they had, why would they? As you'll recall from earlier episodes, the great powers of this era, losing a war usually Armies were expensive. They cost money to feed and equip, of course. And from the state's perspective, every veteran soldier had a great deal of time and money invested in them. Turning a raw recruit into a model soldier was a slow process. Sure, they could march and fire a musket after only a few months' training, but it took years of proving experience, skill, and, let's be honest here, indoctrination for that man to truly fight and march independently. 18th century commanders viewed experienced men as precious finite resources. They considered it foolish to risk too many men in the outcome of a single battle. Fighting too many large, costly, engaging swords seems a mark of incompetence in a general. Even if you usually won, it was reckless. The command of an army was a solemn, sacred charge. The commander's first duty was to preserve it. So duels were fought cautiously, deliberately, like a chess match between two conservative players. It was quite common for opposing armies to maneuver around each other for months without fighting a mortal enemy. Sometimes an entire campaign season would come and go without a big battle. Both armies would leave their winter quarters, march around the theater of war for 9 months, raiding, fighting small skirmishes, then march back to their winter quarters with nothing resolved. There was another reason wars were fought at this slow pace, maybe an obvious one. Armies of this era couldn't move very quickly. 15 miles per day was a remarkably fast pace of march for this era. Most armies get closer to 10. That's between 24 and 16 kilometers a day at maximum. That is under ideal conditions. Over rough terrain or with some unforeseen delay, it can be much less. To put in perspective just how slow that is, it takes a person walking at an average pace a little under 5 hours to walk 15 miles. So what slowed these guys down? For one thing, think back to Frederick the Great's instructions to his generals: prevent desertion. No shortcuts through the woods. No pushing a few extra hours into the night to make up for lost time. No complicated maneuvers that might split the army up and prevent them from forming that barrier of light infantry guards and cavalry reserves. Soldiers were not allowed to leave the march column for any reason without the direct supervision of command school. This really slowed down foraging, the process by which parties of soldiers ran out across the countryside to buy or requisition food from local civilians. Since they couldn't reliably supply themselves this way, 18th century armies had to travel in years or even supply trains. Armies on the march were organized above all to stop the soldiers from fleeing, not to maximize speed. And the attitude of the soldiers must have made a difference in the speed of the war. We know many of them didn't want to be there in the first place. A huge proportion of soldiers probably loathed their officers and didn't even really care who won the war they were fighting for. Fear and force can push people to the point of exhaustion, but I think you need some level of sincere belief to inspire them to push past fear. With all of that said, on occasion, these lumbering, unhappy masses of petty criminals and kidnapping victims did bump into each other and fight each other. Battles tended to start with small skirmishes between cavalry and scouts, as each army attempted to do reconnaissance and disrupt the enemy as they deployed their main force. Once battles started in earnest, they usually looked like the ones you see in movies. Thin lines of infantry marching towards one another and getting shockingly close before the first shot was fired. Firearms technology had improved by leaps and bounds, but it was still comically bad by modern standards. Americans might have famous command from the Battle of Bunker Hill during the American War of Independence: don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes. Well, that actually wasn't that unusual. Soldiers generally weren't ordered to fire on the enemy until they were closer than 50 yards, or about 45 meters, maximum. Even at close range, by some estimates, less than 1% of the rounds fired actually struck an enemy soldier. The reloading process was cumbersome and costly. In combat conditions, the average soldier would open fire as quickly 2 or 3 times a minute. To our eyes, soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder in those 18th century line formations looked like sitting ducks, maybe even a little ridiculous. But with such inaccurate, cumbersome weapons, the only way to guarantee hitting anything was to get as many men as possible firing at the same target. These tight formations also allowed them to cluster together quickly in the event of a cavalry charge. It was very easy for troopers on horseback to ride down and kill a single infantry soldier, much more difficult to charged through with well-raised bayonets. Soldiers would fire their muskets as a group, in unison. These bursts of firepower are called volleys. This maximized the psychological impact on the enemy and allowed officers to control the timing and pacing. With the slow rate of fire, officers would often form their lines 2 or 3 men deep, and each layer of the line set a speed limit to take turns firing, thus reducing the time between volleys. A man armed with a musket was very vulnerable while reloading. It was a complicated multi-step process that required a lot of concentration. The period of lull between firing a volley and having the next shot ready was dangerous. Two opposing units might fire a few volleys back and forth at each other, or they might hammer away for quite some time. But almost inevitably, eventually, one side would sense a moment of weakness in the other, or gain some temporary advantage, and seize the opportunity by charging with bayonets. Sometimes this would result in hand-to-hand combat, but quite often soldiers on the receiving end of the bayonet charge would simply turn tail and run. Like I said, commanders usually didn't order a charge unless the enemy was already waiting and facing the enemy close with the bayonet is a lot more psychologically difficult than firing at a distance. The line formations combat used here were designed to maximize firepower. They weren't very effective for fast assaults with hand-to-hand weapons, shock tactics, as military theorists call them. That's why infantry usually only charged at the enemy was already moving. This style of warfare favored the defensive and firepower rather than the offensive and shock tactics. As I mentioned at the beginning, artillery was improving during this period as well. Cannons were becoming more accurate, and more importantly, loaded. But as often happens in history, tactics aren't quite caught up with technology. You might compare the use of artillery in this period to the use of tanks and airplanes in the First World War. They certainly played a role, but military commanders were still learning their capabilities, and it wouldn't be until decades later that they'd be used to their full potential. By the late 18th century, it was feasible to move artillery around the battlefield as needed, but few commanders took full advantage of this mechanics. Oftentimes, cannons would simply be scattered around the field before battle, forming patches of high ground that commanders would just hope for the best. Cavalry was declining in importance. A man on a horse is a pretty good target, even for a fully trained infantryman with an accurate 18th century musket, and it was almost impossible for cavalry to break through tight formations of bayonet armed infantry, as long as the infantry kept their air cover. There were still grand cavalry charges, just as there would be during the century during this period, but they were more dangerous and less effective than the previous eras. But the cavalry played many other roles. They were scouts and screeners, gathering intelligence on the opposing army and preventing enemy forces from gaining safely. They raided supplies and disrupted communications. In big battles, the cavalry's speed made them ideal for harassing enemy leaders and flanks and pursuing defeated enemy units. And they could still be devastating unless the infantry got out of formation or ran away. So that's the theory behind these 18th century cavalry. But the experience was something else entirely. The dominant sensation for most participants was probably confusion. Gunpowder of this era was fouler and more malignant stuff than gunpowder some of you might be familiar with today. It produced much more smoke, and that smoke was thicker, darker, and physically stunning knots. This was even worse for the common infantryman. Firing a musket involved setting off a tiny gunpowder charge just below the shooter's cheek, essentially sending a little plume of noxious smoke right into his eye. Firing a lot of rounds in quick succession will leave the side of the face scorched with a bad sunburn. With tens of thousands of muskets and dozens of cannon all firing at the same time for hours on end, battlefields quickly became covered in a thick, stinging haze of gunpowder smoke. Many accounts of battles from this period mention the lack of visibility. And remember, the most important thing for infantrymen was to stay in the unit, stay in formation. That's the biggest practical reason for all the colorful flags and uniforms in this era. It's easier for the unit to stick together if they can all recognize each other instantly from above or below. It would have been almost as hard to hear as it was to see. Muskets were incredibly loud. Most fired around less than half the size of a modern military rifle, but their design was much less efficient, and it took a lot of shot would have been forced to do any damage. The sound of one musket going off might be enough to make your ears ring and close enough. Remember, most of the ship's was done revolvers, which means several hundred men all stick together firing at once, picked up loud. On top of that, there was from artillery, officers shouting commands, and of course, the cries of the enemy. With his senses under assault, the average participant in the 18th century battle often had little idea what was going on. Maybe the relentless drill and discipline makes a little more sense in this context. A disoriented, frightened soldier could rely on his training. He could forget about trying to interpret the confusing, hellish horror around him, concentrate on obeying his superiors, or going through those same fateful motions he practiced 1,000 times on the parade ground. Our unfolded breaker fought only one battle, the Battle of Labosas. This was the first major engagement of the 7 Years' War. Not a particularly important war, but representative enough for our purposes. Here's some of Breaker's description. At 6 o'clock, the artillery fire was already thundering from our front line, as well as from the Imperial batteries. So fiercely that the incoming cannonballs sped as far as our regiment, which was from the second line. Until then, I had always hoped to steal away before a battle. Now I saw no way of escape before me nor behind, neither to the left nor to the right, and meanwhile we continued to advance. Now my heart sank into my boots. I would have liked to creep into the belly of the earth. And a similar feeling, indeed a definite pallor, was soon to be seen on every face, even of those who had so far gained courage. The brandy flasks that every soldier carried flew empty through the air amid the cannonballs. For most men drank their little score to the last drop, to the tune of "Courage today," and maybe no need of a dram tomorrow. We remained under the enemy's cannon fire until near 11 o'clock. I was already feeling less afraid at the beginning. The volleys were carrying men away from near me on both sides, and the field was already strewn with dead and wounded. I'll skip a little exposition here. Basically, Breaker is part of a contingent that gets moved to face a threat on another part of the battle. He uses the word condor in this passage. It's a type of light infantry soldier in the Austrian military, just like the U.S. Army traditionally calls its light infantry rangers, the Austrians called some of theirs condors. Anyway, he writes, as soon as our vanguard reached the summit, a terrible hail of musket fire burst out, and now we could see where the trap was laying in our path. Several thousand Imperial condors had been moved up on the other side of the hill, expressly to attack our army in the rear. Only a few minutes more, and they would have taken the heights, and we could have gotten the worst of it. An indescribable slaughter took place before we could bring the condors out of their retreats. Our advance troops suffered severely, but the rear ranks pressed out of them at breakneck speed, until at last we all reached the heights. There we had to go stumbling over the heaps of dead and wounded. Our native Prussians sprang upon the condors like furies. I too was quite beside myself with heat and excitement. Conscious of no fear or repugnance, I loosed off nearly all of my 60 cartridges without stopping, until my musket became almost red hot and carried by the sling. Yet I do not believe that I heard a living thing. They all went into thin air. Now on the plain, the battle was begun anew, but who could clearly describe such a scene? The smoke and steam now issued forth from the bosses, the crackling and thundering, as if heaven and earth were about to dissolve, while the senses were confused by the unceasing roll of hundreds of drums, by the sounds of all kinds of military music that stirred the heart and lifted the spirits, by the shouts of some of the commanders and the bellowing of their adjutants, and by the howling and shrieking from so many thousand wretched, crushed, half-dead victims of the day. So there you have it. Fear, confusion, and uncertainty, then a sudden moment of frenzied violence and scenes of human suffering. I think that's a decent portrait of the 18th century battle. To close out the Lord Breaker story, he comes back from the action for the rest of the battle. But then, taking advantage of the chaos, snuck off and ran to Austrian lines. Ironically, he ended up in custody of a Condor regiment, located him pretty well, and after a few days of debriefing, sent him on his way back to Switzerland. He was never caught. The Battle of Labosas was Lord Breaker's last day as a soldier of heavy infantry. So that's a rough sketch of the armies of pre-revolutionary Europe. That was the status quo that was about to be shattered when the resolution of the French Republic proposed as a new kind of this episode will be closed. Sorry if you had an idea and missed the cutoff, but there will be chances for you guys to get involved in the future. We got about 50 suggestions, and honestly, they're all pretty good. I'll post them up online in the next day or two, and we'll do a poll to decide which will be covered. Next time, we'll be talking about the French Revolution. Yes, I'm going to try to cover arguably the most important event in human history in the same episode. We'll see how that goes. That's it for now. Thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Mike Troy, host of the American Revolution podcast, audio media network. This podcast is the origin story of the United States, how we went from colonies ruled by a king to the democratic republic that we have today. The American Revolution podcast tells the story of the revolution from beginning to end. Please subscribe for free. We're available on all major podcast platforms. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution podcast.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. So, listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers. Welcome to the Age of the Full Moon. Episode 7, The Undesired. Thanks for joining me. Well, here we are at last. The first episode on the French Revolution. The original plan was to lay it all out in one show, but there was a lot of listener interest in more in-depth coverage, and there's just so much to say, so I ended up breaking it up into 2 episodes. This was the formative event of Napoleon Bonaparte's life. In his own correspondence, he observed that a person's politics are usually most shaped by events in their young adulthood. In writing that, I think he had his own experience of the revolution in mind. Napoleon was 19 years old when the Bastille fell. He spent essentially his entire adult life reckoning with the consequences of the revolution. Napoleon was far from unique in that respect. The fall of the House of Bourbon and the rise of the French Republic was a political and intellectual earthquake. This was the single dominant historical event for almost every politically aware person of Napoleon's generation in the Western world. The legacy of the revolution was the central debate of the 19th century. It led to the formation of the political ideologies of liberalism, conservatism, and reaction, and indirectly to the foundation of socialism, anarchism, communism, and fascism. You could make a good argument we're still grappling with the events of 1789. As we move along the narrative of Napoleon's life, we'll watch a lot of the revolution unfold through his eyes. In some cases, literally. He was actually an eyewitness and ground-level participant in some of the key events of this era. But with such a massively important event, I thought it would be useful to get a bird's-eye overview first, just so we're all on the same page when this stuff starts cropping up in our story. Today I'd like to focus on the early events of the revolution. I'm particularly interested in the fall of Louis of Bourbon, from a generally popular monarch with absolute power to an impotent figurehead captive to a hostile public. At the beginning of his reign, Louis XVI was loved by the people of France. When he was still a crown prince, the press sometimes called him the Desired One, because he seemed caring and down-to-earth compared to his distant, misanthropic grandfather. It was traditional for the King of France to receive a large cash gift when he took the throne. When Louis was crowned in 1774, he donated all his coronation money to charity, the equivalent of millions of dollars today. Even the most jaded tabloid gossip mongers had to admit he showed character. Louis was signaling that he wanted to be a different kind of king. The public was far more skeptical of the new queen, Marie Antoinette. She was a Habsburg, and Austria was France's greatest rival. But even she won them over in those early days. Marie Antoinette reinvented the role of queen by taking an active role in raising funds and awareness for charitable causes, kind of like a modern American First Lady. Medical services for the poor was her signature issue. But the royal administration was in a deep crisis. Things were bad when Louis took the throne, and it got worse quickly. Good intentions are a fine thing in a leader, but long-term political popularity requires results. French government spending far exceeded revenue. The treasury was nearly empty. Increasingly, the government had to borrow to stay afloat, and inevitably its credit got worse. Every year, a bigger proportion of the state budget went to simply paying the minimum interest on all these loans. For years, the king's ministers had been aware there was a problem, and they tried different policies to address it, but the system needed a complete overhaul, not cautious, piecemeal reform. There were proposals to do just that, but anything broad or ambitious enough to really turn the tide inevitably fell victim to the sclerotic, conservative political system. The kingdom was getting deeper into the red at the worst possible time. In periods of famine, the people of France relied on the government to provide relief in the form of subsidies, price controls, and emergency grain imports. The 1770s and 1780s saw a series of bad harvests and natural disasters. Increasingly, average men and women struggled to feed their families. Some starved. The people of France needed the help of the royal government more than ever, just as it was least able to provide relief due to the financial situation. There wasn't much of a political relationship between the king and his subjects, but one of the few things people did expect from their monarch was that they would be able to get enough to eat. The king was seen as the guarantor of the grain supply, so a threat to the people's food security was also a threat to the monarchy's popularity and legitimacy. Contrary to popular belief, the royal government didn't just watch indifferently while people starved. They tried dozens of different policies to get things under control, but by the late 1780s, the crisis was just too big for this weak government to handle, especially as its hands were tied tighter and tighter every year by the financial situation. As the food crisis mounted, unrest grew. There were riots and isolated acts of violence by desperate, hungry people. An atmosphere of anger, fear, and paranoia began to creep in all over the country. In earlier episodes, we talked about the Parlement, regional assemblies of nobles that kind of functioned like law courts and could block royal decrees when they felt the interests of the nobility were threatened. Well, with the government racing to solve the food crisis and a looming financial meltdown, decrees were coming out of Versailles at a pace and scope not seen since the days of Louis XIV. With hindsight, we can see that they were acting out of desperation, but to the Parlement, it looked like the government was cynically exaggerating a crisis to justify a power grab. The harder the king tried to reform the country, the more the Parlement were convinced that their rights were under threat and they had to resist. The Parlement tried out a new tactic in their struggle with Louis XVI, something we are probably overly familiar with. They used the press to try to sway public opinion. It might be odd to think of this as new, but there really hadn't been much of a public before this period. In earlier eras, most people who were well informed on current affairs and educated enough to understand them were aristocrats, political players in their own right, not an uninvolved public observing politics and forming their opinions from afar. But by this era, there was increasingly a population of literate, politically aware commoners, men and women who were probably like most of you listening, not personally involved in the government, but who read or debated enough about politics to have their own opinions on the performance of the government and the future direction of the country. In 18th century France, most of these people came from the middle class. They tended to have pro-Enlightenment, liberal sympathies, and so that's what the public relations campaign of the Parlement played on. This was really just a squabble between the factions of the ruling class. The king and his administration were fighting for their interests, and the nobility were fighting for theirs. But the Parlement painted it as a grand clash of principles, a fight for freedom. They published pamphlets and essays arguing the Parlement weren't just defending their own interests and tax exemptions, but taking a stand for French liberty against the tyranny of the king. The literate public ate it up. The king's legitimacy was already taking a hit from the food crisis, and these Enlightenment-influenced arguments coming from the Parlement gave people an ideological and philosophical framework with which to express their discontent. Louis's plan to push reform through the Parlement was doomed. As this public debate raged, some voices began to call for a meeting of the Estates General, the elected national legislative body that hadn't met in over a century. But Louis didn't want to call a meeting of the Estates. Like his predecessors, he considered the institution too powerful and unpredictable. But reform was going nowhere, the financial situation was becoming more desperate, and the idea was gaining traction among the public. The king had lost the initiative. The government spent most of 1787 and 1788 engaged in all kinds of political footwork, attempting to sidestep the issue, but in the summer of 1788 they ran out of time. The royal treasury was officially empty. The government's credit was ruined. Few would risk loaning money to the king. Those who did charged astronomical rates of interest. Very soon, the government would be forced into drastic measures like liquidating assets, paying employees in IOUs, or even defaulting in debts. In the winter of 1788, a group of bankers offered a massive package of loans to the government, but only under the condition that the king call the Estates General and empowered them to reform the economy and tax system. In January of 1789, the king finally relented and ordered elections for a meeting of the estates to be convened in the spring. This was a momentous announcement. The only precedent was in the distant past, in a very different society with different political dynamics. There was suddenly a potential for change and new possibilities for the future. In a modern American context, you might compare it to calling a new constitutional convention. The Estates General had three chambers. The first estate was the church. They were there to represent the interests of French Catholicism as an institution, but they were also human beings and carried their own personal views with them. The leadership was overrepresented: cardinals, bishops, abbots. Almost all of them came from noble families, and many had connections to the royal court. But the majority of the seats in the First Estate were actually reserved for the rank-and-file clergy. Many of them sympathized with the commoners. The Second Estate represented the nobility. Almost all of the eminent aristocrats of France had a seat, including men of the royal court and the king's close male relatives. But as we discussed in episode 5, the nobility was not a uniform group. There were poor nobles represented as well, and men whose families had only been aristocrats for a generation or two. Generally, the Second Estate was the most conservative of the three bodies, the most supportive of the status quo. But even here, there was a significant minority of liberals. Many were disciples of the Enlightenment, others just saw that the current system was broken. The Third Estate represented everyone else in France, the 98 or 99% of Frenchmen who weren't aristocrats or ordained Catholic clergy. Everyone from Parisian bankers to the starving sans-culottes, from Bordeaux merchants to migrant farm workers. In theory, this was a chamber for everyone. In practice, it was dominated by the bourgeoisie. Few others had the time, money, and education to inform themselves on political issues and run for office. There were some businessmen and bankers, but the delegates of the Third Estate tended to be what we would call white-collar professionals: civil servants, doctors, and especially lawyers. This was by far the most liberal and pro-reform chamber of the Estates General. Most delegates came from the upper middle class. They generally felt undervalued and ignored in the current system, and were enthusiastic about Enlightenment ideas. On May 5th, 1789, the Estates General officially opened. Ominously, only a few weeks earlier, Parisian workers had risen up in a violent riot. who had taken the army days to contain the chaos, cost of 25 dead. Anyone who thought calling the Estates General would solve all the country's problems was quickly disappointed. The government was still paralyzed by infighting. The only real difference was now it was between the king and the liberal delegates instead of the king and the Parlement. Just as Louis had feared, the Estates General did not defer to royal authority. The way the liberal delegates saw it, the king himself had given them a broad mandate to reform the country, and they were the legitimate representatives of the people of France. Their view of themselves as elected officials was not unlike the one embraced in most modern democracies. They felt they were entrusted with a duty to give voice to their constituents and use their judgment to advocate for the common good. The king and his allies did not see things that way. They were still steeped in that absolutist view of the king as the metaphorical embodiment of the country. His will was the country's will. In their eyes, the liberal delegates were just a group of willful, insolent subjects taking advantage of the crisis to act out like wayward children. Louis vacillated in his approach to the Estates General. The king was not a particularly vindictive or reactionary person, but he was very pliable, and some of his advisors were. Louis had no confidence in his own judgment. Time and again, he would allow hardline members of the court to talk him into some uncompromising authoritarian position, then have second thoughts and allow himself to be swayed in the other direction. On several occasions, the king came right to the precipice of ordering a crackdown on the liberal opposition, only to change his mind at the last minute. The reactionary faction at court had managed to convince the king to quietly amass a small army of loyal troops in Paris, but opposing advice and his own peaceful nature prevented Louis from pulling the trigger and ordering the troops in to dissolve the Estates General. While Louis wallowed in indecision, the opposition gained momentum. Liberal clergymen began defecting from their chamber and sitting with the commoners in the Third Estate instead. Delegates of the Third Estate and their supporters began to refer to it as the National Assembly, reflecting their belief that the Third Estate represented the will of the whole country, not just one class. On the 19th of June, 1789, the king finally made up his mind. His reactionary advisors had finally won him over. The crackdown was in motion. The delegates of the National Assembly gathered the next morning and found the meeting place locked up, guarded by soldiers. Legally, the king still had the power to unilaterally dissolve the assembly and even to arrest any members he wished. The delegates quickly realized that closing down their meeting place would probably be the first step to doing something like that. So, the National Assembly took decisive action of their own. They moved their meeting to the nearest space that could accommodate them, the tennis courts at their side, and immediately voted to pass a momentous resolution. Quote, "All members of this assembly shall immediately take a solemn oath, not to separate, and to reassemble wherever circumstances require, until the constitution of the kingdom is established and consolidated upon firm foundations." End quote. In effect, they were finally throwing down the gauntlet to the king and demanding a written constitution. This event has become famous as the tennis court oath. It was all very dramatic, but it was also a smart piece of political maneuvering. The delegates had surmised that the king would soon issue a decree dissolving the assembly, and or ordering some of its members arrested. The oath effectively preempted that decree. Remember, this oath wasn't just some guys in a gym making a promise to each other. They were a legislature. This was proposed as a resolution and passed by majority vote. Once the tennis court oath was approved, if the king followed through and ordered a crackdown, they would have a solid legal foundation to resist it, because his orders would be in violation of their legal resolution. Pretty clever, right? Like I said, a lot of these guys were lawyers. And it worked. Yet again, the king backed down and shifted to a more conciliatory stance. He agreed to work with the National Assembly. Priests and monks from the First Estate were now leaving their chamber in droves to sit with the assembly. Even some liberal nobles from the Second Estate joined him. When the king threatened them, the bourgeois delegates of the National Assembly responded with defiance and won. That's why the tennis court oath is still one of the most celebrated events of the Revolution. It was a moment of bravery in the face of danger, loaded with human drama and symbolic significance. Accounts of the events of June 20th and the text of the tennis court oath crackled through France in the following weeks. National Assembly had been popular from the start, but now they were national heroes. All over the country, especially in Paris, the public took up their call for a constitution. The men who swore the oath were mostly well-heeled professionals, but the news was greeted with joy in the slums and on workshop floors in Paris, just as it was in the fashionable neighborhoods and salons. The starving poor of the city were much more desperate and frightened than any bourgeois legislator, but they'd come to blame much of their suffering on the royal government. The way most of them saw it, anybody who was trying to challenge the system that left them miserable was one of the good guys, even if they were a bunch of fancy-pants lawyers. The tennis court oath may have raised the spirits of poor Parisians, but it didn't provide any relief to their dire material conditions. By 1789, the average unskilled worker in Paris was spending the majority of his or her income just on bread, and they were the lucky ones. There had always been a large underclass of unemployed and semi-employed people in the city, and with the economy in crisis, that population grew every day. Workers were laid off, desperate peasants came into the city looking for work. Attacks on bakeries and grain merchants were becoming common. Sometimes they devolved into riots. But these outbursts didn't really help let off steam. Conditions remained bad, and the mood on the street just kept heating up. The boiling point was reached on July 12, 1789, after news reached the city that the king had abruptly dismissed his finance minister, Jacques Necker. Necker was far and away the most high-profile and popular figure in the royal administration. He was actually pretty bad as a finance minister and incompetent as a politician, but he was one of the most visible advocates of liberal reform, and people loved him. As often happened when there was big news, people of Paris congregated in the streets to hear reports read out loud, listen to impromptu speeches, chat with each other, and share rumors. Seeing the man they viewed as their champion unceremoniously booted out of politics was the final insult. Rumors of a royal crackdown began to spread, and these groups that had gathered in the streets began to take on the character of angry mobs. This was not the first time Paris had seen mob violence related to the crisis, but it was soon obvious this was something different, much bigger and potentially much more dangerous. There was no riot policing in the 18th century, so as they always did in these situations, the authorities called out the military garrison. This was a permanent garrison of Paris. The soldiers lived in the city full-time and thought of themselves as Parisians. They drank and socialized in all the same hangouts as other working-class people in the city. So the garrison's officers had begun to doubt their men's loyalty. But on July 12th, the situation deteriorated so quickly the authorities saw little other option but to call them out anyway and just hope they obeyed. Most did not. A few groups of soldiers maintained discipline and clashed with the mobs, but the majority defected immediately. There was now a large segment of the mob with military armaments and training. This sent a wave of paralyzing doubt through the army command. Which units could they trust? Sending out more regiments to confront the mob might just lead to more defections and make the situation worse. So they did nothing. By the evening of the 12th, Paris belonged to the mob. In the absence of any civil authority, looting began. The rioters took special care to target any place where weapons or alcohol were stored. A mood of exuberance developed alongside their anger. That night, the whole city was consumed in a kind of angry, drunken party. Most Parisians were having the time of their lives, but things had gone way too far for many of the bourgeoisie. They were angry about Necker's dismissal too, but as property owners, they were not excited about all the looting. Of course, they sympathized with the rioters, but come on, this nonsense was getting in the way of business. Understandable sentiments maybe, but the calculus is different for a starving person with nothing to lose. The bourgeoisie wanted order restored, but like everyone in Paris, they worried a military assault would cause even more death and destruction and lead to the long-feared crackdown on the opposition. So the middle classes of Paris began to organize a provisional city government of their own and raise a militia. The men of this force would come from the bourgeoisie and would be loyal to the assembly. For those of you who know your revolutionary history, this unit would grow into the famous National Guard. On the morning of the 14th of July, the organizers of this new National Guard were busy gathering equipment. They were able to seize a large number of muskets without too much trouble, but their military's main cache of ammunition would be a challenge. Most of the shot and gunpowder in Paris had been moved to a more secure.
What did you do in there? Electronics technician. Which time do you got? Yeah, I play video games, but only because I had access. I'm not like a video game guy, but if it's like do work or play video games, I made the right choice.
When you were in the Navy as an electronics technician,
Doesn't the Navy really sound not necessary?
I think tonight is not a good showing from the Navy at all. No, I'm kidding. Billy's saving it. The typical Navy, you send out the bad soldiers first, and then have everybody distracted.
Yeah, that's different. You'd have an argument if there's like an army guy up here going, I don't know what I did, because they're like infantry.
Right.
We're just on a boat, and the computers do the work. And when the computer's not working, they go, can you fix it? And I'm like, I'll try.
Does that work a lot? You seem like, I mean, you seems like you're so funny that you couldn't possibly be that great at fixing computers. And I mean that in the best way. I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah, I was pretty good at it.
How did you
I don't know how I can prove that.
How did you learn how to do that?
I don't know, they send you to school for a while. So I went to school, 3 years of my Navy time was just going to school.
Wow.
I was actually supposed to be a nuclear electronics technician, which, yeah, they've made a good call by not letting me do that.
Yeah, you'd be like a real life Homer Simpson.
Yeah, but I committed a felony right before I went to the Navy.
Oh yeah?
So they said you can't do that anymore. What was your felony? Resisting arrest, assaulting a police officer, and felony evasion.
Wow.
Stemming from what?
It seems like a lie. It's true. I was resisting arrest because I was driving drunk.
Were you resisting or just playing hard to get?
Both.
How did that go down? You just wanted to escape the situation?
No, I was getting pulled over and I was really wasted, so I decided to run. I lay under a canoe for about 5 hours. They should have found me under there because that's the number one thing cops do is look under stuff. If you've ever seen an episode of Cops. No, if you're ever running from the cops and they lose sight of you for a second, they go look under that thing.
So what were you under? A canoe?
Yeah, I was laying under a canoe that was flipped upside down. And I just heard them out there going, where'd you go? And I almost wanted to just go.
So the dream of the sea has always been in your blood. Ever since the canoe, I wanted.
It's funny how long you left me under there. They never found me.
Do you talk about this on stage?
Maybe they knew you were under there.
But were
They're
they
all just looking at you.
Were they around there for 5 hours going, where's this guy? Maybe about an hour, honestly.
And it was on dry land, obviously, and you just.
I ran away and I took a right down an alley. I beat him by a little bit. I was a lot faster and skinnier then. And as everyone knows, in a small town in Texas, all the cops are fat as fuck. So I had the upper leg, both of them, and then I just dove under a canoe because I was scared. I didn't know how long I could run, and I just heard them out there going, where did he go?
And the only thing that was there was that canoe. Like,
and it was like a backyard. You know,
and they've never seen a canoe in Texas, so they didn't know what the fuck it was.
we lived next to a river. The canoe made sense. They should have found me under that. They were like,
Did a dog find you? Or like, how'd they find you?
no.
Did an Indian find you?
Did I tell you the story before?
No, how'd they find you?
I talk about this in real life. I don't know if I've ever really told it on stage, but I actually got kicked out of that party for being an asshole because that's how drunk people are. And it was like a friend of a friend. They kicked me out of there. But when I was under the canoe, the lady who had kicked me out, but she came out to the backyard where the cops were wondering where I was, and she goes, he's out there. My dog will find him. True to life. And I was under the canoe going, well, somebody's got to. You can't be under a canoe and people not go, lift it up. So I was under there, and they didn't go, no, ma'am, get back inside your house. They're like, well, we're having trouble, so bring the fucking dog out.
No
It was like a tiny dog. This wasn't a bloodhound, and it should have been because it was Texas, but it was like one of those shitty small dogs that look like cats.
Right.
And he did find me, but he couldn't alert to it. Like, I felt his wet nose on my elbow licking me, but
And you just choked it out.
no, I just laid under there. I fell asleep. I woke up when the sun was coming up. I came out, and I made the mistake of knocking on that same person's door because I went there with a girl and I needed a ride home. They towed my car. She called the police on me again, and they took me to jail. That's when I started resisting.
County Jail for 7 days like she did to you?
We didn't leave her in for 7 days, but I was so mad at her from it because it was so fresh that I said, I'm not coming to get you. She stayed in there for 3 days till she could get a hold of my older sister who lives in Sacramento.
Wow.
Pretty fucked up.
You made your sister drive from Sacramento?
Yeah, we barely talk.
Dude. Dude, this is all so funny. You should definitely be talking about all this crazy true stuff.
I would love to tell this story full form if I could just get on the Death Squad secret show, please. It's a good time.
Welcome to the show,
Good
baby. This is how it's done.
I'm sorry.
Really putting Brian on the spot here.
Should I try to play the spots or just one?
I
swear, I'm not going to get it right the first time.
didn't really like it, but it's such
Oh,
so. Wow.
I'm just kidding. I'll grow. On the Death Squad secret show.
They call it the secret show because we hide it under a canoe.
See, it already fits together.
Billy, you're so likable. You just have like this. Like you always perform like you're like looking at a mountaintop or something. It's so beautiful out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
look
the
at it.
blue mountaintop because I like Coors Light.
Now, Billy, wow, dropping his brand.
Billy really likes Ghostbusters. He's a huge Ghostbuster fan. Did you see the new Ghostbusters? I haven't.
He has like you have the Ghostbusters costume, don't you? And, like
Yeah, I did that one year.
he has the whole thing, like the backpack. And you mean you wear it for Halloween?
Yeah.
Now it's hanging in your brother's house.
My day job is at Ghostbusters at Sony.
Yeah. You haven't seen it though?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I was out of town for the premiere, and then I haven't been able to.
Wait,
Wine tasting, man. What do you want me to say?
Is that true? Are you really work as a Ghostbuster?
No.
Oh.
Yeah. I do product development during the day because I'm so good at comedy that I have to use other jobs to pay rent.
Hey, Tony, I like how for a quick moment you're like, are ghosts real? No, I thought he said, no, that's not what happened. He said that he works as a Ghostbuster at Sony.
I work for Ghostbusters at Sony.
Hey, you mean for the movie?
T-shirts. Product development.
Gotcha.
Who wants a shirt?
Dude, Slimer would love one. All right, Billy, you killed it. So fun. Thanks. There he is again, Billy Bonnell. Follow him on Twitter at Billy Bonnell. Let's do it. Let's close it out strong, shall we? We have a comedian who does a brand new minute every single week, and a musician that is not pulled out of the bucket. She writes and performs a brand new minute every single week as an experiment. We started her from scratch here, nervous, shaking, innocent little thing, and here she is, 6 months later, with a brand new minute for you. It's Melissa Esslinger.
Good. I smoked a lot of cigarettes this weekend and today. Hell yeah, no, it's bad. I need to stop that. But this isn't where I was going with this. Turns out that I didn't know I missed my babysitter, but Good Charlotte just had a new album come out. I was a little old to need a babysitter because Good Charlotte, like I was into it when I was like 14, but you know, wow, I really fucked up with the cigarettes. But you know, fuck, I lost the. I forgot where I was going. Doesn't matter. Oh, here's. I just want. Oh wait, that could get in trouble. I won't do that. Never mind. I was getting because the lyrics. Holy shit! You know, I looked over for. You were like, don't. No, I created that. Oh, I used him. No, wait. When you. I'm still going. I just chose.
Okay,
I
there you
chose
go.
finger paint.
Hey, Tony, take this shit.
Ah, damn it! I was really excited tonight.
roast beers in 60 seconds. What are we talking about here? Did you like blow the camel like camel or something like that? Like
I didn't even realize that I've been really quiet lately. Like,
did you fuck the Marlboro Man this weekend, Melissa?
Isn't he dead? Just kidding. That went weird because I didn't know. God, Jesus.
This seems like a good time to plug Billy Bonnell. The Last Comedian makes hilarious videos with Greg Santos from Moss May Horror. So check them out. Yeah, definitely hilarious guys. I wanted to plug it.
Fuck yeah. Billy Bonnell.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. So, yeah, Melissa, you didn't really talk about anything. Let's just take a second to absorb here for a little bit.
I was gonna say, do you want me to read exactly what I...
Nope. Let's just...
I was gonna do that.
Still nothing, huh?
Hey, wait. Okay.
What? She's adorable. It is, right? But she can't contain it. She doesn't know why it works.
Well, here's the thing.
And obviously that thing doesn't work, so you think you'd make an adjustment on that.
I am.
Wait, what the fuck are we talking about?
I don't know. It's all...
So that's Billy Bonnell sketch group. Oh, yeah.
But it's not funny anymore if I try to tell my jokes because now I like...
Yeah, you had that whole 60 seconds thing. That's sort of that,
there's that.
Sort of that whole thing.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Melissa Esslinger with another few minutes. There she goes. Melissa,
You're a star. Good shit.
look at tonight's drawing, everybody, from Ryan J. Evo.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. That's unfucking believable.
Look at Jeremiah's.
That is mind-blowing. Fuck yeah, Ryan J. Evelt's prints at ryanjebelt.com. You can find the official Kill Tony poster there. You can also find it on the front patio after this show. Ryan J. Evelt sells it himself right out of a fucking tube. We're all on the front patio after this. Meet us all. Say hi. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins,
Hey,
or
we've
Reagan
got
and
Big
Watkins.
Knobs and Cunt Liquors. The Eric Andre Show premieres August 5th on Adult Swim.
Yeah.
And Google search Pat Reagan Eric Andre Show to see some awesome clips from past seasons. Yeah. So
Joel Jimenez is on Twitter.
Joel Jimenez, mostly sorry.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Watkins is at Jeremiah Stand Up, and then Roast Battle is coming out at the end of this month on Comedy Central, people.
That's true. And a fun fact about Comedy Central's Roast Battle, not only is Jamar a huge part of that, the wave, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, what's going on?
But also, I'm going to announce to you Kill Tony people right now that I'm one of the 16 contenders in the Roast Battle for Comedy Central. Yeah. So, that's a big deal. Gonna go to Montreal and win that thing quite easily. Kirk, what do you got coming up? Anything crazy? At Kirk Fox, one of my favorite people on Twitter, and as is Jamar Neighbors. Literally, I'm not just saying that. Two of my favorite Twitters right here.
Always fun to be here, Tony. It was fun
Thank
to be
you.
a part of
Kirk, you're the best. Jamar, anything else?
Nah, man, that was fantastic. I'll be at the Roast Battle.
Yep.
And, yeah, I'm actually battling on Tuesday.
Oh, really? Here?
Yeah.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Tomorrow night, Jamar Neighbors fighting for his life at Roast Battle. Thank you so much, live audience. Have a great night. Thank you. Good night. over there. Ryan Redband to my left, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan J. Ebelt, the house artist, drawing this out of a blank sheet of paper right now. At the end of the episode, you're going to see that he drew tonight's episode right in front of your fucking eyes or whatever. Hi, everybody. Happy Monday to you. You guys ready for a crazy fucking night or what? Wow. That was almost incredible. Comedy Store. Tell Tony audience, are you guys ready for a crazy fucking Monday night or what? There you go. Big stuff happening. A lot of fun stuff coming up. Tulsa, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, and Boston. A bunch of oddball dates. Oddball.com. I'm doing amphitheaters again. For those of you listening to the live stream and the podcast, come see me live. Dates at TonyHinchcliffe.com. Oh yeah. See what I did there?
You were just including them with all of the Trump supporters. What happened there?
It was very bizarre, and I'm just glad to be back home. Cleveland with Trump there is very weird.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Republican convention, you have to know that the people that, like, travel to something like that are all very bizarre. It's like the cast in Book of Mormon, except, like, 50,000 of them.
Wow.
And it was pretty crazy. There were more cops than anything else. There were cops from everywhere. The issue really isn't about, what, Josh? Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Stretch a little bit. Stretch a little bit. Fuck yeah, we will. We already were, but thanks for the info, Josh. I'm gonna keep stretching. So yeah, Cleveland was fucking crazy. I like this audience, but like well, I think we're gonna get into it though. I can tell this is one of the ones that's just gonna warm up as the night goes on. I think you guys are gonna be very fucking excited when you see what we have in store for you.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Wait a second. Whoa, Ryan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is there another guy drawing tonight's episode?
Oh, they're shocking.
What is that? I mean, Ryan J.
Oh, there's this competition of artists.
What in the world is going on here?
You know, that's a very talented artist. His name's Juan Manuel. Did I say that right? He's been,
probably not.
he's been going through the Comedy Store just drawing lately, and it's great to see you here, man. He's very talented. You can check out his artwork and stuff after the show.
A lot of you probably didn't hear Ryan J. Ebel just kill himself with a pencil into his own throat as we just promoted just basically what would we call this? Like a hijacking artist.
Yeah.
Sort of just like, I mean, there's no photography or videoing in this room historically, but I'm pretty sure you're allowed to draw what's happening. So if anybody else wants to draw tonight's episode, you can just take one of those Comedy Store menus that are on the table. I know you think that they're menus and they shouldn't be drawn on, but that's what they're there for. Fuck yeah, nice and quiet. I like the sound in this room. There's a really good energy so far. You know, this is how I like it. I like to play in the dark. I was built here in the dark. I'm like the bane of the Comedy Store. You understand? I live for silence. A lot of comedians, they continue with laughs. To help with their confidence. I got that. All right, I'm in good shape.
I was just informed we are ready to go. Bring it back, Pat Reagan.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know them, you love them. It's the Kill Tony Band. It is Pat Reagan and Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God, the fog machine.
Wow.
Wow. That's awesome. What?
His ball's hanging out. Jeez, Brian, you really hit the nail on the head with that one. Wow, I love this.
You would love that.
It was Ghostbusters last week, Pokemon Go the week before. Always topical intros. Which makes me wonder, why Cheech and Chong this week, guys? Is that what? Those are like,
Yeah, man, I'm Sean, man. That's Cheech.
Really? I thought you were a retired Mario and Luigi or something like that.
Is a rose by a different name not a rose?
Hey, that's Cheech.
Fuck yeah, Joel Jimenez.
Hey, man. Hey, man. Speaking about Santa Clarita, man,
Oh, that's pretty good.
it's up in smoke. Hey, man, I started that fire, man. I dropped a doobie.
witness him realize it and then all at the same time. Whoa, look at that. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, whoa. Is this guy with you? Ooh. Oh, whatever's happening right now is the worst. You guys, do you know this? Is he with you guys?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, he must be, right? Cat? Yeah, he must be. That's why Cat wouldn't look at me. He's with you, right? Were you informed about that?
Yeah,
I absolutely love humor. But,
hey, dude, have a seat, man.
um,
No, back in the crowd, man.
what?
Go back to the crowd, man.
Is this okay, or? Josh, why did you just give me double thumbs up? For the guess, or because this is some... Okay. I really have lost control of my own show. I mean, it's really impressive, just everybody leaving me hanging. Honestly, this is weird, man. In a lot of ways, I was laughing over there like a freaking hyena or something. But then I was, and then now I'm here, man. In a lot of ways, it's ironic that I'm here at the Comedy Store because I'm funny. Yes, I am, and I might as well be here.
Get off, man.
Hello, or is it okay?
Would you play an instrument?
Actually, yes, I do have a bell. Ring a ring a ring a rooster thing. Ding dong, the witch is dead, which way, or something like that. I have,
What is going on? Do you know about this?
No. Hypocrite.
Is he with you?
I have it.
No, man.
Is he really not with you?
No, man.
Really?
I brought my pager.
Asked you that 10 times. Oh, ding dong, the Wicked Witch of the West, or something like that.
Stage, man.
Josh.
Is this like a thing on me?
Ring a ling man, or something. You guys wrote this? Okay, I have humor. Okay.
Dude, what are you doing, man?
actually, if you give him a chance, he's really positive and funny.
Yeah.
We've given him like 7.5
yeah.
minutes.
Here it goes. Right. Here goes nothing.
Is he about to try to be funny right now?
Of course, I like to go to restaurants all around town, buddy. All around town. And the other day, I was at a group with a group of comedians, and of course, even though I'm on stage all the time, I'm still trying to get a laugh. And what happened? And of course, I'm at a restaurant by UCB Franklin, known as Birds. And I say to the guy, or I say to the, and we go around the table and we're saying, of course, what kind of bird am I? What kind of bird am I?
You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop. You gotta stop that story and just stop talking, man.
Yeah. Go sit somewhere else. Another room or something. Grab your what? Grab your beer. Pat, tell him what to do.
Jay, grab your beer, grab your belt, sit down next to me, mellow out.
Put the mic back in the mic stand. Pat, who is this guy that's hijacked the first 10 minutes of the show? Are you gonna get control of it, or?
Here, man, take some of these.
Oh my God. No idea what's happening, but I'm just giving him pearls. Very compelling episode so far.
Whoa, man. Oh no. These are the wrong pills, Tony.
Is this like some kind of homage to Cheech and Chong you guys are doing tonight?
Or something.
Alright, just sit down. This is 20 minutes too
Not there. Not there. Not there.
Be positive, sit down. Be positive, man.
Chad. Can I talk to Pat and not Tommy Chong for a second?
I'm Chong, man.
Alright. Wow, that was awful. Yeah, that was probably the worst thing ever. I mean, really. Truly.
It's just a simple bell.
Oh, gosh. It's just my least favorite kind of comedy in the world. It's like that bad, I got nothing, so be goofy, I'll never be Andy Kaufman type of shit. It's almost mind-blowing. Never in a million years. That's why you took a nice swig of the beer on that one. Sure, it's so true.
He's incredible.
Well, he did not show it at all tonight. I gave him a nice big chance. I'm not listening to that bell this entire episode at all. Fuck yeah, there you go. Hey, the umpire. I like that. You know what?
We have some meathead army coming out.
This is amazing. I like it. Clearly the band did mushrooms today, and
just
didn't really
just
want it.
microdosing, dude.
Okie dokie. Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, we have not really started the show yet tonight. It's a show where we talk to comedians after they do 60 seconds on stage. I have a bucket full of comedians, and every single week I have two amazing comedic guests on the show to talk with people after they do their 60 seconds. Tonight's no different. Put your hands together for two of the best, two of our favorite returning guests, Steve Simone and David Arquette. Make some fucking noise! The best! David Arquette is back! Steve motherfucking Simone.
This is awesome.
Welcome, guys.
but hey, I'll take it, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it does depend on my definition. It definitely does.
Well, I'll take the feedback, but
Talking. You gotta stop talking. Pat, you cannot let him talk every time he wants to. He's totally not funny. I don't care where you saw it work at. He's 0 for 100.
he's right.
Not working.
No, you're right. It's not
It's
funny.
the worst kind of annoying too, because you can tell it's not him. He's just doing some like high-pitched character.
He's right. He's right.
This man's a genius.
No, definitely not, Pat. Definitely not. I promise, up and down, there's no way.
Definitely yes. Definitely yes, he's a genius.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do any worse. I can't figure out what he could do to be more unlikable and just absolutely.
It all depends on your definition, man.
Yikes.
Sorry.
Wow, a whole fucking big name episode.
Funny's funny, dude.
You guys are really on it tonight. Let's start the show, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, there's really not much else I can do. Yikes. Did I do something to you, Pat, or something? Like, is there something that I did to, like, offend you this week, or something like that, or do you really think it's funny? Deep down inside somewhere? Because it's so unfunny that it's hilarious.
It's almost so bad it's good.
No, it's not. Nobody thinks that it's almost so bad it's good. That's why I'm sort of making a big deal about it.
You know what, Tony, I'll say this. People are afraid of things they don't understand.
Thank you.
No, I understand it. I've analyzed
Yeah,
it.
definitely. You understand
And
it.
I think it's bad.
You completely cut off, though.
It's fine to have the opinion.
Pat can talk, but he
I'm totally fine with that opinion.
Oh, God, I feel like I'm over at my friend's house and their parents are fighting. I don't know what to do.
Oh my God, I think it's time for dinner.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I gotta take off my coat and stop him like he's my son.
Unbelievable.
I'll just kill his mic the whole time, so if Pat wants to talk, just tell him, look who got a promotion.
Yeah. Joel Jimenez. Thank you, Joel. Okay, let's start the show. Let's see what happens. Comedians, you get an uninterrupted 60 seconds when you hear your name called, and then we talk to them about anything in the world afterwards. We get to learn more about them, find out who they are. I already pulled a name out of the bucket. Your first comedian doing an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight goes by the name of Channing Apodaca.
Thank you. So I met my girlfriend online. Anybody else have to Google the word sapiosexual after they downloaded Tinder? Just me? Alright, apparently sapiosexual means somebody who's attracted to intelligence. But if that's what you're attracted to, and every single girl on Tinder claims to be one. If that's what you're attracting to, what the fuck are you doing on Tinder? It's like applying to be an archaeologist at a Costco. What you wanted was something intelligent, thought-provoking, adventurous. What you got is this giant place full of poor fat dumb dudes just looking for free samples. And Tinder's fucking weird, man. You just swipe right and you swipe left just based on one person's photo. You don't actually know these people. Every single one of these girls could potentially be your soulmate, at least that's what I tell them. Little fun fact about Tinder, 75% of the girls on there are actually Asian. Side note to that is 100% of the Asians that hear this joke will double check my math. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, Channing Apodaca. Pretty new at stand-up, huh? How long you been doing it?
Going on 2 years.
Where you from?
Lancaster.
Pastor.
Antelope Valley.
That's about an hour away, yeah. What do you do for work?
I work in post-production.
Very nice.
Industry.
Yeah.
What was the actual word that you said?
Sapiosexual.
Sapiosexual.
Yeah, it's a real word. And I really had to Google it.
Yeah. Maybe say it slower, because I didn't hear what you said. I heard a couple of people like, what the fuck? Because you said it so fast, and you don't even know what it is to begin with. So maybe go, it's called sapiosexual, like spell it out for the audience. Otherwise, other people are going to be, wait, what do you say the whole time while you're trying to explain the joke?
Yeah, I felt like I was kind of rushing it because I wasn't sure how much I was going to do.
Right. So tell us something interesting about you, Channing, because that was like, stand-up jokey type. Who are you? up with her?
She
left
was
a note or two.
It was
Like, no, get the fuck out.
It was like a weird situation where we were like having this argument, like, are we gonna stay together? Are we gonna break up? All high school shit, and then
The Zamboni guy came by and he said it's over.
he spelled out done.
God, I love the new band leader. Yeah, new band leader, Joel Jimenez. Joel Jimenez and the other guys. Oh shit! What a fun one. That's so cool, Channing. Why did you guys break up after 6 months?
I don't even know. It was about 10 years ago. She was just kind of a bitch, and I was like a
Little pussy.
Yeah, I was a little pussy. Literally, the night that we broke up, I was leaving her house, and I was crying in my mom's Chevy Tahoe, and
This is what you should be talking about on stage.
I've been trying to think of
all
anything
of
good.
this.
I was crying in my Chevy Tahoe, and the worst person to pull up next to was the girl I dated before her. And I looked over full of tears and just went.
That's way funnier than that.
You do talk
You
about
talk
that.
about that?
I've thought about it, and I
That's
can't figure out how
already
to word
it
it.
was a joke, just like how you did it. I mean, you can get those laughs. You can even add in the whole hockey thing and the fucking. You take his Zamboni thing and his. I broke up with with the fucking note. You know what I mean? Just take it and bake it and work it out and see what you can do with that because that's funny as fuck.
Yeah, it's just one of those ones I've been sitting on.
Oh my god.
You could say like it was kind of weird she was there, but she is her roommate.
Oh, I guess not. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You break in post-production, right?
Yeah.
Just edit that part out.
Fuck yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of editing tonight.
Yeah, is there any way that you know how to cut out the first 10 minutes of a podcast?
Yeah. I can cut it. I can crop it to about here. Shave it down, maybe.
I love that.
Keep it at UCB.
That's so fun. Channing Applicata.
It's not a bad idea, man.
Still nothing.
I think it's funny.
He's always positive, man.
Hey,
Channing, what else?
funny's funny or whatever.
Stop trying. I promise you stop trying.
I am trying.
You're so close.
Right?
If we could just pick him off, would that be bad? Would you be offended if we did that, Pat? It's up to you. I love giving
There's a
you.
sword right there.
I think there might be a Yoda thing happening. Maybe he could.
Sorry.
I'm looking for the positive.
A yoga thing?
Yoda, like a little, not a Yoda thing.
Can you do some DDP yoga in the original? You know, 45 minutes and then.
hitchhiked the whole way here, and boy, is my mouth tired.
Thanks for getting that joke. One time, 5 minutes after that, someone in the corner was like, blowjobs. That's prostitution. That's, everyone knows that prostitution, that's like the oldest profession ever, but I call bullshit, because if that's true, then how did the first guy pay for it if he didn't have a job? Was he just like, thanks for the blowjob, here's a sheep? And she's like, man, I can't break a sheep. I've only got 2 cats. Everyone knows 2 cats plus a blowjob do not a sheep make. And maybe a whore, but I am no thief. I read that on the back of a Snapper cat. It's actually a joke. I drove my car here tonight. Anybody ever drive their car here tonight? Nice, 2 people. I used my GPS to get here. You ever